One, two, 1, 2, 3. It's all the way live. Dum 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 boom boom boom. Dum 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 dum. Got the Jerry curl swinging from side to side, hair resting on the shoulders, doing like all kinds of dances, like the let me see, did we do the cabbage? No, the Cabbage Patch was more flat topish, shag type music. The Cabbage Patch. The let's see, the we were doing the prep. The prep was flat top, shag, but the Jerry curl, that was the. Let me see, Jerry curl. What dance went with the Jerry curl? The Gigolo, that was one. The Smurf. Okay, I'm really thinking about this, man. In the 80s, I mean 70s too, but the 80s, I think we had about, I want to give it about 70 dances maybe in the whole 80s decade, maybe less. I don't know, but maybe I'm exaggerating, but we had a lot of dance moves. We had a lot. Um, Again, the Gigolo, the WAP. I mean, the WAP was like in the late 80s, the WAP. Um, it was interesting. The hardest dance for me was the King Tut. That was hard in hip hop, but it looked tight as hell when like the whole group knew how to do it. Cause you kind of like shrug the shoulders and you move the knees up and you it's like you're doing a march. You shrug the shoulders and you kick and turn around and do the same thing again and kick and turn around. That was tight, man. I think we probably got that from the black colleges because I'm quite sure they did that in the bands. But thank you guys for coming in. I appreciate you guys. Uh, Hit the likes on the way in. I'm just utilizing this time because I have no class in this room, but literally I have students on Zoom doing their work. So I'm just killing a little time, until they get finished. It's I'm like, I mean, one thing about Leos, we don't like when our times are being wasted. We don't like it, man. So thank you, Kareem Austin. Bam. Right. So that's one of the things that you know, uh I wanna go back in those dances again, y'all. Like the 70s. I'm not really, I'm not really what's the word I'm looking for? The 70s, I don't know that many. Okay, they got the bus stop. They had the hustle, the spurn, the rock steady. I mean, but that was before my time. I wasn't really. I probably was one of them a little. They had the bump. You know what I mean? The rigor mortis, for what I heard. Of course, they had locking and popping, but I never. I ain't gonna say never, but I just wasn't old enough to really just do it. Let me get into this. Let me do a share. How do you do a share? I guess I'll do it that way. Copy. Yeah, so anyhow, a brother like me just we got time on our hands now. We just let's see, let me go to StreamYards. StreamYards. Did they get rid of me? Let's see. Okay, I'm back. We got Miss Gigi up in here. Bam. We got Mike V. Bam. So just going back to these dances, y'all. Those were legendary, man. I thought about it. Okay, because I was looking at the some of the videos I have with dancing. And for those people that know astrology, uh, I have what's this here? We got Miss Gigi the derailer. The derailer. What are you going to say that's not going to be taken about the conversation here? I, 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 I get a good kick out of you, Gigi. We'll talk about like hamburgers or something. Well, we got the cheese on it, and then we
And
got
then
the
I'll turn it into teddy bears.
and she come around and say, "Well, I like Campbell jockeys," and we're like, "We talking about hamburger?" Well, I know, but listen here, listen. We're like, "Damn, Gigi, you stick to the damn topic." What's going on, sweetheart?
I'm doing well. Maintaining it's hot over here in Cali.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, it's super
it
hot.
ain't cool down yet.
It cooled down for a little bit and then now it's hot again. So,
Hmm.
uh,
Well, let me pick your brain. Because
okay.
I mean, you young, but you ain't that young compared to most, right?
Right.
So I'm sitting there really thinking about all these damn dances we had in the 80s.
Oh yeah.
We
Uh-huh.
had a whole bunch.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and you know what's crazy? We got clown when we didn't know them. I remember. If you didn't know them, you had to hide. As soon as they start doing them, you just sit in the sidelines and like, okay, I wish I could do that one. If,
or you
if you
try
didn't know
or
it,
you
did that
tried
happen to you?
it. Yeah.
Oh, like, but if you
Yeah.
did, but check it out. If you did know it, you the first one out there. Yeah, let me. You the main one that said I could do it better than
Especially
you.
especially if it was your music. It was like,
Mm.
yeah, I know exactly the
Yeah,
beat
because
to
that's your
this.
song. Yeah.
I know
let me
exactly how to dance to this beat.
let me ask you this though. How come we don't do that anymore?
Because social distancing. No,
No,
I
well,
don't know.
I mean, okay. Let me better question. How come we didn't do this before February?
Mm, the kids nowadays they don't have good music, so they
So it's
just.
the music.
I think it's got to be part of it, or their parents aren't dancing with them no more, or they're
So do
not.
you think? So because you got a
Remember?
daughter, you got your daughter is what 21.
Yeah,
Okay, so why do you think the music is not danceable?
because it's on repeat. It's not it's nothing to like get excited about. You know what I'm saying? I mean, what they dance to is twerking, and my daughter actually took dance classes, so she knows how to dance. So when she hears a music that's bad, she's all like, "I can't dance to this," and I'm like, I know, right? You can't dance to that."
And shout out to let's see. I did Mike V. Let me do him again. Bam! We got Underrated Darkness. Bam! Joe Whitfield. Bam! Raw B Privilege. Bam! She's formerly known as I think Butterfly, something like that. So
Yeah,
just in case people don't recognize her, that's Raw B Privilege. She's about politics. I want to find out if she wants to join the panel when we talk
yeah,
about
she should.
politics because I really want her perspective on Kamala Harris. That's coming up next Sunday, y'all. So
Okay,
I got my female power panel on Sunday. We got
nice.
Big Joe, bam. But let's go back to our conversation, y'all. I mean, yeah, You talked about the twerking part.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, is that the thing? Okay, like, okay, say for example, they're playing a song. I mean, you're at a dance, right? Or
Mhm.
so-called dance, or you're at a place where they're expecting you to dance. Okay, I'll hook you up, sister. I'll hook you up. A place where they're expecting to dance, and then they for some reason they're playing a song. I don't know if it's fast, slow, whatever it is, but there's a rhythm where they expect you to get out there and boogie or whatever.
Mhm.
Now you looking around, and for some reason, so many girls are twerking,
Mhm.
and you're the one that would say, "That's not me. I'm a classical dancer."
Yeah.
Or do you say, "Okay, everybody's doing this. Let me might as well go ahead and start twerking too." I mean, how does I mean, what do you see when that
I
happens?
I think it's hypnotizing, and it does and the music is not inventive enough for people to want to dance to it, so they get to the twerking thing, and it's like whose booty is gonna move fastest, and then I'm sitting there like, oh my goodness, no, it's about footwork.
Wow,
you know
I feel
yeah,
bad for
because
these kids.
I feel bad for them too, and that's why I was saying, like, my daughter was, took dance classes, and she did gymnastics and all that. We both were cheerleaders, so it's kind of like it has to do with performance. It doesn't. I don't understand the twerking part, and it's not even a good twerk. When I'm talking about African dance, that's different. You know, when you're moving, your body parts, but no, the twerking is like something else.
So this is what Sister Robbie privilege said. You can dance to anything. I've seen other styles of dance, been to modern music. It just takes a lot of work. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm just sitting there, because I don't have a daughter, I have a son.
Mhm.
Okay. And the things I've still in him, and I'm assuming his mom, because I don't talk to her, but we try to have him to maintain his self-respect, but also the kind of females that he around, you know, you got to make sure you pick some that have a self-esteem.
Yeah.
Don't pick the ones that just sit there and have their heads down all day and just sort of go ahead and capitulate, but really have a sense of pride on who she is, right?
Yeah.
So I've been really pushing them on that, especially them grades. People get mad when I say that, but like, don't get no chick with all fails. Please don't.
Exactly.
There's a science to that.
Yeah.
But but
They're
I'm looking
lazy.
I'm
Yeah.
looking at you know how do you maintain your sense of self when you're doing dances that's kind of similar to your Cardi B's, and I guess they got the Megan Thee Stallion lady now.
Well, there's an art to it, there's a way to make it look sexy, appealing, but classy at the same time. But a
Break that
lot of
down
people,
for me.
well, a lot of people want to go straight for the slutty part, right? They want
Okay.
to go straight for the nastiness. But
Right.
it's like no, there's a sensual sense to putting it together and making it, form into a beautiful thing. But
Hmm.
a lot of people
So
don't look at it that way. They look at it like, oh, and then nowadays you'll see guys who don't dance. They just stand there and just let the girls twerk on them, and I'm
Oh,
like,
let's talk on that. Please, let's talk on that. We got Sister
oh,
Robbie Privilege. You hit it on the button, Gigi. You hit it on the button. And
yes.
and I'm
Hey,
just going to
Laura.
and
Hey,
what's going on is I'm thinking about, like, we don't know these guys.
Yeah, they just
You know what I'm
stand
saying?
there.
So it's like, what are they looking at? What are they planning after the dance is over? I
I'm
mean, are you going to
saying.
make it to your car in the parking lot after you did all that stuff when you thought that you were sexy? You thought that nobody's going to, they thought people going to respect you, you in your own space, but it's late. You get making it to your car, nobody's looking. I mean, do you run that risk? And you
So,
can answer that too if you can, Robbie.
so, this speaks to something else that's been going on. I don't know if you guys are aware of that movie Cuties that is coming out tomorrow and all of the negative backlash on that movie.
No, I never heard of it. No.
No.
Okay, well, it's a movie and it's exploring little girls and like them posting themselves on social media and being in these dance groups and competitions or what have you. And it's been a whole big thing. But the point that I have been making all along, because a lot of people are very upset at the trailer, this is part of the culture. When we look back and we look at 16 Candles and Madonna and all this and all of that, that's when dance became hypersexualized. So
Mm-hmm.
we as a people have to start being upset at the culture. Why is it okay? When did, Dirty Dancing? That's another great movie. When did what was salacious and what was supposed to be for grown-ups transcend into something that was made readily available for little children? Until we start actually reevaluating how we're raising our children, what we're teaching our children, what we're allowing them to be exposed to, it
Right.
is a mute point.
Hmm.
So
So,
so true.
yeah, because I started off with the this live with so many different dances we had back in the day. We had a lot of different
And we
dances that. Okay, hear me?
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we had a lot. I mean, it was hard to even, how can I say? Like I said, I was think. I mean, I was eating, and they were sort of like technical too. I don't know if anybody remember the King Tut. That was like one of the most challenging dances for me. This is the time we had high flat tops, and some of you guys probably know it as another name, but you shrug your shoulders like in a circular motion, and you kind of step with it like with high knees, and you kick, and then as soon as you kick, you turn around and do the same thing. And if you and most of the time you did it as a group, and it looked tight as hell. I'm telling you, we didn't know each other in clubs, but when you knew that dance, everybody's like, "Damn, this is hard. This is tight though." And I'm sitting there like, okay, we don't really pay attention too much to the guys, The guys gonna probably do like the little, I don't know. I mean, it ain't. I don't see too many guys. I don't see a guy dance. Usually, where the focus is on what females do, um, things that are either. I mean, me personally, because I'm in high school. I mean, I teach at the high school, and a lot of stuff that a lot of even the Latinas, because we ain't gonna put on the sisters, Latinas, all of them is very sexualized. And I'm gonna be real, like at the proms, homecoming, you should see some of these male teachers. Okay, I'm warning you guys. Just because your baby, your little girl, is in school, we're in classrooms where nobody's really watching. It's just that teacher and them kids. So we're looking at probably kindergarten all the way to high school. And the thing is, sometimes your little girl may be a little slow in the class, so she's going to need some help after school or during lunch when nobody's watching. You got
Hmm.
to keep in mind if I was a mother, I'm a dad, so I do a little surprise. But if you're a mom or if you got a daughter, mainly a daughter, you need to do some surprise visits.
Oh
You
yeah.
know, you
I
don't announce it. Just pop up with your badge, your little parent badge, and just say, "Hey, I just came to see how my baby's doing. Everything's okay. Can I sit in here for a minute?" You got to show a presence
oh
that
yeah. Oh
because
yeah.
you ain't really telling him that I don't trust you, but I'm watching you.
Right,
You
but this
know,
is the thing too, because me and my friend were just talking about this morning. I have to say to parents, don't believe the hype. Just because your child is presenting as a good little angel, honey, they have all type of backup accounts on their Instagrams, on their
true,
Facebooks. They
So
have all
true.
true.
type of stuff they got going on them phones. You need to invest in somebody that knows how to do tech stuff or look it up yourself. Put some keystroke software. Make sure you're checking out their phones and their messages. What are they talking about?
Yeah.
That's a good. You know what? I'm glad you. We should. Okay, you know what was probably a good panel. I mean, I'm quite sure it won't be like big, but we need to do a panel on how do you monitor your child through social media.
Oh yes, because we're gonna be talking about this on my channel on Friday because I'm gonna be addressing the whole cuties thing, and I also did a blog on it as well. Because as a mother, I'm completely outraged. I'm outraged for my daughters, and I'm outraged for my sons, and the rest of us need to as well. Like, what are we allowing our daughters to do? What are we allowing our sons to be exposed to, especially with all this sexual misconduct going on and Me Too movements? Why are we seeing little girls in nail polish and makeup dressing like grown people? No, it's not okay.
Yeah. You're right. Like my daughter is a grown, well, almost grown up. She's 21, but I even had to like block her off my social media because I didn't want to see the stuff she was doing because I'm like, she's on her own and I can't really like, you know, sit there and punish her.
Oh yeah, because
But
she's like 21.
yeah, but I just had to stop looking, because I get curious and I'm like, no, what is she doing? And I'm like, nah, let's just let her just. You did the best she knows better, so she's not. If she needs help, she's gonna contact me. But I'm like, also, I don't want her to see what I'm doing and think that it's okay. You know what I'm saying? So it's
Okay.
kind of what one of those things with social media. It's like you can't hide yourself away from nobody anymore. I had to hide my mom from me. I'm like, nah, I don't want to see what you're doing.
Yeah, shout out to Raw B. She just popped in for a quick second. But yeah, that's I think that's she brought up a good point though, because like in my class, I'm very flexible. I mean, the whole thing is that, my class is good enough where you can do your headphones, listen to something. I just don't allow them to watch videos while they're working. I'm like, don't do no videos, but
Mm,
you can hear like some music or whatever. I'm not. I mean, I'm quite sure some people listen to different types of music that's not suitable. But the thing is like, that's one of the things where we have to appeal to the parent. Like, look, the anywhere you go, whether he's on the bus or she's on the bus, in the car, you're gonna listen to that music. So as far as being the music police, you got to really start putting in their mind on how much brainwashing that stuff is.
yeah.
And I caught my son because he was listening to some stuff that was really, I mean, it was niggas be hating, bitches be this, niggas, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, how much of this you listening to, man?
Some angry
And,
music.
and then he said, I got the clean version. I was like, if you got the clean, what? I'm like, what is the use of getting this one if you got the clean version? What do you do? Switch off? Say, I'm not feeling this cussing, so let me switch to the clean version today. I'm not in the mood. I mean, really? So I had to get on. I'm like, man.
I like
And
his sense
so
of humor.
I'll just sit there, because we had these I don't really like, I only get on him when he like repeats stuff that I've been warning him about. But the thing that I had to really ask, like, okay, we got the niggas be hating stuff over and over again. You know that's pretty much bad for the spirit, everything. But about the bitches and hoes comments like over and over, I said, I tell you what, I want you to listen to this song just for because I'm driving. So I want you to listen to this song and tell me how many times they said nigga, how many times they said bitches, and how many times they said hoe. And so he was counting them. And this one song, and the song was only like 3 minutes, I think, almost 3, 4 minutes. Niggas was bitching in there like 50 times, bitches about the same 50,
Wow.
you know, and he didn't really realize. He just listened. I said, dude. We said we because I raised him. He knows about programming.
Yeah.
If you repeat something over and over again, you become it. It's stuck in your head.
Yeah.
So you got the beat. You like the beat and everything, but you being a young person that's expecting to learn math, English, science, history, guess what interferes? All of a sudden, uh, Martin Luther King becomes a nigga. Abraham Lincoln becomes a nigga.
Mhm.
Malcolm X becomes a matter of fact. Harriet Tubman becomes a bitch. You know what the reason I'm saying is that you have this history. Matter of fact, algebra. The what do you call it? What do you call it?
Go ahead.
The Pythagorean theorem. That could be a form of bitches niggas be hating. You know, I was telling him that all these things are they become cross referencing for the things that you have to learn. And I said, if you think about it, that's why you're struggling on some of these tests because you can't get these things out of your mind. That's what I was telling him. They're battling each other for space. He started thinking about that, and then I think he still listened to some of it behind my back, but I know for sure he cut down.
Mhm.
He's just he started to stick with the J. Cole, Kendrick Lamar type stuff now. And that's the thing that I asked him one more thing was that the females. I said this song right here, how many females you think listen to this song? And he was like a lot. He was very confident. I said a lot, huh? All right, so how do you think they feel when they listen to the song? He said they're regular. He said they don't like they're not taken back like damn. I mean, why they saying there's so many bitches? Because you said it was about almost 50, right? He said, yeah, but they just sitting there with a straight face, you
Mhm.
know. So I had to really have them think like, one, you're dealing with something that you're being brainwashed with. And the other part is you got to consider the people that really embraces this. And it's not to be judgmental, but it's more like what you associate with as far as how you grow. So I had that long conversation with him, and it's funny because after I told him that, he cut down. He used to have a lot of friends, but when I told him that, he probably got two or three friends.
Mhm.
So that was my concern was the brainwashing, but the other part is for a little girl to listen to all these type of songs and they're really thinking that they're tuning this stuff out, by the way. They're thinking that they tune the word bitch out, but they don't understand it's really getting into their subconscious
Right.
and they're fighting. They're doing a lot of fighting. So this it's sort of, to me, in my opinion,
So
it just
art.
sounds
So art.
real quickly.
Okay.
It sounds like they're listening to things to repeat a bad cycle. But go
Yeah.
ahead.
Well, so now art. Now you understand when I get a little sensitive about certain things. Um.
Ooh
And
wee. You be bringing some good stuff up.
I know, but it's like because I can, I can sense it when someone is being really disrespectful in a none. To you, it may not look disrespectful, but to me, it is. You know what I'm saying? So when it comes off and I start to get aggravated, I'm like, okay, okay, I see where this is coming from. You know,
So let me
because
get this straight. Let me ask you this before you get too far on this.
hmm
Okay, you're low 40s, right? You're in the like low 40s, right?
well, I'm about to
Early
hit
30s. I
40.
mean late 30s, early 40s.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So we're gonna be safe to say that you're doing the Biggie, the Lil Kims, the Foxy Browns. You know what I'm saying? You're listening to a lot of raunchy stuff, right? A lot of
I
the
was
gangster
listening to
rap.
LL Cool J. Forget
And
them.
you're raised in the Bay Area, right? So Too
Yeah,
Short was
area.
out around. So you had a lot of that going on, right? And that
Right,
was
but
that
I was
issue,
listening to the Fugees. I was listening to
but they weren't as popular as
MC
gangster
Light.
rap. Gangster rap was like, hell, you go to Burger King and hear gangster rap. I mean, you
Right,
go to everywhere, right? So the reason why I'm making this point
I was gonna
was
say, but
that,
Tupac and Biggie, yeah.
yeah, I mean, the reason why I'm making this point is that you as a female, even though you were listening to it, you probably enjoyed, you probably had the time of your life. You know what I'm saying? You probably was able to function somehow, but still hear like bitches, but bitch better have my money. You hearing all that stuff.
But I also had a father who made me play the piano, made me play
We got
the
all that, but we talking
yeah.
about what's triggering you now. Because you, I know what you're going to try to do. You're going to try to put in something else that's going to make it look like everything's okay. No, you just started something. so so we're gonna dig into this one. Oh no, they tried this yesterday or the other day. They not this time. So
All right.
what we're trying to do is look. It was so much of that kind of language back then in songs to where it didn't matter if they didn't play it or it didn't matter if they beeped it or whatever it was. You still was able to hear the full energy of that kind of sentiment as a female. Now,
Of
as
course.
you got older,
Yes.
you start understanding, hey, they disrespecting us. I mean, is that
Yes.
true?
Yes.
You like, damn, that's not how ladies should be conducted. You know, I mean, you that's how you felt, right?
Right. Right.
Now let's not. After I just said all that, now explain to me what's triggering you.
I think it's the disrespect that I've gotten throughout the years from people just,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, being brainwashed like you said by the
Mm-hmm.
music and or the movies, and then they're coming at you like you're in the same category as everybody else when you're not,
Mm.
you know. I like the R&B stuff where the guys are like, I'm on bended knees, and will you be my lady, a beautiful girl. I'm one of those. I can't be. I'm not the bitch. I'm not the hoe. I'm not the. You know what I'm saying?
So you were like there was an inner fight in you then, huh?
It's like you know what it is. I had so much potential for that person. Like, I wanted to see them in a different light, and they saw me somewhere else in a different light. They saw me like a regular person, and I'm like, I'm not regular.
Hmm.
I
And
don't have
welcome,
to. I
Mr.
don't show off.
Research. I
I'm not
almost didn't
showing
recognize him.
off.
It's quite
Hi.
all right. It's quite all right.
Yeah, we just throwing my little last minute panel, but we're really having an interesting dialogue with and Gigi really hit a good point about why some women are triggered whenever they hear stuff when it appears to us, or they just really tripping. And I'm like, could it be that back when you were younger, you heard a lot of stuff that you should have reacted to, but it came out later that stuff that's stored in your mind, you're reacting more to that than the stuff that you really think that you're reacting to today. So
Right.
that's what I was really trying to get in right there.
Well, I'll just say this very quickly. As like I always try to say on my channel, there's different classes of people, and I don't
Yes.
say this in a downgrading type of way, but when you get to the guys are a bit different than the ladies in regards to perception. Maybe that's too deep, but
Hmm.
perception.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Once a guy gets established and his vetting process on perception is really X's and O's.
Hmm.
It's really black and white. When you're in the 50-50 stage, you don't have that established point of view. But for me, ladies, I've noticed, not all, of course, they are very hopeful all the time
Hmm.
when really they should be on some X's and O's,
Right.
like a lot of international women are. International women don't have time to get happy with who you could be. They
Mm-hmm.
don't have time to get happy with how much money you appear to have or how much money they appear to have.
Mm-hmm.
All they look at is X's and O's. And it would be good if American women nationwide could get that understanding. That's why you have the family women versus the figure it out as we go along women. What are y'all thoughts?
Well, see, the thing is that I'm internationally born, so my family's from different countries, and I was born here. And I've traveled the world, so this is why I seem very to everybody else I seem very difficult, or I seem very scattered, or whatever people want to think about me,
Because
because
they don't understand.
they don't understand. Yeah, they don't understand what it's like to be peaceful and to be cool with each other, and that looks and money don't matter. Love matters. But they don't get that. They wanna break you down to the core, to the point where it's like, why are you doing this to me?
Mm.
They want to bring you down to their level, and I'm like, I'm not on your level, so stop. I'm trying to
Now,
bring you up to my level.
now the part that I think Nameless, I'm gonna see if I'm on the same page with Nameless. Now, at the same time you had things sexualized, they put in this false perception of hyper masculinity, with the NWAs and all that kind of stuff later on.
What is hyper masculinity? What is that?
I said false, mainly that they're trying to say that things are just too masculine for them,
Oh, okay.
which is a which is full of crap. But anyhow, that's what they try to put out there, right? And they put the black man as the face of this, right? And some of it kind of backfired because you have people that were not black trying to emulate it, with the whole posing in the pictures, puckering when you didn't have no lips, putting the two fingers up, hat backwards, all that kind of stuff. But there was a part where, some of us call it simp music, but we got songs like I'll wash your clothes, I'll pay your rent. You know, you had a lot of them kind of songs that kind of soothe that whole being called bitch all the time. And it seems like that was a form of programming too, just to really put out there that, okay, I'm fighting in between this gangster dude and this soft dude, to where I don't even know who I am or what I want.
Mm.
But is it a soft dude if, say your wife is sick and she needs her clothes washed and she needs her, and you're taking care of her?
Well, let me ask a question to that question. How would you be able to determine that if this man was a natural man versus a manufactured man?
Three easy questions. The first three are easy questions every woman should ask on her first phone call or her first date. Are you a family guy?
Mm,
Yeah.
I mean,
mm,
put him on the spot.
mm-hmm,
Yeah.
mm-hmm.
That's the
Do you
first
want?
question.
Yeah. Do you want
That's
a family? Yeah.
that's part of my CA Black Solutions video. This isn't hard. It's just that. Well, the second question would be, what industry do you work in?
Mhm.
When you use the word industry as opposed to what job you have or what do you
Yeah.
do, you put the person the person gets to, you get to easily understand with that second question what class that they're in.
Yes.
Immediately, Art is going to say education because he knows how
Exactly.
to answer that question.
Mhm.
The strength of that, Art, is the fact that you know how to answer that question.
Mm-hmm.
A lower caste caste guy,
I'm a
he
teacher.
he he would not know how to answer that question.
Right.
He'd
I
be
get.
like, "What you talking about?" And see, that lets you know. And
Yeah.
then the third answer is, What do you plan for your son?
Yeah,
Just throw now. Some people are uncomfortable with that, but I just encourage women to throw that in there because it's gonna let you know what his 5 year, 10 year, 20 year plan is from your first conversation. And you don't have to make it a bold thing. You could be I was talking to my friend Gigi, and she was talking about her man was speaking about his son and said he has some goofy plan. What would be your plan for your son? Do it like that, and that'll throw the dude off. So that'll achieve what Gigi's talking about. The person who is there when the person loses a left breast, and which is traumatic for a woman. I always use that as the worst case scenario. And the same thing is true for art. Art could ask these same style of questions for women, which is what I do, which is why a lot of women I never stick with because they're unable to answer these simple questions. That's sorry for the long windedness.
No, not a
Oh, no
problem.
worries.
But
But
Mela said that Gigi's question was not answered.
Oh, it
yeah,
was answered.
well, no, it wasn't. It was the question like, okay, with the I'll wash your clothes, I'll do the dishes or whatever. And you said that there was a battle between the gangster and the softness, and I'm like, well, no, you want a husband. Like, say if you're, because if you get married and it's like, you know for good or bad or till sickness or health, and it's like if one of you falls down, someone's got to pick up the load.
Okay, so I'm gonna let me go ahead and push the
So if a man
reason
if
why.
if a
Go
man
ahead, sis.
wants to if a man wants to wash my clothes and do the dishes, and I'm not well enough to do it myself or pick up the kids, do it. Be super dad. I like it. I love it.
Okay, so
You know?
this is what we're dealing with here, though. You talked about mainly an answer to a problem that we had in the black household, where back then that wasn't needed because the man knew his place, and so that's why I was asking you about the natural man versus the manufactured man. So the thing is, how much work are both people putting as far as making sure that the things become natural in the household? Because most of the time, if a man is manufactured in a way to where he's not able to be within his nature, there's going to be friction between the couples. They'll probably start off okay. He'll probably do the massages and all that, but later on, he gonna be like, "Hey, you treat me like a woman." You're gonna start really getting a lot of pushback after what, 2 or 3 kids.
No, the point is that you reciprocate also. You become more nurturing towards him and become more humble in understanding that he's doing the best that he can do, because it's a hard job to do.
And me and Mr. Research heard this for a while, especially these Oprah, these talk shows, Richard Bay, all this, and and that's why I really gravitate a lot to Mr. Research and BGS and all them when I hear them talking because I was around that back then too.
Hmm.
On the lady side, or just on the overall, the man are too harsh and too masculine. They want them to be they want them to be sensitive to their needs, and they really want them to just low down that rough exterior. Whereas the man complained and said she's not feminine enough. Make that make sense.
The sad thing is, and I'm gonna give my answer I gave earlier again, which is why I said the question was answered. It's a family man. Family men serve all of those purposes, but if the woman doesn't vet whether he's a family man, whether his mindset is family man or whether he take care of his own boy, then he's not gonna do that sometime thing that Gigi's talking about. And
Hmm.
for what Art just mentioned, when you go outside of America, there's not really this soft element because even the gays are very hardcore outside
Hmm.
of America. for the most part. For the most part, the soft element that many women on those talk shows ask for is because I say all the time, they're trying to achieve the white woman's dream.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
The white woman has convinced many of these American black women of something that they're not benefiting from, and that the white woman herself is not helping the black woman with.
Mm-hmm.
And that's we all women. If it was that easy, then the white woman would take the black woman under her arm from since the 1960s and say, come on into these office spaces. Come on in here. And but that's not what was happening. And
No.
so when you
Right.
hear these, I want the man to be softer mindsets, what I take from it is you want to control me
Yep.
more.
Yep.
Well, no. Well, that's not okay. I think we went. I'm not asking a man to do everything for me, but I'm saying if I'm fallen, if I've gotten sick, or if I've something has happened,
But isn't that a
it's
family man
but
mindset, Gigi?
okay, let me just say this. If I passed away and say my husband had to raise my child, he still got to raise my child and still got to do for my child. So if I'm sick and I'm not able, that's what I I will do as much as I can with whatever strength I've got. But at the same time, I'm not demasculating him. Actually, I see him more as a man for standing up and taking control of the situation.
I think you're pushing against what
But I'm not
your
saying
real.
everyday, no, not everyday life. Like everyday life, no, I do what I do as a woman and I do it with grace, I do it with style. But at the same time, like, he does his thing as a man, but I can't, it's like, what I'm trying to say is there are circumstances to everything. It's not an everyday thing. I'm not asking for a man to become a woman. That's not what we want. Women
Are
don't
you
want
sure about that though? Think about that
women
for a minute.
women
You said
don't want
nurturing.
men who are feminine. No, we do not want that.
But how do I mean? Let me. I mean, not to cut you too much, but you're saying you don't want that, but doesn't that interfere with his purpose of making sure that he's protecting and being providing?
Well,
You're throwing in the
same
nurturing piece.
the same thing happens if say he fell down and I had to take control and I would
Okay.
work two jobs and I would do the same thing for him.
So let me make sense then. To make this make sense, then you're saying that you would be okay if he can do that just in case of an emergency,
It no,
but not a lifestyle.
it's look, it's a give and take relationship. You have to like
Who's going to teach him this, Gigi?
cause sometimes no, sometimes a man likes to grill or sometimes a man likes to cook and sometimes I don't feel like cooking.
Okay, let me say
But
something
who's
because
going
it's
to teach
interesting.
him this?
Also, salute to the panel. How you guys doing?
Gigi,
Hey,
there's no such thing as I don't feel like cooking. I don't feel like um there's no such thing. Well, I'm serious in terms of marriage. The way you enter the courtship and he develops an affinity for you is because of your talent, skills, and abilities, that develops confidence that you will remain consistent. And what I wanted to contribute to your benefit in terms of your question is, in the event that she falls sick, like she literally falls sick and she's not able to perform as he had been accustomed, will he take up the reins? I think that's where you're coming from, and I want you to tell
Yes,
me if I'm wrong.
yes, you're right.
And
That's
so it got, the conversation got derailed into,
yeah.
whether or not women are asking men to be nurturing. What your question entailed is, I came to you as a fully enveloped
A
vessel
capable
of your
person. Yes.
desire, and
Yes.
I fell sick. Who's going to take the reins in this marriage, or are you going to just drop me off because I'm sick?
But that sounds like an emergency versus a lifestyle.
And that's what she was talking about, an emergency. Because Art, peace and blessings to you, Art. It's your channel. Peace and blessings to you. Look, what Art was mentioning was a song by Babyface that was talking about, I'll buy your food, I'll wash your clothes and cook your
Pay
dinner
your
too as
rent.
soon as I get home from work. And Art said that creates men
Conf-
who are not fulfilling their purpose in manhood. And Gigi came across as saying, what if she's sick? Maybe that's why he's doing it. And then it got derailed, in my humble opinion. So I'm
Yeah.
gonna be quiet. I'm gonna
I
be
think
quiet.
Mela.
Go ahead,
I just
Nameless.
wanted
So
you
Nameless
to
want to come
I
in.
just wanted you to know that I understood you, Gigi. That's
Thank
all.
you, Mela. You hit the right spot because that's exactly what I was saying. I'm not saying, you know, that's a lifestyle. I'm just saying like
Yeah,
maybe that's what it is.
no wife should ever diminish her responsibilities that her husband had grown accustomed to, unless she falls ill, and dare I
Yeah.
say gravely ill. Like, you got to be like really like coughing up lung, to
I had
be
Right.
mentioned that in the chat earlier. When I said about that,
okay.
rarely being the case.
Hi,
So yeah,
Nameless.
and I wanted to, how you doing, Gigi?
Good.
Also salute Mr. Research. I don't think I've talked to you in a very long time, if ever. Um, Mr. Research made a good point about asking the question out the gate about, are you a family man? And it's important that people understand this word family man. This is where the nuance comes in, when the breakdown of relationships is really put there. It's as if people look at relationships in this vacuum, right? But they don't understand that the purpose of having that relationship is to grow it into a family, so these families can form communities. And in order for that process to happen, you have to have a completely different set of values put in place, which comes with all these things Gigi was talking about earlier. And what you see a lot of times now is, because the state can augment a lot of these things, the state becomes a member of the community, and the value system of the relationship shifts to where it becomes far more egalitarian. But with the state's influence, it ends up being a submissive position for the man, like Art was talking about, due to the fact that she can bring in the power of the state to really throw these balances off. And so you've got this dichotomy, two different dichotomies going on at the same time. For a dude, it's like, and maybe I'm digressing. If I am, just let me know. A lot of women think that by using the state as a kind of proxy to go through their lives and relationships, that at a certain point they can decide, okay, now I want a family, but the behavior that has been demonstrated and the upbringing has been much more consistent of that of a girlfriend or the
Jump off.
mistress dynamic, right? And they get chosen over women who have been brought up to fulfill that role of being wife. And I think now we're at a time where a lot of that is really being pushed to the forefront now, because a lot of men now have the ability to get access to those women. And it's creating a level of confusion. On the flip side of that, there's a lot of men who grew up wanting to be husbands. And so they listened to the music that Art and all of them was talking about and really internalized that I want to be a helper dynamic, only to get completely blown out of the water for a myriad of reasons. And so here they are trying to step into the market, and they're very, very bitter about what happened. And there's a lot of folks in the
Mm-hmm.
sphere that really represent that energy. And it's
Yeah.
just so much confusion about what roles people were supposed to take, with the perfect storm of the environment really fostering this mess. And so here we are, how do we figure this out? So I really like that set of terms Mr. Research laid out. Are you a family man? And what that does is it immediately signals that in that man's mind, either your wife material or your non-wife material.
Mm-hmm. The thing is, and it's nice to make your acquaintance again.
Before you go on, I'd like to give a shout out to a Gold Professor for the cash out. Appreciate you, fam. All right, go ahead, y'all.
Go
Yeah,
ahead,
get
Melody.
on up. Yeah, that cash out, get on up. The thing is, vindictiveness. There has our culture has eventually developed an air of vindictiveness against one another, in my humble opinion, due to the whole Oprah era and that ilk. You know that was those were damaging messages against black men. I will concede to that. I will also concede to rap music having damaging messages against black women, and the the way that those two different entities collided with one another has created this air of confusion that the crass wait a minute, what's the nameless protagonist? Yeah, that's what you were referring to, how these both of the damaging messages have clashed with one another, and now we're left with a mess to clean up. And how would you suggest that we go about it?
Well, again, Mr. Research just put that down. We need to get familiarized with this idea of family and what it actually means outside of this contained bubble. You know, this has a long history, and this is why this word gynocracy is being rotated around the sphere, because we're identifying that a lot of this is condition based. It isn't like some inherent problem that's, wrong with men or women. It's just the ideas that have been fostered by the culture, and just the environments we live in served as a petri dish to really putrefy this stuff. And that's why we see it.
Yeah.
It's being reinforced everywhere. So it
Okay.
begins with recognizing that in order to get protections, there needs to be a social contract in order. So the same way no one can demand submission from a woman, you can't demand the man protect. All of that comes in with the package of family, which has built into it the family contract. And until we begin to recognize and be willing to accept that, we're not going to find a ground base of comparison, because a lot of men that have been successful, that are successful, that really want to stay in the community, and I'm making the assumption that we're talking about black men that want to work in the community and be in the community, they're
Mm-hmm.
basically being told they need to do charity work. And you can't shame men to work on that paradigm. With the flip side being, a lot of women can anecdotally benefit in the immediate term with the way things are now. How do you convince them that down the line it's not in their interest to do that? Because if the environment shifts, if the state pulls out its support, you're going to be left with nothing. I think the
Right.
conversation really has to be had with regards to that in mind, because there's an aggressive level of short-sightedness, because all we've known for the longest time is the post 1968 black community. We're not
Okay.
understanding that this is a normalized condition, not normal. You understand what I'm saying?
I truly do. It's about trust me, I'll take care of you. Just give me a chance.
I mean, I don't know how you're gonna shame either party to agree with
No,
that.
no,
It's
I'm referring to how women should just calm down, because a lot of black women are hyperactive in their protests against black men for some strange reason. And if and they're and at essence they are actually capable of being cooperative, dare I say submissive women. It's just that they won't calm down because the public at large is telling them that you black men are deceitful and you don't mean us any good, so why should we trust you, so on and so forth. And I mean that facetiously. That's not my heartfelt sentiment. I'm just saying what the general scope is of interpretation toward black men. And when that message is just being spewed everywhere, everywhere, there are Black women that have to make a decision as to whether or not they're going to trust who is designated to be their soulmate, which is a Black man. And the odds are stacked against you all in the public view. And then the odds are stacked against us as Black women in the public view. So there's this clash, and somebody, I don't know, somebody's got to tell me something as to how we gonna get along.
Let
Somebody's
me ask
got
you
to
this then. Let me ask
Well,
you this, Sister Mella, and Sister Gigi, and I guess the sisters in the chat. According to Black American women standards, what is a good Black man?
a
From
good
what
black
yeah, what is a good Black man?
a good Black man is one who asserts himself as invincible and the story.
That's it.
What else does it take? I mean, I could sit up here and you know come come up with oh, he has to be confident, oh, he has to be a six-figure nigga. I could come up with all that kind of stuff, but inevitably what it takes to stand on your mark as a man is being invincible, knowing that you are invincible. When you know that you are invincible, nothing can stop you. You're gonna take care of everything. Case closed. I'm
The
sorry.
reason
I
why
got.
the
I'm
reason why I
sorry.
said
I
it's
gotta
okay.
stop getting emotional. I'm
No,
sorry.
it's okay,
It's
and we gotta let it
okay,
out.
Mela. I do
But
it all the time.
but the thing is, the reason why I asked that question because if it was that simple, we wouldn't be having these problems. So I'm just trying to figure out, like, okay,
Let me get a
there
piece of the
is there
microphone.
more?
Me, what's a good
yeah,
Black
because this
man?
Let
What's
me
a
get a
good
piece
Black?
of the. Go ahead,
Oh,
Gigi.
what's a good Black man is a man who finds you important. I don't know, or who finds himself important. When you put yourself
These
on
gonna
a
be some sound
status of
bites.
importance and
oh my god,
greatness,
fam.
what?
Go ahead, Gigi.
You got to speak a little bit louder, G.
Yeah, we can't hear
Can
you.
you hear me?
You're real low.
Yeah, you get up
Can
closer
you
to
hear
the
me?
microphone.
Can you hear me now?
Please.
Speak directly
Hello.
into the mic, Gigi.
Is not in wait a minute. Invincible is like the ultimate word, right?
No.
To say you're invincible is the same word as impervious, meaning that you're really
It's
teetering
not
on this word
realistic.
grandiosity.
It's
It's
not
not
realistic.
rooted in a reality. That's why I put Disney terms to that. Like, I get what you're trying to say, but what you're describing
I
is
think because it's
a
come.
female
I think
tendency. Let me
because
just
it's
finish what I'm
me.
saying. I just
Yeah,
want to finish what I'm
it's
saying
because
because
it
you
came
do,
from me. That's all.
but that's what I'm talking about. That what's coming from you is the projection of the inner world you've created that
Exactly.
needs that piece to fill in. You're missing that one piece, and to me, you're projecting I need security, which is nothing different than what we're hearing from women as a whole. So like we have to break down what really started that initial signal of what would complete my puzzle piece, which is why you keep saying these words like soulmate and other things like I need attention and focus. He needs to be able to pay
I
attention to me. These
hold
are
on. I
things
didn't
that
say that. I
No,
didn't
he's
Gigi
say
talking
said that.
anything
about
And
about
I'm
okay,
needing
talking,
Mela.
attention.
Mella,
Give an
relax. I
example.
said Gigi was saying that, and I was using that again as an example to describe the map, not you specifically. So what I'm saying is when women tend to give these dissertation, well, not a dissertations, and this isn't coming from a position of trying to shame you. It's just a casual observation because this comes up a lot. Oftentimes, women will have a complete paradigm in their mind, and they're looking for somebody to fill that piece in. And so these common patterns we
Oh,
always hear are security, security, security. You understand what I'm
mm-mm.
saying? But
That's
Let
not where
there's
I'm coming
you're
from.
not in what I'm saying is the other aspects are not put into perspective. So when your response is
What
I need
aspects?
invincibility, when men
I
hear
don't
that,
need it. I don't
you
need it.
said men need to have that
Mela, let
coffee.
him finish
let him
first.
speak.
So once again, when you say this word, he needs to be invincible or impervious. These are unrealistic qualities that men are sitting down listening to, and they're trying to dissect that. Like, what does that really mean? And most of us are going to interpret that as you want security. And a lot of us understand as men that if we focus on you, I'm not saying neglect, but if we focus on you, we're not able to be on our purpose, which creates a catch 22. Now, I'm not saying this again to shame you or make your opinion, irrelevant. It's not. That's how you feel. It's what your thoughts are, and a lot of us
Good
see where you're
beans.
coming from. But what I mean is, that's the only way men can find remote use for that if they take that into consideration that that's a puzzle piece missing for you. And so
Good
again, it gets
beans.
back to the security dynamic and this word family that Mr. Research brought up again. All of that is included into the contract, which is why that word, I'm glad he used it, because we need to have a conversation of what family means, because too much in our community, family consists of a woman and child. And there's a reason for that. But go ahead, Mr. Research. I
Okay.
know you're trying to get into
But
that.
security,
I know that he mentions also slaying dragons. So is that realistic?
That's a
Slaying
metaphor.
dragons is a different context than what's being asked right
Okay.
now. Go ahead,
Now,
Robbie.
the question that Art asked was, as I recall, what is a good black man? I said
From
a good black
America.
I think
man, a,
Robbie's gonna answer.
a good black man is invincible. That was the answer, and everything else you said, it's fluff.
Really? Well, give it
okay,
time, sister. Give it
so
There's a
time.
Go
difference
ahead,
Sister,
between
Robbie.
fluff and not being able to make use of it yet.
Nameless.
so
Let Robbie do her thing.
Absolutely.
thank you. So a good man is one that provides security, and I don't think that a man providing security for a woman takes him off of his goal, because security is not just finances. Security is also emotional security. Now, this is coming from a woman that is black, is married to a black man, has a black family. Like, I'm living that dream that so many of us are not. Thank God for the blessing. But when it comes down to it, the basic problem is everybody falls into bed together before they fall into a relationship, before they understand what makes the other one tick, what the other one actually needs, what is priorities to someone, what is things that they can do without. And you have to really establish that connection and really understand your partner before you gain entry into sexual congress. Because then we have these situations where people are having sex, they have no knowledge of their sexual partner, and then people's feelings are hurt, which is when the vindictiveness and the pettiness comes into a relationship, because people feel like they're being lied to and they're being manipulated, when the reality is they didn't spend enough time investigating the person they chose to entertain on
okay.
both fronts.
Oh, appreciate the super chat, Kareem Alston. Okay, next person.
Who's researcher Gigi?
Oh, me? Yeah, well, a great black man, I feel, um, stand on his word. You know, keep his promises, does what he can, because it's tougher for them. And so, I don't know, a good father and a good provider, a good speaker, a great someone I can follow, who can
Mm.
take the lead. That's all I need.
I waited about 11 minutes before I opened my mouth because I wanted to come back come back to this to this one thing yet again. Family.
Hmm.
The guy doesn't have a family mindset. None of this matters. Whether it's money or and going back to what Gigi said, the family thought process is like Gigi said, in an emergency. Does he understand? That's why I said to Gigi, who's teaching him that? Half of these dudes who come into these relationships don't know what to do if you got to get your breast cut off in a surgery. He doesn't know that's the time for him to have empathy. Who's teaching him that? So you got to vet that dude at the onset of your relationship. You got to vet that dude to see how he is on his empathy, how he is on his situation with his children. Uh, th- that's what the purpose of a regular casual conversation is for. Many of the women I talk to now, very first thing, girl last night said the same thing. You can hold a conversation unlike a lot of other people. A lot of other guys are dormant in how they deal with adversity, which goes to Raw B's point. Now, which goes to Nameless' point. I don't think Nameless was ever talking about anybody specifically, but I think he was talking about the topic, and the topic being that these things get diluted when our women are not at the forefront of getting clarity of this guy sitting across from you.
Mm-hmm.
And while I understand that people want us to have a strength element or a Nameless use impenetrable element, I understand that, but many a times that's hated in the Black community. They make videos and songs about how they hate that type of strength, yet they claim they love it. So it gets really confusing. It's getting to the point where a lot of ladies of all colors are scaring men off with their inconsistencies of who they are and what they want. That's why I like what Raw B came in and said, and then what GG came in and said thereafter. There needs to be an understanding of how men operate, sons operate, and then we'll have better family scenarios because our ladies will be doing the same thing a black woman from France does. She looks for family first. She don't look for cute. The black German woman, talk to them. They don't look for cute. They don't look for money. They look for family mindset. The black Afro Latina, ask her. She does not look for all that. All that other stuff comes second and third. She's looking to see if you're familiar. That's what she wants to know. And our community is so damaged. It's like two people combating each other. So it's a weird situation. That's what I waited to say.
Yeah, and that was really what I was harpooning on. It's like we have to operate with this egalitarian template of 50-50, while at the same time having a complete imbalance when it comes to power of the state. And it leaves men trying to figure out what to do, because if they attempt to assert order, it's seen as an attempt to subjugate, and they're not the same thing. And the other question becomes, okay, well, where are men supposed to find this working model to copy to actually do that if their intentions are to have a family? And they're just not enough models. A lot of times there's some component of getting that from other cultures. You may be lucky and come from an intact structure. I don't know what your situation is, Raw B, but yeah, you were right in pointing out those dynamics. And that's why I appreciate Mr. Research again introducing this word family. We need to have a conversation about what that means and acknowledge that that word has been compromised and convoluted to watery consistency. There's nothing there for us to work with right now, and that's what we have to repair. Because I would even make the argument we don't even have a community. We're just a bunch of people who happen to live by each other, because there's an implied cooperative altruism that goes along with that. And if people's needs aren't being met, where does the altruism come from?
And shout
I
out to
would ask.
Kane for the Cash App. Appreciate you, fam. Go ahead, sister.
Hey, hey, Kane. I would ask, what is sacred amongst our culture as a people?
Hip hop.
It,
I'm just joking,
okay,
but it
I'm
seems
going
like
on
it.
mute. No, no, you see, and that's the problem. That's the problem, Art. That's the problem, Art. We always joking when it comes to
That's the
serious
only
matters,
that's the
Well,
only thing I can do to
right?
cover up the pain. But go
well,
ahead, sister.
well. The only thing we thought we talk about consistently is, and please don't hate me because this is the answer. We don't talk about sons like other cultures do. We don't talk about daughters and their dowry or their who they're going to marry into. We talk about sex, vagina, and dating. That's who we are.
That's
With a
what we
little bit,
consider sacred.
yes,
I
because that's
mean,
all we talk
Sex.
about. That's all we talk about.
yes,
Well,
absolutely. In fact, go ahead, Mello. Go ahead, Mello, because you're trying to make a point with something.
I'm just making sure I heard him correctly because he is correct. The only thing that I can recall that is focused on upon within our culture is sexual relations and not family, but sexual relations.
Yeah,
In
people
well,
to
all
check.
it,
we used to.
it's just, yeah, it's like we don't talk about family being sacred because there are people that go, hey fam, hey fam, hey fam, and as you had mentioned, we have actually taken that word family and turned it into something that is almost like a second thought as opposed to something sacred. And I'm just asking, what does our culture consider sacred?
Yeah, you
Well,
just said it though. That's a
Mel,
complete statement. Go ahead, Gigi.
Mel,
My bad.
um, okay, the thing which I knew was sacred in my family, I can't speak for every family, but I know I saw this in other people's family too, that I would say my friends, you know, homes when I was growing up, is that we would have like Sunday dinners and we would have like, um, Friday weekend, where everybody gathered up around to watch a videotape, and we would do outings, or uh, what I find sacred is family reunions, things like that. Now we don't do much of that anymore. We
Yeah,
don't
let
do
me
that.
let me get in there a little bit. And
Mhm.
Raw B, I appreciate you trying to correct me, but we do value entertainment more than real life as a culture,
We are boogaloo dancers.
and
Huh?
we
Wait,
are
what did I try
horrible
to
with it.
correct?
When you said that we're joking too much and all this stuff, it sounds
No, no, that wasn't
funny.
me. That wasn't me.
Oh, that was Mella.
No, that was Mello.
Boy, I got the same intensity voice. Okay. Uh, I'm like, wow, okay, y'all competing,
That's
but
funny.
but the thing is that I mean, that's what we. I mean, I don't care if it's what LeBron says, what Beyonce says. We literally have like fist fights over entertainment stuff more than like Gigi was saying about stuff that's with the family and policies that will be able for you to provide for your family. We don't
Well,
really
well,
get into
well,
it that much.
well, you can't have that because that was beat out of your great 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 grandfather, and that
Hmm.
and he was a simp for trying to care about the woman. He was a simpleton.
Hmm.
His whole goal was to look at hips and breasts and get massa a good a good baby to sell.
Wow.
Mr. Research,
Oh,
I'm looking at this book right now
Yeah,
and I'm
wow.
almost done with it. It's labeled The American Slave Coast. And it's why I'm saying what I'm saying in this conversation, because the exact paradigm that's going on now, it's as if they have copied and pasted the plantation from back then and just superimposed it in 2020 and was just like, all right, we'll just change some of the faces and add new clothes and there we go. I
Yeah.
don't see the difference. Real talk. I don't know what the difference is.
Right.
Goodbye, Uncle Tom, or Farewell, Uncle Tom is all it is, clear as day. If you don't, for those people that don't like to read, at least watch that movie. It's about what, 2 hours, y'all. Yeah, that movie shows exactly what these brothers are talking about, how they prepare you. And matter of fact, they have it to. I think they had the situation where they were putting the bag over the mother. No, that's another story. But that's how you get the MF word.
Wow.
But putting the
Yeah.
bag over the mother's head, and then the
Yep.
sons
Yeah,
doing the
because
mom.
Jefferson, they cut off the international African slave trade so that he can make bread with his baby farms they were building up there in Virginia and South Carolina. And so they would literally sit down and just breed people so they didn't have to worry about trying to go to the middleman, so to speak. They were cleaning up. And this was at the time in 1812 when, you know, the country had to shut down because they were busy fighting the British for a hot second. Y'all know about the War of 1812.
Yeah.
That was part of what inspired that. And so here they are at the end of that, and now you've got all these colonies that are starting to pop up out of nowhere that need slave labor to make it happen. The international trade's cut off, so who you think is going to be in demand? Those slaves that are being bred. And they were literally marching people in chain gangs all throughout the South. And that's how you got those states of Alabama, Mississippi, and all of that. You were busy running the Native Americans out of there, building up towns and plantations, and making stupid money. And
And
it was
and
a whole incentivization. Go ahead, Mr. Research.
and I like to, for everybody to be clear, if the black man did not create the cotton gin, there would slavery would not have quadrupled in America. If the black man trying to please his master did not sit up here and chaw on wood every day, slave John, had a whole bunch of them named John, but this one was named John. God had created the boll weevil infestation, killing cotton. Cotton had intended to die out, but this slave weathered weeks and weeks to create something to pick out all them bugs. And then they took the idea from him, white man patented, and slavery quadrupled.
Mm,
There we go.
mm.
There we go. But it's to show
Yeah.
how, you know, that incentive multiplied, and it created a dynamic on the plantation where the definition of man was obliterated with the buck breaking dynamic. And you only had two classifications of men and two roles to fill. You were the breeder, or you were an individual on the slave on the plantation, just working yourself. And you didn't have a family unit there. You just had the mother and the child, where at any given moment, y'all could have been separated. So we've got all of these traumas that have been left over from that have essentially just been fostered because it carried out in the Reconstruction. And it's like the only time we got some grounding to actually make progress, which was very rapid outside of Reconstruction. Here we go with the 3K camp showing up and just literally militarizing and shutting it down, or organizing themselves politically to make political parties to literally force us out, make us to where we don't even vote. So now we're back to square one again. And the same condition that we had on the plantation came right out. And that creates a situation that Mr. Research was saying at the beginning of the statement about, you know, he's falling back on his condition and what's attractive. We're back to the sex dynamic all over again. And
Well, can
So
can
then
I?
why do you go ahead, Gigi?
Oh, go ahead, Walt. If you.
oh, that was you speaking, Raw? My bad. Go ahead, Raw.
No, me and Gigi had started speaking at the same time. I told her go ahead. Go ahead, Gigi.
Oh no, because I wanted to say okay, because part of my family is from Haiti, right? And we know our history over there. Because we kicked out the Europeans a long time. We keep kicking them out.
Shout out to your
Oh,
man
Not anymore.
Bokeman. Shout out to your man Bokeman.
red and
My
blue, red and
father,
blue
we keep
flag.
kicking them
Right.
out. So they keep us poor, but you know they got the sugar from us from the sugar canes and the rice, and the thing is, I was trying to explain to someone a while back because they were like talking about, oh yeah, you know the da 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 da. I said, you don't know your history, do you, huh? You know, and I guess they got kind of upset because I'm like, they don't teach you about your history, and they don't teach you that we had a agreement with certain countries. You understand? This is why there's Creole in Louisiana because there was that trade that was happening. But people don't want to hear this, you know. And then I'm like, do you think like when the mixed kid, because people are like, well, da 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 da. I said, you think the slaves on the field had it worse? The slave in the house had it worse. You know what I mean? And they paraded us in their clothes so they can front us and so they can make you hate us. You know what I'm saying? In the meantime, you're not living in a nice luxurious bed. You're living in a basement. You're trapped. And then it was the weirdest thing. It's like people don't get it. They want to understand one point, but they don't want to understand the other side. And then I'm like, do you understand that they used to make, this is the psychological process, they used to make you mate with your own siblings. You
Yes, the back of the
understand that
head.
True.
yeah. And people don't get that, and I'm like, do you understand they try to inbreed us? Like, it's weird. It's not a good pass for us. So for you to sit there and undermine me when I'm trying to speak to you and tell you what's going on, so I'm just like, okay, whatever. You want to keep believing what you believe, go ahead and believe what you believe.
Why you think they trying to change history? They're trying to change it so
It
people,
don't seem so bad.
yeah,
Yeah.
they don't want to take the responsibility for this stuff that
It don't
happened. But go
seem,
ahead.
yeah, it don't seem so bad. They do it to their own dogs. They
This is
treat
why
their
we have
dogs
to
better.
remove the anti-blacks from our black spaces.
Facts. I
Right,
mean,
because
Robbie, go ahead.
my question was going to be, knowing what we know, and for those that didn't know before, the nameless protagonist and Mr. Research and Gigi told y'all about the history of slaves, why do you think it is that the black woman is always blamed for everything in our society?
Everything.
What,
That's
give me
that's
an
gonna
example
turn
of what
into
you mean by everything.
Yeah, break that down
Well,
for us.
Oh,
yeah.
we're blamed
everything.
we're blamed for how the wind blows, for how the children are raised, for the breakdown of
Gas
the
prices.
family that we're right, gas prices, if your
If you
stuff
don't wake
can't
up to
stand
it,
up.
Okay, you being facetious. I mean, for real. What's your
Like,
real?
what do you mean specifically? Because, like, if I'm
Yeah, I
paying
mean, I'm
back,
putting 2110.
you said what?
Okay, about
bro,
with the
break
children
it down, bro,
specifically,
break it
with the
down. What you
children.
mean?
Well,
Yes,
here's
with the children specifically, everything comes down to it's how the black woman
How much
raises the
power does
kids.
the man have over a child being born?
A lot, but he has all the power.
Explain.
He has,
damn it.
Explain.
has
Do we
all
gotta
the
walk down
power.
this logic again? I mean, because I gotta get ready to go to work. You got
Explain.
this, Mr.
Okay.
Research?
Boom. I'm gonna tell you real quick. I'm gonna tell you real quick. This is how black men take back
Um,
their power. Black men have the sperm. The sperm cell is what actually creates the life. Ovum can live inside a woman's body forever. Without a sperm, it's just an egg. So if
That's
men
nature
protect
though.
their sperm, if men protect their sperm, you understand what I'm saying? Then
Mm.
there is no issues about, oh well, she decided to keep the kid and I didn't want one. Oh well, she decided to have an abortion. I didn't want her to. Oh well, now I got to pay child support. Protect your sperm. Stop spilling your seed everywhere. You
so
did that for
Robbie,
centuries.
all I'm gonna say this before I goes. There's only 53% of black men even have kids in the first place. So you're skipping a very, very important point about this whole thing. Talking about
Do
human beings, we're not
100% of
talking about.
black women have the kids?
So you're using a conflation
Right?
point to go back to these 100% binary dichotomies. Listen, are dudes out here essentially raping women all over the damn place? Or are there exchanges that occur before sex takes place? Yes or no?
The point that I'm making, just like I said earlier, is people
Please
fall
don't
into
sidestep it.
bed.
I'm asking a simple yes or no question. Is there an exchange and an agreement for sex to take place, which is essentially decided by the women first? Yes or no?
It's decided by both parties, but yes.
Okay, who has the initiative in the decision? Can a dude just go, you know what, I'm trying to smash? Is that
Yeah,
how that
dudes
works?
do that all the time.
And then
And
who
women
has the
want
final
to
say
smash
so on and whether or
too.
not that
Women
occurs?
be feeling. Women be
Well,
feeling.
if we want to be really honest and look at the stats, there are a whole bunch of men that slip women roofies. There are a whole bunch of men that
Right?
give women
Mm.
So your
excessively
argument is these
inebriated.
women are being raped, basically. Is that what you're telling me?
What I'm telling you is sex is a act that is consented on
Uh
by
oh.
both people.
Who has the
I can
Nameless,
have sex with you and I can't get you
nameless.
pregnant. Wait, I'm not finished. I'm not finished. Listen, because if I choose to have sex with you, I cannot get you
You
pregnant.
pregnant? Yep.
But if
Oh
you
my
have sex
god.
with me,
You just
you
said
can get me
choose.
pregnant.
But you
So
have the initiative on that. So my point is this: at the end of the day, and that's why I brought that first statistic up again about only 53% of men even have kids in the black community. when you compare the percentage of
And
women
how
who have
many
it,
women
it's
have
much
kids?
higher. So that's what I'm saying. The amount of rather women have a much higher percentage of kids. It's not like some dismal amount, which
What?
means it's the same dudes getting out a lot of the same women. So my
I
point goes
only got
back
one
to
That's
question.
not what that means.
it's women who are making the decision at the end of the day to allow these dudes to hit them raw. Period. If a
Okay, so
dude
let me break
if
that.
a dude let me just it's just simple common sense. If a dude wants to smash a chick raw and the woman doesn't want that, it is a dude able to force himself on a woman
Get
in
a
that
Catholic
circumstance?
chick.
I know men
So
that put
Is that
holes in
the
the
plan?
condom.
I know
I know
women
men
will do
that
the
put
same
holes in
thing.
the
Let's not
condom.
bring up
I
no
know
point.
men
That
that
is a
take the
moot
condom
point.
off
That is a
while they
moot
having
point.
sex. But
That
the
is a
point that I
moot
was
point.
about to make is with the statistics that you're looking at, are those men that claim their children? Are those men that only have men with black women? See, women don't get the opportunity to have a kid and be like, oh no, I don't have a kid. It's part of our
No,
medical
you're
history.
you're missing the whole point. At the end of the day, if a dude busts in a chick raw, she decided to let that happen. They're both responsible at that point. But from that point
No.
on, no. From that point on, we have laws that are in place to where if that dude doesn't want that child, there's nothing he can do to stop that from that point on, and it is in complete control of this
He
woman.
can
But we're
sign over
going
his
back
parental
to that.
rights.
He can and does. I've had my whole family on that. It's anecdotal experience everywhere. It's what created a lot of what's in the manosphere right now. And if you want more information with that, I highly suggest you guys go look at Dr. Tiasan Johnson's work. This is a big issue again when we break down to issues with the family. There's a lot of laws that have been put in place that skew power over reproduction, power over the family dynamic in the hands of women. And there's this narrative that black men just don't care, and that's BS. My point is this
Okay,
again,
so if you
there's
come,
not an opportunity where any man busted in a chick raw and that chick didn't know about it. And if it happened, it's just as many opportunities where a lot of dudes get sperm jacked too. So that is a
but
moot
this is
point to
the
bring that
thing.
up.
If a man is having raw, unprotected sex with a woman, knowing that he doesn't have any rights over her reproductive system, the responsibility belongs on the man because you have to know the woman that you're busting your nut in. If you're busting your nut in some random hoe that needs to come up and she needs that child support check, of course she's probably not going to have an abortion. Of course she's probably going to have the kid. But you will sit there and put that blame on her instead of looking at the men because why are you sleeping with a certain caliber of woman?
Exactly.
But
Y'all
do you
never
hear
get
what
to
you're
the point.
saying though? You're giving a chicken or the egg argument though.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
I'm really not.
No,
It
he's
really
not.
the
Because
Let me
you
let me
problem the problem belongs to you
Back
men.
to
You
this
men will come in any single
because
orifice that
dude,
you can.
because he raped her, right? Which is what you're saying at the
No,
end of the day.
that's not
no,
what I
Either
said.
that,
no,
either that,
Raw
either
That's
he raped
not
her,
what I
or
said.
women don't have
That's
the ability
not
to
what I
release
said. You're
discretion
not
and take
gonna
accountability for their wrong.
to
You're not
change my
taking
words around.
accountability for
What
men.
you're
You're not
not
making
taking accountability. You're not taking accountability for
a
men. I don't
dude
have to worry
can't
about this
force
issue
look.
sex
because
on a woman. A
I
dude
believe
can't
in
force sex
protections
on a
for
Well,
woman.
men
well,
and
well,
women.
Dude
look,
But if
can't force
men
this
are
sex
is
on a
sitting there
woman.
having
A
sex with women
dude
Okay,
can't
and
have
force
men
order,
sex
have
y'all.
the
on a
Have
woman.
order,
issues,
y'all.
but
A
a man
dude
can
can't force
control his
sex on a woman.
sperm. A
And a
man can
woman
control
controls
his
her
sperm.
reproductive rights.
A
A
man can
woman
control
decides
his
if
sperm.
and when sex happens, period. These dudes are not running out raping these women. You can't run around with the
But
roofie
guess what?
argument.
If
we
you
ain't
Sounds
wind
saying
like
up
these
all
having
arguments.
if
You
you
already
wind
know
up
you got
having
these
sex
women
with a
running around
woman,
here doing
if you
stupid
wind up
things
having sex with a woman and you get her pregnant, and
because
then
she
you're
agreed
mad
to
that
it
she wants to
and
have the
you're
kid,
raw.
then it's
And if
your
you're
problem
if
because
you're doing it
you made the
yeah, but
choice.
she
if
don't
you're
believe in
Let
doing
me
it
ask
raw,
procreation.
a
it's because this chick agreed to it.
let me ask
It's
a mathematical question. Let me ask a mathematical question. So let's concede that it's the guys and their sperm. Okay. So the strength of nameless argument is the math. If the guy and the sperm is the main thing, but data shows that over half of men don't have kids, explain how the women got those extra kids.
Okay?
But the point with the statistics are what I have found in all of my research is statistics can be skewed to fit any
But
dynamic.
you're using them though,
And
Rob.
I didn't use any statistics. I asked what was the actual number from whatever statistic that you pulled up that shows what amount of women, black women, were having children. And what I further said is men can deny children. Men do deny children until DNA tests are proven that they're the father. Women do not have that luxury because as soon as a woman pushes out a child out of her vagina, it is recorded in her medical file and in the federal IRS system when they create social security numbers. So that
Let
is
me.
not necessarily
Okay,
a
no
true
problem.
statistic.
No problem. Let me ask two more questions. So, and these are political law policy questions, and there's no right or wrong answer. I just want to know what you and Gigi think. Um, so, in order to stop this,
Nameless, thank you for stopping by. It was great meeting you.
in order to stop this, that you guys said is only on the men, would you be happy undoing all of the Ronald Reagan 1986 laws and going back to the Jimmy Carter laws?
I don't know all of the Ronald Reagan laws or the Jimmy Carter laws, so I cannot honestly answer that
I
question.
couldn't answer it either.
Okay. So the Ronald Reagan laws gave women the power over children that we have today. Before that, you had to really go to court behind this stuff. Also, the Ronald Reagan laws gave women the power to have a kid as a and get taxes as a married couple, and also Ronald Reagan gave women the power to give any reason for a divorce.
Yep.
It used to be that you had to show valid reason for divorce, and because of that, it caused people to be very selective on who they married and why they married. In the case of this argument between you and Nameless, I'm just going to take out the piece about the children. So, would it be okay to rescind the laws to where, as you said, it's the man's responsibility? So we go back to the laws that say, "Hey, look, you men are responsible. You get to decide what happens."
Um, that goes back to a deeper principle because that those laws undid some other laws that were put in place in the early 17th century. Because at one
What does
point,
what does the
No, no, no. The ones
17th
in
century?
1920, the ones in
what?
1920 out, the ones in 1920 outdid the 1700s.
Hold on, because I'm pulling up exactly what I'm talking about. I'm
While
pulling
you
it up
do
on my
that,
phone.
let me say this to the panel. Um, so this argument that Art named righteously called the egg before the chicken argument, it always says, okay, who's more at fault, men or women? And women always like to say that it's the guys. Okay, I'm willing to go down the hamster hole with that. If that's the case, let's go back to the laws that they still have outside of this country that said once a child is born, when a child hits 13, 12 years old, they go to the father, period. If we're going to
I
put
like
this
that.
thing on
That's
the men,
Yep.
biblical. That's
let's
biblical
go
right
down
there.
that hamster hole.
Oh,
I
That's
that
am
biblical
happened
right
to
there.
me.
That
Amen, brother.
that should be done.
That's
That
biblical.
happened to
I
me.
look,
I was
look.
married
If
to
a
my
hoe gonna be a hoe,
father.
let it be a hoe. You know what I mean? And then and that is what it is. You know what I mean? If a woman wants to have a kid by a man and then run the streets while she has a kid, then go get your kid. That's what I did. I wasn't gonna allow it. Look, here's the thing, man. I deal with reality, and the reality is, and I'm not trying to offend no woman here. I think like my grandmother. Believe it or not. See, I tell you what. I set this up like this. Let's go back to the 50s, right? Let's not even go back in ancient times. Let's go back to the 50s and 60s.
before
Women,
voting.
women, women will hold women accountable by having conversations with them, by telling them to protect themselves and not go out here and have premarital sex and all that, because these men out here will just knock you up and leave you. Because there were men out there that did that. There was men out there in the 20s that did that. So the women would tell their daughters that. And the men held men accountable by something called the shotgun. You knock my daughter up, I'm gonna put a fucking snub nose in your face.
Hold on,
All right,
hold on,
and you're
hold on,
gonna
hold on,
marry her.
hold on, Jay Sean, just to add to what you're saying. And the white men were the main ones leaving babies everywhere, which
everywhere,
is
and
why
that's why they even
welfare
created a
was
system.
created.
You know what I mean, they used to have kids running around. They had orphans running around all of the 1900s. They, I forgot the name of it. They used to be the gangs of New York and the gangs of Boardwalk. Matter of fact, the Boardwalk covered that. That show, Boardwalk Empire, covered some of that. Another show, a good show you can watch on Cinemax called The Nick, shows a
And the
lot of
gangs
this.
of Boardwalk. Matter of fact, the Boardwalk
Yeah, so
covered that. That show's board.
there's a history to this. You know what I mean? But the bottom line is that when the sexual liberation came through in the 60s and 70s, right? Then came behind the R&D to develop all of these birth control, for women. Women decided to have premarital sex, extrajudicial sex with whoever they want to have sex with, and that's what changed the game. Now, what I'm gonna say to brothers is this, and it's not capable for black women. This is dealing with the realities. They do not take responsibility for their womb no more. So you have to protect your seed. It's just that simple. We're not going to keep having these stupid ass arguments no more. All right. If they don't want to look, a woman is not going to tell another woman that she needs to defend her womb, especially when you're talking about brothers not taking care of business, brothers not taking care of their kids, brothers not stepping up. Then you should definitely be telling your daughters not to be having premarital unprotected sex. But if they want to sit around on a table and just blame the men, let them do it. The bottom line is this: you need to take care of your business because that courtroom, when she decides to keep it, is going to deal with you. You see what I'm saying? So to me, it's all about business. I mean, that's why I always tell brothers all the time. They think I'm just saying a slogan. Business is life and life is business. Handle yours because all this is business now. The courts are involved, society is involved. It's all about money. It's all about coming up. They got a whole genre called Love and Hip Hop and Basketball Wives dedicated to the shit. Bunch of chicks ain't even been married to a basketball player, but they use their womb though. You know what I mean? So this is just the way we at right now. And until we
That's why
And
I
raise a
call love and
generation,
hip hop.
yeah, exactly.
and
Until we raise a generation of women that we need, that we want, and that we used to have. This is a mute argument. All right, there are women
exactly.
in our society, not just black women, all
You
women,
right about that one.
Asian women, white women, they've been socialized to be this fucking reckless. All right, to
You
put
right
all the
about
fucking
that
blame on
one.
him, even though they have 30 forms of birth control, even though it's their womb, they've been taught this. All right, so there's nothing you can do to really to alleviate the situation, but protect your seed and lead. And then the last thing I'm gonna say is this, and the reason why I'm throwing it back on us because I'm not looking for her to lead. All right, we got a fucking problem. We need to fix it. Let's get out here as men, handle our business, and fix the problem. And we're gonna have to, we're gonna have to handle our business. And the reason why I say protect your seed, because a lot of niggas out here too tender dick to run around with these girls the way they want them to. All right, that's why you keep ending up getting stuck and jammed. All right, you don't know how to help control your seed, control your BP oil spillage because they don't give a fuck. End of discussion.
Jay Shine,
Exactly.
my
Yeah.
man.
And that's the point that I was making because at the end of the
Yes,
day,
exactly. That's
I didn't
exactly the
have
point I
my
was
first
trying to
child.
say.
Right. I didn't have my first child until I was 32. You understand what I'm saying? In my family, we are taught order. You don't just have everybody's child, but we are talking to the
Exactly.
masses. Yes, we're not talking about individuals. To the masses on a whole, there's a lot of men out here spilling their seed everywhere, knowing that women is going to take and do whatever, choose better. But I do speak to women about protecting themselves too, and I'm going to be speaking about it today, tonight on my show, because this is not a game. Because women,
Oh,
as
I
black
very
women,
much.
yes, we have to start taking our power back too. If they want to put the blame on us, then don't give them access. If they don't
Where
have
did
no
your power
access,
go?
huh?
Where did your power go?
What do you mean? Where did my power go?
You already have power. Who took it from you?
Ain't nobody took nobody's
I
power.
didn't say that nobody. What are you? Stop trying to debate me. What I'm saying is,
Hold
black
on.
men is
Hold on.
always trying to
Here we
shift
go.
it over to the black
Black men.
women. Black men is always trying to shift it over to the black women. So if you want to give us all the power, I got the answers for the
He got
sisters.
jokes.
That part. Don't give y'all no access. If we stop giving y'all some buns, then y'all gonna be complaining that we too severe. We don't want to give you no goodies. We don't
Okay,
want to give you
whatever.
that rap.
Cause like people are surprised that I only got one child, and they be like, well, and I said this before, and they were like, well, you said you got. I said no, I've helped raise kids. I've had kids over, like cause I had to take them off these weird ass parents, freaking faces, cause they couldn't handle it. But I only got one child. I only give birth once.
Hold up, time out, time out. Can I say something real quick? Can I say something? Because this is why we can't have grown up conversations. All right, there's a brother in the chat room. No disrespect to the brother, but he said, "Brothers, nearly no evidence that suggesting dudes are spreading recklessly." So if we're not spreading our seed, then there's no conversation. That doesn't make sense. If we're not spreading our seed, then there's no conversation. I'm saying that. Look, she doesn't give a shit, homie. The women of today don't give a fuck. They don't care about protecting the womb. They're
Some
not.
some women.
Look, I'm saying in general. Just like we talking about black men in general. I ain't taking nothing you said offensive, right? So I'm just talking in general. So when you say black men in general, I know you ain't talk about me because I got kid. I got custody of my kid. You know what I mean? So
Ooh.
anyway, so you know what I mean? It's no big deal. I'm not taking it personal when you say black men. Don't take it personal when I say women. All right. So women in general, all right, don't give a fuck. All right. They don't care. They're doing what they want to do and they blame it on him. And there's a whole social apparatus there to catch them when they do that. My thing is this. I'm not going to sit here and cry about the realities of the ground. I'm fighting this shit like a war. The fact on the ground is we're behind enemy lines. We fucking out of ammo. You know what I mean? And we're going to have to survive. So what we going to do? We're going to say playing about the motherfuckers shooting at us, or we going to do what we got to do to outflank these motherfuckers? You see what I'm saying? And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to outflank them. We're
Let me
gonna have to
say this.
change the environment. The brother, I'm saying to the brother in the room, in the chat room, brother, you're not dealing with reality because if we're not spreading it indiscriminately, right, or some of us are not doing it, because my man was right earlier, 53% of black men, 47% of black men don't even have children. All right,
That's
so
true.
53% of black men, but then we got it. I don't want to hear no more about what black women are doing no more. If that's the case, if we're
Well,
not doing it, if we're not protecting our seed, then there should be no baby mama drama, right? And there shouldn't be all these talks about how many abortions black women have. You see what I'm saying? We can't have it both ways.
Here's the thing.
So somebody's getting somebody pregnant, man.
Here's the thing Jay Sean is saying to the guy in the chat room. Don't just blurt out stuff. Don't
yeah.
just pollute I mean, you willing to have your own opinion, but don't let your own opinion be roach spray just for the amusement of being able to say, see, I can push a spray button.
Yeah,
You
it's
know
cool.
what
It's
I'm
cool. It's no beef, man. I'm just saying
But
that, I
okay.
want the brother to
saying?
think. You know what I mean?
We
I want the brother to think right now. I want the brother to really think because I'm trying to talk to on some man shit right now. I
let me
understand the situation is not what we want it to be. It's not what it should be. Now the question is, what do we do about it, right? So I'm gonna tell young men to go out here and like, look, I'm gonna tell you, just like Steven Jackson did when he did his little video, when he was talking to young men about how he had 5 baby mamas, 2 he never had an issue, and 3 gave him hell. You know what I mean? And he called them those 3 that gave him hell every word in the book because he's giving his experience. He's trying to tell these young dudes, don't be like me. This shit ain't cool. Find the one. You know what I mean? Now, is he a simp for saying you to find the one to have a kid and have a family? But no, he's telling you don't go through. Don't do that because don't do what Hove did. Hove did that, so you have to go through that. That's what he was telling you. And I'm telling you the same fucking thing. You don't want to be in a courtroom 6 times. You don't want to be on child support. You don't want this. You don't want that. Now, you can sit here and argue with these females all you want. I'm going to give you the secret to the world. And here's the secret. People do what the fuck they can get away with. So until you change the environment, until you attack this court system, until you attack the system that backs them, you fucking dead in the water. You're just spinning your wheels.
And you know what?
Protect your seed.
Back in the 90s, remember when they used to like women, dudes would wear condoms and women would put holes in them, or they would take the condom out the trash can and impregnate themselves. Yeah,
All
there
kind of
are
foul shit. Hey, Crimson Core got a good question for the ladies in the chat room. I want the ladies to see it. The last question. So I'd like to know if the women think they have any agency. That's a good question, ladies. I'm curious.
Good question.
Okay, so let me tell y'all a
agency.
story.
Do they
Um,
have any
he
agency?
said we ain't impregnating ourselves, but we keeping it ourselves. He has no say in that. Here's the thing that I'm gonna need y'all to understand. As I have stated, as Jay Sean has stated, every woman doesn't have logic and forethought over her womb. So walking into that situation and knowing that you have to protect your sperm. Now, as for me, and for dudes saying that, oh, well, women don't say anything to other women. I grew up with a bunch of chicks that had kids that walked across high school stage with kids and all type of stuff. When I was telling these women to protect themselves, if you want to have sex, whatever, protect yourself, don't get pregnant, I was ostracized as the bad guy. When I didn't have children until I was 32, I was ostracized and told that I hate kids and everything else. So it's a bigger picture than each individual woman when society is pushing the narrative that this is cool when men are running around sleeping with kids chicks and having these kids.
Well,
a bigger
in all
issue.
fairness, Raw. In all
Not
fairness,
all
Raw.
of us.
Just all fairness, Raw. In all fairness, Raw. And I'm not trying to make excuses because I just gave a soliloquy for men being responsible. But at the same time, those same girls are dealing with you saying that are not ready to govern over their womb. We got young men out here not ready to govern over their seed too. So I mean, see what I'm saying? We can't
Exactly,
keep
and
calling a
then
16-year-old boy
That's what she
or a
was saying.
17-year-old boy a man.
but that's
All
what
right?
I'm saying. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
that's
It's
what she
on
was saying
society.
earlier.
It's on
I
the
understand that,
parents.
sister, but I'm saying that's why it's imperative as a father of I'm a proud dad, a girl dad. You understand me? And I got 4 sisters. All right. I make sure I tell them how we operate so they can defend themselves. You see what I'm saying? That shit. The only thing I really want to hear from women, to be honest, I'm just being personal as I can. The only thing I want to hear from women is women talking to women. Defend themselves. If men are out here, you saying that men are out here being reckless with their penis, okay, then tell the girls to defend their fucking womb. All right.
I just did
Tell
a
them to
whole
use
four
one to,
hour. I just did a
you know.
whole 4 hour live the other day breaking down what women can use to protect themselves so they don't have to get pregnant,
Oh,
even if
fair
it's to
enough.
poke
Fair
a
enough.
hole in
It's
the
not
towel.
even
It,
just
you know what I'm
pregnancy, it's
saying?
the diseases out there.
STDs,
Right,
all that
that
shit. Thank you,
too.
sis. Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
I covered
And,
that
and,
too. I
and you
covered
know what?
how
Not to put my daughter's business out there. Actually, I put it like this: as a father of a young girl, understanding what girls go through for their appointments and their development, this is something y'all shouldn't be playing with. So that's why it's like this whole WAP shit is like, god damn, you know what I mean? Like we just playing Russian roulette. Now the men were doing that with their penises in the 60s and 70s and 80s, and now the sisters are playing Russian roulette with the womb.
Yeah, and it's delicate. You can't abuse it. People be like thinking that it's something to use and leave and abuse, and it's not.
Yeah.
because
It's
the women are not
delicate.
saying anything. The older women are not saying anything. And that's what
that's not
Jay Sean
true.
is trying. Let me finish. That's what Jay Sean is trying to say. We are very quick to say, you boys, your
Yep.
sperm. But when it comes to the women, hey, you girls, y'all, it's hard
Yeah,
being a
you know where I learned the word heifer and hussy and all that shit from? I learned words like heifer. Um, uh, let me try to remember old school words my auntie used to say. Um, floozy. What else?
Floozy.
Yeah, I got that
Yeah.
from women. That was women talking about other women who were out of pocket, running.
men.
Mhm.
I mean, running up and
Right,
down the
that part.
street.
They don't talk about it.
They ain't just go out and say, "All right,
The
she's out
loose
here hoeing."
the loose
Them
ones.
men are fucking her though. You know what I mean? They didn't do that. They went straight at her. This fucking floozy, this goddamn heifer, this hussy. You know what I mean? They all these old school
That
terms.
home
That was
wrecker.
black women in the house doing that shit. I used to sit there as a little boy, like, damn, man, they cussing this bitch out. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? That's how they were. But
That's
now
how
there's a
it
knee-jerk
is.
reaction now to just blame the dudes for everything. And I'm saying, look, all right, fine. You want to give us that power? Give us that power. But brothers, a lot of brothers don't understand what power and agency means. And that's why I try to push, you know what I mean, when I come out here in the streets. Look, I'm a terrorist with the penis. You know what I mean? I'm a goddamn tyrant with it. All right. I'll give it and take it away, you know? And I don't spill
No, that's
shit.
what you're supposed to do. No, that's
Give
Exactly.
it and take it
Yeah,
away.
the
Yeah.
Midas
You know what I mean?
touch.
Yeah. No, and I don't spill
Exactly.
a
And that's
goddamn
how
thing.
and that's how women we should be. It shouldn't be just given. It should be like, oh, you okay? You gonna act up? You ain't gonna get it.
but where
But
we
that
see
goes back to what we was talking about earlier in the show.
Wow.
In society, hypersexualizing little girls and creating situations that make the lusty nature in little boys rise to the surface. This is a
my
All
societal
right.
lady, why do
problem.
you keep
Yeah.
saying society?
And
It's
society
women.
doesn't sexualize little
It's
boys too.
women. It ain't society. It's women.
First of all,
Yeah.
hypersexualization,
Somebody made a good question. Somebody, hold up.
Nazi.
Who said that? That they sexualizing little boys too. Who said that?
Me?
AB, expand on
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. They sexualize little boys too.
Come
I
on.
just I just saw a clip. This 17-year-old boy just got married to a 44-year-old woman.
Oh yeah, that's in Africa. Well, you got grandmothers in America going to court for molesting their grandson.
I'm not
Yeah,
surprised at
yeah.
all.
I mean, we
Oh
had a
my
conversation
god.
here before. Art, then we was talking about. We all had these stories about being touched. We don't talk about it. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
black
When we,
boys are sexualized more than black girls ever been
Yeah,
over the years.
Oh
So
Just,
wow.
my
just,
point
just
is that
don't
we
don't
got
But
a
stop.
the
lot of.
point is, that's what society is creating. Now, if
Yeah.
y'all are not going to be real enough to look at it from what you just said about the history of slaves and how we were forced to inbreed, forced to have sex, boys were
Mhm.
forced to have sex with their mothers and whatever else, then you're not in touch with
Yep.
reality. This
Okay.
is
Exactly.
I never said I
this
was
is a
denying that.
trickle.
You want
This
to
is
know?
a
I
trickle.
can't
But
deny
This
that
is
either.
a
that's what I
this
brought
is
up
I
a
never said I
trickle
was denying
down.
that.
This is a trickle down effect from what society has caused. And if, oh, sorry, y'all, my son is in the back having a little moment. But if you
What up,
guys were
soldier?
here for the conversation, yeah, so the conversation earlier on in this chat, we talked about how movies like Dirty Dancing, 16 Candles,
Yeah.
Madonna, how that also influenced the culture. So when you
Yeah,
have sex being thrown at our children from all angles, boys and
yeah,
girls, and the
24/7. Yeah,
parents aren't regulating
Okay.
that, we get to the places that we are right now.
got you. I got it. All right. Well, I'm sorry. I had to jump on here and just give my 2 cents. All right. I ain't mean to run over time. I got to get back to work. I'm working late today. I'm in the office.
I knew you
Um,
couldn't resist. That's why I knew you were
I
coming. It was
had
like
to,
candy. It was
man. You
like
know what I mean?
Candyman.
This is
I
my
know.
this is my lane right here, man. Man.
I
Peace to the
already
chat.
know.
Rose, my girl. That's my sister. What's up, Gigi? You know what I mean?
Oh
Everybody on
yeah.
the man, research. I have my people,
Oh,
man.
this family
But
here, y'all.
I just think going forward, y'all, you know what I mean, we're gonna have to start thinking outside the box and start doing what's required. This is a fucking war as far as I'm looking at it, because we can't keep going the way we're going. This ain't working. This ain't working. I mean, this WAP shit. I mean, even though we had city girls and all kind of shit way before that, but for some reason this one just pushed me over the top. Like, God damn, we are fucked up. We fucked up. You know what I mean? This is a problem. You know what I mean? And then you go online and you see the girls, you know what I mean, mimicking it. And I'm like, oh
I
man.
have to change. I can't even watch. I'm like, nah,
Man, this is too much,
cartoon
man.
is weird.
And they making it fucking mainstream, and then there's a Fox in the hen house, and that Fox is putting it on Apple Music, and there was that girl, what's that girl from Love and Hip Hop that was talking about how she loves being a thought and all that, and they put this conversation with these women, it was Cardi B and some other chicks, it was like four of them from the Love and Hip Hop shit. They were on, and Apple Music put that up as a fucking like a spot on Apple Music, so they're promoting this shit.
Not
You know what I
surprising.
mean? They promoting it. They promoting the degradation of our culture. So as men, I'm just saying, as men, I'm not looking for the women for leadership on this. We're gonna have to make a sea change. We're gonna have to make a sea change. You know what I mean? And we're gonna have to be that generation or the generation of 2 or 3 that says enough, enough of the
And let
bullshit.
me hold on, let me say something real quick. So, all of you that do not know, I have a son that has autism. My son is literally on my body. Don't ever get it fucking twisted. Watch your trash ass mouth.
Well, look, I gotta roll. I gotta get back to my training. I gotta need my headphones for that. But y'all be cool, man, and be easy, man, and take care of each other.
Well,
Okay.
appreciate it, Jay Sean,
All
for
right.
coming through. Appreciate you, fam.
Thank you.
What's going on, sir? Good afternoon, everybody.
You good? Oh, the smoke is clear. Go ahead. Now you can speak.
Oh my gosh. Why? He was cool. He said what he had to say. He was on point on that one.
You know, from what I'm seeing, the way that this conversation is going is trying to convey feelings and pose actual logic or bring logic to the conversation. And we know how that goes. If you can't convey the feeling, then those who are not willing to accept the logic is just going to keep drinking the wine of omission. Now, to the why are the women to blame conversation, women birth and raise the children, right? When I hear women say things like men ain't ish, well, you're getting the man that, or the type of men that the
That you raised.
sisterhood raised. You're
Yep.
getting the type of men that you deserve, because most of the brothers in this space, right? And you could ask any black man, who was they raised by? 9 times out of 10, it's a matriarchal figure, albeit a grandmother, a aunt, insert any woman of the family, and what they've been told growing up how to treat women, some women, and then they get into the sexual marketplace and it's just utter chaos. That culture shock, right? That happens where you get, since we all understand that women aren't controlling their womb or have no agency over their womb, or that they're just willing to fuck all rampant. But then flip
And
side
men are
place,
not.
place
I love you. I'm gonna see you later. I can't. Bye.
I didn't get to finish my statement.
Whatever. Keep going.
Right? So you have on the flip side the brothers who are spilling their seed, right? But
Yeah.
why don't we look into the fact that you have brothers who are having multiple baby mothers, right? So then by what does that tell me? For the brothers that have, or for the 20% quote of dudes that have multiple children or sired multiple children from different women, that tells me that women allowed this situation to occur, because you should have known what you were getting into.
Well,
Should do
no,
research.
no, women have needs also.
So
That
the needs is to
And
have a
no
child by a
contact.
man that
no,
has
no,
children
no.
already.
Just like you have needs. Sometimes you can get passionate and want to feel somebody close. You sometimes you want that sexual activity. You
Which is
know.
why you should do your research before you sleep with them.
Well, yeah, but sometimes you're in the moment.
My thing
And
is, my
look,
thing is,
look,
Gigi. My thing
just like
is,
just like you, why couldn't you control it and be like,
mhm.
no, not tonight?
So all right, let's really
And
dive into
usually,
this, because I
why
wanna clear the air,
why is
Gigi. Hold on, hold on, hold
or a
on.
trend goes with when women are feeling a little loose. Yeah, a drink goes a long way, or
Gigi.
nice words go a long way. All that. Oh, you beautiful, you beautiful. I can't wait to be. I can't wait to have you. I can't wait to do this, and I'm gonna show you the world. Promises, promises, promises.
So now, all right.
Uh huh.
When I
Yeah,
talk about this,
that slick talk works.
no, no,
Mhm.
no, no. Just wait, just wait. When I talk about this, right? Because I think what happens is a lot of internalization versus actually listening.
Mhm.
A lot of people don't actively listen. They're only listening to respond. They can't control themselves. So by no stretch of the imagination am I saying one party is innocent over the other.
Right.
So before I continue, I implore you guys, I implore you women that are hearing me speak to let that go from your mind. No matter, it may be hard, but I'm not saying that men are innocent in this equation. All I'm speaking to is what was presented to me, what was said. That's all I'm going by. I'm not going to go by another story outside of what you guys just said. I'm only taking the words of what you said and I'm building observation off of that. Now, to Roby Privilege before she left, she said, "Are we ready to just give men vasectomies, right? That have multiple baby mamas?" Now, again, a lot of women have children by men that they later on regret, or that
Mhm.
they knew the story. When you hear them talk about their sexcapades with men, it's like, oh, at this time, they don't really get down to the root of it. They'll give you all the fanfare and the long-winded stories, but won't tell you they really messed with him because he was cute, or they just wanted to
Yep.
sleep with him. They had his children off the strength of like the sex was good, and they thought if they had it locked down that they could keep getting it exclusively.
Mhm.
They knew what type of man he is. I've heard it throughout my entire life. I've heard it in these spaces. Every time it comes down to this male to female relationship, the woman always says something that's very interesting. I knew he wasn't shit, or I knew this was gonna happen.
Mhm. But you did it anyway.
So yeah, and you did it anyway. You were a psychic, but you did a lot of these things anyway. And then from what I just heard you say, Miss Gigi, if and I'm not gonna assume that every woman thinks like you
Mhm.
for this conversation. You said sometimes that women you just get in that mood and
Yeah.
you just got needs and you just gotta satisfy that feeling.
Yeah, I said that,
And for
and
the
then
record,
So
but there
so
are
that
also
feeling so that feeling is superseding logic. in the situation.
Exactly. In situations, it does.
And for the record,
Now,
most of
now
us,
I'm gonna tell you this thing. There are certain women who gravitate towards jailbirds, who are jailbird groupies. I'm talking about
Mm-hmm.
like they love prison dudes. I
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's a mindset. I don't understand it, but hey, if that's for them, that's for them.
Well, most of these sexual practices are incentivized, right? And
yeah,
yeah, it's we already understand that it started from the plantation, but then after the plantation, it was supercharged into the and bring it to present day. Bring it to present day, it's been supercharged. And to Albert's point about boys also being sexualized, I just literally I was on a stream sharing what I've seen the other day. A bunch of black women talking about circumcising their baby boys and the reasons for circumcising their baby boys.
oh shit, yeah,
That they did it because they don't want their baby boy's phallus looking like a worm or looking like a turtle head.
Oh
You
wow.
know, it was all cosmetic and nothing medical, not stating any medical benefits of mutilating their boys. And I posed a question to that group because there was a group of black women that were talking about this, and nobody wants all that extra skin. And I said, so let me ask you a question. Why are you so obsessed with your son's phallus? Because when he gets older, he's going to be courting or getting sexually involved with a woman outside of you.
yep.
Unless you are planning to, do something completely
That's disturbing.
weird and forbidding. Now, second point, this obsession with the phallus that happens.
I thought it was a religious thing. I didn't know it was like people were doing
How
that.
many? What percentage of the black community follows that religion, the Jewish religion? If we're gonna go there, I mean,
I'm
I
not
I came from that
because I don't
background.
have a son, so I'm not even. I mean, I have brothers and stuff. I don't even
Hmm.
want to think about things like that. That's something I couldn't do to my kid.
Okay, but now to the conversation, to this particular conversation, right, and to AB Media's point, when I started posing these questions to women, and I presented that the purpose of the foreskin is to protect the glands, which is the head of the phallus, from urine and fecal matter. But it seemed that black
People don't
women
get it.
were automatically sexualizing their babies, their baby boys, off of aesthetic alone. No medical, no medical proof or benefits to mutilating their child. And I asked them, now there's a similar operation for girls. Would you keep that
Yeah.
same energy about not wanting all that skin? And
Well,
another thing they said was the baby boy is going to forget the pain.
well, you know what? In certain parts of Africa, they used to sew the girls up,
And how do you feel about that?
and it's disturbing to me.
It's disturbing to us too. Don't so.
Yeah, absolutely. But now I'm saying this to say that baby boys are being sexualized the moment they're born
Yep.
and even into their young adolescence. Oh, he gonna be a lady killer.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
He gonna be
yeah.
a problem.
Little man.
Little man. He's a man. He's a man before he's even before he gets a rite of passage. He's a man. He's looked at as a
Yep.
man already. Or
Oh.
black women calling their sons
You
kings
the
because
man
they
of the
don't
house.
have one. Because they don't have one. So they
I
replace.
think every time I hear you the man of the house, and he'd be like 10 or 12 years old.
Oh.
We wanted to throw a brick at the mama.
You know what? I've seen this happen where, and I think I spoke about this recently, where my little nephew, he thought he had to be the man because I was pregnant, and then I lost my kitten, and he went out and he took his backpack off and he went and he searched for that cat for me. Because and then he told me I'm his favorite girl, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Sorry about that, you guys. I had to teach.
No, it's all right, Art. It's all
You good,
right.
Art? Yeah, I was holding it down though. I heard some of it, but yeah,
I,
this is the usual thing, man, that people goes back and forth with. That's why I said earlier, it's like the chicken or the egg. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, we're conflating nature with society.
Right.
Right. And that's the part where we're not really looking at because it's becoming also not only is it becoming a repeated cycle, but it's glorified.
Yep.
You know what I'm
I told
saying?
you it's supercharged, Art.
Yeah, and I'm like, look, how could you look at a child and not wish him to have his father and mother in his life
Right.
or her
Right.
life? I
Yeah.
mean, how could you look at a baby, a harmless baby? What's more important? Throwing out the blame or making sure that you do what's necessary to make sure that that child is in a functional environment.
Yeah.
You know,
Make
um,
sure he or she's in a functional environment.
yeah, but what's crazy, and that goes right back to that question. I'm glad Gigi was here and the other sisters here, and Raw was really touching on a lot of important parts. Raw B was that what is a good black man? Because okay, we hear the descriptions, but are those descriptions interfering with his ability to be a natural masculine man?
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
See, we can't.
Good point.
It's hard to define what a good black man is, right? Because you have those who aren't men defining such a thing.
True.
Yeah.
It's like I can't tell you how to be a woman, Gigi, and you
Right.
can't tell
Right.
me how to be a man. But the way that society has shaped the environment and thought process of most women is that they can do that.
In defense of a lot of the sisters, though, they do have to give you some kind of indication what makes them tick and what makes them function.
Yeah,
So
that's
that's
community.
well,
That's true.
I give them that honesty. So I appreciate that. But
Hmm.
again, they have to really think about their fathers, their grandfathers. What did it take to get you here? What did it take to make sure that this man can stick his chest out after doing what he did for his family?
Right.
Can y'all hear me?
We can hear
Yeah,
your
we
name.
can.
Yeah, I'm in the whip trying to get to work now. I had to step off to get ready, but that was
Hmm.
frustrating because again, that conversation ends up being like multiplying by zero. Because at the end of the day, we're looking at a circumstance where, folks, we're in the last 30 seconds of the game. Black women got the ball passed to them off a steal, and the ball goes out of bounds on them, on the fast break. And so here we are calling the timeout, and we're spending most of the time out making just a casual observation of, okay, the ball went out on you by default. So let's see what we can do to make sure that you get a better pass next time. And then we got to go through this. Okay, but the ball really didn't go out on me because it was, you know what I'm saying? I got this handed off to me all jacked up. It's like, okay, we know that, but the ball still went out on you, which is why they're getting possession of it. Well, I mean, if the ball, like we get into this circular argument that doesn't lead anywhere, and it really goes back to a question of accountability. At what point do women get to still be accountable as adults, and at what point do they want to have the protections is given to a minor? Because it's like you want both at the same time. Well, and I'm not saying this to anybody specifically, but again, it takes two people to participate in the creation of a child.
That's true.
And when the decision to have the child, especially unprotected, goes down, a woman has to be okay with that because, again, she is literally in charge of that entire encounter. If she at any point during sex doesn't want it to continue, there are laws in place to keep that, to not only keep that from happening, but can frame that as rape. And you're in California, or you've got all these consensual laws that are in place now to where they even want you to basically freaking timestamp your sexual encounter. I mean, it's
Yeah,
crazy.
Exactly. Cali is
yeah.
So
difficult on their laws.
at the end of the day, there is a measure of accountability that needs to be put in place when it comes to sex. Because the reason why we've got a 53% rate of black men not having kids is off the strength of, yeah, they are using condoms. They are being using protection.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody's really accounting to what that creates at the end of the day with the answer of family, which is why I was trying to bring that back to what Mr. Research says, because family is taught. Gigi, where did your parents grow up?
Different countries.
They were outside the United States, right?
Yes.
So their dynamic of family had a cultural undertone that had nothing to do with the typical values you see in any black community, correct?
Correct.
And so they raised you by proxy with that understanding, which is why
Yeah.
your view on a lot of these things almost sounds like indentured servitude to the general narrative that you will hear in the United States. And that's why the family conversation absolutely has to happen. And nobody wants to have that convo because it means going back into a lot of those privileges and dialing that back to really make it equal. Just making it to where the father gets the child at any instance, of a breakup would immediately start changing the paradigm. Getting rid of no fault divorce, which again these laws tie into female nature, no fault divorce is nothing more than a reflection of Brickfield's law. If she can decide at any time to no longer be married, there is no social accountability for the union. And what does that do to the family? It completely obliterates it at that point. These are
Well,
things that are backed by policy. And they can happen at any stage of the relationship. You can have two people come together with positive intentions.
you
But let's
made
say
you made you made a great point because my father, when he married my mother, he never remarried because to him that's his wife for
right.
life. I mean, even though they're divorced, my mother went and remarried like what four other times, but to him that's no, that's the only woman. And she kept
Right.
his last name. She always kept his last name.
But again, that's something that you were imprinted on when you were in your psychosocial development stage. You got an environment of that anecdotally. You got an environment of that was reinforced through your personal experience. You got to see examples of it all over the place. So by the time you got out into the world, the lens through which you internalize the world had those filters in place so you could identify those characteristics, which is probably why you have a lot of the problems you're having, Gigi, because the environment that you're in now here in the US, the values are different. You can even go back to Haiti or Haiti, and part of what's going on is the environment. There is a economic incentive.
Did we lose him?
I don't know. It got quiet.
Momentarily.
Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
You
we
Yeah.
got
can hear
you
you
got
now.
captured by the make sense police. But go ahead.
Right. What's the last thing y'all heard? Because I'm in this car, man. You know how Texas Wi-Fi is, man. I can't.
The last thing we
He
heard was just saying you could go
says
back to Haiti, but the environment is
it's
changing.
yeah.
Yeah, well, the environment is such that you have to cooperate with each other. There's a component that changes the values of what a family will emphasize, which again influences the community. And even though they have a legacy of slavery there as well, Haiti's unique for a few reasons because at the end of the day, it was a point of contact for the slave trade, meaning Africa was constantly being refreshed in the minds of the people all throughout the slave trade period. And it was instrumental in helping Haiti liberate itself and establish a culture. So, we all know it got pressure from the French to pay back the value in lost slaves and revenue due to the war, and that's really what kept it from thriving. But the values of what a family is supposed to mean included everybody. And so the way you were socialized is so different. We don't understand that socialization in the United States is done with the state taken into account. And it accounts for a lot of the things that we would normally depend on other members of the community to actually fulfill. So you're literally raised to be in the gynocracy. You're raised to be in this artificial environment rather than raised to actually have a family.
Yeah, the other
Exactly.
part too. Go ahead, fam. Go ahead.
Exactly. And to the earlier statement, because Raw B, she solidified that the state incentivizes this type of behavior. Because when she stated, oh, if a woman just has a child for the come up and they want to come up, then you need to protect your seed. So you understand that there is an incentive for having children and separating the family. It's almost like you're being paid off to do or to continue to keep us in the space that we're at. And as far as taking the power back, again, like Albert said, who took it from you? Who took the power from you? Black women have been the quote unquote backbone of the community for decades.
Well, see,
And
there goes that. Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
and what did we get from it? What did
Well,
black men get from it?
Well, here's what's going on. And we all heard all these back and forths.
Right.
I think, and I had to really think about my back and forth with my ex-wife when it was time to really, for you ladies out there, hear me out, because it ain't gonna be pretty.
Uh-oh.
When
Uh-oh.
it's time to really get down to the problem and really figure out what we need to do together, it seemed like the protecting your image was more important than trying to go get to the solution.
Mm.
That was always the issue with us, and probably even my own mother at times. You're too busy trying to paint yourself in a better light rather than trying to fix the problem. Not to say that you should not. I'm not saying you should accept a lie, or someone lying, all the time, but it's usually somewhere to where, before I can really help out with the damage control, I got to look better than what you're trying to make me out to be. Now,
That goes
let
for
me know. Let me know if I'm off on this.
no, that goes for anybody, and that goes for any culture. And my father's African; he's from Cameroon, and oh man, it came down to looks. It came down to you better make me look good. And I used to get pinches. Like my mom used to pinch me if I looked a certain way. Like she'd be like, "Don't make that face," and I'm like, "Oh, okay. What did
So
I
it's the
do
I'm not a
wrong?"
bad person syndrome all over again. Because
It's
whenever
just
I hear a woman speak and tell a story, the first thing that they do or say is, "I'm not a bad person." If they don't say that verbally, they allude to it with the long-winded story that they give, where they're the victim, and then when you really investigate the situation, turns out that both parties are at fault to some
So,
degree.
so let's go back to it.
but
Okay, what
what
if we
the
didn't?
where
What if
did
we
that
said?
go?
Okay, but what if we? Okay, let's take it. All right. So usually the objective is, okay, you're making me out to be a bad person or a bad woman or whatever. Okay, so the alternative is to make you out to be this good person to solve the problem.
Oh shoot! You know
I
I'm
mean,
not good
please, I'm
all the time.
just asking stupid questions,
No,
but
I'm not good all the time, and I swear up and down, and I say it all the time. I'm not that good. I'm a good person. I just got bad behaviors.
What? I mean, how does that not sound like accountability ducking? Just, people do what they do. Just be honest about where your values are at and take accountability for your actions. Like, I mean, it's worse when you try to come up with a cover story
Nameless,
to
I get on
explain and
people's
rationalize
nerves.
things. I, I think you just enjoy it, to be honest with you. But that's you.
I think
Just,
I
just
do
be honest
too.
about it. See? Fam.
Why am I
but go
laughing
ahead,
so
Phil.
hard right now?
Yeah, it's kind of early on that wine, but
No, I'm not
but
on wine.
Yeah, but
But
let me
no,
get
no,
out of here
yes.
because I got to deal with this Dallas police. They out here tripping. But yeah,
uh-oh.
we'll chop it up. I'll be in the chat when I get at work, man. I'll holler at y'all.
Okay, fam.
Okay.
Appreciate you coming through.
Thanks.
Peace.
Yeah. So I think that
Peace.
we got to come to some kind of middle ground, because I do recognize that half the time, if that in, I heard different panels, and I'm like, okay, the person has really broke down the essential problem, right? But
Mhm.
whoever she is, it's all okay. Like, for example, no, I can't even say this joke. It's a Bernie Mac joke. It's too dirty. But
Tell me.
I don't want to say it. But okay, I'll say it anyway. Okay. Now Bernie Mac was talking about he was talking to his woman, and he said she asked him. She said, "Bernie," she said, does pussy taste like pumpkin pie?" He said, "What you talking about? I never had no pumpkin pie." Kick it like that, which means to go like he only just talked about pumpkin pie, but he didn't talk about the pea. You get it? It's like you ain't addressing the whole thing. You only going on the side and hoping that you can, make some kind of, I don't know, derailment or distraction. But I'm like, but the thing is, but I kind of look at it too that, we're
You
men
already
and you
tasted
got,
it.
and you're ladies. I think we just have different functionalities on how we solve problems.
Well, I got a good limerick for you.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Oh, there once was a woman named Sue.
Are you going to hiccup after
Who?
that?
Huh?
Are you going to hiccup after that?
She glued her vagina. She sealed her vagina with glue. They asked her why she did it. She simply stated, "If they pay to come in, they'll pay to come out of it too."
Is that a Wall Street joke? No, I'm just messing with you. Okay, boom, boom. Yeah, but
You were like, "Okay, not so funny."
yeah, I'm quite sure some people in the chat are laughing. Uh,
I don't know if they're laughing at me or laughing with me. Sometimes I don't care.
but now, do you care about your image?
Me?
Yes,
I don't got an image.
really. Break that down.
Well, I mean, yeah, in real life I do. I mean, I'm different from what I am online. But cuz I'm actually very timid, very quiet, very well reserved. But, I really this is who I am online. Well, or who my friends see me like sometimes, I guess, they just see me as being, funny and ready for the go, and that's it. I mean, I don't have nothing to hide, so I'm not afraid.
Yeah, the reason why I'm thinking about image because the image part, in my opinion, it sort of gets involved with trying to establish fairness.
Well, I mean, do you want me to lie and sit there and look prissy and be unapproachable? Do you want me not to talk to, certain people? Because that's what I was taught. You don't speak to those people. And I'm like, why?
Hmm. Yeah, that's.
I'm a bit befuddled.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? It's like,
Uh,
okay, would I sit here and speak? Because it's like sometimes they just want you to be reserved to just certain people, and I'm like, no, 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 no. I'm open. I'm not open
Hmm.
to everybody.
wait. So Gigi, in the real world, right outside of online, you're timid and you're shy,
I am.
but you
Yes.
also
Hmm.
have nothing to hide, and you're a lot more free and expressive online. And then this avatar, I presume, is you, correct? This is a
It is
picture of
me.
yourself,
It's
Yeah,
me.
she cammed up before.
I
and you
mean, I
canned
go
up
on
before.
stage.
So to the image question, this is why I'm befuddled, because you said you don't have an image, and you
Well,
went into breaking it down, but everything that you just described sounds like you have two different images of yourself, one that you
okay,
present online and one that you present to the outside world when you're not in front of a
oh
computer
yeah,
screen.
of course. I mean, there's an image that I present to my parents. I'm a sweetheart to my dad. He's a preacher. I can't.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, so
I'm
you
not
saying
gonna
you don't
cuss
have an
fun of
image.
him.
So wait, so you saying that you don't have an image, Gigi, what does that mean when you just
Basically,
presented that you have an image?
I don't have no. Basically, look, I don't have something to hide, and I'm not losing no, nothing over anything. So anything anybody want to say, they can say about me.
Mm,
I
okay.
mean, it's gonna hurt, it's gonna sting, but come to face to it. Look, they're just doing that because they're hurting themselves.
But think about this: when you were young, I'm quite sure you grew up with male cousins or relatives when
Oh yeah.
y'all were young. But think about that back and forth. You really did something wrong, but the fact that somebody may be able to call that out, you made sure that nobody was able to point fingers at you. So you went back to that. No, I didn't. I mean, no, I didn't. Yes, you did. No, I didn't. Yes, you did.
Well,
And behind, hold on, let me finish. Behind that, it wasn't a fact that you were trying to defend yourself from getting a whooping. You did not just. You didn't want to seem to be a bad person for breaking that cookie jar. I mean,
no,
isn't that how it went?
they went straight for my chest. They were like, "You got no titties."
Oh God, derailment. But shout out to Gold
That was
Professor
my
for the
issue.
shout out to Gold Professor for the what do you call it? The super chat. Let's see.
Now,
Let me
now
let
I'm
me let
like,
me
I
let me
gotta
give him a
laugh.
yeah. You ready? Here we go. Appreciate you, fam. That's
But
my new
it's
acknowledgement. Every time I get some money, I just give him a yeah.
but yeah, they went straight from like, cause they knew like they were like, oh, she's not gonna be tripping, she's gonna forget about this tomorrow. So they go straight for like, parts, and I'm like, shoot, I got them parts
The reason
now.
why I'm bringing this up, Miss Gigi, because this is kind of serious when it
You
comes
know,
to
you know,
problem
you
solving.
no,
You
my
know.
reputation really was crucial in, I think, high school and college, and
So, do
as
you
much
value your reputation over solving problems? That's what I'm really asking.
over solving problems.
Yes,
Well, my reputation as a mother was more important to me.
over solving problems.
I solved the problems by snipping it.
Yeah, but which one do you prioritize
And I think I still do. So I think seventh is right. I do think about my reputation in a way.
more than solving problems?
I snip it in the butt. I'd be like, nope, don't talk about me like this. Don't you do that to me, and then and I proved them wrong.
So it's
Mm.
preventative maintenance on the image. Before you can reach a situation where your image is under scrutiny, you would rather get away from it. Yes?
Me get away from it.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean like you completely avoid a situation in which your image will be
Character.
in jeopardy because
Oh, I do that.
you
Yep.
said you snip it in the bud, right?
Yeah, and then I do avoid situations. Yeah, I do, because I there's no point on fighting it. But then there's some where I'm just gonna bull face, go in, and
Mm.
then but then I'm like, no, if you're coming from my family or my, oh, likelihood you're gonna get it. But I mean, for my reputation, yeah, if you're calling me like no, I'm not a bad mom, I'm not this, I'm not that. Yeah,
Now
I
here's the
will
thing though
defend
on
that.
that, Gigi.
I defend my respect.
But here's the thing on most cases, people don't really outright just call you these things to defame your character. It's usually a perception of what
Right.
somebody said, and then you're telling yourself, he must think I'm a bad person because such and such, such and such.
I know.
So that's what I mean. I'm trying to, what I'm doing. I'm not finger pointing or anything like that. I'm just trying to get to the root of functionalities on how we do attack these situations.
Mm-hmm.
Because most of us in these spaces, or even in our personal lives with people, there's always some kind of way to where the problem is out there. I mean, don't give. I mean, the situation's there, but there's always some kind of denial for whatever reason. Um, and when the denial's there, you can't move forward.
Well, then I'm not gonna deny
How you gonna do that at
it.
this time in your life now? You got a grown daughter and
That's what I'm saying. It's like I'm past done over that. This is when I used to be more serious on myself back in high school and college, and raising my child than I am now. Now I can relax.
Do you see these? Do you see these traits in your daughter, or
You
is
know
she
what?
totally different from you?
You know what? She's wilder than I am.
And in the military?
In the military.
Mm.
She's a fighter.
Oh God, I'm joking. Well, thank God she's the military because I could see what could go down.
Well,
Um,
I mean, she's got her head on straight though. She's a smart cookie. Don't get her wrong. Just because mama be acting fully, don't mean mama didn't raise no, right child. I'm actually very, very smart. It's just, uh, I, and I think I told you before. It took me a while to gain my speech back because I was, in 2015, I was like, I couldn't talk, I couldn't walk, all that, all that good stuff. But she was by my bedside. She helped me along. She's the one who introduced me to YouTube and was teaching me how to do it, and singing to me. And at the same time, because we used to do homework together when I was in college, she used to go to school with me, and we used to sit there and do homework together.
yeah, what I'm gonna, I mean, because me and Raw B, I'm quite sure we're gonna do some projects. But when I get back on the panel with her again, I really want to dissect her sentiment because when it comes, that's why I had her on that other panel before about communicating with women. And shout out
Yeah.
to Dead Set. Um, is that okay? Your image. I mean, usually older women admit this. By the way, like a lot of older women say, back when I was younger, I really cared about my image more than. That's why I was able to ask and put two and two together. But when you're younger, you still got some kind of image to protect.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I take that back. You protect the things that are not, what's the word I'm looking for? Essential, maybe. Like
Yeah.
older women, they protect the whole long stretch, the whole legacy, all that. But younger women, it gets more into the whole immediate type thing from what I
Yeah.
from what I experience. So I want to find out, and maybe you get lucky and answer the question.
Hmm.
But the question is, how can a man bring a problem to you that you're involved with without without it appearing that you are part of the blame?
Hmm.
How is that? I mean, is that possible?
It's possible. Um, just by opening up, I already feel safer just knowing that they can, you know, open up and tell me
So
because
if
they
I
could
can
show.
hide the fact that you're part of the problem, then you can jump on board.
Well, hiding the fact that I'm part of the problem will
Hmm.
probably make me feel like you're looking out for me and not trying to hurt
Really?
my feelings. Yeah, I feel like I love little white lies. Like seriously, you shouldn't have to hurt somebody's feelings for real, for real. Like if you can hold back enough just to be like, look, this is what I didn't, you know, and I felt like, and then I'm like, oh shit. Then I have to confess and be like, well, I was the problem the whole
Wow.
time.
Now, it's funny you touched on that because Dr. Phil Valentine said that women are the most loyal to their feelings.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what he said. The
Yeah.
most loyal. I mean, it could be anybody, but their feelings are the ones that they would definitely be holding to. And what you just said, wow. So the fact, if I can bring a problem on the table, and if that problem does not interfere with your feeling process, then you're able to jump on board.
Yes. And then
Amazing.
I will definitely no, I will definitely come no, and this is the kind of person I am where I will
Hmm.
definitely confess to my wrongness because I'd be like, oh my goodness. because
Oh,
I
so
know
let me. Oh, wait a
he could have
minute. You
really
touched on another one. You be
he could
touching on
have
some
really
stuff,
thrown it
Gigi.
in my face, huh?
So you've been so basically, this how it goes then. All right. The problem's there. I don't include you in the problem that I present to you, but later on, you expect us to wait for you to acknowledge the problem
No, I'm just
instead
gonna
of
be like, you
us.
hurt my feelings.
No, you touched on something. I don't think you understood what you just touched on.
I know,
So
I know
yeah,
what I said.
you be in that truth serum and stuff. And you don't even know what you're saying, but it comes out truthful. Um, but basically, if I present something to you that's a problem, you're part of the blame, but I don't really include you in the whole description of it. Then later on, once you feel comfortable enough, maybe your instincts or whatever it is will be able to see that you're part of blame, and then later on you will be able to acknowledge it. So is that what you just said earlier? Do you remember?
Right. What?
Wow.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, I
Uh huh.
know that. Okay, maybe I didn't know at the time that I was causing a problem
Hmm.
because I was in my feelings. But if the man comes to me and he says, you know, hey, sweetheart, da 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 da, and notice that I was frustrated, then it's gonna bring me back to recollect and go, wow, I was in the wrong. You know what I'm
Now,
saying?
wow, this is. I mean, I don't know if anybody out there is listening in chat, but I think I'm making a breakthrough here. But now the other part too is in order for you to admit your part in the situation that I didn't really bring up, does it have to be something where there's an emergency, like somebody's about to die or the car is about to crash, or is that something that would spark you to say, okay, okay, I was part of it? Or would it be more casual, like, oh, I'm comfortable. Yeah, I was part of it. I mean, how does that bring that out?
I think okay, those are two different drastic measures. I think it would
Mm-hmm.
be like we're talking and it'd be like, remember when that time when that or babe, I just want to tell you something. Kind of thing. Like, the other day I really didn't put my foot forward and I didn't do what I was supposed to do and blah 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 and then I'm like, "Oh shit, I didn't do what I was supposed to do."
Do you think most guys have enough patience for that? Because that means you gonna have to. That means guys have to really wait because basically, most of us are a fixer. We want to repair and stuff like that, and sometimes you want to have all your parts to put to do the reparations or what have you. But the fact that some parts are missing, do you think having a lot of guys have enough patience to really wait for that piece to be brought out?
I think they have it in them.
Mm,
Not most guys, but I think
mm.
the great ones do. The great ones who can speak to you gently, who can follow you, can kind of slow dance with you. Oh, we brought it back to dancing.
Yeah, right in the very
The one
beginning.
that can lead you, glide you along and catch you if you fall. That kind of stuff. I don't
Mm.
I don't know about the other guys who just stand there.
Mm.
This is deep, man.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, it
okay.
is. Hold on. I do want to. I want to see something real quick. So,
Okay.
Gigi,
Yeah.
if if you're arguing right
Hmm.
with your significant other and you throw the vase and the vase breaks, right, and after everything settles down, if your significant other comes to you and say, baby, it was a little crazy when the vase broke, and I think that we should really sit down and have a discussion. Would you be more comfortable with having a discussion or hearing out what he has to say with saying the vase broke versus you broke the vase?
Um, I'll be like, We need a new vase.
Oh, really? Come on, Gigi.
Yeah,
You make your
I'm
women
gonna
look
be
bad
like,
now.
first off.
You making sisters look real bad. You better rewind and rethink what
No,
you
no, no,
just
no.
said.
Okay, okay. No, if he said if he picks up the pieces, I'm gonna be like, baby, I broke that vase. I'm sorry that like I shouldn't have thrown that vase across the room like that. I was aiming for you, but I really was aiming for that wall.
This is when you pissed off or when things calm down.
This is when what you mean?
Like, cause that's some heat. I mean, some heated moments in between that.
Oh yeah, I'd be breaking glasses. I cut up couches.
But would you say all that in the heated moment or when everything calmed down?
When everything's calmed down, I'm like, yeah, I did that, man. But it's kind of like I need to watch my man, and then if he picks it up because he doesn't want me to step on no broken glasses, knowing
Wow.
I was aiming.
I mean, I'm curious. I mean, because first I'm hearing the fatherly. You sound like you're geared more to a fatherly type male. But at
I
the
am.
same time, I'm hearing also that you're geared more up to the soft male.
Don't look. Don't get
So
me
I'm trying to get
wrong.
I'm trying to get
Oh yeah,
understanding.
my father is a manly man, but he's a softy around his daughters. You don't mess with his daughters. He will fight. He will fight. Don't mean he won't stand up to another man. He just won't stand up to a woman because that's not what a man does.
Hmm.
That's
So
why I
the
say I tell these men who try to raise their voice to me or try to speak to me a certain way, and I'm like, my father don't even speak like that. What?
hmm.
Who taught you to speak to women like this?
So it goes back to what we were talking when Mr. Research was here. It kind of goes back to the whole thing when we were looking at like talk shows like Ricky Lake and Oprah and
Oh
Richard
yeah.
Bay and all of them. And the normal argument on the male side or on the female side was that these men are too hard and they're too rugged. They need to be more a little softer to understand my wants and
Yes.
needs, and I need my back rub and all that. Whereas the guys complain is she's not feminine enough.
Right.
It was always those two dynamics, those two arguments between. Now, if you think about it, let's break it down. So we're looking at, okay, on the female side, she wants him to lower his nature because you can't really gauge masculine energy. Masculine energy is going to really, I mean, what you wouldn't have to do is encourage that in order for you to have leadership, order, and all that. You would hope that's there, but you're asking for men to really lower that nature to fit your needs, whereas the guy just wants you to be your natural self.
Well, we can't be our natural self if we're around aggressiveness all the time. Do you
Now, here's
understand?
the thing. What now? I'm glad you just said that. It was when they talk about aggressiveness all the time. Did you choose that category of aggressiveness of that guy, or could you have chose better as far as someone that was at a certain level?
Or can I put it this way? How about they
Uh-huh.
don't show it to you up front, and they show it to you when you're already like living together?
And they call control.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah. When they're first courting you, they're acting like they're so sweet. They buy you flowers. They're doing this. They're doing that. They're taking you out, and
Hmm.
then you get together, and it's like, bitch, get in the kitchen.
Okay, so I'm getting so basically it sounds like well, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. It sounds like more of the build a bear. He
Um,
comes to you in a certain way, but later on you want to make some requests to make some adjustments on how much masculine energy he should use and he shouldn't use. Is that correct?
You can't use you can't use too much masculinity around women. Then they start acting like you because you're leading them.
So what is a no, what is in your definition, or so people can get an understanding? What do you mean by too much masculinity?
Like you can't be aggressive. Like okay, you had a bad day at work. Fine, you're at home now. Leave work behind. You
Now,
got
I'm glad. Ooh, Gigi,
you got
man, I'm glad you.
food.
Woo, I'm glad you mentioned it. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay.
Breakthroughs.
Now we had a bad day, and welcome, Rogish. Yeah, he had a bad day at work, right? Now you
Yeah.
just complained and said leave that at work or whatever, right?
Yes.
Now we're assuming that this is your husband coming home, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that the best thing that you can say to him is leave that at work?
No, I don't say it like that because I'm not that kind of woman. But I be like, what happened today? What happened?
Now, because
Because it
I'm
has nothing
appealing,
to do with me.
I'm appealing to your spiritual nature, okay? Because your physical other half came home and is not really himself based on what
Right.
society has done to him, correct?
Right. Right.
He
Correct.
came to you, the person that he made a commitment to. He came to you, or he came back home where you were at. What would I mean? Do you feel there that you have an obligation to do something about the situation that occurred when he came home, or do you expect for him to leave that
That's why I asked the question. I said, "What happened?" So you can talk it out and let it go. You know. I'm like, okay, so I guess we're watching a comedy show tonight. You know, because I really do not need that. I don't need moodiness or him taking it out on me.
Okay. I'm gonna bring in. I know Rogish when to get in, but I'm trying to appeal to your feminine nature here because remember that masculine energy that you were complaining about. Do
Yeah.
you feel that your feminine energy could do anything about it?
Oh yeah, I do. hmm I
Okay.
either leave him alone. I go do my thing. I go take my bubble bath.
Oh
Literally,
God.
get up in
Shit.
bed.
What,
Oh
Literally,
how
shit.
does that influence
he
him
curls
though?
up in bed. He's like, "You smell so good," and I'm like,
Oh,
"Mm-hmm,
okay, I
I
got you.
know."
But why it got to be your bubble bath? Okay, Gigi, we
Yeah.
married, right? I came home from a hard day work. They cussed me out. I got cuts and everything. Why
You
you
got a
doing a bubble
beautiful
bath
woman
for
at home
yourself?
waiting for you.
Oh, wait a minute. So wait a minute. Say it again.
You got a beautiful woman waiting for you. Wait till
That's it.
Christmas. I'm
Oh
gonna come over
wow.
there and I'm gonna show my ass. I'm
But
gonna
wait a
throw a
minute.
Christmas
But
party and I'm gonna be like, hey,
but
and he's
you
gonna
only
be
did
like,
the
this is
bubble
my
bath for
beautiful wife.
yourself. You understand what you just said? You only put the bubble bath on for yourself when I got home.
No, I
At
did it
least
for
she
him.
honest. At least she honest. Yeah, it's all right.
I did it for him.
Yeah.
In
I'm
a
like, this.
marriage, not in
Right.
a not a
Look,
date, but a marriage.
look, a
I'm gonna smoke in that
marriage
bathtub
don't really
till we
resonate
got
to black
something
women
nice
as
and
marriage.
yes, something nice,
It
warm, and
a,
smelling good.
a man is just a bigger purse.
But she's giving. I think she's giving the. You said a bigger purse.
Yeah,
I
and
like that.
real talk, and I'm talking in the aspect of the monetary, but also like showing off. It's like, they like telling each other I'm married, you know what I'm saying? But when it comes to the union and the connection to it, yeah, it ain't it's not really all
You
the way
become
in like
your
that.
best friends, and then it's like after a while, you know their temperament, and then it's like, no, let me stroke
You
her
know,
ego a little bit
if that was
because
the
you're
case,
feeling some
brothers would
kind of
be able
way.
to get some equity within the union, and
Because
it never happens.
the problem that she brought up, she could have knocked that out in what, like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Because he came home. Matter of fact, 10 minutes. He
Hmm.
came home. He's pissed off. He's frustrated. Matter of fact, he called you before he got there. Like, I'm pissed off. I'm on my way home. Now, the part that you complain about is like the whole too much masculine energy and all that stuff, whatever. Do you understand your feminine energy, which is a back rub, a hand on the face, a bubble bath, his favorite
Soft
food,
voice.
soft
Yeah,
voice,
the food's
Yeah.
all
ready.
that stuff? Do you understand that will balance things out and calm things down in the home?
Of course.
So what's the issue of too much masculine? Or what you say again? It was too much
Well,
masculine
no, no, no. I don't like it at the
aggression or
house.
whatever.
Not towards me. Like, if you're gonna be a masculine energy around me, you better be carrying me to bed, or you better be doing some kind of
So it's
this
still all
heavy
about
lifting.
you. Okay.
So wait, so wait, Gigi,
I wanna
Gigi,
see you
wait,
do
brother,
I
something.
tried,
hold on,
ladies.
hold on, hold on, Gigi. I got a question. So you good? You have a long day at work, right? Hard
Yes.
long day. You know, that bitch in accounting. She ate your sandwich in the fridge. You know, your boss is saying that you got to meet the deadlines. This is the third warning this week, and now you come home from a hard day's work. What would hit the spot for you? What would you want your man to do when you come home?
Uh-oh. Wear a
um.
dress. No, I'm joking.
Nah,
Start
let me
some
answer.
girl talk. So, right,
No,
Child.
no, no. What I really want him to do is just make me laugh. Like, I don't know, pick out a favorite movie, have my pajamas maybe like ready or something, and just be like, "Oh my gosh, I got your favorite shit on for you. Like, I
Really?
got all
Yeah,
your
Do
you
you
favorite
say.
understand what you just said,
like
Gigi?
I bought you chocolate. Yeah, like
So
I
you
got
said you
you
want him to
chocolate.
make you laugh. You know, have your pajamas waiting. Probably pick out all your favorite stuff.
You better
Yeah.
hope Tia Son Johnson and Tommy Curry didn't hear this video.
But,
Just like, because
BGS is
I'm
already in the
not. I'm not
chat,
even
so you
asking for.
already.
I'm not even asking for no back rub or nothing. I just want to be home to
catered.
relax with
You want to
my
be catered
family.
to, right?
I just want to be with my family. You
Ah,
know, that's
Uh,
it.
but you mean he's wearing his favorite outfit to please you at home, though? A guy?
No, 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 no. He's not
That,
wearing
that
his
you didn't say
favorite
that?
outfit. I said he's putting my favorite, like,
her pajamas.
yeah, my
yeah,
favorite
Oh, he's
lounge
picking out.
chair.
He's picking out your pajamas.
yeah. He's
Yeah.
drawing her pajamas for her. So by the time she gets home, everything is prepped for her to decompress. That's what she was saying.
Yeah. He done took the kid out to the park. They came back. She's tired, so she's sleeping, so we can have our time together. So I don't have
Wow.
to deal with all that mess. That's it.
Okay. Well, I
Yeah.
mean, that's why I like you up here, Gigi. You honest. You don't be holding stuff back. I
Yeah,
appreciate you.
I
yeah.
really don't want to.
I appreciate. I mean, people think no. I really do. Because some people be trying to hold it in because they think they're gonna get judged by people, and I'm like, no, just be honest. You fine,
Exactly.
um, But yeah, this is interesting because you wouldn't believe how many other people feel the same way you feel.
Hmm.
Well, that's the thing. That's how it works. I mean, if you grew up watching Family Matters or the Cosby shows, that's what a husband do. They listen to their wives, and the wife listen to their husbands, and the kids gotta get in order. That's it.
Mm.
Yeah, most of the fathers on them joints were some goofballs. So
Well, you can call them that, but you don't know what
But
they do outside of
but
home.
here's the thing on that Cosby Show part that people hardly ever talk about. There had to be some stuff going on before Theo was born.
Why?
stuff like what?
I mean, I don't think he was like, "Let me rub your feet and your toes," or some Louis Armstrong or some Ray Charles before Theo and them. Boy, I think they were struggling.
You think that's
See, we were looking at Cosby Show after the smoke cleared. I mean,
what?
all of, he put
Well,
in
he
he
went
put
to
in some
school.
time. Think about it. He put in a lot of time to be that doctor he was, and she put in that time that law practice.
That's true.
So therefore, they built capital. So they probably even live in that house before Theo was born. Reason
Well,
why I say Theo because he's a middle child.
yeah, the first set that they used was actually really much smaller than than the house that they moved into, the brownstone.
Yeah, they
So
probably had some fights, name calling. They probably did some separation.
Well, it's
so
like
You know,
Blackish. It's like when you see them in the back when before she became a doctor and he became a CEO, and it's like we were broke.
but
they probably went through some interventions.
how much
Go ahead.
time is passing between that though? Because that's one of the things, like going through those growing pains. Oh, you got the union, and you also have your own personal development, right? How much time was passing before they could get to the happy medium? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I don't think black people let that time pass. So if 50% of marriages always fail, right? And this was people were talking about this like 30 years ago. It's got to be around 60%, 65%
Yeah.
now, and that's just basic marriages for with just regular folk. You put our class level in there, and then you're dealing with issues of, probably come from poverty background or something, education, just, being a nigga in the United States or whatever. You know what I mean?
And think about this, man. You know when the parents come, right? Bill Cosby's parents,
Yeah.
and they always talk about like when they were younger and all that. They always the mom always said, "Oh, it wasn't easy." Remember when he did? You remember that?
Yeah.
They always
Yes.
talk. So
Or when
people get this.
Denise
Go
went to
ahead.
college and she says, "I remember when you guys felt flunked." I was like, "Oh,
No, we talking about the relationships because
oh,
that's. I mean, this is the thing that's real key. I just think, and I think based on this panel even that we had earlier, we're not really willing to really put everything on the table and work it out. We're just too busy trying to pick a few pieces and say that okay, these three pieces is going to solve a 20-piece puzzle.
Mm.
It
yeah."
ain't working.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, there's no rites of passage to understand self to the level that you should understand self before you even get into a union. And then you
Hmm.
try to make it work. And I mean, first thing you think of is TV. You don't think of mom and dad or whatever or a relationship. Usually, most folks don't think of a actual mom and dad or a relationship, live relationship that they know. It's something that they picked up as a youth, and like, oh, okay, well, this is where it's supposed to be as far as with the balance union and stuff. But none of that takes like it doesn't take into play what a person's individual gender principle engages within the system itself. Like obviously for the social condition, black women are totally social condition different from brothers. But it's like the social condition maladaptations that occur aren't taken into consideration on behalf of the sisters interacting with us or their own social condition within themselves usually.
Yeah, and I think people really have to start thinking about that. Um, because I think people assume that you're supposed to be the Cliff and Claire Huxtable when you first get married.
Yeah, I mean,
And I'm like, no, man. It took some work to get there. There were interventions put in. There was a lot of stuff I'm quite sure that was going, especially, see, people don't talk about medical school and law school.
you think
They
Claire
only
had
look
a
at
bad attitude?
yeah, they don't look at they only look at the practice. But they don't think about the move, working your way up there. In
Right.
order for them to get where they were, Home Chick had to agree with damn near everything he said.
Yeah, it had to be it
Could
had
you
to be
imagine her
cooperative.
being like pushed back on everything he said? They wouldn't be in that house.
Nope.
It
Nope.
wouldn't have them kids wouldn't be cooperative like they are.
Nah.
True that.
But that's
You
not
know,
desired though. That level of unionship isn't desired. What's desired is just a nice ring on the finger to flash it off again as the purse. You know what I'm saying? It's just a bigger purse. You know what I'm saying? Like, wow, think how big that walking Dooney and Burke is, but whoever the fuck they buying these days. You know what I mean? Is
A new Birkin bag. Look at that Birkin bag.
you know what I mean? Is what it is.
yeah. So I'm looking at that. I mean, it's about that. It's about that nature. See, I think that's the part. And I probably said in the very beginning when I first came on Black YouTube. People are too busy trying to run away from nature and
Yeah,
trying to make society norms work.
yeah.
And it never, I mean, I ain't gonna say it never works, but eventually you're gonna get to that dead end. and you had to go all the way back and start over and do it right. That's
Yeah.
what my father-in-law, rest his soul, he pretty much broke it down. He said, you start right, you end right. I never forget that.
Yeah.
I never forget that. I mean, he's the bean pie man out here, right?
All right.
But or was, but that's the thing that I take that to heart, man. And welcome, brother Mike.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Oh, nothing much,
Respect.
nothing much,
Hey,
fam. We
Oh,
just chopping it up
I got
while I get this. Oh, go ahead, fam.
I wanted to ask a question, and I caught a beginning of it, and then got caught off because I had some business stuff I had to take care of, and then kind of hop back on and kind of fast forward through the live to kind of catch up with y'all a little bit. But I wanted to see if this question was asked in terms of this relationship dynamic, because you had talked about the natural man and the manufactured man,
Mm-hmm.
and when I hear this piece in terms of relationships, what I don't hear what's on the table is this protection piece.
Mm-hmm.
And the question I always ask ladies, like my man said about getting an answer for some of these simple questions, which is how valuable or how much are you willing to pay or how priceless is protection?
Mm.
Right. So I was talking with a lady one time, and so I said, look, a lot of black dudes don't even put a lot of value on their own life. My protection is priceless. Right. Because if I'm gonna lay down my life for you, I should get one hell of a deal.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's not even put on the table because it's always as if that piece doesn't matter. It's as if it's cheap.
But yeah, it's
So
a parachute thing. It's all it is, a parachute. They
And
like falling in
let me
first.
address this animes. I gotta address that one. It's not about us knowing their nature; it's about them knowing their nature. But go
Yeah,
ahead, fam.
there you go. Yeah, it's the parachute thing with the whole protection thing. Think about it. The protection, the only value as the protector when some shit happen. But say you're there in the capacity of a protector prior to something occurring, then that energy is received as controlling.
Mm-hmm.
I say it all the time. People ask a woman, like, what are men's duties or whatever? Oh, protection and providing. All right, whatever. But there's other things that come along with this vessel, guidance and direction. That's the
Right.
natural aspect of it. But they've been programmed to receive that as control. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Or
because
your
what I'm
security
if you go
guard.
back and because if you go back and look at some of the old history, you see dudes really just sitting. They go out and do the hunting, they do the protecting, and their protection piece is just sitting on the edge of the village, while the women do all the work. I'm talking about top to bottom cleaning, rearing of the children, everything. So when I hear these ladies talk about how superwoman they are, I laugh because I know PBS had a show where they took these modern families and placed them back in the old age, right? Village times or when Pilgrim's time frame and stuff like that. And one of the ladies that was on there, she just broke down crying, and she said, "I don't know how these women did it."
Can you
Right?
put that?
I
Can you
mean,
let us know that show?
you had to make a meal from scratch. You had to knit clothes from nothing.
Can you
You
tell
know
us
what I
what show
mean?
that was?
I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but I want to say it was on PBS.
I got because
Uh,
I want to do something on that, but I'll find it. But go
okay,
ahead,
yeah,
fam.
and so that's what I was saying in terms of the protection piece, or even women, the value of what women bring to the table. Back in the day, a woman could make you something from scratch. Right.
Yeah, which
So
is
that was
fire.
priceless. That we to me, it seems like we have bred a group of women that don't have no skill sets or no know-how. So it's almost, I'll go to the store and buy you a shirt. That wasn't even a concept back then. A woman knitted her whole family's clothes.
They got they
Mm-hmm.
got
You
they
know what I
got
mean?
they got skill sets and know-how, but the thing is, none of it is most of it is not going to be attached to the development of a family. They're not. They're,
Exactly.
a family is not really the desire anymore for them. It's success, whatever they define it as. Most of the time, it's on some monetary shit or some material shit, and it's almost like how like with these youngsters when they start texting to one another, that actually becomes their speech, and it becomes that which they actually scribe in life. You know what I'm saying? Submitting that to be read or whatever. That's because they only amongst their peer group. Their value system is just amongst the peer group. The engagement and the interaction is just the peer group. So they lose out on some things. With women, that's how their value system is. Their value system is set on what another woman has. It's not on developing a family for themselves and then having that family to plan itself as a symbol of whatever's needed in the community, whatever. No, it's more on some personal stuff. For some reason, from young age, their personal I-ness or something within their ego get really switched on, and it follows all the way up until like 70s and shit.
So the grass is greener on the other side, is what you're telling me. Even though
No, it's just that compete with the Joneses type of thing.
What? I don't. Nah, it's not like it's not. I don't know. What do you know what it is? Oh, I think it's like homies competing with muscle cars or something. You know what I'm saying? They never whatever is considered to be the value system. That's what they compete with. So the shoes, the trips. You know what I'm saying? It really don't help that their symbols of success is all pretty much seeing hella ratchet nowadays. You know what I'm saying? Because the ratchetness doesn't play a part. Integrity usually doesn't play a part. It's just get the bag, get the bag, get the bag. And how are you supposed to help supply the bag? Yeah, you're a man with the protection, but your protection is utility. It ain't desired or revered. It's motherfucking demanded.
Yeah, and you got to remember too, man. And I keep reminding people, and we can even go to the church, even. You know, that's why I asked that question. What is a good black man? Think about the church. What they say in the church. You know,
What do
this
they
is
say?
this is the guy that is God fearing, right? A guy that would be able to be willing to get on his knees. Think about this, man. That guy, the humble. I mean, everything that a white man wants us to be.
Oh
She
yeah,
wants us to be that shit too.
yeah.
I mean, think about make that make sense.
But it's also to the fact of, if you read the book, that ain't even what it tell you to do.
Right. Exactly.
The only person that tell you to bow a knee to is God Himself. Everything else is steadfast. Stand in whatever. Stand on what you believe on. You know what I mean?
Right. A lot of we supposed to bypass those parts.
I've been saying that. I've been saying stand up. Why are we kneeling?
Yeah. Okay, but okay. So Gigi. You spoke on the aspect of too much masculine energy or something, right? And when you were speaking of it and you were describing it, it sounded like it was abuse. So it seems like
No.
that. Yeah, it sounded like you were describing
I'm
abuse.
very calm, Mr. Palmer.
Well,
I'm
I
sorry
mean,
about that. That was my student.
I
it,
know,
it can
sure.
it can sound like that, because you are a man, and the thing is, that's how it feels like if you come at us wrong, or if we bring
Right.
that much energy to us that much,
But my
then it
question
feels
is,
like, oh, we got to stand
if
up for ourselves.
my so y'all got a delicateness to y'all, right? That we
Yes,
respect
and
and
it's
that we
like,
have
let
to
us
respect.
be.
So how do y'all bring yourself to respect our natural rigidity? What's some of the methods and the techniques that y'all have
Good
developed?
question. Real good
Well, you
question.
see how you're speaking nice and softly, well spoken to me,
That shit ain't get me nowhere with
and
my
with
last
respect.
ex-wife.
Well, I'm just saying it's respectful. She married you for a reason.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Some people are sitting there like they think they own the world, or they own your body, they own you. And I'm like, we are not living in a slave mentality right now. You don't
But
own
that's
shit.
but you have to understand that's part of male protection. Meaning, like, if I don't,
But don't take
men,
it out
I'm
on
not
the
gonna
woman at home.
I'm not taking it out on you. What I'm saying to you is, you are my property,
No,
right?
no, don't you
Meaning
do
this.
that.
Me. Hold on a
Okay, so
second. Let me finish.
okay,
Explain.
I'm gonna
Let me
shut
explain my
myself.
point to you. How men are. Meaning, let's say Art got a house, and I don't know Art. or any of the people in that house. I'm not coming over there to assist Art in protecting his people. Even if danger's coming his way, and I know danger's is coming his way, I have no dog in the fight because there's no ownership. There's no incentive for me to lay down my life or cause harm to myself. I don't know you. You wouldn't even ask your own children to do that, your own son to do that. Now, if he has a dog in the fight, but like, hey, Ma, I know Art, that's my teacher, or hey, he's got some cattle or something like that he's supposed to lend me. I just got to watch his property for him. Then he's going to go over there. He has some part of ownership of it. I mean, I find it funny that when men say, you're my property, it's an issue. But when women say, that's my husband, that's my boyfriend, that's my man, it's not a problem.
I guess my man is my property then.
Yes.
Yes, that is a. So G,
he's yours, isn't he? Put it this way. Hold on a second. So can your man go put his thing in some other woman?
If he wants to, he will, and I will drop him.
That ain't the question I'm asking you. I said, can your man go put his thing in another woman if he's your property? If he's your man.
He has free will, he can, and if he does, I will drop him.
Hold up, now you ain't gonna be selfish. Be selfish, girl. Take the thing.
No. You got to take it for what it is and file it away.
I'm gonna break a vase.
Gigi, let me ask you something. Can you hear me? All right, cool. So do you believe? All right. Do you believe all black women should be protected? Mm-hmm. Okay, great. Now, let's say your significant other is in a situation where he's protecting a black woman and he dies in protecting this black woman, right? And the person he's protecting this black woman from a man who is abusing her. And this man, your husband or significant other dies, and that woman goes back to the very person that was just abusing her. How would you feel?
Devastated.
Why?
Because what a loss. Why would she? And I wouldn't let her sleep. I'd be at her house every night, honking my horn. I'd get on her nerves. I would ask the spirits to bring the ancestors, bring his ghost over to her and haunt her.
Because you lost your husband.
Would you ask those same spirits to haunt you? Because you just admitted that the culture should say all black men should protect black women. Aren't you a contributing factor in him dying as well?
How am I?
Because you say all black women. That means you want a man that would do that. That means you would raise your boys to do that. So if your boy or your man loses their life for something you taught them to do, aren't you just as culpable as that woman is?
Who raised you?
My father and my mother.
Good. Ask them that question.
But that's not. But that's not an answer, though. That's not an answer.
Brothers. Like I said,
you gotta accept it.
Brothers. Like I said,
ask your parents. Your parents. They brought you this way to talk to me a certain way, so you go ask them about it.
Gigi, it's okay. It's okay.
You got the balls to do it.
Gigi, it's all right. So now, brothers,
I do have the balls to do it. I've already spoken to them about it. My parents raised me to never hit a woman.
So what they say,
and I will cold cock any human being.
So you got
any human being that puts their hands on myself or my children.
Hold up.
The question I'm trying to get you to understand is that you are perpetuating and wanting something that you don't want to take responsibility for. At the end of the day, with the lady that called the cops on Jacob, whatever, she's hollering and protesting now. But she's the same woman that called the cops on him.
Wow.
She's the same woman. Now, is he wrong? Is he wrong for breaking that order? Absolutely, he's wrong for breaking that order. But she's the one that called the cops on an individual.
Okay, let me answer your question. The question you asked me. When you asked me earlier if every black woman, not every black woman needs defensing, not every black woman needs, protection. No, but you guys put us in a category where we have to fend for ourselves, and the delicate ones, the ones who, I boo
Maybe
hoo
that's
a lot
chosen. That's selected.
because I
Wait,
need
wait,
me
wait,
a
wait, wait,
hug.
wait. Rogue, you gotta take what's given and
Yeah.
file it away.
Yeah, my
You know,
apologies.
Remember,
that's
she
just
said
what it
that.
is. You gotta take it and you just gotta hold it. Continue, Gigi. Go ahead.
My apologies.
I'm just frustrated with these kids today because they think they know everything. They got big words they want to use. Like I don't got big words. I used
I'm
to
not
go
a
for
kid. I'm
30.
not a kid though. I'm 38
I
years. I'm a
don't give a
38-year-old
fuck
man.
how old you are. I'm older than you.
But that, but
No.
that still that still doesn't mean I can't ask you a direct question that puts responsibility back on an individual who wants something. If I want
No, no, no,
something,
no, no, no. What you're
I'm
doing
culpable.
is you
I'm
minimizing
culpable if it
my
goes good or if it
femininity.
was bad.
You're trying to bring my masculinity out. You're trying to make me a bitch, which I'm not.
Okay. Oh, so wait a
I'm
minute,
not
Gigi.
me asking
Hold
you
on, hold
me
on.
me asking you a hold on a second. Then that should be that's the feelings you got right there is just like a black man's dick discipline. You should be able to control yourself. I
But
shouldn't
Then
have to worry
this
about
is the
wrap
you
up,
conversation
controlling
we
baby.
yourself.
had
Wrap
earlier.
it up.
Control yourself, and then we can continue on with the conversation. Another thing I was asking you was a direct at you. The question was if I want something to be a culture to be a certain type of way. Here's an example. Here's an analogy for the flip side. If we want wholesome women as black men, is it okay to go out here and still pump and dump these women? You have to have some level of responsibility if you want something to be upheld as a standard. If all
This is
black
the
women got to
point.
be protected, you have to. If all
Remember
black women
earlier
want to be
part when I was
protected,
talking about certain words that triggers me or disrespects me? That pump and dump shit? What does that mean?
No, he doesn't he's not saying that he's for it. He's just giving you a comparison.
Why is he coming at me so forcefully?
That's
What
the
did
I'm
way
I
you
not
say?
coming
feel.
at you
Hey, Gigi, that's the
forcefully.
way
I'm just
you
asking you a
feel.
direct. I'm asking you a direct question in
Direct
terms of
questions
if
are
you
I don't
want
forceful,
I
something
don't
from
man.
somebody,
I
you have
don't
to take a
represent
little bit
a
of
woman.
responsibility for if you're at what you're asking for.
Wait, hold up, fam. You
I
don't you
don't
don't know that
represent
direct
every
questions are
woman.
forceful to women?
Exactly. He's coming at me like shit, and then he
Listen,
doesn't
listen. I'm a nurse. I work with women every day. I'm a nurse. I work with women every day. So trust me,
you
I act in
working
the
with the
exact
wrong
same way.
one. You working with the wrong
I'm not.
ones.
I'm working.
Oh
I'm
my
working with
God.
a nurse. I'm a
Oh,
nurse. I
oh
work with
my
women
goodness.
every day.
Oh my goodness.
So Gigi, you just made our point earlier because you just admitted that you just said that he's trying to make you look a certain way. Remember, we're talking
Right.
about valuing image
Yes.
over solving a problem.
Oh my goodness. And you know what? I didn't give a shit about my image real quick. Cause I cussed, I yelled, I went out of my character. Yes, I did. Like I said, I do think about my image, but I don't really think about it no more in regards
But
to
what were
being
you
disrespected.
protecting when you were, doing
Well,
the
I'm
whole
trying.
defense
Well,
thing?
because the whole thing is nonsense. He's bringing in the negative freaking energy. We went through
Okay.
a whole thing about good women and good men, great men, and then he want to talk about this shit.
So but I
But
mean,
this,
what
but,
is
but that's part of being a
what is
good man.
nonsense?
It
Hold on
is.
for a
Did
Part
we?
being
second.
a good
Okay.
man is
All right. Let me
degrading
ask a
women.
question. When you had brought up the issue about being a good man and what good men do, Did we talk about what a good woman was?
You want to know what a
And
good woman
did
do?
we go into an
Check
extensive list in
check
detail?
check people like you,
Did
cause
we go into
you
an
think you got
extensive list?
something upside your butt.
I don't have
Oh,
nothing. I
come
don't
on.
have one. I'm
Come
asking a
on,
question. Did we
Gigi.
go into every tick and tack that we have for a man and what a good man is? Did we have the exact same amount of
I
things and
want a
notches?
candle full of good men except one, I think.
Hmm?
Ma'am, that's the point that you're missing. I think a woman who's overweight is not a good woman. And I
Well,
can
a
see
woman
by that
who's
picture you ain't
overweight,
hitting
I
that
am not
criteria.
overweight.
But that
And
has
guess what?
nothing to
A woman but
that has
woman
nothing to.
has to get
But
that way to protect herself.
But the point you're missing, ma'am, is that you are. I'm not worried about what you think. Only people that matter what another man should be given a criteria of what a good man is another man.
You gonna pick a fight with a fat girl?
Oh,
I'm
what?
gonna pick a fight with who? Why would I pick a fight with anybody?
Yeah, you pick
That
a
don't
This
make
is
fight.
no
why,
sense.
Mike. This is
Why,
why I
why would I
told you
pick a
that
fight? Why would I pick a fight with anybody? And if the fight did occur, I'm gonna cold cock you just like a grown man. Cause you the size of a man.
Oh
If you the
man.
size of a man, you're gonna get hit like a man.
Ooh,
brother. This is why I
I'm
said you have
telling
to
you.
take what you're getting and you have to file it away, right, and hold it because
No, man, because it's
what you, what you,
ridiculous of people wanting something so bad that they can't understand that if you want something, there's a responsibility in you asking for it.
Look. You
I
keep saying
understand that, brother.
But you
saying
went
they
a
want it. It's,
roundabout way to say it.
it's not about
Well,
them
that's all you
wanting
had to
it.
say.
They feel
Okay.
entitled
So
to it.
I'm
It's not
hearing.
a
Okay. Okay.
desire.
Hold on, you guys. So this is what she's trying to convey, but she's not. This is stuff that we normally hear from, especially from our aunts or whatever. Her whole thing is not what you say, is how you say it.
Right.
There
So
you
I'm
go.
wondering, even if you agree or disagree, I think that's what she's trying to say.
So basically, me telling, let's say I got a chick that's 300 pounds on, let's say, Kevin Samuel show. So him telling that chick she's a fat ass is the
In a
same as
soft
me
voice.
yelling it at her that she's a
In a
fat
soft
ass.
voice. In a soft voice.
Yeah, you gotta do it like this. You gotta do it like this, baby. You know it's unhealthy to be where you at right now. We gotta get it
See,
under control.
the difference is this though. If I have to make, if I can't speak to you freely, meaning like in equal, and I have to make concessions to make you feel
But
better,
that's
or
the
to
thing.
bring, or to
Sir.
bring you, or to
I'm
bring you,
not
or
your
to bring
equal.
you, I'm not, or to bring you up,
All right.
right?
Wait. Okay.
Then,
Hold on.
there's an issue of, then you're not my equal.
Bro, hold up. You okay? Look,
I'm a woman. I'm
You
not a
seem like you
man.
going into
I
this
don't
one
do
women to be
things like
fair.
that.
No, I don't want women to be fair. What I'm asking for is a equal exchange in terms of,
That's
you
not
got
gonna
women,
happen.
you got black women, you gotta say, you got women now who want partners, and
Oh,
they're missing the piece of what a man is and what a husband is,
a
and
big
when
part.
what the natural nature of a man is, and what art is asking you in terms of a natural man or a manufactured man. If you get a manufactured man, there's going to be pieces of him missing, which
Hmm.
ends up being not a man.
Hmm.
He's just some utility. And if that's what you want, is just a utility, then that's fine. Then just
Can't
say that.
complain.
Look,
You
it's
can't
not.
come, but you can't complain with the result of what you're getting. You
Okay,
can't get
now
complaining with the.
I'm getting you.
Why
Now
you
I
keep,
can
dude? Why
understand
you keep
what's
saying what they
going on.
want? It's not what they want. It's how they view you. That's not a
Yeah,
desire.
Yeah,
That's all.
it's an entitlement. You
because
gotta
you come
I
home
don't
from
understand.
work
care.
after I just
You
told
can't
them,
logic through that.
don't bring that shit home.
What are you talking about, Gigi? What are you
No,
talking about?
just the masculine. I gotta be a man, and I'm
You didn't
like,
hear what
I
he
get
you didn't
it.
hear what
You're
he
a
said
man.
though. That was
That's
But
kind
why
of
she
I'm
that
didn't
was
hear.
kind of
saying
important.
you're a
It's
man.
emotionally it's an
I do
emotional
my
investment
own
at this point.
man shit.
But yeah, but
Okay.
that's the
Gigi,
whole point. That's what I am. No, I don't have no problem if you walked around and said I'm a
Oh,
woman.
I
I
couldn't
don't have a
stand being
problem
with
with
you.
that. I don't
You
I'm
have
want
a
a
fair-
woman.
problem
You're
with
not an
that.
you
ex-wife.
want fairness, dude. You want fairness.
No, I don't want fairness. What I
Yeah, you-
want is you to just be what I'm asking. I want what art is asking for, which is, do you want to be just a natural man? And that's the issue, which is most men are choosing just to be natural men, and they are walking away from this thing. At
women
the end of
don't
the
want
day,
you.
most
Women want
people
you to
go,
be happy.
I'm not MGTOW, right? But the definition of MGTOW means you're not married and you don't cohabitate with a woman.
Right.
55% of the population does not cohabitate with each other. I don't care how much they say they want marriage. I don't care how much they say they want a relationship. They're MGTOW until otherwise.
Y'all gonna hate me, but Jesus was MGTOW.
Yes.
I'm just keeping it real. Only person he talked to was Mary Magdalene and his mama. That's it.
They call them Jerusalem Slim. Right? Push. You know what I'm saying? Everywhere.
Oh God.
but Gigi, do you understand how important
Yeah,
what he
I
just? I mean,
did.
for these last 5 minutes, what he just said about the natural man versus the
You had a
manufactured.
passion moment.
No, but it's very important though, seriously, because that's the part that we're not really addressing enough. You know, this whole manufactured man, you ladies are really complaining about it, but at the same time you're asking for him. You're asking for him, but you're complaining about him.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah. Yeah.
And we're like, okay, how long is it gonna last?
Forever and a day.
Every day. Ugh.
Forever and a
Well, the
day.
problem is the
Forever
problem is
and a
this is that
day.
the young. Well, the problem is if you look at the Gen Zs and
Hmm.
younger,
Hmm.
they don't interact with each other.
Yeah,
Yep.
The
they
boys
have
just
Social
do their
distance.
own. The boys just do their own shit. It ain't even they ain't even like when we just go sometimes go see what the girls are doing. These dudes don't
Yeah.
even give a fuck.
that's because we've been bred to have a toxic compassion.
But
GameStop
that's
Saturday
but that's
nights.
yeah, but that's my point, which is if these Gen Zs are just acting natural and they're being their normal selves, it's just to ignore females anyway. They don't care. They're gonna go do what they want to do. And
And
you
going
can't have
back
a
to
civil
go ahead, Fan,
no
go
go ahead.
ahead.
You, you don't need to
No, go ahead, Art.
ignore
I
females,
said
but
going back to we talked about earlier about dances. Like
Yeah,
back in the '80s, we had a lot of different dances, but we did them with females.
yeah.
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 We
Mm-hmm.
did them, and then
Oh, you
later on
could
in the
have some
'90s.
fun.
But my whole thing is that we're not even doing dances where it includes either she's going to do the twerking on your Johnny, or you just going to just sit there and watch.
Yeah.
But at
Or
the
yeah,
same time,
yep.
yeah, that's all you're doing for these kids. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? That's how they relate. That's my whole thing is that's how they relate now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Because if at the end of the day, if you keep telling boys that there's something wrong with them, and the thing that they're finna mutate and turn into through puberty is a man, and that thing is just a wrong thing, or this thing can't get something right, and we wondering why these young men want or refusing to get married, or refusing to even. These are dudes that ain't even really been through nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Mm,
They're just saying, "Nah, I'm out." The average age for a male to be a virgin is 27.
that's sad,
Oh
bro.
wow.
Damn. Damn. 27.
So when I'm asking these questions I'm asking are not to antagonize or go after anyone. What I'm saying is if you don't want to understand that male and male nature, and we ain't gonna try to fix this problem, which is you have to get men to be incentivized. Men have egos, y'all know that. We sensitive as fuck, you know that. Yes, we gotta feel like the motherfucking man, you know that.
What
But
I
it's
gotta
That's
like
do?
it's
why I
always
said
Oh,
like
I'm a
it's like
oh,
Lucy and Charlie Brown with the football.
yeah,
Exactly.
If people understood that metaphor, that was a metaphor. It wasn't just a cartoon.
Yeah.
definitely.
Mm.
Because he
Yeah.
thought that, okay, I'm the man, she's gonna cooperate. I'm gonna kick that football and we're gonna walk away buddies or whatever, or whatever.
I can
She
trust her
moved that motherfucker
every
and
time.
laughed when he failed.
Yeah.
You can
But didn't know one of the cartoons he had one chick that held the football for him and he kicked it?
yeah,
well, the
Yeah.
one that really loves him, but he never really
but
looked at.
it ain't our sisters though. That's what I'm
But
saying. They're
that's the
not
problem.
showing
It
it
wasn't
enough.
his yeah, it was a different woman.
Yeah, exactly. The one who held it down.
Okay, so how about this? Could we say that the so condition their social condition has been to the point to where it had actually eroded a good percentage of their neutrality?
Explain that a little bit.
Well, it's like the brainwashing thing. It's like once something I think once something becomes culture. This is a question I ask. What have we seen that was a detriment within our community ever restore itself back to whatever could be perceived as normality?
Phew. I
Nothing
wait.
will. Once something rots, it's rotted forever.
Right. So now in this regard to where they are unable to empathize at a at a regular human level with our condition within this reality. Um is and then you can look at the things that BGS be putting out back in the day, with the what was that, the Monahan joint.
The
Yeah,
Yeah.
Monahan
my
Yeah.
report.
report.
Money
Yeah,
Yeah.
report. Yeah.
yeah, we got to ask ourselves how much erosion had occurred by that time, and you're talking 100 years later, to where the material shit is getting out of hand. the embracement of illusions is getting out of hand. Like that's why I think they're moving further away from it, because they're actually getting all of that. They're getting that affection, or a desired affection, from doing so much illusionist stuff, and that has become the norm. And so how long can that be the norm before it's set?
What really reminded me, because at first I was kind of like in days, I'm going through life, whatever. But what really got me to really be reminded of something is how black women feel about Camilla Harris.
Uh-huh.
Most black women. That I mean, even down to a lot of sisters I really respect. It didn't matter. It
Right.
was like, we broke down all this stuff, and they fluffed everything to the side and said, well, at least we have a black woman in the
Well,
White
that
House.
one.
All that stuff that
So,
she did to disparage black men in huge numbers. Yeah.
integrity is, for some
It-
reason, integrity does not factor as something to weigh in situations for most black women anymore.
And that
Unless it
lets
has
you know how they feel about black. I don't know what other indicator we can use than that one to really get an ideal how you value black men or even black boys. A lot of these women have sons,
yeah.
and that's a phenomenon to me. It's not a phenomenon where it's impossible, but it's like, dang, that's a
It's
rude reminder.
Can I
phenomenal.
say something, Art? In weird parts of it all is that women bond together when we see each other getting empowered, but we will catfight when it comes over a dude.
But what about your sons?
I don't have a son, so
What about your nephews? Your
um
all the young people, the young boys that could be potentially in that same system
I,
once she wins.
I keep going to their games. I cheer them on. I'm a cheerleader.
How you gonna go to their games if he gets incarcerated?
I visit.
Oh wow, it don't stop.
I've been willing.
But the question, but also the question should be,
I'm a
but
woman of my word.
but the question also should be, what the question should also be, what type of men are we raising for our daughters?
Exactly.
Like
But
at the
no,
end
no,
of the day, I can tell you right now, I talk to Art, and Art knows, talk to my boy.
Hmm.
There's nowhere in the world my son is taking a low level deal.
sanctity of the daughter is a sacrifice, though. That's the one thing that's
That's
the one
the
thing
thing.
that they don't really
Yeah,
acknowledge. And through all this, through their embracement of feminism, I'd say all this time, y'all, the white woman is a natural hoe. So if you're going to embrace her perspectives of ideology with things, eventually it's going to lead to some hoe shit.
We're screwed. But
And
that
yeah, and they did totally embraced it. And now, it's Cardi B is Cardi B.
oh, don't
Okay.
say Cardi B around Gigi.
And
Oh
we be
no.
it's
trying to outdo each other all the time, and it's like nonsense.
Yeah, but the thing is that in which women are currently valuing, it sacrifices integrity. But they think it's only just them. Like, well, fuck it, I'm alright. I feel good with it. You're sacrificing the image of your genetics. You're sacrificing your daughter's sanctity, and it don't matter. They don't care about it. That's the weird shit
yeah,
about
that's the part that breaks my heart, is when you look at these little girls. Like my daughter's just naturally feminine. And she's
it.
naturally friendly, naturally bubbly. She's a little ditzy, but she's just a naturally girly girl.
Sounds like me.
You
Yeah,
follow me? And I'm looking at a lot of these dudes like, man, most of you niggas ain't finna get my girl, my little baby girl. These boys are not competent. They don't have no drive. They don't have no ambition. They think 50-50 is an actual thing.
yeah.
Who did they get that from? Where did they learn that?
It's agree. They must, that's what a partner is, though. A partner is 50-50.
Yeah, that partnership. So that's more feminism. So ain't no damn partner. This is a union. We up in this joint. I'm leading. I'm. It's like
What I'm saying is
like
even
Jeff
though
Brown.
people,
Jeff
even
Brown.
though people,
Hold on.
even if it's no, go ahead.
Jeff,
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Jeff Brown says my word weighs final. His wife's word weighs heaviest. But he's the one that's making the selection. The thing is that it has nothing to do with family. It has nothing to
Yeah,
do with future. It is only
exactly.
about the now and feeding that ego
Individuality.
and also that kind of closeted inferiority, them self issues that they have that they don't want to look at. And it's like, if you don't look at it, you're going to embrace that, which is illusional 24/7, because that makes you feel good. Notice everything's about feeling and comfortableness. And even the lack of integrity, it maintains comfortable. The lack of sacrificing the daughter's sanctity, it maintains comfortability. Kamala Harris, no matter what the bullshit she'll put out there, they're comfortable just with seeing her in the image alone, and will feed off of that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Because if Obama took away what abortion and what's the other stuff that wouldn't be championed? I mean, right, whatever their rights are,
Yeah.
or at least voted on it and championed it while he was a senator. How many sisters gonna vote for this dude as president?
They
Oh man.
not. I mean, that's the funny part about the whole thing of like, even I got a friend of mine. He's a liberal, or whatever. He leans hard more liberal than I do. I would say I'm just an independent. I don't really care. But he asks me these same questions, and I give him the same answers. I was like, Trump just say racist stuff. Kamala and Biden did some racist stuff.
Yeah.
I said, here's the crazy part. How about I just not vote at all? It's still gonna be in the favor of Trump if I don't vote. That's the
Yeah.
point that they can't resolve, which is even if I do vote or don't vote, you got, what is this, Matt Barnes, his goofy ass. You got whatever that girl is on the View or some shit, talking about just vote for Harris. Yeah, just vote for your imprisonment. Yeah, go ahead. Just vote on the offshoot of, instead of the dude that put 100,000 cops on the street to start locking your men up. He gonna probably add in more because there's more anarchy going on. He gonna have to add in more cops.
And I don't think they saw the difference between black male incarceration compared to the other. The black male incarceration was up to what, 3,000 and something.
Yeah.
Everybody else was under 1,000, like maybe 500 for the white folks, 600 for the Latinos. It was like it was huge. And black folks ain't that bad. Come on.
No. I mean, if you really look at the 2018 murder rate, when they be bringing up that whole like black people are violent, I think it's like less than 6,000 people that be getting murdered a year. I'm like, man, you can chalk that up to the cause. Like them, you get what I'm saying, man? More people obese die from obesity more than they do from getting shot and murdered. Man, that's just folks.
Well, see, they already talk about the whole killing thing. If a black person kill another black person, more than likely, what's the manner? What's going to be the method? A gun, shooting, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you look at what pilgrims do. Then you got shooting, poison. You got, you know what I'm saying? Trap somebody in the car, burn them alive. Y'all, chop up the whole family, everything. The whole thing is our perspective of engaging one another detrimentally like that is really just based off of economics. If you got proper economics, for black people, you're not really going to be thinking about harming another one. But
you already know that's true, because if you look at places like DeSoto, Texas, if you look at well-to-do suburbs with black people, you don't see no crime there.
No.
You see, if you remove Chicago, literally, if you remove Chicago out of the equation, there is no other place in America that they can point to that has a high crime black on black crime rate. There isn't one.
Chicago's number 6 right now, or 7.
What Philly?
They're not even the high.
They wild in the Philly too, or it's always something happening out there.
Yeah, New Orleans. Is and I'm like, that my thing is that, like when they do that whole black on black thing, a lot of those guys get arrested.
Yeah.
Okay. They get dealt with. They face time where these cops or white dudes, whatever, they get off.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, fam.
No, yeah, but we already know what black men are, how they viewed in this country. By even when I first found BGS, the way I found him was he did a video on, this is about 3 years ago, I want to say. He did a video on black boys in underdeveloped. Like 75% of black boys in California can't even hardly read and write.
That's crazy.
That right there tells you. That right there tells you everything you know. So for me, I had a good mother. My mother used to make me sit down and read. I had a stuttering problem. Better sound that
Mm,
shit out.
mm,
We're gonna be here till you get. We're gonna be here till you get this chapter read.
Yeah.
mm.
Her and I had that was a labor of love for her and I, especially for her.
Yeah.
Thank
Wouldn't
God.
be wouldn't be where I'm at if it wasn't for her to sit in there and do that. But that is a motherly role to want to be able to do that kind of stuff. You like
Mm-hmm.
my man saying, which is family. My mama was built to raise her family and to make sure her children got off the ground. Right. When I hear these stories of black men, how they just come home and they ain't weren't required to do shit, or the family mother won't even read with them.
Hmm.
There's stuff like that. It blows my mind and it breaks my heart that they don't even get to experience the nature of a good woman. I know what a good woman and a good mother is because I had one. And my whole point of what I always tell more people this: all women are the same, and all men are the same. It is your job to prove that you're not the same. I know my father and my mother not are good people. You follow? They're just average people, but they're still good people. You follow? They did the best they could to raise 6 kids.
There you go. Thank you.
You follow? But if the whole culture is raised around where dysfunction is celebrated, I don't know what we're gonna do. Like Art said, to me, it's over and done with. My personal thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it takes money, time, and resources. When you finally ask, like when Kevin asks these ladies what it actually takes to make that kind of money, right? And or if you ask a lady, what does it take to kind of get your whole family going and up and doing in the routine in the morning and what she has to do, she'll tell you, I don't do shit in the morning. I prep the night before. It's too much. It takes a lot of time and energy and effort and love and taking them little times to talk to your little baby and all these little things. That takes a lot of energy.
But
You think you
obviously
should
they
just get
find
that for
something
free?
they find
Yeah.
something good in it though, because they also champion the individualism. So
Yep. That's what I was gonna say.
yeah, so it's like it's like there's like they like white folks. They want their cake and eat it
because
too.
it's because it's an artificial inflation, right? Like
Yeah.
even one of the guys that's on Kevin's show, he a white dude, and he made a good point. And I remember this rich old white lady when I was in school made a good point too. She said, "Man, don't ever let these people make you feel bad." And I just looked at her and I was like, "What you mean?" She said, "They just got credit. That's all the fuck they got. That's the
Yeah.
only thing they got on you was credit. That's it, or access to it, should I say? Which
Yeah.
is a lot. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? But that's the only thing that's separating you from them, meaning they can go get nice things. Them fuckers be just as broke as your ass is.
That's true, man.
Mm.
Yep.
I
And
really
that's
feel
just
a
real
lot.
talk. That's just real talk. You know what I mean?
Real
That's
talk.
You know.
true.
So,
And those nice houses they live in be filthy on the inside.
yeah.
Look nice on the outside. You on them like what the
Yep.
dog
You
hair?
and you're right about that. And I've seen it in my own family growing up. I'm like, wow, you got a swing set, and I'm like, well, can I come over? Well, I'm having a party. This is coming from a white cousin of mine. I'm having a party, and I don't think they'll feel comfortable with you around. I was like, what? Mind you, I'm like, this is my cousin. I stopped talking to her from that day on.
What a surprise.
Yeah.
No honor.
Yeah. But my issue, like I said before, my issue right now is going to be back to these boys and how do we get these and this small percentage, which I still think there are good women, good black women out there who gonna need a little bit of head up, not a little bit, but a lot of hedge of protection.
You know what?
And they're gonna have to understand that part of being a man when we out here protecting folks, it ain't no nice thing. Like protecting people ain't pretty.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? When we getting attacked, I'm doing everything in my power to deter this motherfucker from doing harm to people that I care about and love. So, that's the thing where uh, when y'all say the toxic masculinity, I got to dig deep in mine because that's what I'm gonna pull out if somebody's coming at my family.
That's
You
why I
know
had
what I
to
mean?
ask. That's why I had to ask. And I'm glad Gigi cleared that up though. What is over masculinity? What is aggressiveness? What is this toxic stuff? So she brought up something that can be easily solved by feminine or female touch.
Yeah.
That was an easy issue.
Yeah.
Because she
Mm.
said, I don't like when he come home and he's just pissed off at work, and she's like, "Leave that at work." I'm like, a soft answer turns away wrath.
Yeah, but that's
That's not book
also,
of Ephesians.
but that's also things that we've lost. If you go
Was
back
that
and read
Ephesians,
little
y'all?
stories, yeah, if you go back and read little stories of how couples interacted, where he would just be frustrated, and she just come in and she just touch his face and look at him and just stand there and look at him,
Is it all? Is
and
it
it would
all?
just calm
Is
him
it
down.
just not being selected? Is it really lost, or is it just not being selected?
I think
I
it's a
think it's both.
lost art. I think it's a lost art. These young men and women do not know how to court each other. It don't
Well, that's
Communicate.
women don't know how to be feminine and then still be able to do like some salsa and still be sexy with it. Ain't nothing wrong with that. That's our dance anyways. That's why it
Yep,
was
that's true.
made. So a woman can express herself and move her body and gyrate and all that shit. She wasn't meant to just twerk. She was meant to dance.
well,
Yep,
Art,
and
And it's
he's the
supposed to be
lead.
beautiful.
Art,
Yeah, it's supposed to be beautiful.
you forgot when I said that. I said, yeah, that's the thought process that comes swiftly, but in the process, I'm like, no, I've got your meal ready. I'm gonna go take a bubble bath, and you can curl up next to me, and I'm gonna be smelling so fresh and so clean, and you can have some. That's it.
Oh,
When you
okay.
upset, I know how to calm you down.
Oh,
I try.
Keep
babe,
your
see
phone.
again. Thank
Look,
you.
you just started again, Gigi.
Hey, I got a question as far as with the young men and the school and everything. I've been noticed some things as far as where people are giving these statistics and these reports as far as young black men falling behind and everything. Are we taking into consideration the desire that may be lost as far as dealing, what I'm saying, with school or anything?
Let,
Um,
let me let me say this because I'm a pediatric nurse.
okay,
And so there's a movie in the Karate Kid. You remember the first one, Mr. Miyagi?
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Miyagi makes a very good point. And this applies to all children. There are no bad students.
right,
There are only bad teachers.
yeah,
That's all it is,
Mm-hmm.
man.
yeah, it makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
If someone just there's a boy that I know, it's a lady that I'm talking to right now. So her son was deterred from being a pro soccer player by his own father.
Mm.
And so she asked me, she goes, we were talking about it. I was like, fuck that motherfucker. Who are you to deter somebody else from something just because you can't do it?
Right.
You took the
Yeah.
life out of him. You
Yep.
don't know what God gave that boy.
Yeah.
Or he may just be not even might not go pro, but what if he was a coach and he sends players to go pro? You don't know what the fuck what that seed is gonna be, right?
Yeah.
So that's the issue, which is a lot of it, I'm gonna say it's a small percentage of it, man, is what you said. That desire piece, right? Don't get me wrong, I'm a DF student, trust me. I didn't want to go. I
Mm-hmm.
did. You follow me? But I had parents that fucking sat my ass down and made me. I had parents who had, man, I was so bad. I had a tutor for the third grade. That's how bad I was.
Oh, I can tell you was bad.
I was bad. You get what I'm saying? And then
So,
to be able to turn that around and get my life to where I'm at right now.
well, back in the 80s, Dr. Amos Wilson was purporting that it started around third grade, where you see the light leave the eyes of the child.
Yes.
They get dull.
Yes. And they know that. I
So,
remember
so,
I went
so,
to take my son to get a haircut, right? And so there's a bunch of young black boys out there. So I went and bought him some ice cream, and I said, "Hey man, what y'all want to do? What's y'all subject are y'all good in? You should have." It blessed my heart, but it also broke my heart at the same time. They
And
said, "Man,
and let me
math.
go ahead, fam.
Math is my favorite subject. Math is my favorite subject. Math is my favorite subject." I said, "That's good, man. That's good." So that's my son's favorite subject too. I said, "What grade y'all finna go into? Third grade?" And that's when I knew.
right.
Half
That
of
was
them are gonna lose that fire. They know when black boys hit the third grade, it's something about that third grade with black boys in that
yeah.
developmental stage.
Yes.
Yeah.
I couldn't stop drawing. And shout out to Nicole Ali for the cash app. Appreciate you, sister.
Right.
That is so true.
Okay.
Third grade is the age.
I mean, I was put in third grade from homeschool. Like I was homeschooled until third grade, so that's very telling.
Yeah.
And
And
speaking of
I got in trouble.
Nicole Ali, oh, go ahead, fam.
I said I got in trouble a lot when I got into public school, and then they tried to kick history to me. I wasn't having it, man. I was dropping all types of truth bombs, and It wasn't a day I wasn't in the principal's office and got suspended
Was Jesus white?
for
Jesus,
saying
go to the office.
bad words. Like they try to talk to me about Christopher Columbus and being the proud founder of this country. Here I am in the front of the class too. He produced a mass genocide. The whole class stopped. Get the principal. Call his mom. Where did he learn that word? What does that word mean? And I started going into he raped and pillaged. This is a third grader now. So then they're like, oh, whoa, hold on.
Oh yeah, they ain't like you.
He's a troublemaker.
That's what they
Welcome,
call it.
Nicole Ali, my fellow Leo sister and the queen of science.
Nicole.
Hey,
How
Nicole.
you guys doing?
Good.
All right.
Peace.
Well, I wanted to say something to you, Art. I am truly sorry for the other day not being there. I'm sure you had a great panel. I'm not trying to wow. I'm not trying to slow down the conversation, but I just had to tell you that, as close to face as I could.
Well, I
I'm
appreciate it, sister.
recording.
You know, we
Yeah.
we we still we got about what I think 15 more left.
Okay. I'm
The
gonna
next
watch
one
the
is going.
playback.
The
I
next
had
one's gonna. Oh,
oh,
go
go
ahead.
ahead.
No, I'm gonna say the next one's gonna be about politics. So that's gonna be big.
Yeah.
We're
Yeah,
gonna bring up
I
Camilla
had my
Harris in that
own
one.
thing going on. Even my own stream, I was late. We had, out here, we having power outages and stuff. We had blackouts
Oh
where I
yeah.
am. I was like, oh
Kelly?
my God. So it was bad. I was like, I can't even, I felt like something you mentioned before about, what are you going to do without your phone? I was like, damn it.
Nicole, are
I
you in
had
Cali?
nothing. Huh?
Are you in Cali?
Yes.
Yeah,
So
we're
Yeah,
both
I
in
was like, I
Southern.
something
have
too. There was
nothing in Southern
blackout,
California.
shutting off
Yeah.
water. I'm like, no.
That's why I try to keep my phone charged up at all times.
Yeah, I have to
Yeah.
go to my
It
street
was not
and
charged.
like
Cause it got no. I might have to buy a backup battery too.
Yeah, but I appreciate you having the stream and everything. You got Michael. Even though I have had some words for you, Miss Gigi,
yeah.
and some of the things that you said,
Okay.
but I have to listen more to see where you're coming from. You know,
Okay.
I always appreciate different perspectives and everything. But going way back to what y'all was talking about, with how do you prevent young black boys from getting caught up in a lot of things? You have to put them in an environment with men, you know, where they can, for me, this is what we do with the boys in my family.
Hmm.
Put them in environments with men. I noticed the boys in our family that are around a lot of women, they get real sassy.
Mm.
Oh
I'm like,
wow.
hold up now. What's
That
this?
wrist bending.
What's up with that wrist now? Come on. Your wrist ain't supposed to be bending like that. Come on. They have the eye rolls and uh, the sucking of the teeth. I'm like, what you sucking on? No, you don't need to be sucking nothing. You a
So
boy.
since we deemed you as the queen of science, we had Michael brought up what I brought up earlier about
Hmm.
the natural man versus the manufactured man.
Mm,
We were
hmm.
really trying to find out, do women know the difference? A matter of fact, what do
Oh,
women
women know the
prefer?
difference.
Um, what do women prefer? Now, women with what I would say sense, more traditional women, would more than likely prefer a natural man, a
Hmm.
manufactured man. I
Yeah,
don't even know
very
what
suspect.
you have to give example of that.
Yeah,
Manufactured man. What
because
does that? What's the
I
definition of that?
right, Nicole, because
Um,
I don't know.
Softness. The man is soft and beautiful, and he's very
soft.
gentle whenever
What?
she is concerned.
You can't be pretty
Oh,
and
a simp. You talking about a simp?
Basically,
Is that what it is?
basically.
That's one of them. Yeah, that's one
Okay.
of them.
A herd.
Why y'all just didn't say that? Trying to be all extra manufactured man.
Well, metaphors, metaphors and
All
similes.
these metaphors, analogies, similes y'all using. Okay,
Right.
flowery
Yeah.
language.
Like
I
Nicole,
think okay,
Nicole,
manufactured man would be a man that be on Instagram with the flowers on his head.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
Right.
or the one that pretty much stays home while she works,
What?
and yeah,
all the time.
He's
Who's doing
making
the
sure that
laundry?
everything's cleaned up, and he's
Who's
waiting
your
at the
friend?
door for you.
He gets the
Mm-mm.
pajamas ready, draw the
He get the
bath.
pajama. He runs the bath water for her.
Yeah, that's
No,
not
no, no.
that's not
But I'm
me.
gonna be
Mm-mm.
wondering if he can't be a man. I'm gonna be wondering who is your friend. So if he got like
Yes.
a certain man, I'm like, oh, okay, you going out with your buddies, okay, cool. But some men, you be like, who's your
Mm-mm.
friend?
I
What's
don't
Did
do
you
he
that.
about?
did you hear that? It's a comedian that talked about you know if your man is down low by the way he fart. You heard that joke?
Oh no, I haven't heard that.
Man, that was funny as hell. He said he
No.
said you know if he farts like he's like okay he's straight, but if his fart go boop, there's something going on.
Better than this. But I think, it's a sign of the times because I was listening to BGS stream. They were from last night. And it's like the days all running together for me. But it was from last
Yeah,
night and they were talking about a lot of Asian culture, like the Asian females was Nameless Protagonist was saying, it's a lot of like the childishness, like it's extra, all I think you were on there too, Art. It's like
Mhm.
all extra. And to me, it's like you weak as hell. Like when I see the girls with the little backpacks and I'm like, you a grown woman. Like what you got on? They be wearing them socks up to their knees. I'm like, what the hell is this? You a walking cartoon.
me,
That's how I see it.
I
But to
wear
them,
socks
that's masculine,
like
for me
compression
to think that
socks.
way. Huh?
I said I wear socks up my knees because I need compression socks.
Compression. Oh my god.
Compression.
They wearing it because they trying to be all cute. You wearing it for health reasons. Oh Lord. But the guys, I notice a lot of the Asian guys, they are to me, they've always been very feminine to me.
Yeah,
And the things that they do leisure time and stuff, it's like that's what we do with our friends, like as a woman. Like, what are you talking about? Like, oh, I just get my nails buffed, or I just do I just get this, and
yeah, man.
I
That's
might get a little
What?
massage here. I'm like, what? That's not on a regular.
Okay.
I hear
and
that.
I be
it's
like,
being encouraged. That's what ticks me off. It's being
It's
encouraged.
encouraged.
I'm
Yeah.
like,
I don't mind you taking care of yourself, but when you say I get a massage once a week, and then it's
you
your body language telling me
feel.
how you feeling, it's like, why your back rolling like that when you talking about a massage? Like, I don't know. I don't
Uh,
know.
Hey Nicole, I wanted to ask you a question.
Uh-huh.
It might be a little personal, but I wanted to ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Can you talk about your father a little bit and how you hung out? So I know you talked about you and your sister and how y'all just
Yes.
end up splitting off to being two totally different people. But I know your
Yes.
father was the focal point of that. Can you talk about
Yeah.
how he was as a man and
Oh, my
and then
dad.
how you came to love the fact that he was that way?
Yeah, my
He
dad.
was a natural man.
Definitely a natural man. Like my dad is like any black dude hero in the 70s movies or anything
like
like
a
that.
That's
natural
what's up.
Like,
man.
That's what's up.
it's like he's
Wrong.
not, I wouldn't say he's like, I'm gonna get you sucker. Like he ain't like that, but he do
You
have the
going
70s
down, sucker.
lingo, and he will say, you know what? I'm tired of your motherfucking ass. I'm gonna knock you the hell out. Like he'll just say that in the middle of a card game. You like, what the hell? He wasn't violent or nothing, but he will threaten you to death. And the thing he always said was like I always say, like, you ain't too big to get your ass whooped by this world. Yeah,
Mm.
you pretty, you cute because you my daughter. You my baby, you my baby doll, but this world can eat you up. You got to be ready. You got to have something more to give the world besides your beauty. That's not going to take you but so far.
That's what's up.
How far you want to go in life. And I was like, I don't know. He said, well, I'm gonna tell you how far you can go. The sky's the limit. That's it. He was like, if you want anything in this world or you need anything, you have to work for it. You can't just be here. He said, ain't no man gonna want no lazy. He said, ain't no man gonna want no lazy heifer
Hmm.
sitting on his couch. That's just how it is. Why my sister went the opposite direction, I have no idea. Peer pressure,
being in another environment where she's being influenced by other people, you know, a whole set of things could have happened. But I stuck to a lot of things he taught me. And the reason why I still hold that, you know, because he started with me young. You know, he started with us very young, talking to us about, you know, look at this young boy. Like he was like the one that was telling us, like, oh, no, he look nice. You know, he got a nice little suit on, like we in church and stuff. You know, hey, how you doing? Come on over here, talk to my daughter. You know, we like 7,
Yep,
8
I
years
know.
old. He's like, come on over here, talk to her.
So true.
And I was like all nervous, like I don't want to talk to him. Because, you know, at that
Like
age,
the
like third,
freedom
fourth
took you.
grade, yeah, third, fourth grade, you know, I had the little ribbons in my hair and you know, we had a lot of lace and we wore a lot of lace and
Yes,
flowers and, you
that
know, all that
was
kind of
the
stuff and little
that was
stockings and the patent leather shoes.
with
Like
the
we wore
bows.
that. Mary Jane's. Yes.
Her
So
now.
we did all of that, and he never wanted us to be like, you know, some hard, you know, strong, independent woman. No, he's like, that's stupid. Like, look at your mom. My mom walking around with an apron on, you know, a lot of times cooking and doing whatever she's doing, her
Yeah.
craft and stuff.
But hair was always hooked. I
Yeah.
remember my mom's hair was always. I'm like, how are you doing your hair
Yeah. My
to
mom's hair
this
was
day?
always hooked up. She didn't, it's like
I'm
she
like,
never wanted to see him. She never wanted him to see her with her hair not hooked up.
oh
That's
my
how it was.
goodness, she would wake up extra early while he's still
Yep.
snoring. I'm like, what is going on? And
Yep.
she's all like, and then she'll give us a rag. Oh, you awake? She'll throw a rag at us clean. I'm like,
Now, well, we
bad
went through a deep
choice.
conversation with Gigi, and I want your take on this because we're in. I think we made a lot of way, leeway with Gigi because she really put a lot of things in perspective, and this is
Mm-hmm.
based on solving problems between male and female.
Okay.
And so, my observation that I ran into with a lot of females is that before we solve problems, more than half the time we run into females that value their image more than solving the problem.
Yeah.
And Gigi was saying that the reason, and she said that if the guy did not say anything about her being part of the problem, then later on she would probably admit it because she's more of in a calm state. Have you? I mean, how does that sound to you? I mean, what's your take on all that stuff?
If you said if she what repeat that what you said again?
Okay.
What I said was basically like if um there was an argument and I
Mm-hmm.
know I was in the wrong, but
Oh.
say my man came at me and was all like, baby, I didn't mean to upset you and all that, you know, and
Mhm.
then eventually I would regret being upset at him and say, you know what, I was in the wrong. Then I can open up.
No,
If
that
he
was a
didn't
little
slap
different.
me in
That
the
was a little
face.
different. That wasn't our conversation. We were talking about
Well,
it was more. Yeah, I know what you're saying, Gigi, but we were getting to the bottom of, finger pointing or whatever,
right.
blaming and
Oh,
all
okay.
that. And
Can I
so,
recite what we went over?
okay, brother, go ahead, man.
Okay.
Because I like to do things verbatim. So we used a vase as an example. So they got into an
Okay.
argument, right? And she throws the vase and she breaks it. And instead of her significant other saying, "You broke the vase," he talks to her and says, "Baby, it was crazy when everything got all twisted up and crazy when the vase broke. So we really need to have a conversation about this." And Gigi's response was, her initial response was, "We need a new vase." But then she also said that she would be comfortable after everything settles, after the dust settles, that she'll say, "Yeah, that was a little crazy for me to break the vase." And she wants to make, as long as he's picking up the pieces so that she doesn't hurt her own feet.
Wow.
You know what
Wow.
that you know what that sounds like?
Mhm.
You know what that sounds like? That sounds like when Bill Burr talks about women are overrated. Go look at that clip on Conan when he said the man, the boy, the father throws he goes, "Hey ma, I hate you, mom, because you made the boy eat his breakfast," and the dad just
Mhm.
grabbed the milk and threw it in the boy's face. And he says nowadays he says, but back then the mom would just get up and start cleaning it up.
Nowadays, the man's got to throw the milk in the boy's face to discipline him. Then he's got to plop up and clean up the mess, and then he's got to tell the woman while she's sitting there, "Baby, you're so awesome, and you're such a super mom," all at the same time.
Yeah, it's like a lack of accountability, it's
Yeah.
misdirection, it's you're misdirecting the. I mean, the first thing I would do if it was me and I threw this, I wouldn't. I mean, that's violent. Throwing a vase, it's crazy. Picking up personal property and throwing it, like, yes, no. If a dude do
Yeah,
that, he end up in jail. But if a woman do that, she ain't even gotta say she's sorry, which is the first thing I would have said. I'm sorry for that. I really, no disrespect. I really fucked up there. I shouldn't have done that. I would have been crying and everything because the emotion just would have came out of me, not to cry or to get any sympathy, but I was really
because I did
upset and
wrong.
sorry for what I did. I shouldn't have done that to you.
Would
You
would
know,
you would you have been able to take the verbal barrage that would probably before you throw a vase at somebody? Like would you be
I
open
wouldn't have
to
been
that
taking
verbal?
that. No.
No,
Mm-mm.
have you throw a vase at somebody? You
After no, before I threw, if it came to the point where I'm about to throw a vase, I'm just gonna walk out. I'm not gonna. Afterwards, yeah, I'm sitting there. I'm gonna take everything. I've done it before where it was argument or whatever, and I sat there and took it, and and I listened and everything. Looked him in the eye, he talking to me, and I took it because I grew up
shit,
taking that
go ahead,
responsibility.
go ahead. You
So
dig?
my dad
And
was
that,
like,
and
"Where you
that
going?
but
You going to your room?"
that comes from your father. That comes from you. Like even my daughter's that way. She'll take it
Yeah,
when I give it on to her, right?
yeah,
And then sometimes I'll even come back and apologize. Say, "Babe, you know what? Even though you did what you did, right, and you were wrong," I says, "You know what? I might have went a little bit overboard on that. I apologize." Right?
right.
So that's just something that a father does. But that's the piece of when you said you love your father is because him holding you accountable is what kept you at your best.
Mm, mm.
Ooh, you know what? That's deep. Okay,
That's
so
true.
the fact that the father was the one that holds the daughter accountable,
Yeah,
it adds some type of value to where she can go ahead and let go and be herself, and still
Yeah,
be
because
honest.
fathers get because they've already done research on this. Children get their confidence from their father.
Yeah,
You get it from your father.
definitely, yes.
So if
But the
he's holding you accountable, and men are only going to hold you accountable, a father is only going to hold you accountable to make you better, so you don't repeat the same thing again.
so if the father, if she wasn't raised by a father,
Then
yeah.
there's
Something lost there.
most women that do not have a father are very insecure. They do not have confidence. They have that Lizzo confidence. It's not real confidence. You only can get it from a father or from a man who can finally make you into. I said this is what I say about men. Women have the gift of unconditional love, but men have the gift of affirmation. Meaning, I affirm you into adulthood. You are Nicole Ali's daddy. Looked at her one day and just said, "Damn, girl, you're such a good woman." And I'm
Hmm.
sure Nicole can remember the day her daddy said, refer to her as a woman as opposed to a little girl.
Yeah,
You get what I'm saying? I know you remember that day. You like, damn, my daddy think
yeah.
I'm
It was a
grown now.
couple. It
Okay.
was a couple weeks ago. Yeah, actually, he was like, I'm sure you out there doing your thing and everything, and hope you staying out of damn trouble. I was like, he's talking about something. It was 2 weeks ago, and it was like a couple months ago too. He was like, you better not have your ass out there in them damn protests. I don't want to see your black ass on TV. I was like, I said, I ain't going out there. He was like, okay.
But I
Black
remember,
Lives
But
I
Matter my
remember
yeah,
ass.
when it,
I talked
yeah, but
about a very specific situation, where I was being fast, trying to be fast like my friends and trying to go out and everything. I was a teenager. It was on BGS for women once. And he was like, "Let's go for a ride." And he took me in the car in his truck, his Ford F-150, and we driving around. I'm like scared as shit. I'm like, I'm sweating. I'm like, what's going on? What's happening? What he about to take me in the woods? Like, what's going on? But he was like, "Oh yeah, we going for a ride." My mom was like, "Where you taking her? Where you taking her? Don't you got wood to chop up? Don't you got this to do?" And trying to be distracted and everything. Don't you got this to do? And it's a lot of trash got to be taken out. He was like, "Man, fuck that trash." he was like, "I'm taking my daughter out, and we gonna talk." And she was like, Please don't whoop her." I ain't gonna whoop her. I ain't gonna do nothing. I'm just gonna talk to her. Is that okay with you? He didn't even wait for the answer. He's like, come on, get your stuff. Let's go. And I was like, okay. So I got my shoes and, my jacket, got myself together. He was like, don't be spending the damn time in the bathroom. Hurry up. I was like, okay. So I hurried up. You know how we go in the bathroom, Gigi, like we doing something, we ain't doing nothing,
Forever.
making noise in the bathroom. Like, I'm getting ready. But you scared, and I got in the truck, and we driving for miles and miles. I don't know where we were. We probably another state. Who knows? We just driving, and he just talking, and then he stopped, pulled over, and some gas station or whatever. He just pulled over, and he's like, hold my hands. He turned, in the driver's seat. He turned and faced me. He's like, give me your hands. I was like, what? And I gave him my hands. He hold my hands, and he talked to me, I swear, for like 15 minutes straight. Just hold my hands, talking. He's like, you know what? You my daughter. You my oldest child with your mom. And I got other kids and everything before your mom, but you my oldest child with your mother. And I love you and I love your mother. He was telling me, he was like, you ain't gonna be no hoe out in these streets. Cause if you try it, I'm gonna kill you. I was like, damn. And I was like, seriously? He was like, if I catch you, you already know what the deal is. And I was like, okay. So I was just like really scared. And I said, well, Daddy, why are you telling me that? By this time I'm crying. He's like, ain't no reason to be crying. He was like, I love you, and I want the best for you. Ain't no man gonna want you out here. You all ran through and everything. Nobody want no woman like that. You can't be, he said, you're gonna make a decision today. You're gonna be a street woman or you're gonna be a good woman. Which one you want to be? And I was a teenager. I was like, I want to be a good woman. He was like, okay, how you gonna be a good woman then? You're gonna be out in the street. He says your friends is hoes. A lot of your friends is hoes. I'm gonna tell you right now. I see how they dress. See how they act. What they doing. I'm gonna tell you right now. He says, so you best get some new friends, because that's what it is. You best get some new friends.
That sounds like
I was
me.
like, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
That's
Are you
our
gonna get some new
daddies for
friends?
us.
I'm gonna get some new
I
friends.
hate to admit it.
That's my
And
daddy.
he just laid down the law, and he was like, now clean yourself up. He had like them boxes of because he did construction and stuff. Them boxes of them
Wipes.
hard ass tissues, wipes. Oh my god,
Yeah.
Yeah, to
them
get the
hard
grease and
ass
all off.
wipes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The Kimberly Clark
Scotch,
wipes. Yeah,
Scotch
I
he pulled
tissue.
him
remember
out. He said,
those.
clean yourself up. He threw some tissues at me. He's like, clean yourself up. I ain't taking you home. Your mama gonna think I beat you or something. Wipe yourself off. I was like, okay, I'm gonna wipe myself.
I
And
heard
he was like,
that.
get yourself cleaned up and everything. We're going back home. We're gonna have dinner. And I don't want to hear about this again. I don't want to hear about this. He was telling me a lot of other things. He's like, all these books, all this information, I'm trying to pound in your head. Your sister, I don't know what she's doing, but she gonna get a talk too. Some kids, and Michael knows this, some kids you can talk to them like that and it gets through to them. Some of them, it takes a little more.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they said that about my son. That my son is, I could talk to that boy for days. But but I have to put, but I won't get the results, and he won't get the results. But if I put my foot on his neck, I'll get the results, and he'll get the results. And I do understand that. I do have a sympathy back of my father and all these fathers when my father used to say, I don't take pleasure in the discipline. But I know it's what you need, right? My daughter tells me all the time. She says, Daddy, she says, man, you mean, but at least you're honest. And she says, you hurt no, she goes, Daddy, you mean, and you hurt my feelings. So I said, but at least you're honest. I says, baby, me hurting your feelings is like me pruning a rose. Those feelings are just thorns. I'm just pruning you.
Right.
Roses with thorns don't get picked up, and they don't get put in nice places and be presented to the world. They just grow out in the wild. There's plenty of wild roses out there. You know what I mean? So and that's how I know I'm doing right with her, is when I'm hurting her feelings in terms of it being honest. And same way with Nicole, like Nicole says with her father.
Yeah.
I still use that till this day. I'd be like, you're hurting my feelings.
Yeah.
And
see, the thing with me, I don't say that out loud anymore because a lot of things, and I think it's because I don't know, maybe I do stream on it or something, but about embracing the animus, like there's a lot of things that you keep to yourself, and but you have to be a woman that's brought up in that environment, and I saw it from my mom's side, where a lot of things she kept to herself, and you know, he would leave, she'd be like, ah, no, 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 talking to her breath and stuff. But me, I
Well,
don't even talk under my breath. I just, you know, I let it go. I have to learn to take the lesson and let it go and be like, okay, and be thankful that I got that lesson, because a lot of things my dad would say, he would say that too, Michael. He would say, you know, I'm not trying to be mean to you. He said, if I didn't give a damn about you, I wouldn't tell you nothing. I would let you do what you want to do. If I didn't care
Yep.
about you, I just let you do whatever you want. Look at some of these other girls out here. Because when I was in seventh grade, there was a girl just a year younger than me. She had a child already.
oh my gosh.
So she was 11 with a kid, 11 with, you know, pregnant at
Yep.
11. I was
Dang.
like, you know, basically as soon as you got your menstrual cycle started, you was pregnant, basically.
Yeah.
You know, I
But
was
I
like,
think it's
wow.
also it's that piece of my daughter is so used to the brutal honesty, and she's used to
Hmm.
coming to get an answer. So if I don't know something, she know I'm gonna go find out for her, and then I'll come back with her with an answer, right?
Yeah.
And then most times it ain't gonna be pretty and ain't gonna be fluffy. You know, my son's dream is to be a pro soccer player. So we watched that Michael Jordan documentary, and I said, look, ain't nothing worth having easy, man. That's a hard road to have to be up to go pro. Right.
Right.
I said that his trainers
Mhm.
and everybody was hard on his ass. I said, now my daughter wants to be a wife and then have children. I got to be just as hard, sweetie, because I got a whole environment trying to tell you it's okay to be a hoe. I got a whole environment. I got even churches saying it's okay to be a hoe. We just gonna forgive you. Keep on hoeing. God forgive you. Just keep on being a hoe. But making you believe you lose no value in doing that shit.
Oh yeah, that's
Right.
that's the kicker, that you maintain all whatever value
You
that you
maintain
put.
all your glory and all your honor, but you still hoeing it out,
Yeah.
right? I said, I got to be. I told a friend of mine that I said she heard me parent my children, and she's like, Mike, you hard on women. I says, I'm only hard on women and especially black women, because I know y'all can win. All y'all got to do is just keep the weight down and be friendly, because it's so unexpected. It knocks everybody off their game, and they be like, oh shit, okay, I can let my guard down
That
around this.
is true, man. Sisters don't really have to do much
They
Nope.
don't have to do much. The other women have made the environment so harsh. All you gotta do is just be friendly and and keep the weight down.
because they are the
That's it.
finest ones on the planet.
They
You
are.
know,
Hands down.
finest ones on the
So
planet.
yep. But I told her, I said, being a wife is more than just making him a meal, right? I remember. So this is a little bit about that protection piece. So I told a friend of mine, I said, yeah, I'm teaching. My daughter is supposed to serve me and her brother dinner. And so my friend got upset about that. I could just see it on. I says, why are you so upset about that? She says, well, why she got to serve? I said, let's look at it from this perspective. And I said, I'll give you the same answer I gave my daughter. If somebody came through that door right now trying to harm us, can I take the same attitude you got? I don't feel like it right now. I don't feel like it today. You know what? I don't feel. I'm go call the police and have them come rescue, or AKA go to Burger King and get you something to eat.
Right.
No,
Right.
it's called honoring what somebody's willing to do for you. Meaning, a man is supposed to be willing to lay down his life for you, or beat up his body, labor for you, right, in his family, and you're supposed to give your life to him. That's the submission piece, right? That's the equal exchange of protection.
But see, women don't
Yeah.
value. They're not. They don't teach themselves to value the power of submission. Like they don't. Just like
Yeah.
with the whole femininity thing. They don't think it's strength and femininity, and it's like, wait a
Yeah.
minute, it's the delicateness. They listen.
Shaquille O'Neal's wife has already told all the women to how to get what they want. I told my daughter that. I was talking to this lady, and I said, look, she says, well, men don't want to get married these days. I says, they don't. I says, but I know how to convince a man, baby, because I know what a man wants, right? And so, and I says, and there's just certain, I says, and you're gonna be able to get whatever you want. I'm gonna tell you some of those things, right, and how to do that. So the other lady said, ooh, then what are they? I says, well, you're gonna have to pay me, right, because I don't know you. I says, but my daughter get it. My daughter will get it, but she will still have to pay me by doing the things that I ask, right? So she can be prepared to do these things, because it will come off as manipulation, but it's not manipulation. And so I told my daughter, we got in the car. She says, Daddy, what are some of the things you talk? I said, here's a cool thing, baby. I says, black women love to come up with ideas, right? And she's like, yeah, I have a lot too. I says, that's good. But the best way of getting an idea done is to make him think he came up with the idea. If you do that, you're going to get whatever he wants. Shaquille O'Neal's wife said the same thing about her getting whatever she wants. She said, I used to argue with Shaq over and over and over again about what I wanted. He would tell me no. And then one day I just thought, she said, then one day, she says, maybe this is just maturity. I just made him think it was his idea. And that's how they got that reality TV star, TV show and all that other stuff.
Okay, wait, make him think it's his idea. Like what? Planting seeds?
So the way she explained it was, she said something to Shaq, and it's an interview. I'm gonna see if I can find it. But she said, wouldn't it be great? Or she said something about he always said no to the reality TV show. And then she made it a point of saying, dang, wouldn't it be great? Or made it seem like it was his idea to have the reality TV show to showcase the boys and for college and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
Because he already got an Instagram and he's already got, I'm not sure if he's got a YouTube, but his Instagram page is huge. Shaq streaming all the damn time. So she's like, you might as well just bring the cameras in. What's the difference? She made him think that it was his idea. She got what she wanted, her reality TV show. And I think she ended up making millions of dollars off of it because, they do them side deals and stuff like that.
Yeah, some people would see that as a form of indirect manipulation, but in reality, well, because they know the whole story of her being out here in California and then getting a divorce and community property and all that at the end of it. But, during that, I can see how that is possible because I've seen that in my own family. And what happens is you have a woman that has certain expectations, and I don't know if this is true for Shawnee O'Neal, but or other women, but when you're raised with a strong father, at least I can speak for myself, you have certain expectations, and you know how to speak life into a man.
Yes, and that's what yes.
As a woman, you're also supposed to. First of all, you can't speak light into something that's not there. When I say speak light into a man, he already has light there. You just kind of switch the light bulb out, maybe put a, stronger light bulb in there or something, you go from 60 to 100 or something like that, watts or something. Or you get a little dimmer setting on there so you can control what's going on a little bit better. But you just, you are maintaining what's going on. As a woman, for me, you're supposed to maintain what he already has as a raw force. Mm-hmm. Like that's how I see it. You're supposed to maintain that, refine that. And he may have had the idea,
but I'm sure, Nicole, isn't there some times where your father said no, and you just said, "Hey, Daddy, can we do this?"
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's what I'm talking. That's what I'm talking. That's what I'm talking
about. Can we do this? And he's like, "No, we ain't doing that." And like, well, how about we wait a while? Because I know some mom when she would ask him something, he would like, "No, we ain't doing that. Forget all that." And then she'll come back like a couple of days later and she'll be like, how about this? He's like, oh, okay, well, I'll think about it. Yeah. And then, he was like, you know what, let's do it. Let's do this, do that. And we go ahead and do it. But it's like, it's not like it's something smaller. It's just something different because she knows what he would probably say yes to. And he didn't give you sometimes he gave you a quick no. But usually, as I could tell, because see, kids notice their parents maturing too. And over time, as we got older, I've noticed he wouldn't say no so fast. He would give like a slow no or, a slow yes. He would like, let me think about it. I don't know because of age or whatever, but he would say, I'll think about that. And then usually he'd be like, yeah, let's try it. Let's see how it works. Mm-hmm. Let's see what happens with it. And I understand why,
So
is feminine side.
Is manipulation a natural part? Is it a natural part of your psyche?
Yes. I call it benevolent. I call it benevolent manipulation, right?
Well,
meaning
this.
To us too. No, agree. So that's what I'm saying. So it's benevolent manipulation. At the end of the day, I look at men as like circle spheres, right? Circle spheres, right? And they're smooth circle spheres. Well, a woman wants to try to get inside that sphere somewhere. She's got to find a way to get inside of there somewhere. So here's a benevolent manipulation tactic that women do, right? Let's say a woman spots you and you're grocery shopping, right? and then just so happen she goes down the same aisle that you do. Now, most dudes think it's just a coincidence, but it ain't no coincidence.
Yeah.
She actively went down, saw you backtrack, and came down the same aisle you were on. You was just oblivious to the whole shit and set up an entire environment for you to speak to her. You think you got game, but she's the one that set up this whole situation. She the one that set up this whole situation.
Can I just dumb it down a little bit? Okay, I think men love the chase and women like to win. We know we're gonna get a reward afterwards.
Okay, wait. The chase of what?
A chase of thinking, trying to get at us.
Well,
So
not
No,
the chase. Don't use word. Don't use chase. Use
ain't nobody like chasing.
no. Change the word chase. Change the word chase to hunt. It's the same thing.
Okay, I'm just gonna say this. Okay, maybe I'm using the wrong words. That's triggering everybody.
It's just hunt. But I know what you're talking about.
Okay, you're trying to pursue this woman because you found something about her that's different from all the other women, and so of course, yes, she put herself in your viewpoint, in your position, because she wanted you too. She's chasing you as well. She's over there looking. She's like, you think women don't look? Just because we're looking straightforward don't mean we're not looking everywhere. We're like, we got eyes behind our heads. And so we're sitting there like, okay. We do the extra most. We buy the nicest things. We smell extra good. We do the most utmost. And then when you guys come at us, we're like, eh. And then what do you guys do?
Y'all don't do that for dudes.
Some of y'all act and too, and then y'all be getting antsy. God, I gotta get contact with her. I gotta see what she's doing. I gotta see what's going on.
I don't know about that.
That sounds a little bit.
I get what Gigi is saying. She's just saying the courting process, the attraction process of trying to make that connection with two men and women. Even if you're in a bar setting or if you're at the grocery store or if you're at church, it's the same hunting process. Or here's one: hey girl, go over there and talk to him, see if he's single. It's a sex. It's just benevolent manipulation. At the end of the day, she's trying to create a scene so she can get out.
It's always a reward at the end of the game. It's like you gotta catch it. You're gonna get a reward.
Yeah, but women taking that women turning it into toxic manipulation or manipulation is, hey, I was taking birth control and then she ended up pregnant.
Oh,
it's the exact same energy. It's the exact same energy because she's trying to keep.
Game.
I know, but she's still trying to keep.
We going back to that discussion, Michael. We going back to that discussion.
No, I'm not going back to that. I'm just saying it.
No, you and I had that discussion before. That's funny.
Yeah, I know. But you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
It's just
people have a different mindset. They lost causes. They don't know how to play the game right.
But I think a lot of it has to do with Gigi had a father, Nicole had a father, so you know how men are.
Yeah, just
you know how men are.
Just smile and say hello. You in the store. I mean, nowadays, like you said once, Michael, you said one time, you said, well, nowadays with COVID-19, with these masks on, all you got to do is have some pretty eyes.
Look, that's all you got to have. Look, I seen some point. Listen, Nicole, I seen some pull that mask down, and I said, no, ma'am. No, Before that mask came down, they had some pretty eyes.
Like, all you gotta have is some pretty eyes. All you gotta do is your eyeliner and your eyeshadow and keep the rest of it plain, girl. You know it's gonna get on the mask anyway. Just do your eyeliner, your mascara, and your eyeshadow. You're good to go.
But Nicole, if you think about it, now women are really having to learn how to be feminine. How the hell do I attract a man without using my looks?
Ironically, right?
I said there's three types of women that are at the grocery store. And I don't know if the men on the panel have noticed this. I'm gonna see if they have. 25% of the women are just kind of like whatever, right? There's like 50% of women who wear normal clothes, right? There's 25% who overly dress and just dress bummy, and then there's 50% of women who wear normal clothes. And then what I've been noticing more and more and more is women are wearing more revealing clothes at the grocery store.
Yeah, whole wear.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Looking like wrestlers now with the bodysuits and shit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about the titties hanging out and everything, and I'm like,
protecting their skin. I'm like, oh, girl, what are you
Yeah, I saw a
doing?
lady at
But the
Ralph's, and
mask is giving them a yeah.
she had on the glitter lotion. I said, I don't wear that, but on special nights, you got glitter lotion on at Ralph's, girl. What you doing? She had a
Yeah.
bodysuit on with some shorts that was real low. I'm like, why
Hey,
your shorts low? Like, what are you
she could
doing?
have been working. Y'all forget, it'd be
Oh
thousands of
yeah.
people going up in the Walmart, and from time to time, I
Yeah,
know out here in
but
Texas, they turn Walmart to a track. They
what
Oh,
part
let
of
me get
don't
Texas
this
know
you in,
that
straight.
man?
yet
Let me
though.
ask,
I'm over here in Austin. What part of
Oh.
Texas you in?
I'm in Dallas.
I'm in Austin. Trust me, man. They out here, they choosing bad out here, bro. I'm
Yeah,
talking
man.
about. I mean, it's so revealing. It's ridiculous. I'm like, I know it's hot, but it ain't that fucking hot. Like,
It
damn.
really can be that hot.
let me ask you guys this: the sisters today, because we talk about self-esteem, is it better or worse?
It's
Oh,
worse, and you can tell that they're looking for. So, Seattle, Seattle Sideshow came in asking BGS last night about
Oh yeah.
the manosphere space, and you could. But what he was really asking for was a man. He was asking for a manhood question, right? He's searching for his manhood, how to blossom it, how to cultivate it even more, how to make it better. He's 26 years old. He's a dude. He's on his purpose. He's getting the shit done. Just wants to make sure
Yeah.
he's going in the right direction. That's just all men do that at 26, right?
Hmm.
Women today are kind of doing the same shit. They just want a body in the whole thing. They don't know how to be confident
Who do
outside
they
of their
go to?
looks.
That's a good question, though. I mean, that's a good top topic, though. But who do they go to for self-esteem, for advice?
Which
media, social media, and other women of their ilk.
I mean,
yeah,
mainly, who can they go to? That's what I'm asking. Who can they go to?
there is no one that they can go to. That's the downfall of what you're talking about. That rot in the community. There's no man that even Kevin Samuels did a show last night and asked this girl, "When's the last time you talked to your father?" Well, when I was 13. Why?
Wow.
You don't know his side of the story. You just know your mama's side of the story. For all you know, your mama could have been trying to harm you.
That's
Wow.
what I had to get to myself.
Wow.
You get what I'm saying? You don't
Then
know
not
why this man did what he did, and like I said before, every human being got a breaking point. They just can't put up
yeah.
with somebody. They just can't. They just, I'm out. I'm out. It is what it is. I don't care what commitments I have. You have brought me to my limit, and I just can't.
Well, the one thing is, as a man, once you get older and once you start maturing, your most precious thing becomes harmony. You have
Yo,
to
yeah,
have
absolutely,
harmony,
absolutely.
and if
Hmm.
if sisters primarily ain't living lives which help to maintain harmony, it's like, all right, that's why SBM, if that's the case, you got to save your harmony. But you need that in your home, especially to recharge, to go out there to the world. But for some reason, that's not one of the value things. And we come back to my earlier perspective of perhaps maybe so much time has been passed that certain percentage of sisters' naturality has actually been eroded due to the social conditioning. The
It
programming
has.
is a whole lot more stronger than what any of us think programming, is.
It has. So last
Hmm.
night, one of the guys talked about, Dr. E talked about how he saw this Arab woman sitting at this bench in the park, and how she just
Sitting
sat there for hours and
or
didn't move.
sitting? Okay.
Yeah, sitting, right? Remember growing up, and I'm sure Gigi knows this too. Girls weren't this attention seeking. When they
Mm,
started to get attention seeking, their daddy be like, "Girl, you better go read a book or find a puzzle and go do something."
yeah.
Right? Even with my daughter, I tell her this. I said, "Baby, I said you're gonna make a good wife." And she said, "Why you say that, Daddy?" I said, "Because you go entertain yourself." She said, "Oh yeah."
exactly.
She said, "I ain't finna sit in here with y'all. Y'all be watching these fight movies. I ain't finna do that." She'll go in the room, put her little robe on and sit in my bed, and then she'll be laughing at Netflix like like a 40-year-old woman.
Robe.
You get what
Oh
I'm
my
saying?
goodness, that's my girl.
Oh, that's
I
so
wear my
cute.
little robe
You
and
get what I'm
sit in
saying?
the movie
We
But
like
she
used to do
knows how
that
to,
I'm
too.
comfy.
yeah, but she knows how to
Right.
entertain herself, and she's not looking for attention. You
Right.
follow me?
Right.
She know we right in the next room.
Yeah.
You get
Yeah,
what I'm
we had
saying? So
little
that's a skill. Yeah.
bunny slippers, and I had a
Yeah,
pink house coat with my sister with the buttons on it.
that's
My sister had
it.
the
That's
blue
what
one, and then we switch it back and forth, and we go do our thing. And my dad always have his brothers and many brothers and nephews and cousins and uncles and the aunties and everything and cousins, female cousins. We would be with my mom or whatever, and they be in there, got their Jack Daniels and
Yeah,
they
and they
Mad
always
Dog and they
they
beers
always
and
say,
stuff.
"Go play your music," and then they'll call you out, entertain us real quick. I'll be like,
Yeah,
"Yeah."
they put some old 45 on. I'm like, this vinyl, play the vinyl and because my parents old school, so they had the vinyl. Like, come on to dance. I'm like, I don't know, no,
Yeah.
I'm supposed to dance in a house coat. Like, come on, man. Bunny slippers.
They're like, "Do
So
that
we
thing
would
you
do
said
like
to
Michael
do that
Jackson
thing
or
to do."
something. But we knew how to entertain ourselves. I agree with that, Michael. That's
Yeah.
that's really something
But
that
that is it.
girls know how to do.
But that's a skill set, and that's the point I'm
Right.
trying to
You have to be
give my
taught
man
that.
that just asked that question, which is we have lost so much. Women just have lost the ability to entertain themselves. That at the all they want now, if you think about it, everything that they revolve their life around is attention seeking,
Attention.
like you said, and it
Attention.
Yeah.
makes it to be now. If women did that, going towards that's the reason why you ask women why since feminism they had so let's say since 1980. From 1980 till now, that's what 40 years. There ain't been not one woman that's starting a multi-million-dollar company to recreate and make some new invention. No, them bitches just want attention or create a company that gives them more attention. Ain't
Yep.
nothing wrong with it, right? But there's no Maslow's hierarchy of needs. There's no self-actualization. And then when you do see the few women who do hit self-actualization, they get enabled like pick me's and all this bullshit. Hell yeah, I want you to pick me, nigga. Pick me.
So Mike, can I put things into perspective? I'm 26, right?
Okay.
I could go to my Snapchat right now, and all I would see every week, every single week with the women that I have on my Snapchat. And this is why I say, like, the black women of today, especially in my age bracket, they don't have no hobbies. All they want to do is get their hair and nails done, eat seafood, and fuck. Because that's all I see when I decide to go through my social media. It's like they record videos of eating seafood, then they like if they take a picture of the man that they're with, they block his face out with an emoji. So they don't even want the world to see the man that's taking them out. They just want the world to see the food that they're eating. And then
Right.
they'll have a skip to another video of them twerking on the dude again, emoji blocking out the dude's face, but their face is all up in it. You see their ass going and moving, and then you see
Yeah,
them
objectification.
getting their feet done.
It's an object. She sees you as an object, and
It does an
if you
object.
put pictures of all the men
Your
all
purse, a
together
big
into one
purse.
string, it's just
Mhm.
one. Like you said last night, Michael. It's like a human being is supposed to be like a plant. You're supposed to blossom and go through your seasons
Yeah.
here and there, spring, winter. You go dormant, you wake back up again, and start it over again. And every time the plant comes back in the spring to blossom, it gets stronger and stronger. It can fight more of the elements to survive. But you can't
Absolutely.
stay static. And all of those men in those pictures, first of all, she a hoe for that. But all the men in those pictures, that's one dude, an object. You are a
Right.
Yeah.
walking phallus to her. Like you're a cucumber to her. Okay. Like if she can't get you, she just go to 99-cent store and get $1 cucumber or banana or something and walk out
Eggplant
the store with
emoji.
it.
You become the eggplant emoji. You're walking eggplant.
Eggplant, eggplant. I'm sorry. I don't know. But eggplant, she can go get that for $1 too. Hell, the 99-cent stuff. That's $1
Yeah.
too. Eggplant, anything. I don't know how if you can get that in you, then you really on some hoe and stuff. But yeah,
Mhm.
I don't know. Like that's how that's how she sees you, as a static emoji, like as an object that is just in my life. But
Right.
it's my life, but you're just here for the ride. Like, no, that don't
You
work.
see,
Can
you see,
can I?
Nicole, what you just said? You said she's a hoe for that, right? Before you went into it. But then
Oh
you
yeah.
have other women that jump in the comment section of those photos or under those captions, and they're like, yes, sis, living your best life, or take
Yeah,
it to the
Oh,
yeah.
sunken place. And it's
Yeah.
just like that type of behavior is being emboldened.
oh wow. Yeah.
Sensei, check this out. My daughter now, so when she was here this summer, we was listening to Kevin Samuel. So we all, we sitting up late at night because they ain't got no school. And there was an episode. It was the episode where he talked about when black women win, right? And they win young, and
Mm-hmm.
then just throw the whole fucking man away because they think they ain't won. And so my daughter's sitting there listening to this, and she said, "Daddy, why would they just get rid of a man like that? What did he do?" I says, "Baby," I said, "sometimes society has fooled women into thinking that There's something better out there. There ain't nothing fucking better out there, man. There ain't nothing better. If you got one, sit down with them and make it work. That's
Yep.
all it is, man. Only here's the crazy part. I tell you, one dude asked me, he says, "Well, Mike, you don't calm down in your out of your player days." I said, "Yeah, I didn't realize one fundamental truth." He's like, "What's that?" I can only put my dick in one of them at a time. That's all I can do. Shit, that's too much work chasing 3, 4, 5 of them. Nah, I'm good. I'm just gonna stick with this one and see how it go. You know
But
what I mean? But that's just maturity.
you see, Mike, you're right. There is and I call it the grass is greener on the other side, right? Normally the grass is only greener on the other side to those that don't tend to their own lawn. So if you're busy focusing
Exactly.
on the next person's yard, of course you're never gonna know how beautiful yours could be because you're sitting there looking at Jessica's yard. You're looking at Jessica's life with her man. Well, how come Jessica gets to go to Peru? Baby, why can we never go to Peru? You want to be Jessica? Because we could go knock on the door. You could stay there. Hey
Look here,
man,
man.
message. You got a
Look
new
here.
problem. Here you go.
Listen. So I told my daughter this. So her mom called me up and said, "Hey, she's having some issues with some confidence stuff because she keeps saying, Daddy said this." So I said, well, that ain't what I told her, but I'll explain it to her again. I said, "Baby, let me tell you something." I said, you asked me objectively to rate you. Now I don't use no rating scale. You just pretty to me. You the best looking girl I know. I said, but objectively, you a 7. I says, but that's a good place to be. So she said, well, Daddy, why can't I be a 10? I says, 8, 9s, and 10s are community property. I said, I wouldn't want that for you anyways. And I said, here's another thing. I said, 9 and a 10 always has. I said, a 9 and a 10 always has dudes want to put their thing in them all the time. They'll never know if a man really loved them for them. You know, most multimillionaires or businessmen and dudes who are chasing their dreams and ambitions, you know who they marry? Who? 7s. Their mistress might be an 8 or 9. I ain't tell her that, but you get what I'm saying.
Right.
Damn.
I said you are pretty. I said you pretty enough, very pretty. I said, look, and on top of that, you don't like attention. Girl already blossoming into I'm about to have to kill somebody's son. Just letting y'all know.
you know what? When it comes to the whole beauty thing, why is it that in other areas of the world, if anybody travel around the world, you go areas where they got pretty women based off of our standards, but they're not really considered super pretty like that, and they don't have that, what I'm saying, that complex about it, even being that or reaching it or something.
Because
we put a premium on, we put a premium on things that we see straight out instead of the attitude, instead of the personality, the things that make you stand out, intangible things. You can see her face, see her body, you can hear her voice, and things like that, see that ass and all this. But and you're like, damn, that ass, I know how y'all be talking.
But that's what I told her.
But the intangibles are important.
Exactly. That's what I told her. I said, your femininity and friendliness is and once you get your shoe game and your dress game down and your smell game right, that's gonna take you to the 9. Your confidence should be based off your femininity. Your confidence should never be based off your looks. All right. I says, well, the problem that you're having right now is you're struggling with where boys are ranking. I wouldn't give a fuck what no little boy rank me. I done told you what you are. You pretty, right? Yeah, I'm pretty. Okay, then. Have I ever lied to you? No. All right, then. All you got to do is let yourself.
Well, that's one thing I keep hearing guys keep saying, well, your looks is gonna fade. It's like they're putting a curse on me, and I'm like, no, it's not, because I've met some really pretty women in my lifetime, in my family, who are still beautiful because, like you said, they smile a lot. They don't go around.
But remember, beauty is on the inside, right? Yeah. We use the word pretty, and then you went to the word pretty. Beautiful, meaning beautiful and pretty are not the same thing to men.
Right.
That's attraction. Attraction and beautiful ain't the same thing to men. So when women say, "Man, that girl's beautiful," we be like, "She all right." like she about a 5. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of women don't understand this thing when men talk about beauty and attraction. When we say a chick is beautiful, we're talking about the attractive piece, as opposed to dudes
And
just
that's
being
what I'm
honest
talking
and saying,
about too, the personality and the attractiveness of it,
yeah.
and
But a lot of that
and
has to come from these women who take care of themselves, and a lot of women who, like you said before, or Nicole said before, ain't running these goddamn streets. Them streets
exactly.
gonna put knowledge on your ass, man. You know, and
Yeah.
it's telling these girls, being honest with these women and these little girls that at the end of the day, Kevin Samuel makes a very good point. Everybody's average looking or above average, or just above average looking. There ain't that many 8s, 9s, and 10s. Damn sure ain't that many 10s. So everybody can't be a 10. Why are men okay with, hey, Mike, you a 7? All right, cool, that's what's up. But if I bust my ass and make 6 figures a year, I look like a goddamn 9. You get what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
it's just getting women to understand that whole measuring system and accepting it, and then that's, to me, is the easy part. You're telling me I don't have to worry about how I rolled out genetically? No. I'd rather be with a chick that's a 6, who's got a great personality, who's beautiful, smart, and very feminine, than a fucking 9 with 2 kids and a bad attitude. Get the fuck
Well,
Right.
out
here's
of
the
here. Nah, I'm
thing.
not doing that.
Here's the thing that I remember when I had a back and forth with my ex-wife, and we went to a like a bride. What do you call it? A baby shower.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a lady that was like an old Maya Angelou type lady at the front, and she could tell that the energy between us was kind of, out there. And so we walked in, and she said, this old lady said, "I've been married for 60 years, and I never had anybody involved in my our affairs." And then we did have a fight about that too, by the way. So I'm sitting there like, "Was this a witch or something?" And then, and so then she said, "Do you want to know how to be better than a man?" And my ex was like leaning over. She thought she was gonna get the magic answer. She said, "In order for you to be better than a man, is to be a better woman."
Mm.
That's it.
And her face dropped.
Facts.
She
That's
had
it.
that beautiful look,
My
huh?
father used to say this. Hey, Art, my father used to say this. He says, man, you want to outsmart a woman? So we sitting there, and then my mama just listening too. So she come out. I think she was in the bathroom. She come out. She goes, "You want to know the best way you outsmart a woman?" And he said, "When you married, you go to work and bring your ass home, and then you go sit on that couch and let her serve you and love on you. That'll drive her crazy because she think you some genius mastermind. Because she plotted your moves 50 moves ahead to the left, right, up, down, backwards, forwards, everything.
Took the fight
Right?
away.
So you don't took the fight. You don't took the fight away from her.
Yep.
She can't figure you out. Right?
Yep.
I said that's how you outsmart a woman. You know what I mean? So these old guys got it, man. We just lost it all. You know, I used to ask my dad, I said, "Dad, what's the secret that you and my mom married?" They're married 43. I think it's 44 this year. I said, "What's the secret?" He says, "Man, I just appreciate your mom because she ain't really got to be here with me. All these people getting divorced, she can walk out right out that door and take half everything I got."
And don't nobody
You know,
have to really be in no relationship.
and that's exactly. Yep, that's it right there. Yep.
We tend to follow we dudes get called arrogant. We get called all these disrespectful names when we have a great sense of ourselves and we don't have to be involved. And the same thing with the women. When they realize that they do want a guy, they get called names by the women, pick me's, mammies, when they realize who they are. It's always these people, the bastardized people, who feel like they got a name call other people. It's always these people who ain't really sure yet, or maybe they got a temporary bag the past 3 or 5 years and they feel like they doing it. They ain't hit that 7th year. They ain't hit that 10th year. They don't know what longevity is. So part of their whole philosophy is let me destroy as much as I can because I feel I know it, versus the people who are surpassing me. Let me say it in a different way. When I lived overseas, I quickly unlearned all of the women philosophy that I had been fed for years.
Yeah.
Because nobody overseas operates like that as a guy, as a boy. Somebody punch you in the mouth, ain't no girl to run over, bushka, oh, don't do that. No, get up and defend yourself. Nobody's there to coddle and do all that type of stuff. So now when you hit the 15 years old, the 20-year-olds, and in my case, the 23-year-old, and you're running into girls overseas already know you a self-maintained dude because you survived. Now the next question is, what are your sexual appetites? Because international dudes are kind of weird. There are dudes that'll screw another dude and think nothing of it. There's countries like Belgium where your best friend is screwing an animal and you'll think nothing of it. Now a girl is like,
hell no.
No. I'm very serious.
Yeah, I know. They got animal brothels over there in
this is the
Europe.
world. So now when a girl runs into a guy that don't do none of that, and he's just a regular dude, well, shit, you giving me attention? I come over. Let me cook something for you. What type of dress do you like to see me in? And see, when you come back to this country and you dealing with people who have taught our women, not all of our women, but many of our women to be combative, or these boys to be complainers. Nicole ain't gonna do what I say. Well, brother, you ain't really got nothing going on for your life. But still, I'm the man. Who told you that, bro? So we're dealing with a lot of boys who are following women information. And lastly, anytime we have any self-awareness of ourselves and say, no, I'm cool. I don't want to be involved. Oh, you arrogant. I don't like men like you. And see, that's the problem.
But see, that's the thing, man. If the situation leads the energy into one where you're supposed to be the villain, you got to be the bad guy, man. That's the thing. Everyone wants to be nice about this shit. Look, if white supremacy is the cause, and as hard as white supremacy has been on our folks, excuse me, as hard as white supremacy has been on our folks to cause a disruption. When it comes to our aspect of control, we're going to have to be just as hard or just as forceful. That is not going to come through gentleness and understanding. That's going to come through submission. There's going to have to be direct yielding if there is to be a correction in this shit. It's not going to be no understanding. It's going to be all right because you want to sustain your life. You want to sustain the legacy of your people.
But a yielding
you're absolutely right about the submission piece, because that's what I tried to get my daughter. That's what I tried to get my daughter to understand is this: if you submit, you get to dictate the terms of how you submit.
True.
If the environment makes you submit, you don't get to dictate shit.
Nope. It is what it's supposed to be, not what you want it to be.
Yeah. If only position you gonna get is a position that you don't like to be in, well, hey, that's all you get. Are you out there on your own? Or how about you submit and start dictating some of these terms? All right, I'll lay this way and I'll lay da. How many options a way I got to submit to you? You get what I'm saying? You're dictating the terms of that submission to even get this man on this program. I think women don't, like Kevin said, don't have good faith in terms of they really believe that the vast majority of men, once they get to a certain level, or she helps him get to a certain level, that he just gonna drop it. And that's just not the truth.
But that's something other women told those women, not nothing they've seen for themselves. They saw,
yeah. No, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
They've seen maybe 2,000 people on TV do something like that.
It's always TV. It's always social condition. It's never reality.
Yeah, it's not nothing they've actually seen. And then go ahead, Sensei.
I said, tell a vision, fantasy, what a fan wants to see.
True.
That's pretty much
programming. And what's so crazy is if you sit up here and say, well, do you have any proof of that? The next argument, I'm sure, because I've looked in my crystal ball, that those women are not happy. Well, how do you know that? How do you?
What does
Well,
happiness mean?
Here's a funny
Everything
thing.
always equates to the desire to make sure shit is happy. What the
But
fuck
here's
does
the funny
happy
part.
do?
But here's the funny part. Why you still want something that makes you miserable?
no. They're talking about the unicorn of maybe that woman isn't happy. They have no
No,
proof
no,
though.
I agree. But what I'm saying is they want to be married. They want to go participate in something that they are claiming that other women are miserable. How? Why would you want to go? I want to go bankrupt
Oh,
like the rest
that's
of
you know
America
what?
because you get what I'm saying?
It's
Well, well,
how it's
well,
how
well.
they
Then the
bond.
argument. Well, then the argument will turn to that only the black man is making her miserable.
But that's how they
Yeah.
bond. They gotta find a common enemy
Mm-hmm.
because they, that sisterhood ain't real sisterhood.
Yeah,
Facts.
it's not. It's not.
They gotta have something in its place in order to say, hey, we close now because we don't like these niggas. We close now. But once one gets a good man, what happens? She
Mhm.
gonna try to do whatever she can, like Pam from Martin,
Oh
to,
man.
to
You know
try to
what,
kill that
Nicole?
union.
Oh man.
Nicole, I got to ask this question though. If
Yes.
if a lot of women try to bond with the white woman and her feminism, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. It's just a lot of them do, right?
Yeah.
What would you say if Art Sensei and They Live bonded with the white man on maleism?
What would I say to that?
Yeah, just
Um,
it's a hyperbole question. What do you think if you saw these black dudes talking about we want maleism and you start seeing brothers marching with white guys? What would you think?
um, I don't really know. I mean, that's their choice,
Hmm.
to do that. I don't really know
It,
what I
it,
would.
it, it wouldn't make you feel threatened in any kind of way.
No, I wouldn't feel threatened. It's just men doing what they're gonna do. I mean,
Okay.
what they got to do with me? I'm a woman.
Okay. Good answer. Appreciate it.
They, I mean, That's just my honest answer. I mean, that it's about damn time the men started getting together. Shit, women getting together all this time, and they little knitting circles and stuff, and doing stuff, and
Right.
bake sales and Tupperware parties and all that. If, indirectly with the under the guise of, well, we being good white women who just happen to be black a lot of times. So I mean, I don't. That's not a threat to me.
Mm.
It is what it is. I mean, I would like to see, like in my field, more black men, and it starts from black boys, of course, in my field.
What
ADOS,
field are
black
you in?
men. I'm in STEM, science, the S of STEM, the science part.
Yeah,
Work in a
but
laboratory every day.
oh, you're in the lab. Okay.
Yeah,
She's
but
the brain. She's the brain on Pinky in the brain. She work with the mice every
Yeah, this the queen of science, man. This the queen of
no,
science.
I wouldn't see that. Why? What would make you ask me that question? I'm interested to know. Who you're
Because I
dealing with.
asked Gigi earlier before when I was earlier on the thing. So
Oh,
I just asked
what was your answer, Gigi?
Is she
About,
here?
yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
about the when I asked you and Mela and all you guys about if you would how did you feel about black guys if they were bonding with white men on something like maleism?
That like like Nicole said, it's up to them. Men are gonna do men, and I feel like that's not my place to say anything. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's not
Yeah.
a place for me to be in. So if y'all conducting business, do that shit.
Mm.
Here's a cool little secret, dirty little secret that women don't want to tell most dudes. Okay, women know they really can't tell you motherfuckers what to do.
Yeah,
They can't.
exactly. We
True.
can't.
And they physically
I'm
and
not
they
gonna.
physically and they physically can't make you do what they want you to do because you're not a little
Mm-hmm.
boy no more. So at the end of the day, the point of the reason why most men are miserable, it is partly in self-inflicted. All you have to do is do what the fuck you want. Get the fuck up and walk out the house
Any
and go
misery,
do what you want to do.
any misery felt For us in the situation, it's self-inflicted because you
Yeah.
always have the means in which to adjust the shit. It's just that, do you wish to adjust it so that it's remedied personally for you, or you trying to adjust it for the union, or is it true to union? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
Um,
mean, I guess I'm sorry. Personally, I can say that like if I look at my dad, I mean, he had men of all colors and everything, having dinner at our house. Those are his brothers.
yeah.
He's in the military. So the dudes in his
Exactly.
unit,
That's
dudes
what
in his unit came to eat dinner with us, and we had cookouts, and
those were
became friends
family
with their
in a
kids and
different
stuff.
sense. Uh-huh.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, thinking of that in an abstract sense is not far fetched for me, because I mean, to this day, a lot of his unit members, a lot of them have passed, but I'm still cool with their families and everything. And when he would
And,
go
that,
um
and that's and that's the
on
piece that we're
tour,
talking
he
about
was
with.
gone and he'd be with them. Those dudes had his back. He had their back. They had each other's lives in each other's hands.
And that's the
You
point
know,
that I think Kevin's trying to get these women to understand. It's not just about do you understand men, right? But it's also, have you experienced of being around men? Man, men, yeah, we
right?
loud and boisterous, and we're gonna talk shit to each other, and we're gonna start being intimidated and fighting each other and stuff like that, or threatening, right? But if you look at most little girls in them room, they feel the safest in the room. They don't understand that it's a certain thing, and when men are in a room together, you just see a little girl over in the corner playing, or a little boy, little child playing, how at peace they are. They forget what they doing. They just act more like a child. You get what I'm saying? If a
Right.
woman's in the room with a bunch of other dudes and they just, you got the men on one side and the women on the other side, they just act more like women. They just act
Mhm.
more feminine. They just don't know it. And the dudes are just doing their
Right.
thing,
Right.
right? And so most
Right.
women and children, especially in black women, have never just experienced being around men. That experience
Yeah.
of how military dudes are. I'm not military, but my dad was.
Yeah.
You know how that they
Hmm.
they go back and forth with each other, and and it's just
Yeah.
but there's no one feels scared or some harm is going to happen.
Right.
But one thing that everybody does know: let some idiot walk to that front door.
Yeah.
Mm,
It'd be without hesitation.
Yeah.
Every man in that
Like
room would go right
Autobot.
up to
That's like Autobots and mount up. Like everybody get, everybody get attention. Like protecting women and children. If somebody like who that? Who that? The door? Who that? Door? I don't know. Like they all get to like a formation. Like I remember that. It, like somebody is always late. One of his unit members. Oh, he's this dude, white dude, but he was always on CP time. I don't know how, but he was always late. And he be
Mhm.
showing up all late, hair all over his head, just looking the best. And we later found out, sadly that he was dealing with PTSD and a lot of stuff,
Mm.
but he had like substance abuse issues and stuff. But I didn't know as a kid. I just thought he was always late and just silly. And they'd be like, "Oh, this motherfucker! Oh, god, dang, he late again. Damn, he late again." And they go run to the door and everything, and hug him and everything. I mean, but you could just tell that there was a brotherhood there based on them, being in those environments together and training together and everything. And there was a lot of conversations we weren't privy to. Like later on, we had to go to bed, and
mm.
they'd be still outside, with the what was the fly zapper, the zapper going on
Yeah,
the
Yeah.
one of
porch,
them things.
just talking.
Get them
I
good.
understand
Yeah.
because like my father was army, and then my husband was navy. My daughter is now an air forceman, and we're very militant, and I get the point of the being, but they always had that soft side to them. That's what I was speaking about, because they know not to bring the violence home. And so, but we were already regulated. We were already like um in control of ourselves. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so
So
that
there was no
Right.
Gigi, that I owe you an apology because that gives me more insight of you, because you are already thinking. Military men are already programmed to step up.
yeah.
Mhm.
The average dude ain't, and the most women don't understand that sacrifice, that what they're asking a man to
Right.
do.
Thank
You
you.
get it. Yeah,
Right.
you get it. You go, if I'm gonna call this man up to do something, he's probably gonna do it to the best of his ability, and he's gonna accomplish that goal.
Yep.
Right. It might lose his life in the process.
And won't
So I'm
complain.
not gonna call this man up to just do any dumb shit. But most women,
Exactly.
but most women don't do that. They
Oh,
calling men up to do dumb shit on some stupid, you know.
I will call a man to get a spider out my house for sure.
Okay. And Gigi, next time, Gigi, try to say like careful or careful instead of just saying soft.
Yeah.
Okay,
Because
careful.
guys don't
Okay,
like that at
okay,
all.
I have to use the word careful.
Careful. Just say careful or gent. I don't even know about gentle.
Well, yeah, he carefully spoke to me not to make me not to damage me.
Yeah, guys
So
are
that I
claim
would
that
not
like yeah,
be
me too.
scared of any man or let any man talk to me any kind of way.
Yeah, guys claim that like oh me too. Yeah, I'm careful, but soft guys ain't gonna be jumping in line saying
Okay, I
Gentle.
won't
yeah I'm
use
He was
that
soft.
genteel,
anymore.
gentle and soft.
What's good,
Soft and gushy and gooey.
He was so
Right.
gentle.
We
She
like to
sound
use
like
big
she in a
words. Look.
Shakespeare play or
They
something.
ask us to
Don't
put things
squeeze the
in medicine,
Charmin.
like don't use that
Exactly.
word.
art, man? This is a very
I'm
much
a
a
man.
good
Don't use
morning
that word.
/ afternoon conversation,
Oh man, I
and
appreciate y'all for contributing.
people are learning and understanding, that the importance of fatherhood in the community, the black community
Hmm.
especially, that man is very vital. I don't care how much women feel it's not necessary. They say they could play both mother and father. No, it's a different element when you have that man present. Do you get me? And on
Hmm.
the average, most men, rather their situation in life, they always want their children to do better or aspire to be better than them, especially if they're son. I don't know how
Yeah.
black people feel. That's just illusion. No, most men will want to be involved, but you have to give them the opportunity to be, you know. But
Yeah, because
that's
what
much.
chaos is talking about is what people are seeing in society now in terms of that men have a reset button. You can only push men so far or program to a point where their nature is going to go, nah, fuck that. That ain't what you are. We'll reset this whole fucking thing. And that's why you see this anger from young men or even men who come in and take this red pill, right?
Hmm.
Man, I've been lied to all my life. I'm supposed to just be, spread my legs and say what the fuck I want to say and do what you get what I'm saying. I
Hmm.
am not. Most men are actually recognizing that they've actually been, that little horse thing where you put yourself, what was that movie where the, uh, uh, no, it wasn't the movie, but the TV show with Barney Fife, where the town drunk would just walk in there and put himself
Mr.
in
Ed.
jail.
Mr. Ed.
That's what most dudes do. They just walk in there and go put themselves in jail when you didn't have to.
That was
Learn
funny.
some semblance of self control and whatnot, and do whatever, live your life, you know. But
Yeah,
I'm with you on it.
that's
I
all
don't
I
see it
want to.
getting no better.
That's all I want to really say. I'm gonna sit back down. All right, thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop off, y'all. It was cool on here talking to y'all. I appreciate it. I keep listening to the chat. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Nicole.
Yeah.
Thank you for
All
There you
right.
dropping
go.
by.
Thank you
All
for.
right. I'll holler at y'all then. Y'all be
Yeah, I'm finna
good.
go.
Be safe out there.
I gotta
Yeah,
go
I
do some
gotta
grocery shopping,
drop off
girl.
also too.
Be safe out there. That grocery shopping now.
Uh
Okay. Wash
Hmm.
your. Oh, wash all everything.
Right. She's
Mike,
right.
Mike,
Wear
and Nicole,
gloves.
both of y'all were talking about the protection piece, right? And knowing that
Yeah.
when there's the male presence there, that energy, how you could see the little girl in the corner playing and doing her thing and entertaining
Yeah.
herself. So I
Yeah.
wanted to log something because first time I've seen it, right, in my life. I'm 26. So recently, my fiance's cousin came over to visit. So I'm here.
Hmm.
I'm like, hey, look, I'm about to do my show. Y'all just do your thing. So my fiance's cooking. Her cousin's in the kitchen. They're just in the kitchen preparing my food, the food for the house. So they're having a good time, and I get the stream going. By the end of the stream, she's like, I just want to say that being here with you guys it felt really calm and secure. I don't feel that when I'm usually home. Sometimes I feel like I got to get out the house or I'm in prison. And I chuckled a bit, but I'm like, damn, it was a chuckle, but at the same time, it's like this. It's sad,
Yeah.
that many many people don't get to experience that sense of security or understand that You know
Yeah,
that they're
sense of
good,
belonging.
right?
Mm-hmm. And women are shamed for that too. You got to realize that. So I remember my daughter wanted. I was going to go to the grocery store and gonna leave her at the house of her brother. And my daughter said, "No, Daddy, I want to go hang out with you." I'm like, Bella, you don't never want to hang out with me. You know. But I told her, I
I'm gonna
says,
hop off
Bella, I said,
here,
why you?
y'all.
I said, why don't you just tell me that? Why don't you just say, hey, I don't like being left alone without you. Well, I don't like being left by myself. Right.
Right.
I said if you show that vulnerable piece, you just got to show it one time. Most dudes after that ain't gonna even question you. Like, hey, you coming to the store with me? Right, I gotta go to the store. You follow me? I says, there's nothing wrong with being vulnerable. It's part of your femininity. You should be able to voice that and not feel guilty, ashamed about it, and then get your shoes on and let's go. You know what I mean? So,
Right. Though the beautiful part of it, because I'm leaving out a major key in this. So now this is one of the cousins that, you know, actually stood opposed to me in my fiance's life at one point in time. You know, a whole lot of we don't know him and I don't understand what he's doing. We don't got a clear grasp of what he's all about. Mind you, I've been around 4 years. Y'all still don't know me. Y'all don't want to get to know me. But now that you in my domain and you're acknowledging how safe and secure you feel, that's why I chuckled, because it's like you sit here and preach this, go out and be a woman and sexually liberated, but then you feel like a prisoner in your own home. But when you come into my domain, you feel secure. You feel safe. So seeing that, like noting this, that occurrence is interesting to me as a young man, because it puts things into perspective, that all of the not even assumptions, but the observations that I've had over the years were correct. That there's a complete cognitive dissonance that occurs with these women. They don't completely understand the purpose or the power of the masculine presence in a woman's life.
That they walk around scared for the most part. I even told a friend of mine that I said I haven't even thought about my personal safety. Only when COVID-19 broke out, that's when I thought about my personal safety, right? Just kind of how I can fortify some things, right?
Right.
I says, but for the most part, I don't think about no personal safety. I'm for the most part pretty safe, and I already know what I'm gonna do if some shit pop up. I says, y'all don't even have a clue what you gonna do if some shit pop up. Just some basic stuff.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I says it's this. I said, so when I talk to guys about the protection piece, my mere presence being there costs something. Everything costs something. So why are you giving it for free, or why are you allowing a woman to make her payment be pussy for everything?
Right. Right.
You know, Dr. E was telling it that last night with some of the women he was dealing with. He would tell them, if I'm gonna come over here and lay this pipe, y'all better cook some food for me, man.
Yeah, I just gave you all that energy.
Yeah, so he's like, before he even got there, they already cooking him a full meal so he could sit down and eat. He's like, I'm getting everything I want out the situation. You know what I'm saying? But that's what dudes don't understand in terms of, you ain't even got to talk about no dick game, about no money game.
Right.
That's how I date. Let's say a woman, I got children, so I believe men and women got children, they should date and let these single people they try to bond with their own, make their own unions. And so I told the lady, I said, all the knowledge and wisdom that I've acquired, learned, and researched, I says, now you want me to give that to your children? That gonna cost you even more.
Okay, here we go, fellas.
I said, how are you gonna go ahead, Art.
Oh, go ahead. Here we go.
No, I was saying, how are you gonna pay? How are you gonna pay for all these things? Because pussy can't be the thing for everything, man.
So here we go, fellas. Here we go.
Gentlemen, introducing the master teacher, BGS.
I can even do this at work. On my laptop.
BGS.
Yes, sir.
BGS.
BGS. That we already calling you master teacher. Now you got your own theme music. You know they finna be mad now.
And another hater gets his wings every
they
time you
gonna,
play that.
they gonna hate you now.
I mean, yeah, I was actually talking to E. Harlan Scott, and who's a friend of my boy Warren Lance. Like, it's amazing that the dating coaches and pimps, man, get what I'm talking about immediately, even though I'm a quote unquote square. When I talk about valuing yourself and valuing non-sexual attention, they get it immediately. Okay. It's the other brothers, the so-called squares that they can't grasp it. It's all about money. It's all about this. Every like you were just saying, everything costs. Okay. I could tell you about protection. Okay. Basically one little scenario, like my a girlfriend I was dating. Okay. In fact, the last real girlfriend I had some years ago before I went monk. I remember her daughter went to Washington High, which is a new school for her, right? And she's flirty, so she's flirting with all the guys, all the boys in the school, and the girls are kind of attacking her. And it kept going on and on and on until my girlfriend asked me to intervene. So all I did was say, 'cause I'm a big dude, so all I did was say, what time do the school let out? And she told me it was like 3 o'clock. I said, meet me at the office. Okay. Just meet me at the office. I'm gonna pull up. You meet me at the office, at the attendance office at the school. And all I did was walk. Walk into the office, let everybody see me. And then what I did was, as school was letting out, we're gonna walk around the whole campus and let everybody see you have a father looking out for you. Just that. After that, I talked to the girls who were trying to beat her ass up. I said, I gave my number. If she does anything that's out of line, or talk to a boy that you don't like, you call me. I said, if you do not do that and you hit her again, I'm coming to your house. I'm gonna talk to your mother and whoever your family is, okay? Because I'm handling her right now. After that, she went the whole next 3 years with no problems because she had a father looking out for her. Just a mere presence that they know they had a male that was willing to look out for them changed everything.
Yeah.
What is that worth?
Right.
That's priceless, man.
It's priceless.
That's priceless.
Well, the thing is, women have no right to ask for. I'm not gonna cuss on Art's channel.
Hey, did you do that? Did you do that rant already?
Huh? I've done it a few times. Women don't deserve it. You have no right to ask for a damn thing unless you have gonna reciprocate. You can't demand nothing that you haven't. You can't demand anything that you haven't put up for. If you're not willing, equivalent exchange. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. You have no right. You have no right to even demand that I speak to you unless it's an equivalent exchange. A man has the right to value his presence, to value his speech, to value anything that he does, down to the center, even looking at you. Okay. You have no right to demand anything. You have a right to ask. Okay. You can ask for it, and then we can actually have a conversation. Because it doesn't come for free. And that's the problem with goddamn black men. We've been servants for free for far too long. Because we think that's in the best interest of the community, but it has not for 60 years. What we have known this for a goddamn since the Monahan report. The exact same thing. It's not new. I'm just wondering when brothers gonna get tired of this. We have nothing to prove to these people. You have nothing, if you go back, look at the Civil War, the black soldiers had to beg to fight and die for our freedom of our people. Because if a Civil War black soldier got caught by the Confederate, they executed him on the spot. They didn't take him as prisoners. They executed his ass on the spot. You risked your life just engaging with these people. Okay. And they knew that the slaves got caught trying to escape from the South were executed. This whole venture we call it the black community is built on the goddamn bones of black men. And if that's not enough for 300 years, fuck them. Leave them behind. Shouldn't ask for shit, because history, they've been teaching this shit since you were a little girl about what black men have sacrificed. I ain't seen no black women. There's no place where there's a whole bunch of black female bones buried, disappeared. None. If that's not enough, then you need to go find you some new men. If you haven't been protected enough through this sojourn for 300 years, you need to go find some new men. I'm tired of hearing it. Right. Shut up and go do something else. If we're not good enough, go find somebody else that is. I don't care what you need. I don't care what you need.
Yep.
What are you giving us for us to give it to you? Negotiate. I don't care what you need. I don't care what should be. I don't care about marriage, kids, whatever. That is your problem. If you want us to help solve it, you need to give something back. Solve some of our problems. You didn't ask, like Gigi, she didn't ask nothing about what a man needs when he came home. But you reverse it. She got a whole laundry list.
Now, that's why I asked it. That's why I asked it, just to see. And I said that's why I kept telling the brothers, just file it away. Don't. I know it's stressful to respond to, but you gotta file it away and really hold on to it, and then analyze it later.
It's not our. We shouldn't have to teach black women what black men need. You should find that out, just like we find out what you need. Right. It's called listening, right. Observing,
right.
And you're too lazy to do that. Oh, we just supposed to know. Bullshit. Get off your ass and do something for a goddamn chance. I'm getting pissed off at this stuff. I'm tired of going over. You grown ass 40-year-old women don't know what men are like, what men need. Come on, what you been doing for 40 years?
Listening is free.
Looking at boys.
You've been looking at little girls start looking at boys at 11 years old and find out what they like and what they need. They've been listening to you for 40 years, but the thing is they don't care. And that's what men find out. You don't care. You don't care what we need. Well, all you want to do is know what the minimum is so we can serve you. That's all you want to know. What's the minimum? Yep. Not the maximum, not to be the best. The minimum. Oh, I got to do all that? No, bitch. No, excuse me.
Uh-oh. Get the brother of the twin out.
No, woman, you don't have. You know what? I'm pissed off because I had to just get off the phone with my daughter about my grandson. Right?
Uh-oh.
He got assignments missing. Okay. Now, normally I get I get him up. I go through his assignments. I help him read it. I help him with his work, and that's why she's at work. He been gone 3 days. He had assignments that were due on Sunday. Right? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. She didn't even know what they were and that they're missing.
Uh-oh.
And you're the parent. Yep. But I don't know. You're supposed to find out. You're supposed to call somebody. I said all this stuff is on his computer, which is right in front of you. When you come over to pick him up, you can actually look on the computer, find out what the assignment is. The teacher sends assignments to you, emails assignments to you every day. Do you write them down? Do you pay attention? No, you don't, because you think I'm supposed to take care of it and absorb your responsibility. And when it comes up missing, trying to dump it back in my lap. No, don't work that way. I'm not your servant. I'm not your unpaid concubine. Mm-hmm. I'm not your unpaid protector. I'm on the phone, kid. I jumped on my mother and my sister's ass because you guys are encouraging this bullshit. You're not making sure that he does what he's supposed to do before he leaves, before you take him off to lunch or take him off to whatever it is that's fun. I'm tired of being the goddamn asshole.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Because that makes me the asshole.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. So it goes back to image then that we talked about before. They rather protect their image than
pretty much
solving the problem.
Yep.
That's what we were talking about before.
Well, then, if they protect their image, then the problems that come with that are their problems, not ours.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm like, I mean, do they realize this stuff?
Who cares if they realize it? That's not our problem. What they realize, that's their problem.
Yep.
It's not our problem to solve their psychological needs. It's not. It's
you have a choice now. They don't. You have people looking for you. You have people who are willing to. I got a chick right now, almost damn near willing to buy my ass.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I do mean buy my ass too.
Yeah, I've had offers myself, but yeah.
You get what I'm saying? I said, now look. I said, look. There's a lot, and listen, I ain't even slept with the chick yet. That's how bad she was.
That's a hell of a light bulb.
You get what I'm saying? I says, what you guys are failing to realize, you are going to lose. You are going to lose
your last bit of generation. I said this last night on BGS's thing. I says black women are going to walk into heaven and see the Son of God as a black man and turn around and be like, "Nah, I'm out.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Heaven ain't good enough." And walk
Yeah.
the fuck out. It ain't never good enough. That's why I kept saying about the protection piece. It wasn't to attack Gigi, but it was to get her to understand, and most women understand. You don't know what you're asking for. My life is valuable. I'm valuable. If you don't think I am to myself.
You know,
Period.
Kevin Samuels tell him all the time. You probably met the man you dreams and you blew it.
Yep. But that's their problem, though. That's the whole point.
Yep.
I always BJS made a good point. It's even like a business deal. Let's just say it's a business deal, and it's a dude. There's no way in the fucking world we would be sitting here having all these conversations with a dude or how you blew a business deal. You just tell that nigga you dumb. Better figure it out. It's the exact same thing, man. They're adults. They're not children.
Yeah, because that whole thing about what is a good black man, boy.
It's based. That's why I went off.
For them.
Well, that's why I went off, Art. It's based off of what they want. At the end of the day, I even told the ex lady that one time. I says, "Do you even know what men want? Let's remove pussy off the table. What do men want? Well, they want you to cook and clean. Not all of them, because I know men who better cooks than their wives.
Yeah, well, I'm saying even if that, okay, if they want you to
my mom and my dad, man.
If they want you to cook and clean, do you do it?
Do you do it? Yeah. Day in and day out. Do I got to get your attitude? Like I told my daughter, I'm gonna get an attitude when somebody try to come in here and harm you. Hey, let me call the police for
it. The thing is,
it don't work like that.
At what point will they take it upon themselves to learn? Because they spend their whole lifetime learning what they need.
But yes, you already gave the answer a year ago on that video when you said you got to leave and be permanently gone. It's gonna have to be a generation of black women that just are left over, skipped over for this hard ass lesson to be learned. The sad part is it's gonna be my daughter's generation that has to pay that price.
It's gonna pay that price.
That's the sad part. That's where my anger. That's why my anger kicks in.
They're already paying it.
When they fuck up, my daughter's generation got to pay for it because these little young black girls are looking for it. You can see it in their face. A lot to me, it's crazy. A lot of them are just coming out the womb feminine, extra feminine.
And we got men jumping all over other men about not being the best version of themselves, not being the best fathers, not being the best men, not providing and not protecting enough. We got men jumping. Do you see the opposite with women?
Nope.
In mass.
Nope.
No.
We got maggots coming out. You being too hard on black women out there protecting black women's reputation. You see the opposite of women actually protecting men's reputation, black men's reputation.
Hey, no.
Hey, BGS, don't black men got to do double the work to get just the same amount as everybody else?
Yes, they
double, triple.
So if I already got to do double, triple the work, my first round should be good enough for you. You know what I mean?
The thing is that they don't want to admit that they want that black men are a stepping stone to get wherever they're at.
Yeah.
Even up to politics that we're looking at right now, where they're trying to bully black men into doing something they don't want to do. Because they don't think you're worthy of having your own thoughts and your own opinions. Okay? They don't even respect that anymore.
Well, the Democrat Party is their problem now.
And then they get mad when black men say, okay, that's your problem.
And they don't even have any lies to tell. At least, we don't do this for black. I don't hear none of it.
Well, look here, Art. I even told a lady today, I said, if you go look at BLM and all the protests and tell me one black man that's up there talking. I don't know any notable ones.
You mean straight black men, right?
Yeah, straight black men. I don't know any notable. I don't know any notable black men, heterosexual black men, standing up for a cause about black men getting killed. I don't see him being put up.
But yeah, we got some rug munchers with bullhorns.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, I can only be starting that.
That's what I'm saying. You know, that's why I didn't get up here earlier, because I'd have went, you know, I'd have went
Oh yeah,
straight.
earlier.
I'd have went straight off. A good thing my grandson needed, you know, helping him with his homework. I'd have went straight
These
off
men would have came in here
because I'm tired of it. You know,
Yeah.
well, black men need to be good. Black men need to protect. Why should we do that? Why? Can't answer that. Why should we? What makes you think you deserve that?
Yeah.
What makes you think? Are you the best version of yourself toward black men? Are you? No.
Exactly.
So why do you think
Exactly.
you deserve perfection in the other way around? Because you're supposed to do, because your man is supposed to do it. I keep hearing that. You're the man. You're supposed to do it. Who says that?
Yeah.
Who says that a man's supposed to protect and provide for you? Who says he protects and provides for his family? If you're part of that, if you're part of that form, that's what he does. If you're part of the family, that's what he's supposed to do.
Right.
If
But
you're part of
Lizzos of the world deserve the 6-pack, six-figure dude who could.
Yeah, she can afford it.
No, she can't afford it. She's not willing to work out, but she wants the 6-pack dude with 6 figures.
Okay, there's
Buy it.
in fact, if I can find it, I had made a clip about this chick, and she said something true. I've always that she said her stepfather told her. She said, there's two ways to pay a man: what's between your legs and what's between your wallet. She said, pick one and be consistent. Lizzo can't do what's between her legs, can she? What does she have to do?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's true.
Buy him. We see it all the time. It's called baby boy. It's called homosexuals. Buy him.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man.
And stop complaining.
Yeah, these women, man. I ran into a lady. She basically was telling this guy, like, she was trying to go in on him, yelling at him and stuff like that. So the guy just got fed up. Was like, "Hey, man, shut the fuck up!" She was like, "Whoa, what are you doing?" He was like, "Man, you clowning and cussing me out." And you start yelling back. She's like, "No, I'm a woman. You're not supposed to talk to me like that." He's like, "Well, you talk to me like that. Well, I'm a woman. You see, you're a man. You can take it. Men are strong and tough. But see, a woman, you can't." I was like, "What? Are you fucking serious?"
because subconsciously they know that subconsciously they know they're inferior to you.
Yeah,
I
I'm
know that,
getting
man.
sick of hearing that shit. If you're a grown woman, you should know better. If you don't know not to talk to a grown man like that, you're gonna find out.
Would she allow a 6-year-old to cuss her out and talk to her that way?
Exactly.
Of course
No,
not.
but it's also, but BGS, it's also, I was going to ask Gigi about that vase thing. Now, if she was at that job with that white man when she grabbed that vase, you wouldn't even contemplate it. You would respect. I even told my son this the other day. I got on his ass really hard. I said, Josh, I says, I do love you. I says, but if it came down to a choice between your respect and you loving me, I want my respect.
I want my respect.
Mm-hmm.
I want my respect. You know what I mean? And so I already know that most of these women love that dollar more than they love that man.
Okay.
And which is fine. You can do that. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But you're not gonna disrespect me. You're not gonna just talk to me. If you ain't gonna talk to your boss like that, don't you come here and talk to me like that. And that's what I tell guys all the time about that. You are not a dog. You don't have the brain of a 3-year-old where you forget someone yelling at you 5 minutes later.
Yeah.
Or just if she scratch your little tummy, you back and you happy and you're in a good spot.
Yeah.
You are not an animal.
A woman come talk. I've always said this with my children, with my women. They get
bunch of women that are programmed by their moms to actually be the leader of the house and take charge.
He can't hear you.
He can't. Can somebody say something to she?
Yo, she, you can hear me? Oh, he dropped down real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a
I mean, you know, I've been that way since I was grown, man. Since my parents, my parents when I got 21. Who do you think you talking to? Coming at me sideways. Who do you think you're talking to? I'm a grown person that's deserving of respect. Who do you think you're talking to? I have to cuss you out. You come, who do you think you're talking to? Like that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I ran into that gynocratic thinking, right? When you get a job, and you just looked at as a child. Always, you notice that it's always like looked at as a boy. You know, black women don't even call their men men. They be like, oh, he's a good boy or good kid.
Yep.
You know, and then it's like as you get older, those are for those who grew up with that kind of foolishness. You ever heard, oh, you're still a child. I'm the mother, but you're taking my adult paycheck every week. Right? So I have a stake in what goes on in here because I'm paying for it. I'm giving something of equivalent value. I'm helping the unit. You know, if there ain't no man in here, they're not. And that's the thing. When you switch over, because I want to tie this all together. You have the women that have their sons, and the sons become the king because they don't originally have one. But then at the same time, if the son is the king, why the fuck can't he say? Why can't he have a say in what's going on in his kingdom? You just called him a king, but the moment he has a problem with what you're doing, stay in that child's place. I thought I was the king. The king is supposed to have power over the kingdom.
It's inverted bug breaking, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's what it is. And they just doing it at a very young age because they know they can't. That's why I said I think something's up with that third grade. It's that developmental piece of self-worth where they fuck with young black boys.
Because the sense of self does not emerge until age 7. That's why.
Yep.
You can tell the difference from 5 and 6 to 7 years old because the sense of the I, the sense of self actually emerges at 7. Until then, you're actually you're actually a appendage of your parents. But at 7 years old, you become a singular person.
Yeah, I even told my son what you had said. I said I got a round table of men around you, and I said the two men that I know, Art and BGS. I said keep your foot on your neck. So we're gonna keep your foot on your neck. I said I told you the first year you living here is gonna be hard. Because you got to get used to being around a man and being around men. This shit ain't easy, man. A lot of grown males out there. And there's no way in the world I'm going to let you give up your life in servitude for no bitch. There ain't no way in the world. Because I ain't going to raise you that way. You know, but I think a lot of these young black boys are inadvertently, their subconscious is kicking in. That nature is just kicking in. The art talking about, but they just like, hey man, I'm out. I'm not doing this shit.
Yeah, because it frustrated me because I was Dr. Johnson had texted me. I was actually helping my grandson with his math, right? And I'm telling him verbatim what to do as far as these little word problems are concerned, and he keeps talking around it. I said, okay, you've been around too many females. Because I tell you precisely what to do in short form, but you want to use like 1,000 different words to explain it to yourself. And so they said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm teaching trying to teach my grandson this feminist math." Because I'm trying to give him shortcuts and make it simple, and I think it should be this, and this number wants to do this. And this, you just talked yourself out of the answer.
Right. I mean, look, we got that in real time just before you came on, BGS, when Kendra was trying to ask a question to the women that was on the panel, and it was a yes or no. And they went had this long, let me tell you a story, and never answered the question. You know, so X equals question mark.
BGS and I had talked about this ad nauseum for the last 2 years in terms of this automation piece, right? We kept saying you're running out of time. I'm telling you, y'all, so much in negative time, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
There is no more time for you to get this shit right. There's no time for more conversations. Either you're going to do what I say, or I'm going to leave you to this environment. That's the end of it.
In fact, I'm pissed off. I'm actually probably going to do that rant I was getting ready to do because people are asking me to do it. And I said in 6 months, it'll be cheaper to buy her pussy rather than buy her a cup of coffee.
Yep, it will be. Yep. You know me. I said just wait till Christmas so she can get a baby some presents. But you right. It's right now, man. It's right now.
Can you put that on Patreon, please?
That's been like 3 years.
Basically, I'm gonna make it public because because I promise it's going to be public. And now that I, listening to this and what was happened over the past couple of days, man, it's like I'm extremely irritated, man, because because this stuff is happening in real time, right? And but you trying to negotiate with us like you think you have power. You don't.
Yeah.
You don't have no power. There's more of you than there are of us. With a few good, decent black men that still have resources, you're trying to make us think that we're supposed to give it to you, and like we're secondary citizens. Okay, there's time out
Hey,
for that.
BTS,
Okay? If
we
you
don't
for the street,
negotiate.
you for the street.
We don't negotiate with terrorists, man.
Terrorists have guns, man. Terrorists have power, some kind of power
Right.
to really get you.
Yeah.
They don't even have that, man.
It reminds me of these exchanges, like Columbo. I don't know I know BGS saw Columbo, but you know how it is. He asks the person. He know he nailed him. He know that person's about to get arrested, but he walks out. But before he walks out, well, before I leave, you know, you start asking
Yeah.
questions because you already know that I'm gonna leave you. But before I leave, I'm gonna give you one more shot.
Mm-hmm.
So after that, I don't think they understand that's where a lot of people are coming from when we ask these questions. It's like I'm not asking questions so it can, stick around and no matter what you say, it's like I'm ready to bounce.
But
Mm-hmm.
Art, you got to realize. But Art, you got to realize that's part of our conditioning to them.
Mm-hmm.
My
Oh, that
son
they
ain't
think
got
that we're
that
gonna.
condition. My
Yeah,
son ain't talking to him. He ain't
yeah.
talking to him. Your son ain't talking to him at all. These young black boys are gone. When I think we just said, was it 40% or 60% of these young black boys,
60%. Yeah, they're gone.
they gone. They're
Yeah,
not coming
pretty
back.
much.
These young girls are telling the truth. They're not having you and I. That's part of our programming to have these conversations with them. These women know that too.
Yeah.
These young black boys ain't got none of that program. I'm out. You telling me I can make just as much as I'm making just as much as my white counterpart, but I'm $10,000 less, maybe $5 in some cases. Shit, now get the fuck out of here.
It don't even
Like,
matter. It don't even matter. Whatever money you make, whether
Yeah,
it's 10,000, 15, 20,000, okay, that's money you have to work for. Okay,
exactly. Yeah,
if she can find it someplace else, that's where she needs to be.
yeah.
In
yeah,
other
like,
words, if I'm helping, just look at right now, right, with COVID going on, with all these kids at home, just me watching your children, being at home with your kids while you're at work. How
It
much money
costs.
does that save? Yeah, it costs because I could be doing something else. I could be with
Mm,
another woman. I could be doing a whole bunch of other things than sitting up with your knuckleheads all day long while they do their work. They're making sure that they stay out of freaking trouble.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. I
Just
tell
that
mine all
alone
the
is
time,
worth it.
BGS, I don't owe you nothing. I only owe you what the law says I owe you. Food, shelter, some clothing. That's all the fuck I owe you. That's it. That's it. My
yeah,
son, I woke up one morning, he didn't do what I asked him to do one morning. So I said, okay, cool, let's do this then. I put his ass on the back patio. I gave him a protein shake
Mm,
and told him to change his clothes. I said, you got food, you got shelter,
mm-hmm,
and you ate for the day. Get the fuck out of my place.
mm,
He sat on that back patio for 10 hours. I
mm.
respect him for he earned my
Yeah.
respect on that one.
Oh yeah,
He took
he
that
held out.
punishment.
Huh? Yeah.
He held out. I said, you can come in and get you water and piss and bring your ass to go get right back out. He held it.
Mm-hmm,
I earned my respect on that one. I
mm-hmm.
said, Josh, at the end of the day, you did the exact same thing as a motherfucker watching TV, Netflix, on the computer, playing video games. You ain't do shit just like they ain't do shit today. It's the
Mm-hmm.
same fucking thing. I'm trying to teach you be the life of being a man costs you something. It costs other men to even give you information. I don't ask BGS and Art what the fuck to do with you for a reason. I'm asking them, and then we're gonna apply this information. They ain't looking for no praise. They're just looking for you to do your part, which is just accept the challenge and let's knock this out.
yeah,
That's just how
man.
men are.
And going back to what BGS was talking about his sons. Both my little brothers, all they do is date Latinas. I was asking my dad about that,
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
and
Yep.
I'm asking like, is there going on? He said, no, that's all they go for.
Yeah, if they're smart.
Yep.
Yeah.
My daughter is the only one. I believe my daughter is the only black girl in her school that act feminine the way she do. The rest of them in her class be popping their head and all that shit. Because I asked her brother, I said, your sister be acting like them black girls at your school? No, she don't be acting like that.
I got a younger cousin that couldn't stand white people going up. He's about 23, 24 now. Guess who he only dates now?
Yeah.
Wow. Becky Shabazz.
Pretty much.
Beckisha.
Becky. Oh, I was dying. They had those nicknames for that lady that poses a black person of her. Was it?
Oh, Kruger or whatever. Yeah, I knew.
Yeah, that lady, Becky Shabazz.
Oh my gosh.
I was dying.
But yeah, I think BGS. That's the reason why I appreciate this space more. Is that the men in this space, you were supposed to learn a lot, cultivate a lot of things about yourself, and at the end of the day, apply some of these goddamn standards in your life.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. You get what I'm saying? I got a chick right now. That's a good. She a nurse like me, make good fucking money, and what she working in ICU. I said, hey, this is my standards. This is the anger man standard. This is what I believe, and this is what I do. All right. You ain't got a problem with none of it? Nah.
And she not. And she ain't black either, is she?
You know she ain't.
Yeah, the simplest stuff cannot be done. It's crazy.
Yeah. It's not crazy. That's the way they train. The thing is, in other words, they want things the way they want them, and they don't care about what you want. I mean, there's proof by the women, the two women that were on here. They don't care about what you want. Mm-hmm. And if you don't care about what you want to be with them. You don't care about what you want. You want to be a servant and slave to them. You be that.
Yeah. They want Ken and Barbie, and you they fucking Ken. All the fuck they want.
With
they feel like they playing dollhouse.
Yeah.
Hearing them go back and forth though, like, oh, the man need to control the seed, and then we already know women ain't shit, and women don't have control over their womb. So it's the men. I'm like, but women are having the babies, and you're the one who's birthing and carrying out. You're passing the baton to these girls. You know, the sins permitted are punishable like the sins committed.
Yeah. I don't understand. They're gonna come talk about men taking our power. Like, where the hell did your power go?
Sensei, I even told a lady this. She said, "Well, you can't trust women, and when it comes to this and that."
Exactly.
I said, do you realize what you're really saying? She just looked at me. I said, what you're really saying about yourself is that you're untrustworthy.
Mm-hmm.
By default.
Exactly.
What you're saying is you're deceptive and deceitful by default.
Mm-hmm.
You're manipulative by default. To me, you basically almost borderline saying, I am not a good human being. I'm not a good creature.
Which goes back to when they tell you stories, the first thing they got to say is, I'm a good woman, or they paint themselves as the victim. So now you have them admitting to being deceitful, and being chaotic by default. But then when you call them out on it, it's like, no, I'm not. I was just a victim. He abused me. Like, they always pull the abuse card, fam.
Of course.
Every single time.
But it's also what you said too with that projection piece, right? I'm a good woman, just like a little child. I ain't do it. You the one that did it. You the main one that did it. Everybody else can leave. Go and get my belt.
Would we accept it from our children?
No,
of course not.
No. If we don't, why are we accepting this from grown people?
Exactly. They got that WAP
culture.
That's about it. If it's all about the WAP, pay her.
That's what it is. That's what it's about.
Pay her up front. If it's about the WAP, pay her up front.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Nicole.
That's what you see dudes doing now. That's what they bargain. That's what they're arguing for. They're arguing just over WAP.
Well, good. Say that's what it is then.
Yeah.
Oh, like last night.
Hey,
man.
You got it. Listen, man. You got a whole nigga telling me. You got a whole nigga telling me he ain't looking at some woman titties with a bad tattoo, but it's a good content.
Come on, man. And these are grown men. These are not
grown men.
20-year-old guys. These are grown ass men. You've seen that trap 1,000 times, man. How many times you gonna fall into the same trap?
Yeah, Nameless made a good point. Yeah, Nameless made a good point. There is no way in the world you can compare her content to Kendall.
Well, even at that, okay. No matter what she's saying, look at the trap she's presenting. Okay.
Yeah.
It's obvious. That's like It's like manhood 101. You know that she's selling sex. She's not really selling information. No
You
matter
ever
what
who's
she says.
Doing the
who
same
was
thing
that? Who was
females
that?
doing.
Who was that white bitch on Game of Thrones that was in the red dress? Had the titties out all half the time. The witch.
I never saw
Oh.
Game of Thrones.
Y'all remember her though, right?
Mhm.
Made the old dude sacrifice his daughter. That's what she posing like.
I forgot her name.
You ever see
Yeah, but
those?
that's how she posing like. I'm gonna say some shit that's on y'all side, and I'm gonna say
Yeah,
this or
pretty
that,
much.
but I'm gonna
I
make you
got a
sacrifice a lot.
I got a good example for y'all. You ever see those weather girls overseas?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Man, they even had like what do you call it? Clothes malfunctions
Yeah.
where the breasts come out while they showing you the weather and all this. I'm like, they doing this for a reason.
Yeah.
It ain't about the weather.
Right.
I mean, if that's what you want to buy, that's fine. But don't come over here selling her like she's saying something profound.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hey, peace to the panel and peace to the chat. I'm just now
Indeed.
catching up with what you guys are just talking about. What's the actual topic here?
Yeah, I got lost too.
The actual topic is right now is why in the world do black men have to even convince black women of anything?
Of anything, or is there something?
Of anything.
Protection,
Protection,
marriage,
religion.
why you should be with them, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. I was at MIT. This is pre-COVID, but yeah, that part of the community is already lost. The best and brightest of your boys are already off somewhere else with non-black women. So that conversation is not even being had with them.
Yeah, but the thing is, what people aren't realizing, and which is at the bottom, the Latinos sweeping up the bottom half.
Well, yeah, if you come to Boston, it's very unique. You have a lot of young black males, the Xenios. They're with the Vietnamese and the Cambodians and the Cape Verdeans.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they're pursuing. Not even Latinas, but the Cape Verdeans and the Cambodians and the Vietnamese. That's what they're pursuing.
In other words, there's women. There's it's not just the best and the brightest, also the lowest. Because here in California, those women that come across the borders, they're poor just like the black dudes are.
Yep.
And they're the ones taking up the men at the bottom.
Yep.
So you go to Texas, you go to the western states like California, Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, Nevada. The Latinos are actually cleaning up the men at the bottom.
Yep.
Yeah, even at NISB, it's very integrated now. You have a lot of non-black women showing up, and they're showing up for a reason. Yes, I shared those pictures with you before. They're showing up. Then they want the best and brightest of your men, and not taking no for an answer. And
I even look at Mike. I have a friend of mine. So she's Italian. She's about 6 foot, green eyes, and she's double D, right? Girl reminded me. She had a shape like Kate Upton, right? So I was just joking around with her one day, and I said, she don't date black dudes, and but she like foreign dudes, like the Middle Eastern types, right? So I said, hey, just in case, let's say you did like black dudes, right? And you wanted a brother. Let's say it's you, Hispanic chick, Asian chick, and a sister. And let's say the brother don't like the Asian, he ain't an Asian type, and he got Latinas, you, and then the black chick. He says, which one are you most intimidated of? He said, she literally told me that Asian bitch that just left, but she ain't here, so I know I ain't got no competition.
Yeah, because for me, this ain't like a black thing. This is I said this years ago. This is just classism. I think everybody's just catching up to the fact that it's classism and calling it a black woman thing. It's really classism. You got people who are coming to the country who are disenfranchised or wherever the hell they are, and they see a basic dude, no matter what his color is, a basic dude as a cashier with just a regular, consistent job, and this dude ain't never been appreciated. And she like, well, hell yeah, I appreciate that shit. I appreciate that you consistent and you got something going on.
Man, let me tell you something.
As opposed to the women who have constantly been here, who have been in the driver's seat for quite a while since the crack epidemic. They're of this thought process, well, he gotta be the same level as me, and he's got to be, and that creates her daughter to be combative, and everybody else can be combative. Even if it's a white chick or urban Chinese chick, they act the same way when they got that urban combative mentality. But go ahead, you guys.
No, I was gonna say I knew a chick. She from Mexico. Literally told me that's how her father and them raised her. You find a man that got a work ethic, not no job. Because if that work ethic, that means he's gonna always work and try to find work. So when you got these 51% of black men are in the middle class, or I want to say 60-something percent, excuse me. You don't think people not noticing? You think family legacy about, oh, don't fuck with them niggas, they lazy. You think that shit gonna matter?
Well,
these women coming to get what they want. Plain and simple.
Yeah, I would also contest that. I think black male image is starting to change in particular, in terms of the dating scene. I think people are starting to gravitate to that more, regardless of the the social constructs. I think they're gravitating to it a lot because it's a limited. The supply of black males is limited, so when you see one in the corporate office or in transit that's actually of a particular socioeconomic background, that increases his value almost immediately. And so there's a lot of competition for that outside the community that's not being seen within the community itself, because for obvious reasons, there's gynocracy and all these other conditions. From what I've seen at Harvard and MIT in recent time, pre-COVID, it's a whole different world when you're a black male. There, you're a whole different world.
Well, Mike, I think that's because, like, in the areas you, me, and they live are in, we're seen as movers and shakers, and that wasn't like that before with black men. Black men were only considered as inventors or creators of something, and then somebody else took it over. Now there's more of us in control of white people. There's more of us managing white people and leading white people, and making white people feel like, oh, well, he's in the boardroom too, and he can put his dick on the table just like I can. Whereas that's why I never did like that get a trade philosophy, because that just, for me, that's slave work. That's because I lived overseas for so long, it indoctrinated me to believe that no matter how much money you make as a plumber, you're never as respected as a male nurse or a male secretary, because that's a caste system, and a caste system is different from money. These people coming over now, Mike, they're looking at caste system, period. They're not looking at dollars. They're looking at how their grandchildren will have it easy under Mike's leadership, or they leave, leadership.
Yep.
I have to. Sorry, y'all, I came back, but I have to agree with Mike and size, gay,
Yeah, I got you. Go ahead.
what you were saying, like when we're in our meetings and conferences, the black man there, more than likely he's a surgeon, he's a chairperson, the dean, he is a PI, principal investigator of some type of project. And so that is one reason why he gets so much respect. People have expectations that, they pretty much, they're quiet when he begins to talk, because they know he has something important to say and something that they will need to listen to, because he's not going to repeat himself. And so I agree with what you're saying. I also, BGS, I didn't hear what the other ladies said before I came on. I didn't know what they said before. That's what I was asking the chat room, is what I said opposing to what they said. I didn't know. I'm just telling y'all, I'm just gonna tell the truth. I don't care.
I know you don't.
Yeah, I'm gonna conclude with the point. Like, I don't see the point of all
he's talking
that.
about when a raw B was on.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You had a different
came on.
opinion.
Oh, okay.
Why do we listen to these people,
Art,
man? They don't know
I
what
blame you, Art.
Yeah, why do we listen to people that don't know what the hell they're talking about? That's what I don't get.
It's not a thing. It's not a thing of listening to raw B. It's that she anytime we speak with people who are attempting to be intellectual, we try to have that conversation. But where it got argumentative was no nameless had basically caught her on something that she didn't realize was what Art called the chicken before the egg. All he did was remix it to the man side, and she couldn't acknowledge that her same premise wasn't good no more. Now that Art has made it from the man side, now we had to move the goalpost even more and make it to a sperm thing. It
Oh
was
man.
just weird. It was just real weird.
Yeah, it was weird. And then when I came in and I started talking, because I didn't agree with their premise right away, she was like, "Oh, I can't handle this," and she just left.
Good.
Yep.
Oh, well, yeah, that's a problem.
And
Because that's what
just to
we kind of
refresh
pull up
everybody
have
here,
that particular conversation. Like, okay.
here's the summation of how it went. Her theory was a guy can stop it from the penis level, and Nameless was said, well, a woman can stop it from the vagina level.
Easy. Yep.
So you can't really put it on none of those, And then I kept saying it's really the laws. If the laws went back to the Jimmy Carter laws, half of this crap, women would have to be more cognizant of what they do, when they do, anytime they meet a dude, period. Because the Jimmy Carter laws was like, hey, if you get stuck, you get stuck. And if you want this welfare, you got to be a 2-parent home to get it. You can't be a 1-parent home. And filing your taxes, sorry, you're going to be just like every other person. You're not going to be head of household. So the Jimmy Carter laws had it to where women were like, okay, if I get with somebody, it has to be because I value them as a provider protector. Reagan came in and changed all that and said, you can do anything you want to do. And we're going to make sure that you're protected under the Ronald Reagan laws. And that's what caused all the problems.
Yeah, it's because they know, and I've showed this over the last couple of weeks with using other countries and using the population pyramids. Okay, they have to do whatever they can to actually encourage women to have babies. Otherwise, your population is going to decline. That's going to be having increased out of wedlock births all over the world. It's not just here. In fact, Black women are not even the worst.
No, it's actually Latinas, I think.
Latinas in South America from a traditional culture, and it's because that they have to change the way that the way they actually prosecute this kind of stuff to keep their population from declining. Because in places where there's still strict patriarchy and low out of wedlock birth rates, the population is shrinking.
That's what they saw in the Canadian Medical Journal. I think earlier this year talked about that. White women, in order to maintain, this white power structure, that you would have to have at least 4.5 children per household. And as of 2020, I think white
1.5, less than 1.5 white women.
Ouch. Yeah, it's 1.3. It's 1.3 for white women, 2.1 for Black women, and 3.5 for Latinos.
Latinas, but eventually those will shrink too, because that's what they're seeing in Latino nations like Colombia and Chile and other places, like even Mexico. Mexico's out of wedlock birth rate is 67%.
And you got to understand with the Hispanics going all the way back to even before Rome was created, they look at the Franks and Hispania as a place where they can take the Latin Spanish child, and because they can take on that white skin better, they can populate more into that white culture. If you notice on the business world, for those of us who are attached to it, sometimes we'll think somebody's white and they're really Latin.
Okay, yeah,
and that helps triple their white numbers in perception.
Well, that's true, but the thing is, this has nothing to do really with race or anything like that. This is just strictly post-industrialism to keep your keep your population from contracting. That's like they did the Mouse Utopia experiment, right? To see if you put mice in urban settings and actually put them in the same condition that humans were in, what would happen. And basically, The last phase is the die-off phase, which is the last phase of post-industrialism, which is why why they're doing different things to encourage women to have more babies, to actually stay stable. They're not growing, but they're staying stable. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that is true, but where I disagree on that is that it is applicable race when it comes to perception of power in places that matter. So while all those is true on a number scale, for the layman who goes to a particular group setting and he's of a darker hue, and let's say he's Spanish, but he's of a darker hue, he's outnumbered by the appearance of whites. That's how it's been all the way back in the days where the Polacks and the Germans and the Russians, you couldn't tell who was who and what was what, but they bonded together as white in order to form these family structures that worked against anybody who wasn't like that.
Yeah, what I'm saying. The point is, what we're saying is, they don't know exactly what causes this phenomenon. Okay, this post-industrial phenomenon. They have no clue what triggers it, right? And it doesn't matter what color you are, because the Asians are experiencing the two places where it's more extreme is South Korea in Japan, and then they have nothing to do with black or white. Okay. And they're contracting even faster than everybody else.
How do you describe the phenomenon, just so we're on the same page?
In other words, when you change the environment of these creatures, something triggers in them biologically that would actually stop expanding and start contracting. So in other words, it has nothing to do with food, with the intake of food or resources, right? Whatever it is, when they get too crowded, there's too many of them around, whatever it is, there's something triggers in their biology start them to contract and die off. Okay, nobody knows what it is. Okay, in fact, that's why I asked, since Nicole works with mice all the time, she's probably a better mouse expert than I am. I asked her to look at the literature. Nobody knows what causes it.
Well, here's something I found, and maybe Nicole will tell us, but I work in skin disease right now. Here's something I found is that for the non-melanated people, they contract all type of skin disease, organ disease. I've never heard of in the black and brown community. And as far as the dying off part of it, I look at that element of it. Anybody attached with those bloodlines that are not Russian, for some odd reason, Russians don't have it as bad. But everybody else from Celtics and the Vikings and Franks, they have this disease that kicks in a little bit after that they 70. And like one guy came into the hospital, his skin stinks of just like bowel manure.
Yeah.
And they have to graft his skin off.
Yeah. I mean, I understand, but the thing is, it's a well documented phenomenon all over the world. It has nothing to do with diseases. It has everything to do with the cycle of industrialization. At the explosive phase, there's a stabilization phase, and then there's a die-off phase. And nobody knows what causes it. It has nothing to do with.
Well, how you say it has nothing to do with diseases if you don't know what causes it?
It's not, because they did it with human beings, and they did it with mice to see if the same phenomenon would show up. They checked the mice for diseases. There's nothing physically wrong with them.
No, there isn't.
No, they just stop reproducing.
It's a breeding. You're thinking of a disease thing. It's a breeding thing. They're refusing to breed. Like even after the Mouse Utopia experiment, in the Mouse Utopia experiment, mice and humans are social creatures. So as their population grows, there is a social contract amongst mice, same as humans. It gets too big, and when the mice start dying off, even if they go back to previous numbers where they were mating at a very high rapid rate, they will not mate anymore.
Yeah.
And that's why they die off. They can't figure out, even if the numbers drop, why won't y'all start mating again? The social contract is broken.
This is about mating.
Well,
Breeding,
mating is reproducing. If you don't reproduce, what's going to happen to your numbers? What's going to happen to your numbers?
Okay, so that's what I was asking. What are we basing it on? So it's about mating. It's these groups are not mating. They're not breeding.
Everybody's not breeding, except for Africans, a small piece in Israel, and I think what's the other one?
No, Israel has the same issue.
But there's
a small sect in Israel, the dudes with the curly hair and shit.
Yeah.
Well, the Palestinians,
The more super religious guys,
yeah.
The Palestinians are outproducing the Jewish population.
Yeah. They're going to overpower them just by sheer numbers.
Well, they have it now, right? So the Palestinians are producing 4.5 children per household, and Jewish households only producing 1.3. They have a serious feminism problem.
Imbalance because the Palestinians are not able to share with in the industrialism or the comforts of the rest of the population.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They're a control group in that country.
They're controlling
the whole country.
They would be a control group. That was the issue with the the mass utopia because, like you said, it really wasn't even trying to produce a urban environment. It was just trying to put them so close that you can only fight and have so much sex before the value of it, the demand for it is obliterated. Um, and so I think there was effects on the neurology and the physiology of the animals because after so many generations, the mothers just had no desire to have children. Just had no desire to, sex drive is down, everything's down. So there is something that's happened that's biological or neurobiological. It has nothing to do with disease. These are white mice. This is in the probably early 60s to the late 60s because it was published in the 70s, early 70s. That's how that type of project and number of universes and generations they had tells you it took a lot of time to set that up and to carefully orchestrate, the environment they're in and follow what they were doing. And just like Michael said, he's right. I mean, they had Michael and Mike be y'all both right, BGS, because they have a hierarchy that's established very quickly. If you don't establish a hierarchy, the whole thing falls apart. Problem was, the whole thing fell apart anyway. It took long. They expected, they were surprised that it happened. The only issue they had at the time was they didn't think that this would. They didn't think it would happen in human environment, but they predicted it would happen. They didn't think it would happen right then, but they predicted it would happen because if you go back to the video I did and I show in the freaking article, and it says in pre-industrialization is in the article in their conclusion. I literally read it. Why? Because we don't read, so I literally read it out. It says industrialization right there. It talks about this urbanized environment where you can weaponize the environment, and things like that. So this is not a talk about like diseases. This is in a pure environment that they created.
Let me say again.
Add COVID to that. Add melanoma and skin diseases and stuff to that, and that just makes it worse.
Let me say again. I didn't say it was exclusive to diseases. I said like they have these phenomenons in diseases that are unexplained. You guys are talking about an unexplained Celtic type of situation that happens that even BGS says doesn't know why it happens. And what I was saying was, even in what I do, they have these phenomenons that are unexplained, and they don't know why these Celtic people just burst out into these type of rare skin cancers and skin diseases. So that's why I brought in skin diseases, not to say that it correlates with what you're talking about. I was saying these things are unexplained with these type of people.
What the thing is, it was okay with those type of people. What I'm saying is that these phenomenon exist, and they've been trying to figure out why it exists and what can you do to kind of either arrest it or stop it, right? Which is why you have all these. They're allowing single mother race actually go out, actually bubble out of control.
Because they're just trying to breed it out as they've always done.
Well, the thing is, they're trying to set up an environment where they're encouraging women to have babies, and then the fall of whatever the fallout is behind that after that, and so we'll deal with that when it comes to it.
Yeah.
So what you're saying, what Reagan did in the 80s is probably coming from the experimentation that they were doing. They look at how the population is crashing. How can we encourage these people to have more babies? And where's the money going to come from?
Yeah, you can't breathe this out. I don't know what you mean by that.
So,
But
so
yeah,
I'm gonna
I
ask you,
don't know
Nicole, because
that out.
you're jumping in on that. So let me ask you the same question I asked. What is the phenomenon, and how is it happening?
It's called it's called a
No, 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 no,
something.
no. I'm asking Nicole. I'm asking
Okay.
Nicole.
That I
Nicole.
don't.
Okay, so how are you gonna say you can't breed it out?
It, if it was breeded out, wouldn't we have bred it out as humans?
No, 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 no. You said that you don't know, but then you said you can't do it. So which one
Okay,
is it?
if it can be bred out, how do you know that it can be bred?
Because that's how these idiot Celtics have survived all this time. They've always went. This is just my summation. I mean, you guys don't have one. Doesn't mean I'm right. I'm just saying if you can't shout down something that the Celts have been doing for years.
But is it a
Eon.
possible that is it a possibility that there's a dead end?
We're talking about two different things. First of all,
Yeah,
I'm talking about utopia. The mouse utopia was actually a joke. It was sarcasm when they made the term mouse utopia. It should be mouse nightmare, but nobody would probably read it. The mouse nightmare experiment. This is gonna be your life, niggas. Like that should have been the title, but they didn't couldn't name it that, so they called it the mouse utopia. It was actually sarcasm between scientists, and everything like that, because it was established originally as a utopia, right?
I thought we were
I.e.,
talking about biological
I,
impurity.
you talking about biological skin issues with
No, you
people.
back to the skin thing again. I
And,
already
and
said.
okay,
I think the point. Let me try something. I think
okay.
the point you're missing in terms of you can't breed it out
No, no, no,
because
no.
it's a.
Not that I'm missing. If you're gonna knock down something that's being said,
I just
replace it with something.
Okay.
I'm trying to replace it
No,
with
no, no.
something.
Let me make it clear. This is a phenomenon that has been going on in all human beings. You can't breed it out.
right.
It can't be bred out.
Explain why you can't breed it out.
Is
Because they won't breed.
no,
No
no,
one's breeding.
no, no,
You
no, no.
can't breed something out if no one's breeding.
It's a triggered phenomenon in all human beings. Where you gonna get original stock to actually breed it out from?
Africans.
Right. You don't have
No,
to.
it has
Okay.
nothing to do with
So here's
Happening
what
over
you
there.
guys are saying.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
I'm gonna
whoa,
let you
whoa,
guys
whoa,
finish.
whoa,
No,
whoa.
no, no, no. I'm gonna let you guys finish.
Hold a second. Hold on a second. It has something to do with the environment that you're in. It has nothing to do with your genes.
Kenya's going through the same problem right now.
Explain why it has to do with.
Kenya has a low birth rate right now. I think they're like 2.2,
And dropping. It's a
and they're
phenomenon.
dropping.
It's a phenomenon as you develop and you industrialize, your birth rates start to drop. Even in Africa, even though the birth rates were above 7, so when they start to industrialize, now they're dropping down to 5. And in some countries in Africa, it's down to like into the 2s because they're further along the path of industrializing. You can see the phenomena has nothing to do with breeding or genes.
Okay.
Yeah, the lack of industrialization.
You guys keep saying it has nothing to do with it as an absolute, but then you, in your own statement, say you don't know.
No, that's not what he's
No,
referring.
what we're saying is we don't know what's triggering. We don't know what's triggering the. We don't know what's triggering the thing in the brain. They call it a behavioral sink.
Yeah.
A behavioral sink happens in a population where everybody, for some unconscious reason, just stops breathing.
True.
They don't know why they do it. They don't know why in social animals, from monkeys to mice to any other in humans, once that population gets to a certain size, subconsciously in their mind, their brain goes, "All right, cool, we got enough people. Stop breathing." They don't know why. That's what they're trying to figure out. Because if they can't restart it, what you had before was a civilization will grow up and a civilization will go down. The problem is the Western civilization has spread so big. I mean, the Western civilization is 1/3 of the world. So now 1/3 of the world has a breeding problem. Well, damn near all of it does. All the industrial part of the world.
All the industrial parts of the world have the same exact pattern. It doesn't matter what population is, no matter what kind of genes they have. And when South Korea had basically fertility rate was above 6 in 1960. 60 years later, because of the rapid industrialization, is down below 1.
I agree with. I think what you're saying. I do agree with what you're saying is a contributing factor, but also black people got contributing factors as obesity, high blood pressure. So we got our own shit too that's taking us out. So it's not really a breeding out thing that you can do I understand exactly what you're talking about, though. I do. I just think it's just a contributing factor.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to. I was trying to argue that what you're
Yeah, I
suggesting
wouldn't even.
is wrong,
Well, anytime
bad.
you mention something 3 and 4 times, I would think that was the whole point. Who's
The
breathing
whole
like a
point is
girl?
no one. The
Who's
whole point
breathing
is
like
no
a girl?
one knows.
Hold on. Let's do some man shit. Who's breathing like a girl?
I'm breathing like a man. That's what I'm
So check this
frustrated.
out, homeboy. Check this out.
Check this out.
I
Check
don't
this out,
do that
homeboy.
little simple
Well,
shit when you talk.
that's you
I
don't
don't do that
I
little
don't
simple
give a
shit
fuck
when
what
you
you
talk.
do. I don't
So
give a
check
fuck
this
what you
out.
do.
Stop acting like a little
I don't
lady.
give a fuck what you do.
Well, check this
I don't
out.
give a fuck what you do.
Nobody. Well, look, I'm gonna start cursing, bitch.
I don't give a fuck what you do.
Check this out, you little fuck sorry ass hoe. I'm
You
getting tired of that little feminine ass shit you do. Don't think that
bitch.
nobody's
I
gonna
don't
sit
give
up
a
here
fuck
and
what you
protect your
talking about.
bitch ass.
Bitch ass
Just
motherfucker.
because you sit up here and get some little accolades, you chill the fuck out.
I
You a fucking little hoe
explained
with
the
some
same
little
goddamn to you, dumbass, like
dude.
5 times.
Acting like a bitch
Goddamn.
all your
Bitch,
fucking life.
motherfucker, shut the fuck up, man.
Old ass motherfucker.
You old ass. How old are
Go
you,
do something.
motherfucker?
Nigga, I'm younger than
You in
you,
your
you
goddamn
stupid
20s?
fuck.
You in your goddamn
Breathing
20s?
like a
Or
fucking
you in
hoe.
your
Look,
goddamn
check this out.
20s?
We having a conversation, you faggot ass motherfucker.
You faggot ass motherfucker. You got kids, motherfucker?
No.
Chill with the F bombs,
Anytime you
gentlemen.
start to do that little weak ass
Shut the
shit,
fuck
dude,
up, man. Shut the
don't
fuck up.
nobody do that
Shut the
shit but
fuck
you.
up, man.
Don't nobody do that shit but
Fuck
you,
up,
you
man.
little
Shut
feminine
the fuck up,
motherfucker.
man. Shut the fuck
Breathing
up,
like
man.
a little
Shut
hoe.
the
We
fuck
having
up,
a
you
fucking
hoe
conversation.
motherfucker.
Silly motherfucker.
Dumb motherfucker.
You
Dumbass
the most silliest motherfucker on here.
motherfucker.
Nigga, go change the name to something else now, nigga. Fuck
man.
you.
Fuck
Go
you
change
too.
the name to something
No,
else now.
bitch, motherfucker, change your name.
Yeah, whatever, you feminine motherfucker. Go back to breathing like a hoe.
Whatever, motherfucker.
Go back to breathing like a hoe.
I can if I want to.
Simple motherfucker.
I'm a goddamn man. Do whatever the
Man,
fuck I
you
want.
ain't no fucking man. You a fucking failure. What the fuck you talking about?
Shut up.
Breathing like that, nigga. What the fuck is wrong with you? You talking like you a man? What the fuck you like a fucking hoe?
Ass, man.
What you breathing like a bitch for? Answer that.
You're sensitive
breathing like a bitch for? What are you breathing like a bitch for?
Sensitive
We're having an intellectual conversation, nigga.
With your fifis out, motherfucker.
No, you breathing like a bitch.
With your fifis
You
out.
can't even answer the question about breathing like a bitch.
Fifis out, bitch.
You silly motherfucker.
Gentlemen.
I'm gonna tell you, homie.
How you gotta tell me shit, motherfucker?
I ain't the one.
Shut
I ain't
the fuck
the
up.
one.
I don't care.
That little shit you
I
doing
don't
right there,
care, bitch.
you start breathing like
I
a
don't
bitch.
care, bitch.
Yeah, I know you don't care, ho, because you up there breathing like a little insecure
Shut the
child.
fuck up, man. With your sensitive
Damn,
ass.
nigga.
With your sensitive ass.
Nobody had to sit up here and fuck around with you. Bitch,
I don't care, man.
I know you don't care, bro, so stop talking, dumb bitch.
I don't have to. You talk.
You're saying you don't care, but you're still talking, bitch. You're saying you don't care, right, dumb hoe? Dumb hoe. You said you don't care, right?
So you.
So why are you still talking, you stupid fuck?
You dumbass
bitch.
bitch.
Shut up, motherfucker.
I don't care, dumbass bitch.
I don't have to shut up, bitch. I don't have to. You said you don't care. So shut the fuck up. Stop breathing like an insecure hoe.
I want.
Stop breathing like a hoe.
I don't have. You ain't my goddamn.
Stop breathing like a bitch.
I got do nothing, bitch.
Stop breathing like a bitch, and we won't have these problems. You don't. And look, when you don't respect other people, when you don't respect other people, you insecure motherfucker. This is what happens.
I don't respect you, bitch.
No, you don't have to respect me, you insecure motherfucker. You breathing like you motherfucking
you acting like you sensitive, bitch.
No, you breathing, bitch. You the only one sensitive.
Oh, breathing bothers you.
No, it's breathing while people are talking, you insecure hoe.
Because your sick head can't get it, bitch.
It ain't about a sick head. Everybody got different philosophies and different theories, different shit that they fucking read on this fucking thing. You the only motherfucker that thinks that everything has come to you.
Science, bitch.
No, it's not just science, you silly motherfucker. There's philosophy and everything included in it.
It is.
You the only one breathing like a bitch. Why you breathing like a bitch?
Because I can.
Get down to it. Why you breathing like a bitch?
Because I can, bitch.
Because you can.
I can, bitch.
So you just admitted you breathing like a bitch.
I can, bitch.
Okay, fine then. So you breathing like a bitch
because
I can, bitch. That's why you're an insecure motherfucker.
That's why.
Don't do that silly ass shit. Let's do that shit in person. Fuck that. Let's do that shit in person. No, Southern California, motherfucker. Let's do that shit in person. You want to breathe like that?
Yeah, I can be like, what you gonna do, bitch?
Get that shit up.
Shut the fuck up.
The shit you be talking from the protection of the internet, nigga. Stop that. Stop that.
Stop that. Stop
Go
that.
ahead and say what you want to say. I'm done with your hoe ass.
Well, I'm done with your bitch ass.
So moving back to what you guys were talking about.
No, I don't think we can do that because I can't deal with it. I can't deal with the argument like that. You gonna
Nicole
get on?
says she finna
Hey,
get her
you
folks
gonna
and go
get on?
to her room.
You gonna get on
Nicole,
me
there
because
was no
I'm a
argument.
free woman? You gonna get
Nicole,
on
there
me?
was no argument until
Like
the
why?
disrespect came in. There was no
No,
argument.
there was no disrespect. You're the only
So
person that's disrespect
Nicole,
on me.
you were talking for me. I felt disrespected.
I was not talking for you.
So how are you telling me there is no disrespect?
If I'm telling you
There
that I
is
was
no
not talk,
disrespect?
you cutting me off, that's disrespect, sir. Right there.
No, I'm asking you a question. You said that there was no disrespect that happened. How are you me?
I did not disrespect you by
I didn't
asking
say you did. You just said there was no disrespect
from
until
my, from my point. You didn't let me finish because you cut me off. That's the problem. That's the problem I have with a lot of panels. No offense to any dudes up here, but that's the problem I have. Like y'all cutting each other off, like can't even hear what's going on. Like I can't deal with the yelling and stuff, man. I can't. I did not disrespect you anyway.
I didn't say you did. That gentleman did.
That's the only person I can speak for is me. That's why I'm saying that to you. You're not even hearing what I'm saying for some reason. Like is my mic working okay? Everybody
Because Nicole, I asked you a question. Did you
okay.
say that there was no disrespect?
Oh Lord.
No, Nicole, did you just say that there was no disrespect happened?
From me. From me. I don't disrespect people up here. You have to show me that you deserve that type of treatment.
Mm-hmm.
The way I come off for anybody is you have to show me a reason to give you some kind of negative energy and disrespect back. Or if you disrespect somebody I have a lot of respect for, then I'll come for you. But until then, I ain't got no reason to come after you. I see everybody the same. You gotta mess up and then I'm gonna come for you. You understand me? That's how I am. I don't know how other people do. But from my perspective, from me, ain't no disrespect fly in my mouth at
I
you.
didn't say you did.
You kind of had a little saltiness a little bit when you were talking to me, and I ignored it and kept it moving because I thought maybe you were real passionate about your skin diseases with the Celtic people and all that. That's cool. I can rock with that. But there's a difference between you dealing with the melanoma and the skin diseases, and we dealing with the mass utopia that affects everybody who ain't Celtic, including the Celtics. So there's a huge difference in that. We're talking about universal, a universe that's created to try to model what's going to happen with the downfall that we're dealing with right now. And you talking about what you were talking about. I didn't see the connection. But me not seeing the connection is not disrespect to you.
I didn't say it was.
Okay. That's fine.
You know what just happened? Have anybody ever seen the movie Arlington Road?
Yeah.
No, I haven't seen that.
So you were talking about disrespect, brother. That in the end you were the only one who took offense to it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, so just because someone takes offense to something they feel is disrespectful,
you
it may not.
escalated the entire situation. Instead of you said let's jump into some man shit, and then you started with labels and then
No.
getting loud. It wasn't even like a
No.
this wasn't a conversation.
What he's saying is disrespect. Disrespect has to be a standard across the board. It can't be subjective. It can never be subjective. It has to be
right. You can't. It's across the board. You can't just because you like one person or you're familiar with one person. You can't excuse their level of disrespect just because you have some affection.
Agree. I agree with that. I agree with that. That's why I didn't jump in either one of them.
So if I'm talking to Mike, if I'm talking to Mike and I'm trying to get clarity, and anybody that knows me, Mike, if I'm asking something and you're repeating the same thing, I'm just trying to get clarity, because there comes a point where maybe what we're discussing, I'm not getting in a connection, kind of what Nicole said, or maybe you're not getting a connection on what I'm suggesting.
No,
But
I think we're getting what you're saying. What we're arguing is this: we're both correct. That's what Nicole is saying.
oh, I
We
got that.
both are correct, but the difference is one is an unknown cause that no one knows about yet, and then
Yeah.
there's another one that has a contributing factor. So let's just say Celtic people got a melanoma issue. Well, black people got a fucking obesity issue.
Right.
It's still a comorbidity. That's all I look. What you brought up was a comorbidity.
Right.
So
No,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the comorbidity is and why it disproportionately affects one group opposed to the other. It's a compounding factor on no one is breeding. That's why I said you can't breed it out because no one's breeding. My thought process is in terms of what you had said. I brought this up and I brought this up to Nicole. I'm hoping and praying that because black men have extra levels to testosterone and we like to fuck, that will keep the pop, that won't die out the whole fucking human species.
which
Follow me?
was my point, because
No,
yeah, when you explained it earlier, they live. I understood it when you understood, because you're saying the same thing that now that you said earlier. And my take on it was that throughout history, it was always the Africans who helped come in to re-energize those populations. And
true.
I didn't
Yeah, I can
understand
see that.
why it was industrial, but even you kind of alluded to that. What threw me off is when people said, well, that can't be it. That's like, how can it not be it if we don't know what's causing it?
But I think the problem is now is that it's because it's so worldwide and widespread, and because they know, like case in point, I think Nicole brought it up, or somebody brought it up talking about the Bill Gates Foundation and stuff like that. Why they're in Africa? They're in Africa. They know what feminism does. If you empower the population, you can slow a population from growing. But they
Right.
also just now figured out too that if you increase the infrastructure and you add feminism and you add all these laws, well, guess what? You got a train that's off the train tracks, and now they can't reverse it. That's the problem that they have. Like
Right. Exactly what they do.
even guy, you hear guys talking about, well, let's just go back to 1950. You want to go back to when there's no internet? You want to go back to where there's no cars the way we got them? No one's going to go back to that.
Yeah,
So
Yeah.
that's the
That's what they
yeah. But
did. In the Mass Utopia part of it, they did empower the females. And like I said in my
yeah,
video, one before, I think the first one I did and the last one I did, because I think I've done like two or three, I don't know, on them. I'm getting old, but anyway, the the videos, the first one, I know I said in the first one and the last one, you can have as many kids as you want, but you're gonna have this same little one bedroom apartment. You can have six
yeah,
kids in that house though. That's for the good ones. That's for the beautiful ones. That's not for you.
yeah,
So, encourage that puts the power in the female mice's hands, and female mice have sons and daughters, and they see her. It was an exact replica of what you saw like 20 years after, not even 20 years, maybe 15 years after the experiment was completed.
yeah,
You have sons and daughters that the sons, I mean the male juvenile mice, teenage age mice, they were already out there in the street having sex, having kids, in gangs. They start forming hierarchies. They're gangs. They're beating up the old mice on the street. They got their own hierarchy within each gang, and they want to hold down territory,
yep.
hold down
The gates. Yep.
right, holding down
Hmm.
everything. The females, some of them losing babies getting trampled and stepped on because they can't even carry them from one apartment to another, one little room to another. They can't get down to get the water because they're trying to carry all these children. Bag lady, you gonna hurt your back.
Yep.
All of that. So it was like, wow, that was all constructed. I don't think any of that had anything to do with diseases. I didn't read anything where there was any kind of diseases. That was my point. You can be in that environment and not have any major diseases except for infections from fighting.
Yeah.
And
And the
that
only
was
diseases that would show up are if they left the mice in there. If they
yes, and
left
when
the mice in there,
they didn't leave
then
them
their
in there
disease.
a long time.
Yeah.
They didn't leave them in there a long time when they got injured. They let them fight and let them see the other ones get hurt. They didn't care. They kept fighting. They were doing the two F's, fighting and you know what, fighting and freaking. Okay,
Yep.
that was the problem. It had nothing to do with no diseases in there like that because they made sure that was one thing. Now they had good health care. I will say that they had universal health care, and they
Yeah.
utopia. The ones that looked like they were about to die, they took them out. But removing one that's sickly or dying doesn't stop the other ones from coming up and they becoming sickly and old and dying. Nobody took care of the old elderly. Nobody took care of the sick. They kept it moving. There was a dead mouse sitting there. They stepped over him like he was nothing. You know, we're in a situation now in this society where people taking pictures of somebody that just got shot.
Yep.
It's nothing. Just walking by it like it's and yelling world star or something or straight to YouTube or something like that. And how that comparison is uncanny.
Yep.
The fact that they predicted that type of behavior is crazy to me. That's why I said if I could speak to the author, Dr. Calhoun, like I mean he's gone now, but that would be, awesome to just talk to him. Like, what were you thinking? Like, what were your standards? What were you trying to, do? And let him see what's happening now and let hear what he has to say.
Yeah. He says he did another Mouse Utopia experiment, even though they didn't fund him as much. And he says he fixed
Right.
it, but no one can find his research, and that's what they're trying to figure out. The problem, not the problem. The way humans are made up is relationship is important, and they
Mm-hmm.
can't figure out in the human psyche why is it so important. It's the difference between like being social, right? Because you're all around each other. That
Yeah.
don't fucking matter. There's something
Right.
with relationship with each other that must happen in order for you to not, for your brain to go, I don't want to breed no more. There has to be some level of satisfaction of humanity that has to be there as a species.
Yeah.
And the problem that they're having now is, like I said, it's called a behavioral. They don't know what triggers it in the mind. If you look at technology, even now with the COVID-19 stuff, people
Yeah.
are begging to interact with each other,
Okay,
Right.
and they
so
can't. You know,
Mm-hmm.
let's address the elephant in the room, Mr. Research. Where did that energy come from? Because that wasn't like you.
See,
We I used to think
unfortunately, and I'm gonna use they live as an example. When we're having a conversation, and there comes to this one point where, just like he even said just a second ago, where they don't have the research, they really can't move forward. They're stuck at the point where they don't know. Then to suggest that anything can't be applied, it's a weird space, because you can't say, hey, look, nothing applies here because we're going off this, but that model is not complete. You don't have further information on that. Well, it don't matter if we don't have further information, it just is incomplete. Okay, well, let's move on. And then we talk further, and we seem to harp on this one thing. Well, then somebody like me, I want clarity. I'm not right about everything. I want clarity. But then when a person can't articulate that, then it's like, okay, well, why is this? And then you hear somebody in the background. That stuff, as far as what we're supposed to be as men, you don't do that stuff. That's we can try to put it on Mr. Research as responding badly because there's people on the panel that have a affinity for old boy, but we don't do that, Art. You know that. We don't do that stuff when other people are thinking, whether we think they get it or don't get it. Because as we come to understand about science and philosophy, what we say it could never be one day, 10 years later, we found out that's what it was.
but I never saw you on any panel at all. I've been around. Around these spaces probably like
True.
2 years. I'm serious, Mr. Research. I don't know because people say y'all have history and stuff like that, but I'm like, it's. I
When
mean,
I go when I go to people's panel, irregardless of what I'm not able to talk or whatever. I try to be respectful of people's panel. I've been to that guy's panel and had all type of stuff said. I will mute myself and be cool. But it appears sometimes when that gentleman does not have the total mic all the time, he'll sit and do stuff. You guys might tolerate it. I don't tolerate it because he should know better. We don't do that. I've been around longer than him. We just don't do that type of stuff because it sets the precedent in a conversation where you're trying to limit someone's access to speaking. When we all know when we're jumping on a panel, we only got so much time. So I just didn't like that type of stuff when you know you're not supposed to do that, bro. And even when we were yelling back and forth, he admitted, yeah, I did that on purpose. Okay, then fine. And then the people who have love for the guy, they don't want to hear that he did it on purpose. See,
No,
you should have never
I
did
have
that.
no beef. I have no beef with that. Like that's my issue is I know y'all got history. So even I told my son he shouldn't have listened to us. I says that you just let him have it out. Like my thing is personally like I just think we should let men have it out. That's just being men. Like I don't see nothing wrong. If you feel slighted, that's what niggas used to do back in the day. I call two claw and niggas grab their sword and they go at it. Like
Yeah, hey,
that's how I look at it. Like it ain't no.
give me the
It's just what
katana.
men do, man. Like it ain't
No
no.
problem.
I don't see nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, I never thought. I mean, I guess this is the first time I've seen this from you, Mr. Research. You know, as far
Again, and it's probably the first time you've seen it from him go out of his way to all like that when somebody's speaking. I mean, I understand breathing is breathing, but let's not do intentional stuff when I'm just trying to get clarity while we keep saying diseases, when all I said was it's some freak phenomenon like diseases.
No,
That's all.
I'm just talking about the fact that it got so bad where you were. I mean, I don't think that was in your element to do that, you know, because that's why I jump on your panel to be honest. So I was, you know.
I'm a hood dude. I'm a hood dude at the end of the day, bro. And I make no qualms about that. I'm from one of the most vicious places in Northern California. I'm a hood dude at the end of the day. The part you get as Mr. Research, I refrain from a lot of stuff. I self-discipline a lot of stuff. But what I don't like, because I am a student of Bushido, what I don't like is when males go over their out of their way to be disrespectful. I've been on mic panel and had some stuff said. Let it go. Keep it moving. I'm here for the conversation. But if some people are not here for the conversation and they're here just to be rude, I'm like Hannibal the Lecter. I don't like rude from men. Let's meet up. Let's catch an airplane fight and get that over with. And let's go back to the intellectual shit.
Wow. Well,
Okay, so I'm gonna hit the dusty trail. I can't anymore, but hopefully I was able to bring some um, valuable information to your panel. I just being honest, you know, with everything I was saying. I have to catch the replay. Uh, hmm.
well, appreciate you being here, the Queen of Science. It's
Okay.
always a pleasure. This your home.
There's no disrespect to you, Mr. Research, or anybody up here.
So all good. No issues.
Okay.
All right, Brain. Pinky signing off. I'm Pinky. I'm Pinky. I'm Pinky. I want to be the dumb one.
Oh, I can get hits first, huh? Okay.
Yeah, I want to be the dumb one. Shit.
All right, I'll help y'all.
All right, girl. Later.
All right, Nicole.
And Art, let me also say that happened one time on the breakdown with the ladies.
I didn't see it that bad though. You still handled yourself more calm on that panel because how they were, you know, cutting you off and stuff. But this one here, I mean, I think it would. I mean, somebody would have died if you guys would have been in person. That's why I'm like, You
Well,
know,
that's what type of dude I am outside of this YouTube thing. I don't take. I check my own boss. I check my boss. I check his boss. I check it in an intellectual way. Hey, don't put me in that category. Don't ask me to do X, Y, Z. That's outside of the scope. Um, I think that in this case right here, people don't want to hear it and see it because maybe BGS or have a love for BGS better than you do me. But I don't know Sensei or They Love. But I'm not going to sit up here while they're talking and try to do and say something to stop those two people from talking. That's immature to me. Now people can say, "Oh, Mr. Research, you should have let it go." See, the person who's always getting slighted has to be the bigger man. We don't do that here. I've been alpha male wisdom way before a lot of people even came around here. And what we don't do is disrespect each other while they're trying to talk. Sensei and They Live should be able to talk and get an understanding. That's the purpose of the panel. Not for me to control what Sensei says or Sensei, you don't get it. No, maybe you don't get it.
yeah. Well, I hope I'm just taken aback because the two I think the two most that should be the most respected dudes on YouTube is almost like your uncle and your dad going at it or your
But I never disrespect that guy though, Art. I go on his panel, I get called names, I don't disrespect, I get interrupted, I don't disrespect. But it just comes to the issue of, dude, stop doing that stuff. Stop doing that stuff. That's what it's just it's a thing where you're like, dude, you're a man. You're not supposed to be doing that stuff. If you would like the microphone, go ahead and say, hold on, Mr. Research. Let me explain it this way. That's what They Live did. That's what he did. And I got an understanding what they was talking about, which ended in nothing because as They Live said, the information is incomplete. So we can't say if it's diseases or not. It's incomplete. Am I
I
wrong,
know.
They Live?
No, you're that's correct, but they do know that it's not diseases. They've already researched that. Even going back to what they've been through and why their diet is the way it is in America. Our American diet ain't for us. It's
Not
for
at all.
them. You get what I'm saying? So they know it can't be just. They know it just can't be just the disease piece. It can't be, right? Because this thing would have popped up a long time ago. So this is something totally new. And then to go, if you just look in America, or let's just remove all Celtic people, shit's happening in South America, shit's happening in fucking China, shit's happening in parts of Africa, shit's happening in the Middle East. This is still people who are melanated. So it don't. I mean, at the end of the day, it's still.
What would you say if some of those people are blood related in Celts in some type of fashion?
I mean,
that's a mathematical.
Everybody on the planet got African DNA. That's what I look at.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard for me to use that as a thing. You get what I'm saying? Because like you said before, even the Russians they're not having that big of an issue with it, but they're having a decline in population. So it's not so that's the reason why I say it can't be a disease. I don't know if it's just like I said. I think it's a behavioral, subconscious thing in a species. That's what I believe it is. I do agree. Well, I don't agree with what I say. I hope that niggas' testosterone level being high is the reason why we fucking can. If this bitch drops, we won't fucking die out. You get what I'm saying? Because black people do have a higher level of testosterone, and black people do have a higher level of wanting to mate with each other.
But don't forget, a lot of food changed our DNA over the years.
Yeah.
Like you got this gluten-free stuff that wasn't back there around my time and Mr. Research time. It wasn't new stuff.
And that's also what these girls are being developed. Like my daughter right now, she's 11, but she fucking. I mean, if I made her fucking 5 feet tall, she's like a grown woman. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's the food, man. That's what it is.
Yeah, that's very cool.
Yeah.
it's,
But
it's so,
I agree with you. It is, but like I said, I agree with you. But I just think we're arguing the wrong thing. I think it's a comorbidity, as opposed to they know you can't just be diseases because it would have popped up in all of the facets. There's been an outbreak in China. Their population still booming when they had
but you know how
SARS or when they had that other outbreak. You know what I'm saying? So it's I don't think it's I try to always remove the people and then just see if it's having an issue elsewhere in the world, and that's what's happening elsewhere in the world. So,
but you know how it is in medical. I got 27 years medical, and it
that's what's
always pops out 2 decades, 3 decades later that they label it as, and then you be like, well, y'all ruled that out back in.
yeah, no doubt. Like I said, it's I don't want to say it's a disease because I don't think that's too. I don't. It's so it may even be a mental health thing. You follow me? That's the reason why I don't want to say it's a disease. I think it might be a mental health thing that we as a species have just never encountered. Just like when it's a poor population, why does a poor population breed? You would think the opposite would happen. You would think if they're in a good environment, they would breed like a motherfucker. But it's when they're in harsh environments, they breed like a motherfucker.
And when they're rich,
you get what I'm saying?
They breed less. Yeah.
They breed less. So you would think it would be the opposite because they got plenty of resources to provide. They got da. But it doesn't happen that way in human brain. So that's why I said it couldn't be a disease. It's got to be something with our physiology that we're just not. We ain't figured out yet. You know what I mean? Kind of like that chi. We ain't figured that shit out yet. So it's real.
Chemical infiltration over a couple of generations, right?
Right.
Yeah, but you got to look at it as, I don't know, like how to put it.
Like for example, like for a couple generations, I'm not sure if they put the same amount of hormones or a different amount.
But they don't use hormones in South America. A lot of their food just straight from the ground, straight to the market. You get what I'm saying? So a lot of these other cultures don't have what we got. Yeah, they got different stuff, but it ain't the same way we got it here.
I know Ecuador don't play like that, right? Ecuador.
Yeah.
But certain like in Brazil, they do take stuff with the hormones in it, and different other places as well. So it varies. So think about that for like 2 generations, though. Why?
But that's true. But then it's also the price you pay for growing your population. I mean, that's the risk you would have to take. But at the end of the day, I always tell people this. I actually have I'm starting to getting a new love for humanity. Still don't like you motherfuckers, but I'm starting to get a deeper love for humanity because at the end of the day, there's no rule book to this shit. We really don't fucking know. I mean, we was just throwing sticks and rocks at each other, and then some dumb way we fucking figured out how to split a goddamn app, and we still here. You get what I'm saying? Like, we ain't the brightest, but fuck, we do got some moments. So, I don't know, man. Like I said, I think it's a species thing. In my opinion, it's a species.
Now, question: what do you think the percentage of the population that takes vaccines and flu shots?
Who will take it? Or
has done it?
Oh, you're a nurse. Well, I mean, that's a good 80%.
Maybe less than 1%. I mean, because you don't want people taking someone on like a 5% rate and it fuck up. So it's probably less than 1%. Keeping the trials really small, keeping them very quiet.
Taken a flu shot?
Have I taken a flu shot?
No. I think he said what percentage has taken a flu shot?
I thought you said vaccines in terms of the COVID vaccine.
No, all the vaccines in general that they come out with and
shit.
Flu shots.
Because I put that at 80%. Because most of us got to take, especially us in medical, we got to take.
You asking are you asking for U.S. or you asking global?
Global.
Oh, that's low.
Global. Then I mean maybe maybe I don't know. I mean
I'm gonna say 40, 35 because a lot of people don't have access to medical like
that. Yeah, most of them don't have access to that shit. So maybe 35. You got Russia. Most of China's not. So you got maybe Russia, parts of South America, the U.S., the UK, Europe area, parts of the Middle East. I mean, it's got to be less than. It's definitely got to be less than 40%.
Yeah, I'm asking that because it definitely has a lot to do with reconfiguring the DNA over the years.
So,
True, but what they're finding out too is the infertility in white males. So the UK put this out. The problem that they're having is that all these new homes do have some kind of chemicals in it. So the reason they figured that out, that it's fucking with male fertility, it's fucking with animal male fertility as well. So all these new plastics and all this new shit's fucking with our fertility rate. So and they're trying to figure out if they go back to using, just some regular shit, or, just they know it's a lot of chemical stuff, but everybody ain't got that. Everybody doesn't have modernized homes and dealing with modernized chemicals. So it's like I said before, why do poor areas boom with birth populations, and why do rich areas not boom with rich populations? You know what I'm saying? I mean, we could guess, you know what I mean, but no one really know. I think this piece that they're trying to figure out, I think might be, and then we're talking about asteroid mining, right? So one asteroid mine has enough titanium and gold in it. So let's say you bring one of those asteroids here, you crack that bitch open, and you harvest it and mine that those minerals out of it. You might actually kill the human species. Because everybody's living good then. Then what do you do? There's no more harsh environment. How do you incentivize human beings to mate?
Now, also the what we've been gathering too is that the people that are affluent, that have the money and all that, they they don't have much of a, what's the word I'm looking for, a priority to have as many children as poor people. They keep things in control, where the poor people, you get what, 5, 6 kids and can barely feed them.
Yeah, but you got to realize too, it's also about it's called the 1% for a reason. Let's not make it 2%. You get what I'm saying? So they're not going to breed themselves into a position where they have to share the wealth anymore, because they already know wealth dilutes itself after about 3-4 generations. So you always, by that time, your family member just becomes an average normal person. You see that when immigrants come over here, that first, second generation of powerhouses, and then that third one just kind of dies out, and they just become average, to the environment. So I think the issue is, I think what Mr. Research is saying in terms of 20 years from now, we'll figure it out. I don't think we're gonna figure out what the problem is. I think that's why they're probably gonna bring in that artificial woman. They're just gonna start breeding humans.
I heard Oh, go ahead, fam.
No, I was just saying they're gonna have to start breeding humans. They don't have a choice. If the women are not gonna do it, and then you have men who really want to have children and lineage, fuck it. I mean, what are you gonna say?
Now, I heard this conversation taking place right when they were bringing in the Syrians. I think they were bringing them in Colorado, if I'm not mistaken. But
okay,
I don't know if it was a tinfoil hat thing or what have you, but the conversation was going as though, I guess America is deciding which immigrants they're going to bring in to breed with. Since they're over here, they're not able to have much results.
That's also why. That's why you see so many movies. Like, they know black men got high levels of testosterone. They already know black men.
Bad diets.
How do I put it? Say what?
Bad diets.
No, what I'm saying is, in terms of what you're saying about bringing in who they want to breed with.
Oh, well,
I even told them this. I said, look, what they're really trying to do is they're actually trying to breed a new class of black women. That's what they're trying to do.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So let's think of it this way. So let's say you got a black dude and he has 2 children, right? And let's say he marries a white woman or Hispanic woman, and he has a daughter and a son. That son more than likely is probably going to marry either a biracial, or he's going to marry a white Latina Hispanic like his father. That biracial girl, she may be open to marrying a black man, right? And then that whole cycle kind of starts over again, right? That biracial boy who married a Hispanic chick, same process happens again as his father. But the biracial girl who married a black man, right? She'll have a black son and a black daughter, Black women aren't getting married, so that black daughter may not get married, but that black biracial boy who's half biracial, half black, he'll marry a Latina and Asian and white woman. So they're just creating a new mulatto class. They're just trying to expand it. That's all.
So this whole thing about, because we got caste systems and class.
Yeah.
So you think they're trying to just intensify compared to how they did before? Because before they had Mongol. I don't know if y'all read the stuff. They even called us Ethiopians back then.
Yeah, but you got to look at, like, if you look at California. I mean, you out there in California, y'all got so many goddamn mulattoes. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the NBA. Look at the NBA now. A lot of light skinned niggas dunking on folks, man.
Yeah, mixed with that.
You get what I'm saying? Steph Curry is the new black.
Yeah, he's the only adult, light-skinned adult dude on the court.
Yeah. The only one, his daughter, granted he got daughters, so I'm betting 2 of his daughters are probably marry a black dude, right? And they might be biracial or black. You know, the other one might marry some white dude or whatever. Right?
Depends on how much power his wife has over the kids.
He doesn't. I think it's more so his influence. I mean, in the day, they're a power couple, man. You know what I mean? They're gonna marry them kids off. Yeah.
He seems like marry them off. Yeah, I can see that.
You know what I mean? They're gonna marry them kids off, man. That's how you create that legacy and empires. You know, like that's a different world for us normal folks. You know? That's what I think. That's what I think.
Yeah, that's the
could be totally wrong. Shit, it could be fucking gas that's got everybody not breathing. Shit,
You know what? I wanted to explore something real quick to get you guys' input on it, because something I'm seeing in the chat room. And this is just, because you they live, you are present well, and I know Art present well. When people do stuff out of manhood character, we always notice the second person how they reply. But let me ask you this question, not based on what happened here, but just in general. When people initiate stuff, key word I'm asking is about initiate. Why do we always excuse the person who initiates something and only look at the reply?
Because we live in a gynocentric society. That's why, and a matriarchy. That's how we were trained. That's how we were trained to react. You were trained to react in high school that Mr. Research, even though he hit you first, you don't hit him back. That's why. So the programming kicks in. Before all that, everybody keeps asking me, like my son and my daughter ask me, like, Daddy, you think bullying's okay? I said, yeah. There's nothing wrong with bullying. What? You think there's nothing wrong? I said, yeah. But back in my day, you had a license to hit.
Yeah,
I said, but I says, but the character comes from fighting back.
Absolutely.
You had a license to fight back. You had a license to tell another human being, do not impose on it. That's why I just let you and BGS go at it, because that's what you're supposed to do.
Most of your friends in the hood become your friends because they know not to play with you like that.
Not to mess with you like that. And most dudes, that's how most dudes actually become friends anyway. I get in the fight with 2 dudes and we was friends after that. This is what it is.
Yeah, I knew there was history, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, I knew there was history. That's why I just shut up and just let y'all have it.
No,
that's just it.
And again, gentlemen, there's not really history. It's just that, kind of like what Art says, I'm always the one taking it on the chin. I'm always the one overlooking.
Yeah, but you got to look at it from the same standpoint of, like, not to compare you to. I'm not trying to compare you to. Just follow the formula, which is Angry Man is always saying niggas is always coming at him. You just a nigga in this space has got to take it on the chin.
No. Here's
you get what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying it's fair if it's not fair.
No.
Saying in this space, you just have. Yeah, that's all it is.
That's the point. Matter of fact, something odd. So, like, I was behind the scenes on a lot of stuff, okay, before a lot of people came up, and I don't normally, kind of like what Art said, get into these things. One day, Angry Man and O'Shea had a falling out, okay, and I was behind the scenes. I know how it happened, and it just one day I popped up on BGS channel, and Angry Man happened to be there. Instantly, Angry Man started saying some stuff as if I was there to attack him for O'Shea. And because I identified that, I said, no, bro. Hey, I'm not here for all that. Whatever's between you two is between you two. I'm not here to speak on that. I'm not. He said, oh, I thought you was coming here to defend O'Shea. No, sir. I'm just here for the topic and the conversation. That's all I'm here for. And
Yeah,
we
but
never
that conversation, those engagement tactics, like those, how do I say it? It's almost like two samurai walking past each other that got beef, right? And one nigga got his sword unsheathed just a little bit, and the other one's got his sword unsheathed too. And he's like, "Nah, nigga, I'm just here for the drinks." All right, cool. Machine my sword.
right. Right.
But you have to have the conversation. You have to have that tension there, so both the men know.
But you know
Right? That's
what?
why most men don't really
Yeah.
fuck with each other back to that.
Let me just say this. So to that analogy, what ends up happening sometimes is one person keeps taking their blade out and tapping me on the shoulder with their blade, just constantly. You kind of get tired about that. Go ahead, Art. I'm sorry.
No, I said eventually, if it didn't happen here, it probably happened somewhere else. So,
Well, it's very rare. I feel like this when I'm on somebody else's panel, you're the host, you take precedent. Okay. And he's been on my channel years ago. It's funny. I don't treat that guy with the same funny style ways. Okay. And I've been on his panel. People say stuff and do stuff. But when we're on neutral panels, man, we're having a conversation, bro. If you guys saw how long I was on your panel, Art, and didn't say nothing, I just listened. Everybody else was talking. I just listened. 45 minutes went by. I'm just listening. But then when I finally say something, now you're irritated. Well, it's just like me and They Live had a conversation. Maybe I am right and we won't find out till 20 years later, or maybe They Live is right because he feels that it can't be that. But we don't really know because the evidence is inconclusive. That was my whole point. We can't shoot down things when the evidence is inconclusive. We'll say, oh, the robots are going to take over. No, they're not. The Pakistani Indians are going to take over trucking before the robots. Oh, no.
I think maybe the articulation wasn't there in terms of the leading research right now on the books is saying it's not a disease. It could be that, but the research is hinting that that's not it. They're at this empty space of this behavioral sink, and they can't figure out what this thing is. Is it feminism? No. Is it women empowerment? No. Is it men being weaker? No. Do we see industrialization across the world? Yeah. And then the other parts of the world that don't have industrialization, they fucking like crazy, like rabbits. So they know that's the reason why. I mean, it just probably wasn't articulated. And at the end of the day, my whole process is this in terms of, even if it's a neutral spot in the other, even if it's like football, right? If we got majority of the blue team here, y'all, we're gonna rep blue team. You just red team. It is what it is, and ain't got nothing to diss. It ain't no diss to you, right? We had a neutral spot to kind of chop it up, but we're gonna stick to our team. We're gonna be loyal to our team.
And
you know what I mean? So in our space, what he did wouldn't be considered disrespectful. It would be it'd be a frustration of why you're not able to follow the dots.
True.
That's all that would be. So
true, but it's follow the dots based on what that person wants to stick to. Because as you just said,
I think. Well, let me say it this way. Let me just say it this way. I think the frustration comes in terms of your name is Mr. Research. So this is something you should have already researched by now.
No, but it is
I'm not saying you should have. I'm just saying.
But it is something. But it is something I've already researched, and we're inconclusive.
Right. So that's the whole point. It was never made evident that you were. So, but how do I put it?
See,
well, like I said before, in our group, that's not disrespectful. I've seen him do that to multiple people. I'm saying I've seen him do it to multiple people. I've seen him do it to new guys come in. I've seen him do it to guys on the Coliseum. I've seen him do it, I seen him do it last night to Night B. Go watch the one from Night B, and he did it to Night B last night. Just got frustrated with him. Was
I
it?
mean, people he know well too. I mean, it's
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I've
Yeah.
seen
He'll
it.
do it to me. He'll do it to my ass too. Shit.
So
But it's also like
So while
BGS
you're
is gonna be
talking to somebody else, so while
BGS
you're
is gonna
talking
be
to somebody else, he'll try to interrupt you.
but think about it this way.
No,
BGS
no,
in this
no.
space
What I'm asking is, while you're talking to somebody else, he'll try to interrupt you.
if he deems it necessary, yeah.
Interesting.
What I'm saying is this is he got more clout with us than you have clout with us. So
Oh, it doesn't
it's like
matter.
saying if LeBron James started talking and LeBron James did a slight diss to you. Ain't
No, but
nobody gonna give a
I
fuck that
said that,
LeBron James did a slight diss.
but I did say that earlier. If just because you happen to love somebody more, you're going to side with them, irregardless of what they have initiated. I said
Yeah,
that. And
everybody. That's human nature. That's team
yeah,
loyalty. That's
yeah.
my tribe. That's my clique. That's my group. Yeah, hell yeah.
And my
Like,
thing is, it doesn't matter if everybody's blue in here. I'm red because I say I'm red. I'm just having a conversation to where if you're saying, just like the lady was, it can't be disease. Well, even They Live just concluded that it's inconclusive. So why do
it's
we?
but I'm saying the inconclusiveness comes from them. Their research, which is it
Right,
can't
which is
be
my
disease.
point.
It ain't me. I'm not concluding anything. All I'm saying is the research is indicating that disease is a comorbidity to it, and it also exacerbates it, right? But
Right.
that's not the root cause of it. There's
So
something psychological in humans in their subconscious that is making them do this thing where they're not greeting when they have everything available to them.
okay, and I call it behavioral imperatives. So the thing that the reason I have these conversations is because what happens a lot of times, people say stuff as a matter of fact, and
True.
they don't
I get on the
and
guys for that too.
and they don't want no pushback.
I get on the guys
And
for that too.
then when I ask, well, explain how it's not diseases. Here's my point. They Live. Neither one of them could explain that. They just said that it isn't. If you
I
can't,
think they probably look. I can't tell you what they think. I ain't gonna speak for nobody else.
well, they couldn't explain it themselves. They just kept saying that it isn't.
Yeah, but I think their assumption was that, like I said before, if you remove white people from the earth, you still got the same problem in every demographic, every other demographic.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. It can't be a white. If you just eliminate white people altogether, you still got the same problem.
Yep.
Okay, so okay. I just never saw this in the Black Sea, but if you guys say so, I get it.
No, I mean I'm just saying, like if you have to remove the group that you're talking about. If you remove them from the topic and still see the same problem happening everywhere else, that can't be the reason why. Maybe a contributing factor.
So we never saw this in the area of the Black Sea during Queen Dido. We only saw this in Celtic regions.
Because Western civilization, their industrialization hadn't spread globally. They were still trying to learn how to feed their whole population. People had farms back then. People had to feed their own. You were responsible to feed yourself. The government didn't take over the ability to feed you. Our American government is in control of feeding its population, despite what they think grocery store, HEB, and all these fucking shits is. Those are just props, man. Your American government is subsidizing your farming industry to grow food for you, so you can. That's why.
And even when you look further into the makeup of most areas in the Black community, they're food desert areas because they don't even have access to fresh produce or food.
Yeah.
But to the bout that occurred, I just thought it was more of a corrective discipline explanation, which I believe there is another way that could have been handled. You know, you could have brought it up without escalating the situation.
So
That's just
only
my.
the person that replies.
Hear me out. I'm not saying that you should overlook it and say I forgive, but there is a way to address the situation because the way the energy was already tense and it just rose up until it boiled over.
Yeah,
But
because it's almost like Sensei is saying, you're in the wrong dojo. If we was
No,
at your dojo, it'd be a
no.
different
I'm in
thing,
the
man.
correct dojo. I'm
It
in the
would have
correct
it would
dojo.
have happened anywhere else like the same
Yeah,
way.
I'm in the correct dojo. Anywhere I am is where I am. So
I'm
it has
certain,
nothing to do with the number of people who have love for that guy.
But it
right?
does. If this
No,
was
no,
a
it
two,
doesn't.
if you, what I'm saying is, if you had your dojo on your side of town, right, that you practiced and trained and did your shit at,
Mm-hmm.
and I came up in there and I don't know the room, meaning the top dog is Mr. Research in that room. I don't give a fuck how good I am at what I do. The top dog is Mr. Research, and everybody in this room is gonna side with Mr. Research. Give a fuck what Mr. Research do for us. That's just humanity. That's tribes. That's cliques. That's teams. It's loyalty. It is what it is. That's why some niggas would be like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna go pick a fight." It's the same thing, man.
I mean,
That's all it is.
I'm more or less concerned about when the violation is presented. You want to mitigate the escalation and make sure that it's not repeated. That's just my take on it. I'm not gonna say that, oh, you are not at fault and he's not at fault. I'm not gonna do that and point fingers. What I am gonna say is that it could have been, if the fire is going, turn down the fire, dampen it before it goes crazy. And I understand, and by what I'm saying, I do understand that it could have happened anywhere else, you know, but the fact still remains that it happened here.
I mean, things happen, man. So I ain't tripping, you know.
Well, like I said, it happened here, and everything was good till I heard that MF word. When I heard the MF word, that was the end of that. So
There was already an irritation.
Yeah, go ahead.
I said there was already some, you know, I mean, some things. There were people. Some people were already irritated earlier.
irritated by what?
No, about some of the subject matter and stuff like that. So I think, and then on top of that, it just became more of a pile on, probably.
You
So
mean the
yeah,
subject matter of diseases?
No, prior
no,
to that.
conversation. So
Oh,
because I think mainly the fact that, you know, from what I was hearing is that, you know, things have to be constantly repeated, and so that's where I
That,
heard irritation. Like,
well, 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 let me just say
I'll
this.
be flat and honest with you. That's just like if we was all in the room and this majority of us, and just because BGS wanted to walk up to you and slap the shit out of you, I'm still gonna side with BGS.
No, no, you may side with BGS, but BGS got to go right then and there. Yeah,
No, y'all two gotta fight. Y'all two just gotta fight that shit out.
yeah.
That's what I'm.
No, no,
What
no,
I'm
no,
saying. What
no.
I'm saying is men. What I'm saying is men have been softened too much to where it's just
Here's
come
the
down
problem.
to just fucking arguing back and forth. It wasn't like this. This is some new ass shit. We actually are finna get back to actually old ways where niggas is just finna have this shit out in the street, and that's just the way it's resolved. And if
Yeah,
if it get too bad, bring your pistol and we'll do a fucking duel and we'll end that bitch forever. That's what it is.
yeah.
Like
Here's the thing.
I get tired of people saying that that's
Situation,
wrong about men.
when we
That's how
on
men
art
are.
situation, we try to just have conversations because that's what art has, conversations. Even though everybody in here may have an affinity for dollar bill, you know what I'm saying? We never had it to where it was this group mentality of, if, like you just said, if so and so goes to slap another person. These are conversations amongst men,
right?
And my whole thing is, let's not disrespect people when they're just having a conversation. If you do that on your panel, and I'm using your earlier explanation, if you do that on your panel, that might be cool, but I don't have to read the room anywhere I go. I really don't care, because these are conversations. Well, but when
I
you
know,
start,
but the point that I'm making is it's of course we should all be civilized, but that ain't humans. And the issue is what you and BGS did is the appropriate thing. It's the correct thing. You just go at each other. That not everybody's just saying y'all shouldn't be arguing and it's a bad look. Bullshit. That's just what men always been fucking doing. That's why the fuck we still here. It's ego, competition. Who's better than the other guy? That's male nature. I don't understand why we try to tap that shit down. That's not, you know.
well, I didn't leave.
I really don't. I don't
didn't leave
really
the
understand
dojo.
why
I'm
we.
still here at the dojo. So let's just move on.
Yeah,
Huh?
my whole thing, I lean more towards order. So,
Well, here's the thing. As I was listening in, right? So to Michael's point, yeah, men will do what they do and they'll clash, but if your perspective is you're here for the conversation, right? The people who are on the panel who are trying to explain exactly what the mouse utopia is, and in regards to the phenomenon of what you see in humans today, it being a human effect based off of an environmental issue, and it's not based off of a race or blood issue. And the reason why they were shutting down your point, or the point that you're trying to bring up based for that fact, it was the frustration of you keep bringing that piece up, although you weren't listening to the part where they were either alluding, suggesting, or explicitly stating that your point is disregarded, not based off of you and the point about bloodlines, but more so that this is a phenomenon based off of environmental factors, because it's been noted with multiple races, and the only constant is that the environment that is post-industrial is that you see it occurring. And that's really the break, that was really the point of contention, and that was the frustration that was exhibited. Now, as far as what BGS and him sighing and stuff, as far as you two going back at it, if we're talking about respect, okay, I can get somebody sighing and interrupting a conversation while you're trying to understand something. But as far as your escalation and you saying who's the bitch nigga that, basically when you responded with that who's the bitch nigga that respond, you've already set the tone that you're ready for the battle. So although the slight may have been underhanded, the fact that you pulled out your quote unquote sword in this dojo, and if you respect Art's panel, in the fact that you already jumped to point 2 and saying who's the bitch nigga that was signing, and then added all of your ego and your point of view in regards to the person who interrupted you, then it escalated to where it escalated, and then from there, that's when it started to boil over.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
Did you hear him call me motherfucker before I said bitch?
The motherfucker was after.
No, sir. The motherfucker came before. So see, respectfully to you, let me get a piece of the microphone. Let me get a piece of the microphone.
Go ahead.
So respectful to you, here we are once again, because you have an affinity for that person. You chose to hear certain things. Now, I'll let you speak. You chose to hear certain things that happened. Okay. So let's start there. So you chose to hear the B, but you didn't hear the MF. And now that I'm telling you the MF came first, using your own philosophy, you just critiqued me on, which is fair. How do you feel knowing that this person started this cursing thing?
It ain't about feelings, man. It's about
no. I'm asking Sensei.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Yeah. So I listened into the whole conversation.
No, just my question.
No. My response to you is that on the playback, right? His response of him calling you a MF was, it preceded you calling out the person who sighed.
Yeah, so
order of operations was your statement trying to call out the person who sighed, and then he stepped up and said, "Yeah, I'm the one who called you that MF."
Right. So thank you. I'm glad we agree. We agree that the name calling started when this person said MF. So I'm glad we agree on that part of the statement.
The name calling started when you called out when you tried to make an arbitrary call out. That's when the name calling started, sir.
So an arbitrary call out is name calling?
Who is the effeminized male?
No.
That is a name. That is a suggestion, sir. You wouldn't take that as a fight?
We didn't get to a feminized male. What I said was, let's get on some man shit. Who the hell's doing all this breathing?
Getting on some man shit.
You just agreed, sir, that he said I did MF. That came out your own mouth just a second ago.
Correct. So when you say getting on some man shit, right?
Right. So it's man.
Wait, no. Let's hold it right there, right?
I'm trying to get to the name calling.
No. That is the main. That would you not say that is a main cause, because you're setting the precedent off of ego, talking about whoever breathe.
I'm asking you about name calling. You see, you don't want to admit that BGS started the name calling. We do want to admit that yes, I did say who's doing all the breathing. You just admitted that. But
You
now you want to
stated.
skip over.
I'll let you finish. Go ahead.
But now you want to skip over the fact that he said MF because you have an affinity for him and you want me to be totally in the wrong. Go ahead, sir.
Okay,
my
so
issue,
hold
my
on,
issue is
hold
all
on,
right.
Mike.
There
Hold
you
on,
go.
hold
I
on.
can't do
All
three
right,
people at once because I still got to get to the two other things that he came in saying.
right. So when you started off with let me get on some man shit, right? What was the purpose of you doing that?
What was the purpose of me doing that? Because
Yeah.
as I explained earlier, as men, when we're having a conversation, you guys may be okay with that. I'm not okay with that with my history of YouTube. That is disrespectful. Now, if this person has done it to you guys on a regular, maybe that's cool with you. But when we're having a conversation and you got two people talking, you don't interrupt a person like that. So I'm still trying to figure out where's the name calling on my part because so far you just agreed only one person was calling names.
Okay.
No,
So
hold on, because I just went back and looked at that whole
Let's
playback.
go with Sensei. Let's go with Sensei because we still got.
I just looked back at the
But
whole replay.
we can't go back and forth. We got to stick with one thing at a time. We will get to you, Art. I swear, Art of Ibmore, we will get to you. I am going nowhere. I'm here in the dojo. But
okay, so to your point about name calling, because words are important, right? When you prefaced, and we talk about the idea or having a stand, this is where I'm coming from with it, right? As far as when you said name calling, the impression that I'm getting when you are talking about name calling, instead of going to a specific, I'm directly calling you this particular term. When you mentioned let me get on some man-ish, I'm considering that a form of name calling because in name calling, right? When you're saying let me get on some man shit, you're setting a precedent. You're automatically assuming a label to whoever is calling out, whoever basically completed the action that you consider disrespectful. So when I say that you initiated it, I'm coming from that place. So I can defer on the specific about him calling you that term, but as far as the actual initiation of it, right? And the fact that it turns out that you two have a personal history, it further lets me know that you knew and had very specific intentions when you set the precedent to, well, let me get on some man-ish, because you knew that it would go to that type of level. And if your whole focus
I
is
had
just
no
about
idea
the conversation, if your whole focus is about the conversation, then that could have easily been cleared up, i.e. when Sensei 7 said there could have been a different way to proceed or correct a measure for you to go about doing that,
but I
especially with
chose
your
that
history
one.
on the panels.
Yeah, I chose that one. Well, thank you, West Coast Sensei. I did hear what you said. It comes down to, in my eyes, I will accept what Sensei 7 said. Yeah, there could have been a different way. I chose that one because that's what I chose to do. Again, I respect.
that was my point.
I need to get in because I only got like 10 minutes before I get my food, and I have to come back for the artist on the spot.
Okay,
What you
go
eating?
ahead.
Hey, what you eating,
Go
nigga?
ahead, Art.
What you eating?
Wings and cheese fries and bacon.
Ugh.
Fuck you, man. I just had a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Fuck you, man.
Hey, you work hard, you play hard.
Go ahead.
Anyway, I just went back and looked at the whole interaction. I was trying to figure out what's going on because I've been in and out. When I went back and saw the whole entire argument, you had a conversation with you and Nicole. What you said made me just breathe, and then you wanted to stop the panel and say, "Who's breathing like a little girl?"
Okay.
Because he sighed.
Okay. Did I know that he breathed, or did I ask the entire panel?
You're telling a group
Did
of
I
people.
ask the entire panel?
No.
I did not ask the entire panel. Interesting.
That is an incendiary term that you use, and you know you used it to insult someone.
Ooh, and that's name calling too, little girl. Oh, I see you slick, Mr. Research. Good call out on that. All right, I'm sorry.
Because I can play it for you if you. I can play it for if you want to make sure.
The question: did I ask the entire panel?
Doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
No,
Can you
it's not.
answer my question? I understand you want to berate me, but can you intellectually answer my question? Did I ask the entire panel?
Yes, you did ask the entire panel.
Oh, go ahead, please proceed.
But it doesn't matter because you chose to be defensive.
Okay,
you chose to be combative at that point when you're talking to a group of men and saying who's a little girl in this group.
Okay,
you chose that.
Yes, I did.
Why?
And
why, and so your whole purpose is to cause conflict. It wasn't
That's only because you love it more. That's all. You just
no. So if I get up to a group, so if I go to if I go to any group,
tell me when I can talk. Go ahead.
Because you keep on interrupting me. When I go into a group of men and want to have a conversation, I will have a conversation. We may not always agree, but we can stay civil. But the moment I go to a group of men and say, hey, all of y'all some bitches, what you think is going to happen?
That didn't happen. Now you're fabricating red herrings.
No, I am giving you an example of what you did.
How about we stick to what happened?
You're saying
okay, wait. Art.
Oh my God.
Hold on. No. Let me give some of the microphone.
Mr. Research.
So here's the thing. I totally understand you love the guy. I understand that you're coming to protect the guy. Let that man be a man on his own. The point of the matter is,
that's deflection. That's deflection.
The point of the matter is, Itmore. The point of the matter is, we had a conversation. We dealt with that. And I understand you guys want to defend him because he can't do it himself. I get it.
Hold on.
That's a slight.
I know.
Okay, hold on a second. Let me say this. Let me ask a question. I just want to ask one question.
Purposeful, because you're here right now speaking for him.
Hold on a second. Let me ask you a question. Let's say we on a. You play sports, Mr. Research. You play sports.
Absolutely.
And if one of your teammates got in a fight, was you trying to sit here and bicker and try to negotiate and go into the nuances of why the fuck y'all getting into a fight?
On my side, we have honor. Art has been to my side. Art gets to say what he needs to say.
That's not the question I asked you in sports, buddy. In the game, when the heat, when that that first punch is gone, does the benches on both sides clear?
No, because some of us have honor and discipline.
I don't know what team you play for, buddy.
Wait. Hold on, guys. I got to say this one thing, and I got to go because I get my food. All right.
Go ahead, Art. Go ahead and berate me some more.
Here you go. See,
no, you got to do this.
Can I salt without you talking? Is that honorable what you're doing right now? Interrupting me every time? Is that honorable? Is that honorable what you're doing?
We both have swords out. You came over here on behalf of
because I'm telling you the reason why I got up here because at the end of the day, you could be mad. There's plenty of dudes that's mad at BJ. So if I fight every single battle, I'd be endless because there's a whole bunch of people that do not like to do. I understand that's it, but the point I'm coming up here to say that what you were saying, what led up to it, was wrong, and I was bringing more context about it because I just went back and looked at the interaction.
Okay,
and like I told you, when he signed, you was like, okay, who's signed like a little bitch? Like you didn't know that you didn't know who was signed.
I didn't know who did it. That's just how I am. I didn't know who did it.
If you've been in these YouTube streets long enough, you knew who it was. And the whole purpose of you even doing that is to challenge him and to talk shit.
No, it had nothing to do with him. I had no idea who it was. Even you said.
No. Hold on, Mr. Research. So
let Mr. Itmore finish because he got to go eat his food. I just wanted him to continue berating me. Hopefully, BGS will approve. Go ahead, Itmore.
Kiss my ass, you fucking bitch.
Oh, don't resort to that, lady. Come on.
So Mr. Research.
That's the point I'm making right there. The point that I'm making right there.
Let's go. Give me some berating.
My issue is I'm not going to berate. Hold on a second. Let's end this, West Coast. Let's end this.
And then run away. Kiss my ass.
Hold on a second. But that's the point I'm making, Mr. Research. Mr. Research.
Somebody else. and
Hold
the
on a
person
second, but
themselves,
that's called
then that's
human
what it comes
nature.
down to
That's
berating.
called loyalty. That's called
No, I
it.
understand it's loyalty. I totally understand it's loyalty.
But
Okay,
let's
well, that's
not.
my point is why are we arguing the nuances? The first
I'm
punch was
not.
thrown. You can stand there and not swing back, but you're gonna get these fists.
Hey,
We're
look,
gonna clear this
that's
Mike,
fence.
Mike,
It
Mike,
doesn't
hold
matter
on,
if
hold
you
on.
right or wrong.
and
You're
that's
gonna be
exactly
right.
what I gave.
You're gonna be right with that ass stomp. That's what it's
And that's,
gonna look like.
that's exactly what I gave. These fists.
Mr.
But I
Research.
haven't left
So,
the dojo yet, have I? They live.
No, because you was complaining that the man slighted you. I already told you. If
No, I
we
wasn't
at your
complaining.
stadium
I
and we
handled
get
it.
into a
No,
fight,
I wasn't complaining. I handled him sliding me.
so
And
this is the problem with double talking, right? Because on one breath, and with all due respect, right? Because
and
you're
to you as
framing.
well, West Coast.
Say that again.
And to you as well.
Okay, so on one hand, you're stating that you just want to have a conversation, right? You say that you want to be respectful, you want to have this honor, but when
No, you're kind of mixing the two. I didn't say it in that context. No.
so my bottom line is if your ultimate result was to have a conversation and keep that going, right? And then to Art of Idmore's point of you stating let's get on some man-ish who's out here breathing like a little girl, and you admitting yourself that you decided to use those choice words. Additionally, you stated that you didn't know who actually said it.
True.
So why did you use those why did you use those words if your ultimate goal was to have a constructive conversation?
because he had an
You're asking me
assumption
the
that
Hold on.
he assumed that it was BGS. He
No,
know it
I
wasn't
did
the
not.
No.
code.
Let him respond. Let him respond. I
No,
want
I
to
did not
know your
assume it
POV.
was BGS. I had no idea who it was. I sincerely had no idea who it was. It could have been you, they live. I have no idea who it was.
Right. So why would you say that?
So let me make this clear. I don't have a personal thing with BGS, period. It just happened to be BGS. My thing is, and let me answer WK's question. We as men, we're on these panels. We're not supposed to be doing stuff like that. If you guys feel, and this goes to what Art Newstall said, if you guys feel that it's something that I'm not getting or understanding, my thing is maybe it's something you're not understanding. Because as me and They Live said, 20 years from now, it might be something different. Going back to the second thing, WK came on when he started talking to me. You guys don't understand that when someone tells you something is absolutely correct because they say it is, all I'm asking is please prove that. And nobody did. Nicole didn't do it. BGS didn't do it. They just kept saying it can't be that. Well, what do you mean it can't be that? Explain to me why it can't be that. And then even though that may be frustrating, I'm almost finished, WK. Even though that may be frustrating, me challenging you on a conclusion that you can't prove. At the same time, you saying it can't be diseases. Well, explain why it is, because all you're doing right now is saying the unicorns are flying, the unicorns are flying. You have no evidence to say that it isn't, because everybody associated with science knows it's inconclusive. And that's why they use words like inconclusive. So don't come out and say the same thing that the bloodline of the Celts were going through, and the Black Sea was not. Queen Dido didn't have these problems. She was just as industrialized. And I'm not trying to be right. I just want her to explain her theory when she herself admits it's not concluded. Go ahead, WK.
Okay, so I'll say this. One, she and BGS did explicitly state the reason why. Let's shelf. No, wait. Let's shelf that. Let's get back to the actual point that you're going to respond to is why did you use those choice words? If you didn't know who actually was breathing hard and your goal was to reach understanding, and then you hear somebody breathing hard on the panel, why did you use those derogatory terms? Who's breathing like a little girl if your ultimate goal is to reach a result of understanding?
Because the understanding was interrupted by the person who initiated it. That's the reason.
Why did you use those words with because you sound like you're a very intelligent brother, right?
Honor student.
Why use those choice words?
Again, I just answered, and this is my third time answering because you asked this earlier. Because when I was trying to get that person to conclude that what they said was a statement of fact, but not a factual statement, whoever that was breathing all hard as if they were did needed the microphone right now. That was ridiculous to me because for 45 minutes, and I'm answering your question, I didn't say a word. They was talking for 45 minutes. I didn't say a dark darn word. I didn't interrupt nobody. I didn't do so. If a person's telling me that my conversation about diseases, whether they be mental, spinal, or anything, is without merit, explain to me why. But people like yourself, WK, I think because you guys care about certain people, you are willing to let them lie to you without any evidence of fact and just say, oh, just because Superman said it, then there can't be no kryptonite. But go ahead, WK.
Okay, so I think that in these types of situations, it's best that we speak for ourselves. Just like when you don't like when people put words in your mouth and accusing you of the reasoning why you are doing such motivations, let's show the same respect for people who are on this panel who are trying to reach some understanding.
What are you
Because
talking
even
about?
so when you say that when people like yourself or people in general who are out here trying to defend the honor of a particular content creator,
Don't you
this
like
is your
BBL?
wait. So can I
Don't
finish?
you like
Wait.
BBL?
Time out. Let's finish because you don't know my position. You don't know where I'm coming from, and that's irrelevant from the point. Because my main concern is that if the ultimate outcome was you looking for understanding and you are not looking for any drama, there's some inconsistencies in the way that you're displaying
You're
it,
trying to
and there's
label
some
it. You're trying to label them as inconsistencies
no
because
the reason the reason why. So let me explain the reason why. So I made that statement to follow up with, when I am asking you why are you using those choice words, right? And you know that there are other ways to go about trying to handle a discrepancy. um I'm really suggesting, really asking you, what was your expected outcome for you to say, let's get on some man-ish, who's up here breathing like a little girl? What was your expected response from anybody who was in the chat, with that framing of vocabulary?
here's my expected. When a man goes out of his way to be disrespectful to another individual who is speaking and another individual who's speaking with another individual, that person, that particular person wants to be disrespectful. So therefore, I need to identify who is going out of their way to do that. That was my outcome.
So you, by
You're
your
kind of
own
asking the
statement,
same question over and over again.
no. You, by your own statement, said you didn't know who actually sighed, and there
Yeah,
is
yeah,
more
you
than,
said that
and
four
so
times.
there were men and women on this panel, but you already had in your from
No, there
based
were
off of your
only
response,
men. I was talking to the only
you
woman.
already had an idea that it was a man or male.
That's
So
incorrect. I was talking to the only woman, so that would be mathematically inconclusive.
so just like we're having a conversation, right?
Go ahead.
No.
Come on, because
So
you keep saying the same thing over, WK. I'm trying to roll with it, and I do understand.
Mr. Research, just like how when I'm talking, you can easily cut me off, right? I can easily do the same thing while we're mid conversation. That's my point in bringing up that there was more than just a man and woman on this panel.
Okay, sir.
So, again, when it comes to, at least from, when it comes to your statement about Nicole and BGS not responding to the information I was provided, they did respond, and I
If you
gave
say
you the
so.
response. That's number one. And then number two, um, and I won't use word. Matter of fact, I'll just say it like it is. So when you say that I was just up here just trying to look for information and I wasn't looking for any problems, it seems disingenuous when we go into the actual meat of your reasoning why you choosing certain words, you responding in such way, and then the conflict that ensued after.
Okay, thank you, sir. I appreciate it. And I again didn't mean to upset your hero. I apologize. So I want to go to They Live because he wants to say something to me as well.
I would like to interject at this current juncture. If They Live, Michael, if you would allow.
Who is speaking? Art, is you Art?
No, this is Sensei 7.
Oh no, do you think, man? Y'all know my stance. Let's just fight it out and get over with. Be done with
Yeah,
it.
I agree, but I said there is a controlled way to do this, and I understand. We've come to the conclusion it could have happened anywhere else. I'm saying that it happened here, and even now it's happening again. So with Mr. Research, what's your code, right? Because I'm completely impartial in this situation right now. Now I'm going based off what is presented to me. Even the dialogue between you and West Coast, how you were saying, okay, even though I upset your hero, like those are still jabs that are being taken. And there's times where you cut him off, but what you didn't like was you being cut off. So you would cut off West Coast as he's trying to speak to you, and then you let him talk a little bit, but you were still throwing shots in between. And look at the exchange that occurred. Instead of going to name calling, West Coast continued to stay on task and present what he was trying. He got his thought out.
Okay,
so
I don't mind.
what I'm saying to you, Mr. Research, is that if we're going to be completely honest here, right? Because now I'm veering off for the topic of that. I'm veering off the argument a little bit and going into your principle, right? Your honor that you mentioned. That disrespect is disrespect. That's just what it is. This is what you said, correct?
Correct, sir. Just let me know when I can speak, 7.
Absolutely. I'll retire the mic in just a second. So if disrespect is just disrespect, right? Regardless of who it's coming from, and there are also statements where you stated you don't have to read the room. Even when They Live pointed out, if you're playing for a different team and you come in and a punch is thrown, he asked you if all the benches were going to clear. And then, you said no because there's discipline, right?
Yes, sir.
But that isn't the case in this dialogue. And it happened twice. So now I'm getting it happened between you and Arda Edmore, and it happened between you and West Coast. Mind you, I'm not against you. I'm not sitting here saying you are solely the wrong point in this situation. What I am saying is that there's ways to go about it. There's more than one way to skin a cat. And you have to remain cognizant of what you are doing as well. And you already explained, you already said that you chose to go that route. I respect your honesty in the matter, but I want you to go a little further and also remember that if you don't like the disrespect, you shouldn't dish it out as well.
Okay. Question for you.
I retire my time. Mm-hmm.
Question for you. What did you feel was disrespectful to the people on the panel? Not anybody that's not on the panel. What did you feel was disrespectful to the people on the panel?
What was disrespectful to the people on the panel, again, because you didn't know whose side?
No. I'm talking about when Art and WK came on. What was disrespectful? You quoted that it happened a second time.
Yeah, like I said, I'll point it out for you again. It occurred between the dialogue with you and Art of Edmore, where you were throwing the jabs, like you're throwing out, you like him, don't you like him? Or I'm hurting your hero. He could defend himself. Okay. You're throwing jabs. You were throwing jabs you're throwing jabs at two people off the strength of a disagreement that happened between you and another person.
And you feel that's disrespectful to them?
Because it is disrespectful to them.
Hold on, Sensei, you're missing the point. Sensei, you just missed the point.
Yeah.
Sensei's making it, he just ain't shortening it up. So if one person on the panel goes, and you proceed and you find that disrespectful, and then you proceed to interject every time Art was talking, West Coast was talking, Sensei was talking, and you're interrupting while they're talking, and that's still disrespect. Ain't disrespect.
Okay, They Live. I think you're forgetting that I let them talk for a long time first. And when I started talking,
still an interruption.
Okay, you said it's still an interruption. Can I finish?
It's
And when
still
I
an
asked
interruption,
him,
but it's still
okay,
an
I'll be
interruption.
quiet. I'll be quiet. You tell me
That,
when I can speak.
but that's the point I'm trying to make. You can't disrespect cannot be subjective. It has to be across the board. You just disrespected Art, Sensei, and West Coast while they were talking, and even all the three of them just kept saying, "Can I finish?" Just like you just said, "Can I finish?" I know I'm disrespecting you by keep talking, but it's disrespect. What Art's saying is he don't know why I went to fucking Delcon, whatever the fuck that shit is. Number one,
Right.
that's what Art's asking. Y'all all here disrespecting each other already. And
Facts.
then one thing, so if you didn't like it, you can't be holier than thou on one piece and then sin on the next other 10 commandments.
Thank you.
Same shit.
Correct.
That's it.
That's
That's
the end of it.
literally it.
All right, can I get it now? All right. So
what I'm trying to say to you is, if some
that's on
shit
purpose.
goes off, we
That's on
throwing them bows. Just team loyalty, man. That's all it is. Team loyalty.
I understand, like I said, and I think Sensei, that was just proven. That person loves that guy. So it, like he said, team loyalty has nothing to do with right. What I'm hearing right now is people trying to fabricate right. I'm hearing people trying to make excuses for right, except for maybe seven. Seven gotta I gotta admit, seven got a point. But the other two are just trying to fabricate. It's a loyalty thing. They ain't no.
What's the
Nobody's
main
trying to
problem with
look at
most
it.
millennials?
He's
What's the
trying to
main
look at
problem
it
with
across the board.
but
And
what's
just
the main
like what
problem
we
with
were
most
saying about
millennials?
being
Millennials want to be right.
we're doing that now.
Hold
I
on.
know, but you just want to be
Okay,
right,
hold up,
though.
hold up,
Wait.
hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up,
This
hold
is
up.
what I'm talking about when we come around.
I just got the
And we
hell up
just
on
tried
here,
to
and I'm just
have a conversation. Now earlier they live said I was interrupting. But see, Art was interrupting me the same way, like right now. But in they live, he believes I was interrupting him. No, it
But
was
you was. That's the point. Everybody's
no, sir.
disrespecting.
I
Even
allowed him
Nicole
to
called it
talk.
out.
I allowed him to talk, and then the minute I got a microphone to start saying my piece, he interrupted me and took on the mic. And then I tried to respond back. I was all he had talked for a long time, but I think I'm going to concede the mic because the new officer wants to speak. But my thing is this. Every excuse I'm here, I'm willing to concede to what Seventh said, but every excuse I'm hearing is because I love this guy. You're always going to be wrong. And I'm glad they live said it like that. It's a dojo thing. It has nothing to do with consistency, but I will give Seven a bit of props when he brought in the consistency aspect. Go ahead, officer.
I'm just so confused on what the fuck y'all talking about because I just came up
Nothing
on here.
important. Nothing
Charles,
important.
what
Nothing
he's
important.
confused about is that as a cop, if a natural civilian slaps you in the face, that he's mad that all the other cops around you are gonna jump in when you beat his ass too. That's what he's upset about.
No, that's incorrect. That's incorrect.
That's it
No,
right
no,
there. If
because the
Officer
cop,
Charles, hold on a
because the
second, if
cop
Officer
you're trying
Charles
to,
was a person, let's say Officer Charles disrespected you, a
you can't
civilian,
use you
and
can't use
then you
Officer
turn
Charles.
around and disrespect Officer Charles back, and then you gonna get mad that all the other 5 cops standing around with Officer Charles, all of them jump on your ass.
That's incorrect. That's not what happened. What happened is a regular person who you just happen to love in a game.
An analogy,
No,
bro.
no. You gave your thing. What
An
happened is a
analogy.
regular person in a game who you happen to love
It's
came
a
up
game. It's a team.
and did. It's a game. Don't you the one that said dojo. If a person in a gang comes up and does something to a person has one or two choices: either do or do not. But you
Did
can't
you?
use
But
officer
did,
because that involves the law. There
but
are
did you?
legalities
But
that go. Go ahead, officer.
Did you? Hold up, hold up, hold up. Did you speak to this person one on one already?
No.
So there was no effort to speak to someone who you claim accosted you, right?
Was there an effort to speak to them?
Yes.
One on one, No, because we were not in a one-on-one scenario.
Because I'm just looking at it from a manhood state of mind. Before anybody else cares about it, I'm gonna tell that motherfucker first. I'm gonna clear the air about it, and I'm gonna say what I gotta say. They can say what they can say, but I'm gonna clear the air before anybody else gets a notion about it. That's just me.
That's understood, and that's the way Seventh was talking about it should have been handled. I concede that.
And even when people actually beef with me, I'm gonna cuss you out first before anybody else cares about it.
But Charles, let me ask you a question. If you and I, let's say we got some beef, right? History. Let's say we got some history. And let's say I disrespect you in person. That you find disrespectful. That you find it deemed worthy to punch me in my fucking face. Right? And then everybody else jump on the motherfucker that everybody don't like. Is that not human nature?
I mean, has that happened to me? Yeah, I punched a guy in the face for disrespecting me and trying to hurt me. His homeboy tried to jump in it, and his homeboy got, my size 12 up his ass too.
That's all it is.
I mean,
that's all
you're gonna people could be right or wrong. Like, for example, when we would be on leave in the military, I have a rule. There's an unspoken rule. If you're all in a fight and you run or you don't do shit, we beating your ass later.
Hey.
But Mr. Research says him and his team ain't fighting us back. They're not fighting it.
Because we don't believe in that, man. We have on our side, we just have conversations, man. When we come on our side, we don't have none of that. Art has been on my side.
That's not how power is obtained.
No. That's how your power is done.
No, that's not how anybody's power are obtained around the world through talking. No. It is the violence, or the threat of violence, or the size of Officer Charles, which makes me not want to run my mouth off of him. Not because the law says it's not because the law says it's wrong for Officer Charles to punch me in my face.
Physicality, it's not.
You gotta realize something. There's many different ways human beings react to each other, especially men, because men, there's always a price to pay. Exactly. Number one, just the mere presence of another human being, regardless of the person's size or anything. I know that if I do something that 85 to 90% of men do not like or deem disrespectful, I'm in for a fight, regardless if I win, lose, or draw.
Yep.
So the problem I have with today when it comes to masculinity is that too many men are thinking like women, where they could just fly off the mouth and think there is no repercussions because of that action.
And they want to talk it out.
There's nothing wrong with talking out, but I've always said this for 4 to 5 years. Men only have 3 ways of communication. We talk it out, we yell it out, we fight it out.
Exactly.
It's that simple.
Y'all already talked it out. Y'all already yelled it out. There's nothing else for y'all to do.
I think what's being said is, the funny thing is, man, things happen, and people, regardless of, I think what happened today, and maybe it's just because how I do my thing, but I think sometimes when people are in a group, they tend to do stuff and say stuff that they wouldn't do private one-on-one. When Charles just made the point that he made, kind of like the point I made earlier, you don't put yourself in a situation where people are just repeatedly obtuse. People are repeatedly initiating. And it's like, come on, man, stop that. So my thing was, I didn't know who said what, really didn't care. It was, come on, man, I haven't talked for 45 minutes. I'm trying to understand this lady telling me that there's no way this is possible. When out the side of her neck, she's also saying it's not conclusive.
So if
Wait a
I go
minute.
back
Hold
and
up.
play,
Well,
if I go back and
Let
play
me
the
finish.
tape,
Let me
hold
finish.
on.
if I
30
go
Hold
back
on.
and
seconds.
play the
30
tape,
seconds.
if I go back
30
and play the
seconds.
tape, and you
30
have
seconds.
talked within
30
that
seconds.
45 minutes,
30
Hold,
seconds.
hold on.
30
Hold on.
seconds.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
30,
Hold on. I'm trying to
30,
back
30
up and get
seconds,
the
Charles.
information.
Hold,
Hold
hold,
on.
hold, hold, hold on, Charles. So if this person is telling me something that I deem as a lie, just because the rest of the people in the room believe it's factual, okay, what book? Who said
Okay.
it? Oh, we don't
Okay.
have that.
I'm trying to get this
Go ahead,
information.
you admitted that you've already done the research and saw the Mouse Utopia. Even in the Mouse Utopia
This
experiment,
wasn't
they
about
didn't
the
say.
mouse
Hold
utopia.
on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
You
What
got
lady? What lady? And what did she
Nicole Ali.
state?
He's
okay.
talking
What
about
did she say?
Nicole Ali. He
What
And
she
what did
said?
she?
basically
And
What
what
she
did she state?
she
she said?
stated that. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Research. Go
She
ahead and
said
present it.
she said, Charles, that people are dying off in these population packets. Okay, people are dying off. I'm just making it
Not
as simple
dying,
as possible.
breeding. They're
Yeah,
not
yeah,
breeding.
Okay,
yeah,
let me
yeah.
be
You
They're not
quiet. Go
breeding.
ahead. Give your screwed remix version. Go ahead, and
You
then I'll.
said breeding. We kept saying breed it out,
word
and we said
word.
no one's breeding.
See, this is the problem when you become obtuse. So here's the situation, Charles. So Nicole Ali and BGS basically was expressing to Mr. Research and just the panel in general about how populations are dying off, and that it seems to be a biological reaction when the environment is post-industrial, meaning
Mm-hmm.
that every civilization that is basically post-industrial, their population is dying off. People aren't mating. People aren't basically having babies. And so, from Mr. Researcher's point of view, when he
I can
was
speak for myself. Just go ahead and give him your version.
okay, so based off of this fact
Did
that
that man just interrupt you?
he
God
he
damn.
he he,
Well,
he
he's the
sure
same one
did.
that called me obtuse. But go ahead.
He sure did. But see, there are multiple things going on. Back to the actual point. So with this actual statement, right, using the Mouse Utopia as an example, this is where the claim came in that when it comes to populations that are post-industrial, the question that countries across the globe that are post-industrial are trying to find out is why is it that humans are not creating babies post-industrial, and it's
Well,
across
one.
the board.
Well, one. We already know the answer to that because it's post-industrial. Prior to like what, the early 20th century,
Mm-hmm.
the average person would have about 5 children, 5 to 10 children,
Mm-hmm.
Don't do it,
because
Charles.
they lived in more rural areas. Because guess what? My father had 12 brothers and sisters. They lived in a house, much more of a rural house. My
Even my father.
grandfather had 12 brothers and sisters because they lived on a goddamn farm. Nowadays, the reason why people don't have children is because children, as much as we love them, in an urban environment, they become a liability. We love them, but they're liabilities because you have to do much more to take care of them. There's much more danger. There's much more. There's much more that you have to do when taking care of them. So
And they're expensive.
when you have, they're expensive, and training becomes, more intense. So compared to a kid who's running around in the countryside, he doesn't have to worry about drug deals. He doesn't have to worry about gang members like a kid in an urban environment does. Two, you have to look at the cost of feminism and the rise of female. What's the word I'm looking for? It's environment, and also feminism with their quote unquote intelligentsia, which is Polish. Look it up. But it's the fact that feminism told women, "Hey, go get your education, go worry about your career." And by the time a woman is about 30, 80 to 90% of her eggs are done. So that's also another reason why you don't have as many children, because you basically indoctrinated the women not to listen to their biological narrative. Men, also on the male side, where from 1890 to 1980, black people were married about 85%, sometimes 90s, depending on the decade of the year. Because a lot of these laws that are against us, that are anti-male, when you have the child support, the spousal support, which are unfairly into the woman's side, a lot of men are saying, hey, I'm not going to get married and get fucked. So you have many factors. Then on top of that, let's look at the environmental factors. Let's look at Flint, Michigan. Some people, and let's look at Flint, Michigan with their water systems. And Flint's not the only place that has terrible water. I could name a couple of places. Then you can also look at Europe, where 50% of the European men are sterile. The only place in the world right now that has really a positive birth rate with no issues is Africa.
And I said that too.
So, does anybody want me to keep going, or am I on a roll?
No,
you're right.
we are. You're just
Hey, let me
rehashing
speak to
everything
you.
we discussed. You're just
If they let
rehashing
me
everything.
speak to you, Charles. So you just said all that, and two of the things you said is the same thing I said. But then someone came in, and we ain't gonna go who. We just want to stick to what happened because Charles want to know what happened. Someone came in and said, "Hey, Charles, what you saying can't be correct," and all you said was how, and they kept saying because I said it isn't correct. Okay, but how? Charles, you just said two of the same things I said, and I was told it's not possible, it's correct. And then we start getting all this unnecessary flack. So that's
I'd rather ask Nicole what did she say, because Nicole's pretty accurate about a lot of her information.
Exactly.
Mr. Research brought up the fact that white people got some damn fucking melanated fucking disease in their skin, and that's the reason why they knocking off. And most times, white people fucking breed that genetic piece out of them. And what Nicole was saying was, you can't breed it out if you're not breeding. That's why it's called that's why all these civilizations have a problem with breeding.
And
you got to think. Well, you got to think they don't have.
That did not happen.
They also don't have as complex as they don't have as complex as a genetic code as we do.
True,
I agree. But what the point that we were making was, if you remove all white people off the planet, South America, parts of Russia, China, Palestine, and the Middle East, they all have population declines.
But it doesn't happen that much in Africa, except for the Kenya thing.
Because they're poor. In Kenya, which has infrastructure, which has a lot of infrastructure, and in Nigeria has a lot of infrastructure.
So
their birth
let's
rate
look at hold up. Let's look at the correlation. Hold up. Let's look at the correlation real quick.
Okay.
The higher the industrial country, the higher the level, the lower the birth rate.
Yes.
Because we use kids for what? Helping hands and tools to help. When there's nothing for the children to do, what's the point of having them?
True.
That's true. Thanks. So when you have that correlation, a lot of people don't like to look at correlations and charts very well. So you got to have a reason for something to be there.
Exactly.
In other words, when you look at women and people say, why are the women acting so crazy? Women act off of what the environment brings to them.
Dictates, right.
Men don't, because we challenge the environment. So the only, like, for example, if you keep giving women, more benefits than the men, guess what they're going to do? They're going to think that they're better than the men. It's a correlation. Not all, but too damn many. Same thing when it comes to the population. One, you got to look at diet. Two, you got to look at how many diseases have been eradicated. But once you get to a certain point where people are saying, well, it's not really feasible to have a child, they're going to drop off with the birth rate. In Africa, where many of the places are not developed, they're going to have children.
Well, you can't say diseases because that's what got so many people upset. Because
No,
I said that. Can I speak for myself and stop doing this unicorn thing?
No, time out.
What was the skin disease you brought up?
See, now you're asking me what I said. In a minute, you were just lying to Charles as if I said something.
You said some kind of skin disease.
What I said was, sir, I said the Celts had these out of the box things, kind of like just what Charles said. So there could be some out of the box thing. You guys attached the disease part of it. All
You
I
brought
said
up
was
skin
these
shit because
things,
you work
all
in it.
I said
No, we did
was
not. No,
these
we did
things
not.
happen. These things happen to these Celtic related people and those children of Celtic related people who may even be African. Just like Charles said, there around the Black Sea, none of this happened. So if you guys are saying these things, I'm not knocking it. I said that a couple of times. But what I'm hearing is people saying it can't be this because we say so.
The
Okay,
research
That's
is
not what
saying
we
that.
but
said.
the
That's not
research
what was
is
said.
inconclusive, and because the research is inconclusive, you and Charles just even said this. You can't put a finite thing on something that's inconclusive. We can lie about it, but that's not what it is. But go ahead.
We weren't lying about anything. I'm sorry, everybody. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. I appreciate West Coast African and Art. I know he's eating right now, but Art and Charles as well for what you were saying. I appreciate that. We weren't conflating the two things. You were bringing up disease. We weren't bringing up anything about disease. You brought that into the conversation. That that experiment was disease free for the most part. Okay, it was not allowed to continue on and on and on. Michael brought up the fact that Black people, we have our own issues, obesity and diabetes and all these other things, right? That type of thing, right? These comorbidities, but that had nothing to do with the population idea and the phenomenon that we're seeing right now. That ain't got nothing to do with that. The disease that you were bringing up, disease you brought up is it's very specific. And you said yourself, it's specific to a certain population of people. You said that yourself. Am I making that up,
Yeah,
or did I
he
hear it
did.
wrong?
He did. Or
It's
the
not
or
Okay.
the got
so
that
far we're not
bloodline.
so far we're not in disagreement.
Okay.
But
My
You're,
only
you're
but what
saying the
Nicole
same
is
thing that I said to Charles.
but what Nicole is trying to say, if you
No, let
remove
Nicole
that
say
controlled, if you remove that control group, that specific group out of the experiment,
right.
the other groups are exhibiting low population birth
So
rates.
why didn't it happen in the Black Sea?
That dude, I don't know what the fuck happened back then.
Because of the environment, sir. Literally the environment.
We're
That's the
talking
one
about
factor that you're not
post-industrial
Yeah, that's the
revolution.
yeah,
whole
that's the one
We're
idea.
not
factor that
talking
you're not
about some.
contributing.
Hold up. I guess I got to play police also the panel too. It's funny, but from what I'm getting and gathering, if anybody don't mind me speaking, yeah, I want to talk about diseases. You were talking about population, decreasing. So when you look at it, and also Mouse Utopia, damn, this chicken's good.
Fuck you, Charles. I had a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Yeah, the
Damn,
problem was this
poverty.
research brought up disease. That was the biggest problem. Where
You
it
got
brought up disease.
you got to think about it.
Thank you.
Disease is like what you.
Nobody else can bring up nothing. I hear you.
Well, disease is like an unknown variable. Could it be the reason why you have a population decrease? Yes, but is it usually the main reason?
No.
9 out of 10, no.
No.
Unless you have something on a scale like the bubonic plague or some shit where nobody had the fucking antibodies or the cure to shit like that. But that's so rare that it happens.
Right.
Exactly.
A lot of times when you look up the environment, look at, for example, in America, decade by decade, century by century, within 50 years, you went down on the chart of, like right now at 38, I'm supposed to have about 5-6 kids. I only have one.
Water.
You can't afford it because everything went up, but your cost of living is basically the same. If not, it went down. Excuse me, your cost of living went up, but your paycheck is pretty much the same. It barely matches. So a lot of people cannot even afford to have more children.
Let's go, man.
Then you also have to.
That's I don't know who that is.
Oh, my bad, fellas. My bad.
Then you,
trying to get this boy ready to go.
Then you also have to look at abortion. When abortion became legalized, a lot of, not just black women, not just, a lot of people didn't have the children because now you don't have a population because they're not considered born ever. They were aborted. There's many
Charles,
factors.
you're saying the same thing. You're saying the same. Well, half of what I said, and they said, and I think it's because you're Charles. I think this goes back to this dojo thing. You saying half of what I said, and when I said it, the thing was, no, that it's impossible, Charles. There's no way any of that could be it. It happened because we don't know why. And I'm like, that don't even make sense. So I'm just saying from the standpoint of explain how that came to be, because Charles is saying when I said Reagan 1986 laws and how came into effect, and then when I said about the Black Sea, they live there. I don't even know what you're talking about, but you just said if you removed all the white people, so that's a situation where all the white people were removed. So half of what Charles is saying right now.
Well, number one, we do disagree with each other sometimes.
Oh yeah, on a whole
But
bunch.
Charles, let me ask a question. If the research that we are debating over says there's not a disease problem, and then you go to these other countries and the Celtics got a disease different from the Hispanics, different from, it's not the same disease.
No,
it's the
it's
problem.
because usually you got to look at the environment.
The disease that's present, the disease that would be present in the Celtic people would be present in the African people, would be present in Hispanic people, and the Asian people. There's no disease popping up.
Thank you. That's it.
It would have popped up since the
That's
70s
the end. There would be some proof of a disease there. Not saying there's not specific racial groups or ethnic group diseases. We all would have the same disease.
There would be more of a genetic, like a regional genetic disorder.
The family that's in Chile, that's poor, that's never been to Africa, would have the same disease as that poor family in the countryside in Africa. They don't have it.
And I don't have no problem with what they saying, Charles. All I said is what I said earlier. Because those white folks, Charles, have such a unique situation going on. Just like LIKE, a disease, there may be something unique going on with them and their blood and any black folks that they have had great-grandchildren thereof. That's all. Because what I said was around the time of Queen Dido, this whole white folks removed, wasn't no white folks around the time of Queen Dido. History shows they didn't have this situation until after. And so when the Celts when the Celts came and populated, which is their point, Charles, and that's good. I mean, I could see we all just talking, but when you show me a time where there was no Celtic interaction, okay, that's Queen Dido, the Black Sea, and we did not have that issue.
Well, here's the issue. Here's the issue. Here's the
very good. It's a
lot of one at a time.
Charles said there's a lot of factors, and
this is where I got him at. Then why isn't it being present in the Why isn't it being present in African Americans right now? Because ain't none of us pure blooded, and we got them Celtic blood in us.
Right. You just proved my point.
No, I didn't. That means it would be popping up in us.
Yeah.
You said it would be popping up in us.
Yes.
The idea of our population declining.
So
if it was
how
based
is our
off of a
population
disease,
not declining?
Okay, say that one more time. I want to make sure I got it.
How is our population not declining?
Is our population, ADOS men and women, not Africans, not Haitians, how is our population not declining according to you?
Because the numbers say our birth rates are down. Our birth rates are 1.7. Whites in America are 1.5.
Okay, where are we disagreeing?
The part that we're disagreeing at
I'm
is that
trying to find out where they live.
The part we're disagreeing is the disease that you're talking about that is specific to Celtic people and that pops up in some Hispanic people that were familiar with Celtic people. There are no pure-blooded African Americans in America. You have Celtic blood in you. Why is there not a large disproportionate outbreak of that exact same disease in African Americans?
No, let's get off disease. It's the situation, which is decline, right?
Decline.
Yes.
That's what I'm trying. I got you. That's
And you
checkmate.
just
That's
admitted.
checkmate. And
Hold
y'all
on,
guys
you
have a
just
good day.
admitted. You just
You guys
admitted
have a
there was
good
a
day. He can't
decline.
answer that one.
No, go ahead, Mr. Research. Go
You
ahead.
just
Y'all guys
admitted
have a
there
good
was a
day. Peace out,
decline.
man. I'm out.
No, it's so here's the
That's
bottom
checkmate.
line. No,
That's
wait.
checkmate.
So the thing is,
You just agree
oh,
with me. Wow.
the reason why you're seeing a decline in ADOS as far as our birth rate, although we don't have the same Celtic disease that's being brought up, is because this is an effect of the environment and being post-industrial. And this is why you can look to other countries that do
True.
not have that same bloodline, still facing those same impacts. The only constant is environment. And so that's literally the bottom line as far as what's trying to be expressed, as far as your pushback of could this be a Celtic or could this be a genetic type of disease that's causing this population decline.
Okay, so let me ask Charles a quick question, because Charles, did I not say like a disease, or did I say it's an actual disease? Did I not say like a disease? Something unique like a disease? I'm willing to be corrected, Charles. Go ahead.
The last time I heard it, you said it was something like a disease.
Okay, so this is where it gets me. All I'm saying is these people have a unique set of circumstances, and I'm gonna use Charles' example because it's the best one I've heard. Okay, it's a unique set of factors that includes behavior, laws, policies, environment, a whole bunch of stuff that makes that. And all I said was these people have a unique situation. Because I work in medical 27 years, I'm telling you, sometimes they pop up with stuff out the blue that I mean, it's like remarkable. It's like, wow, they got that black folks and Latin folks never have. And that was my only point. I think you guys were trying to, well, not you guys, but the people who were here earlier was trying to do a gotcha moment by only hearing the word disease and trying to say, it's only a disease. That's not what I said. I said, like a disease, they have a unique situation that any of their bloodlines is attached to. That's all we said.
So you basically were, well, not even basically. So it sounds like you were just using an analogy of
That's
bloodline
all
in
it ever
regards.
was. Everybody else latched onto disease. I said like a disease, like 7 times. That's why that's why it was so funny to me, Charles, and I was laughing because all I ever said was it's like a disease, but people kept saying that's impossible. Well, Charles just came up in here and said to you, it's a multitude of factors. Disease can be one of them. Charles said yes, and nobody on the panel disagreed.
No, here's the thing, Mr. Research. So now I understand that yes, it was a miscommunication, but actually there is no but. So when discussions about environment and discussions about population and just different areas of intellect are discussed, I think that depending on people's communication style, there can be a conflation of things. So when you said like a disease, right? There was probably an assumption that
Exactly.
well, the reason why is because people who are outside of your field, they can run around and run with that information and not truly understand the context. And that's basically what was trying to be corrected here, where although a disease, even though you use the analogy of disease to try to connect to the environmental factors that were being expressed, they have similarities, but it's not an exact one-to-one analogy. And that's where the back and forth and the quote-unquote miscommunication was being stemmed from. Because although a disease and how it spreads and how it can affect a particular population can have a similar analogy to a population declining based off of an environmental factor, the environment is a lot more complex. When we talk about environments in general, it's including disease, it's including but not limited to disease. So it gives a misrepresentation as far as how the analogy is presented. But I understand now that yeah, it was just if your whole point was when the whole topic of population decline, and the reason why this is occurring is based off of environmental factors, and then you being in a specific field, using an explanation to like make an analogy towards it. If that was it, then all right, cool. Then
That was
we
very well said too. Thank you. That was very well said. So no, it wasn't the argument factor of WK. That's why I was saying earlier, research people are different from people in clinics and ER rooms. There's a lot of doctors who never see patients. They're just strictly research. And so what I was saying is that, and I'm glad Charles came up to kind of, because when Charles said yes, diseases are a factor, nobody said nothing. And I was saying the whole thing the same time. I was saying, hey, there are possibilities, because in medical, we don't find out stuff till later on. And when you WK kept saying, yeah, it was said. No, it wasn't, because it's inconclusive. The word inconclusive means they're still studying. Here's my last point. Right now, because of COVID, we have things going on underneath the skin of some of our young people. We also have, in some patients, muscle is deteriorating. Can't really explain why. We got a lot of theories. She got a theory, Art got a theory, I got a theory, but we can't disclude Sheep's theory just because me and Art have a stronger science claim, because it's inconclusive. And when we start telling the Black community inconclusive information and we don't want to hear nothing else, that's how we get surprised. That's how we get like, well, ain't nobody ever told us. Well, somebody tried to, but wasn't allowed to share with you. That's my point.
Okay, and I can, you know what? I can understand and respect that. I think that the pushback that you were getting based off of this, as far as whether or not population is like the decline of population being affected, one of the influences being a disease, is it a possibility? Sure. But the probability, and this goes into something being inconclusive as far as the process of elimination. If you see this example of decline occur across the board, talking about in different countries, right, with different demographics, different outcomes, different living standards that are just like far like they are drastically different, but the only specific constant that you see in result of the depopulation effect being this one factor, it suggests, or it strongly suggests, that this is more than likely the cause and not biological or a specific type of disease that is inbred or born of the actual species. Does that make sense? As far
Yeah.
as
Well, as I said earlier, before the arguing, yeah, that is a possibility. I did say that it was a possibility, because we just don't know at this point. And what we don't want to do is me say it, what you just said is not possible, because it all is, man. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, WK, it's kind of weird, because I think what I learned today was people don't like intellectual challenge. They just want to be respected at being right. People don't want to hear the words people use, like like. They just want to hear the root word of what they don't like. That's truly what I learned today. And it's a weird thing, because you and I bumped heads earlier, but now that you understand, I did say half of the stuff that you were looking for me to say earlier. It's just that nobody wanted to hear that. They just wanted to hear one thing, because this is a group setting. And matter of fact, that's the third thing I learned. Our Black communities are so group oriented that information, good or bad, can't be challenged, because we want to only hear what people we appreciate are saying. Well, I mean, this is why I do my channel over there, is because I like hearing everything. And I like asking questions. When people come over to our thing, King Sigma, and all of the brothers over there, we're managers. We hire brothers. We we talk about arts industry as teachers and how to fix that. We're all about solutions. We're not trying to just say something that we read in a book. And that's not a jab. That's just what it is. I want to be able to ask anybody, where'd you get that information? Why is that? And if you're just telling me, don't worry about where I got it from, it's just like this. Well, I don't get it.
Well, something that I would suggest is that you visit Nicole Ali's channel, because she actually breaks down the science of the why that you're asking for. And I think that sometimes on a panel, people have different communication styles, and there can be a break in communication. So, like,
no, I think I'm gonna do one better. I'm going to get a couple of scientists on my panel to see if they come up with that same. I'm not gonna tell them what I'm calling them in for. I'm going to ask them if they come to that same conclusion, that under no circumstances can it be anything close to white related or disease, or that it has to be industry only.
Environment.
Yeah, because that's how it was presented, as industry environment only. So I'm going to get a couple of people together, maybe 3 folks who are actual certified scientists, and
I would agree.
Come up with that same analogy.
I would agree, because at the end of the day, I don't think, and I'll speak for myself, I won't speak for anybody else. Nobody, at least for me, I don't mind information being challenged, because again, go out and do your own research and figure things out. Even Nicole Ali preaches that. She never goes under the pretense that just take what I say as gospel. That's one of the tenets that she talks about when she presented this evidence. And one of the things that I want to say in response to what you're saying is, yes, we don't want to rule out any other possibilities, but in the same token, there's a difference between possibility and probability. So when you have individuals who have been studying and doing the research, it's not saying that any other idea or any other factor can happen, but based off of the methods that we use. And I'm pretty sure that the scientists that you will bring up, they will have a method and a way that they test and actually move forward to present their data. At the end of the day, all scientists and research know that we have to come to a baseline agreement as far as what data to trust and the methods to trust. Otherwise, then we'll get into a pissing match about, well, I don't trust this person's data because I think that they're biased, or will add personal truths or political devices or agendas to people's presentings and findings, which is what I find disingenuous. And which I hope that when we're having this conversation, when I'm giving you pushback or critique, whether, because I haven't made my position, whether or not I agree with one person or whatever my actual political stance or whatever view is about me, that shouldn't be indicative of the information that's being translated. So when you were responding to me and putting these assumptions on me about, well, the reason why you're saying this information is because of XYZ, that ends up being disingenuous. And I want this conversation, among others, if we're talking about actual building, to remain objective and criticize the actual info. But aside from that,
absolutely,
yeah,
I kind of wish it hadn't have got to the, hey, Mr. Research, you shoulda. My thing was, I like how Charles came in here and said 50% of what I said, including the word out of his mouth, yes, it can be a disease. And nobody said any pushback. That was amazing to me. Let me just sit right here. It was amazing. He said the exact same thing. Yes, it can be a disease. And 5 people had no pushback. So what I learned from that is, from that no pushback, over here, it is such a group thing that it's not about the discussion. This is what I learned for me. It might not be like that, but this is what I learned. It's not about the discussion over here. It's about agreeing with people that you have reverence for. and that this is how I took it, because Charles was the catalyst for me. Having him say the same thing, and not one person who earlier disagreed when I said like a disease had no problem with him saying yes, it could be a disease.
Well, here's the thing, Mr.
I'm like, wow, okay, so it's all groupthink over here, and you gotta follow the parrots.
All right, so
Can you
I
guys
do.
hear me?
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Chief.
yeah, we hear. Hold
Yeah, I
on,
want.
hold on, She, hold on. So I just want to clear something up. The reason why you didn't hear any pushback, and I'll speak for myself, is because we were going back and forth, and we had a habit of cutting each other off. So when you and Charles were having that dialogue, notice that no interruptions was actually had, because again, for me, it's about getting to the actual facts and getting to the point. So I hope that your understanding of silence was based off of the end goal of reaching understanding and reaching the objective data, and not a group thing. Because
No
I think
problem.
that is that can be another divisive tactic that
Well,
is unnecessary to
well,
reach understanding.
it's good, WK. This will be my last time over here, because for me, it's I don't like the whole group thing. Like you may have did that for yourself, but if everybody just wants people to agree,
But
and there can't be no questions. And
can I
go. Let me just finish saying that.
go
So
ahead?
thank you,
Finish.
WK. I appreciate it, man. But I ain't coming back. I'm good.
For one, um, you got to understand that when you stepped on and you said what you said, I was listening. I'm driving, so I jump on every now and then. I try to step in, but the whole thing of it was when people start over talking each other and talking too much, I know I'm not gonna be able to get in and talk. So that's why most of the time I was just listening the whole time. Far as the whole couple of hours before this 2 hour thing or hours thing that y'all had about this whole argument back and forth, it was actually good dialogue. Talked about a lot of different things. I mean, even when it came up to this part, when you gave your pushback, I mean, that was understandable. I was thinking the same thing. I was looking at it to say, okay, well, it's got to be something else. You're right. So what's the issue? And when they were coming back, was saying that the environment first, it wasn't talk that it was the environment. First, it was saying that this is the research and this what came out. So when you came with your theory of disease and stuff, basically they were saying it wasn't a disease, even though they were just saying the environment of the people, how they lived and how they just adapted to that type of style. That's what they were basically coming at that situation. And the pushback that you gave, you felt like, it was more to it. So that's why I kind of started going into this pushing back and forward. And you heard somebody say something, suck the teeth or whatever on the end. Then that's when it started getting this back and forth, back and forth. Understanding that you came over here for the dialogue. You got what your point across. I understand that you had a whole bunch of guys coming at you. So that shouldn't deter you, because the time before all this, it was great conversation. You was heavily involved in all this. So for you to leave just because you're thinking that it's a one-sided argument, the people that were coming up towards the end, like me, Charles, even with West Coast, when he actually came to the understanding of what was going on, he even said, okay, now I get it.
No, I understand that, Sheed, and I respect that. It's just that I understand when they're on my side, and Art knows this. I everybody gets to speak, and I understand you can't expect that everywhere. But when I think what hurts the black male community the most is that we feed information that we have not applied to our life, or we go off something we read or heard or study without looking at who initiated that study. Let me give you an example. Pew Research Center, for the longest time, was getting all of their interracial information from a black woman named Prater, who was working at Pew and having Pew bankroll her degree. Right off the bat, anything she's come with is skewed because she's doing it for the sake of paying for her degree. Then to further the case, her father's white, her mother's black. See, this is me digging into the research. Her father's white, her mother's black, and she feels, and I quote her directly, her mother and father has the ideal relationship. Now, when you look at all the stuff she put forth, black men are most likely to marry out, and black men do this wrong, black men do that wrong. So when people like me, when I was working at CDC back in 98, 99, we go to this meeting and we ask her, how do you label Pew, how do you as Pew label black men all these things when your own data shows Latin girls date out the most and Latin men date out second? And she couldn't answer the question. It came down to, we have the power as Pew based on our marketing, and we're going to put out that it's a black man problem. Those are the things I don't like, is when people can't articulate what they mean and they're just saying stuff that, in her case, damaged the black community for 20 years.
Okay, but a person like you come to this panel like this and point stuff out like that, that opens the dialogue for people to talk. I mean, you're going to have the naysayers, you're going to have these one-sided people. They're going to always be on panels and pick this one side. I mean, taking it that this is art panel and people are coming on here talking like that, that's not a reflection of art.
Oh, so no, not at all.
So for you not to come on, it's basically like you showing a disinterest in art. I mean,
no,
because he actually brought you on for a reason.
I'm always going to have art. I'm going to have people like you, Sheed. I'm going to have people like Charles. We disagree quite often, but we keep it just on the conversation so the people can do better. I mean, or that I can learn. I mean, you're teaching me something in this moment, and WK taught me something before he left. You know, I got to have more grace in these spaces, to be honest, because I realize, like I said today, it's a group thing, and it's not about for some people outside of Sheed and Art and Charles. For some people, it's about, I don't know. I guess this is why it's so funny. I kind of want black men to dominate, but I realize it's you know, today was just a learning lesson for me. We can't have intellectual conversations. I got to take my conversations elsewhere, to other spaces that are more receptive to being questioned.
Well, you can have an open dialogue, but the whole thing of it is you got to look at it like this. When it boils down to it, you have people that have their, you know, like people who they stand on as, you know, being supreme or understanding their word. Now, when it comes down to it, they're only following, you know, the teachings and stuff like that, not going at BJS or nothing. But the whole thing of it is, when it boils down to it, if there's a understanding that, you know, he's actually providing this information until he is proven wrong or some of that nature, then that's the only thing everybody's going off of. So when you questioning him, that promoted that argument of back and forth to try to get some clarity of what's going on. Not saying that BGS was wrong, not saying that Cole was wrong, not even saying that you was wrong. The whole thing was trying to get an understanding.
True.
That's how this whole thing started. Yeah, and I understand that. But the whole thing, you know, to go into this circle and everybody's coming at you trying to state this whole claim for 2 hours, that this derailed the whole conversation we was having earlier.
But again, even in that, I learned, because see, that's why I said what I said about let people speak for themselves. Don't let's continue the conversation where we was. Let's not talk about what should have been said and blah 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 blah. I respect people and what they do, but you didn't get a chance to speak for a while. You know what I'm saying? You heard me say, "Go ahead, She."
Yeah, but I kept trying to jump on, but like I said, when everybody talked, I would step down because, you know, like I said, I'm not gonna over talk anybody. I'm not gonna just jump up here and can you hear me? Can you hear me? That little tactic, you know. But in the end, the whole thing, this conversation should have been dead when BGS left. Honestly, when BGS and everybody else left, the conversation should have been dead at then. So for everybody to keep the conversation going, see, this is what we lack in this space. Once we have a dialogue and we understand what was wrong, someone has to be the person to just say, okay, let's move on. We have these conversations, very good conversation we started off with, and towards the end we come to conversations like this. Like I heard some other guy channel the other day, he did an interview with Bernard. Can't think of the young guy's name. He's a YouTuber just starting up, and he said the interview was great. But once he opened the panel, everybody was coming on there, coming at the guy, and that's what tainted the whole interview. He was like, he wanted to share the interview and all that, but this is what taints the conversation. When we have these good conversations of building and working with each other, because I was listening to James talk earlier on someone else's panel, and he was saying that this is the conversation he want to talk about. These are the things that he want to understand going into the situation with the family and how the women feel, and the whole thing. What they're looking at this Kevin Samuels, and back and forth with Kevin all day is funny because the whole thing about this high value man, and if people really look at it, he's not telling these women to get a high value man. He's
No.
telling these women to actually deal with their level, because all these women are not on that level.
Very true.
But the whole thing is getting misconstrued.
Also, all right, I sent you a donation, bro. Let me say this. See, I call him an established man. We have different things that we deal with when it comes to women. Doesn't mean I'm perfect. It just means I'm not bringing certain things into my circle. And I don't care whether the women understand that or not, because quoting to what I said years ago, now that immigration is the way it is, so many women are going to devalue womanhood because the Indians, they're serious. They don't want to go back to dirty old India. They're going to go after every trucker, every warehouse guy. They going after every any dude that looks like he get a constant paycheck with benefits is going to get swooped up. Same thing happened in England. That's why to this day, London people don't really like what they call packies. They come in and they try to take over, and a lot of people don't want to hear that. But you're right. I just look at it like that. Like our community is going to go down the wire. I was even looking at Sheed, how there's people in Africa now who have moved to Africa, not complaining but observing how Africans are not necessarily on code for themselves, the way they talk when they come here. And that's going to be another dynamic also, is that you're going to start seeing that more and more. I give it 5 years, 10 years flat. Our Black community, man, most of us ain't going to survive. And we're going to look back on these conversations, like, what was all that time for?
Yeah, that's like with me. I deal with driving. I don't have my CDLs, but I just drive box truck, and I actually make pretty decent money. And I try to get a lot of guys into doing that, and I'm telling them, I say, there's nothing wrong with working at McDonald's and Walmart, but the whole thing, if you can actually provide a better life for your family, make a little more money, and it's no different than driving a pickup truck, just a bigger pickup truck to me. That's what I always tell them. And so, I kind of work with guys, get them on that, get them on life insurance. Even when I talk to a lot of young guys that's, in their 20s, I always tell them, hey, man, get life insurance. You ain't got no kids, get life insurance, And I promote that to a lot of guys and letting them understand, hey, man, let's go make this money. Like I get on the manosphere and I listen to guys and I give my input. And I actually talked with Smooth and Kane, who's actually on YouTube, but we met in person, and I told those guys, I'm like, man, half of these guys is a joke on here, man. They promoting stuff that's not good for the culture. And in the end, we got to be the ones that kind of set things straight. That's why I always tell people about Art's panel. I talk to everybody about his channel. I let them know. I'm like, man, this guy, is very versatile in things. He doesn't just talk about, oh, I hate women. He let the guys come on here and talk about that, but he give them a little leeway to go into something else, because overall we're doing service to everything. We're talking about the whole dynamic and the whole culture of our community. You know, we're trying to get an understanding of what's going on. We got an understanding about our kids, how the future's going to be. You know, this is what's promoted on this channel. A lot of
But I
guys
only
come on
think,
here to start rhetoric.
but I only think some of us going to survive because when I look at, you know, like I have counseling sessions, man, and there's people that contact me, and I try to tell them the things I've seen behind the scenes because I was there before BGS had a channel. I was there when O'Shea's channel was only 2,000. And at one point in time, I had the big dog numbers. I never cared about YouTube like that because my job is so stressful that it never, and I make good money doing what I do. I never stressed YouTube. But what I learned was there started to be a bunch of fights behind the scenes. And I saw the same thing you did. A lot of people need YouTube to pay rent. And I've seen people fall off and people say, Mr. Research, how you know? Okay, this person over here ain't gonna say no names. They used to all be about I hate black women. Then one day his Filipino wife took him to court. Now he lives in the motel. How you know he lives in the motel? He did a video from the motel. You see what I'm saying? It's like we don't want to believe that a lot of people are not doing well. And this is the one thing we got to come out of. Another thing Kevin Samuel talks about just for men in general, we need to go into white spaces and take over. Or just like you did, find a lane that ain't being served and master that one. And then both me and you need to reach out to people like Art as a teacher. I'm part of the Black Teachers project over here in the Bay Area, California. We're trying to protect our Black teachers. That's 5,000, well, 4,000 of my money that don't even benefit me. She trying to help Black male teachers be protected so they can go straight to the superintendent and bypass everybody else. I'm trying to create a system where they can bypass everybody, principal, assistant. You speak directly to us and we give those numbers to the superintendent. Art, wouldn't that help you?
Yeah.
See?
So and appreciate the what do you call it, the super chat. Appreciate it. Would you be able to admit that all these guys that came up and talked, whether it's on BJ's behalf or just in good, or we call it for the sake of right in general, would you say that they handled that pretty well without like blowing a stack or doing crazy?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I said what they got caught up in the jabs thing, but everybody did jabs. I mean, I actually was open to it because
quiet. Because everyone that came up there is no more than 38 years old.
Yeah,
pretty young. And I just sat back and watched, like, okay. I mean, and so I was just looking like, okay, well, I think they handle this pretty good, and I just, even whether people agree or disagree with any other kind of stuff or whatever, I think we can still walk away with our, with some dignity on all sides.
Yeah, it's long forgotten for me because just like you guys said, we pull out the swords, whoever bleeds, bleeds, and then we walk away and never mention it again. Because at the end of the day, for me personally, I don't like being the recipient of constant nonsense. I just don't like being the recipient of that because for me, as much as we talk like men, Art, that's not manhood. Like, the guys hit me with a couple of things like, hey, I got you on this. You said that you're not consistent. Okay, I'll concede a couple of those. You know what I'm saying? That's fine. Let's move the conversation along. That's how I am. But when we're trying to derail and that type of stuff, who are we helping doing that? At the end of the day, what was said earlier was inconclusive, but they didn't want to say it was inconclusive. And they didn't hear me say the word like. They only heard disease, and that's all they kept going with. But then after everybody calmed down, you realize, oh, he has been saying like a disease. He never said disease. So that just goes to the group wasn't hearing what was being said. Certain people in the group only wanted to hear what they wanted to argue against.
Yeah, because even your example about the skin, I was listening to that. You were just actually giving an example of something.
Thank you, She. That's all. That's all.
Like I was listening to it the whole time, and I'm like, guys, can we just listen and disagree to agree, get the purpose understood? What is the main reason, and let's move on, because we spent so much time on this conversation to the point where it actually became a whole book. Like I drove from my job all the way home, took a shower, got out, and you guys are still talking about it. I actually work about 45 minutes from my house.
Well, I made dinner, so
well, it's
I
the last
know. I figured that because I was like, Art was in the back chilling, and I kept jumping out, coming in.
I have a class at 6:00, so I'm going to be doing my class, my administrative class, and then hopefully I think we'll be done probably by 7:30, 7:15, and I'll be able to just do a quick version of Black Artists on the Spot. But I just gave y'all some time to, discuss this like men, and
water under the bridge, bro.
And I mean, believe it or not, I was about to just cut the stream.
No, it needed to happen.
It's just not a good look for, especially black men of stature and age. I'm like, no, man, But thank God that my end button wasn't working on my phone.
well, like I said, it's glad we got it squared out because for me, older people, I have same issue with RBR. It's like sometimes when people are just over the top, but that's why I said, the group stuff, man. This is just, it's a weird thing because I want black men to evolve. I want Charles Faulkner to start a police organization for black officers and have a black officer go straight through the union. We have no protection as black men.
Yeah, just but in the defense, I think a lot of them really tried to come in and really add some balance to it, but I didn't really see it more of a group, per se. I think mainly they were just trying to get some kind of balance and understanding, but I'm quite sure to you, it seemed like a group because most of them pretty much saw the same thing, correct?
Well, here's why it was a group. Until Sheed, nobody could quote what I actually said. See, nobody could quote what I actually said. Otherwise, they would have came to what WK came to very quickly. What I said had nothing to do with what they were trying to push. And that's where it became, okay, you came up here to defend because it came to you, Art, and you, and I believe you. Okay, I didn't say that. Well, what did you say? See, that's when we like, okay, you didn't hear what I actually said. But let me get out of here, sir. Last day of my vacation, I gotta go.
Well, it was good chopping up with you. Unfortunate circumstances, though, but
no, it's all good, man. Look, men doing men stuff. Shout out to you, Sheed, man. Appreciate you. Come on the panel anytime, Sheed.
Mr. Research.
Uh-oh.
The name of his channel is Mr. Research.
Not at all. Not at all. I just wanted to I wanted to remind him to place the link to his channel. But he would have to be modded up for that, and that's up to you, Art, as to whether or not you would mod him up so he could place his link.
Yeah, I'm not modded on his channel, so. But that's my whole regiment right now. People don't mod me, I'm gonna mod them. But you could just type Mr. Research, and then it'll pop that whole thing that you see with his name. It'll
Okay.
pop. You know,
That's absolutely true. He's been around so long that you could type Mr. Research, I guess, in some type of search engine, and you'll find his channel. So I guess all is not in vain. Congratulations in advance for a demonstration of reconciliation amongst the brothers. That's what I came up here to say with a pleasant heart. I asked you in the back chat, like, may I say something pleasant? And you allowed me to do that. I'm grateful. Thank you.
oh, thank you for coming up here. Appreciate it. But I don't know whether or not if I just should do the black artist on the spot. That's pretty. I mean, 7:30 is pretty late to you East Coast people, right?
Eh,
I,
hey, you gotta understand.
as a
Go ahead.
marketing, as someone with marketing experience, I would recommend at least a 3-hour live stream afterwards, a planned 3-hour live stream afterwards, because there are people with residual opinions, and it would bring clarity to how you want to assert yourself about what you stand for on your channel, because there are people that may or may not disagree with how you handled this. I actually believe that it was meant to be, so that people can find themselves an example as to how to conduct the conflict amongst men. That is so important. And I think it was exceptional. You allowed it to happen, and then eventually it weaned off into calm, and not necessarily reconciliation, but it did wean off into calm. And that is a testament to your discernment. So I to emphasize your discernment skills, talents, and abilities, you don't have to do what I suggest. I'm just saying, like, I think people want to chime in about the after effects of these circumstances, because we're talking about two influential individuals that went at it like we have never heard before. At least I hadn't. I was shocked. I was like, no, I'm not hearing what I'm hearing. And so it was it may be others that might want to chime in.
So
And
now,
we love your artwork. And if you want to sketch something like James Brown, I don't know what you're gonna do, but I don't stop what you're doing just because of this hiccup. I love you, man. I'm getting ready to go.
all
I appreciate you,
right,
sir.
but yeah, well, all right. I mean, if you do the show tonight, I mean, it'll be good. I would keep it to a minimum. If you're gonna finish it up within that time frame of you talking to the artist on the spot or whatever, and then go from there. I mean, as far as the dialect of what happened earlier, it's already done. We finished it
Yeah,
now.
I don't think there's too much going in deep. I'm quite sure the panel's gonna be opened up
Yeah,
anyway.
I mean,
So
they can get on there and jump on there and talk about that on those panels. I mean, pretty much with everything that's need to be said, it was already said just now. So, I mean, for the most part, it's good to actually see the artist come on if you're gonna talk about that and let it be. And that's it.
but like I had to get Mr. Research to acknowledge that regardless of how he see how people were partisan, uh, the people that came up were very respectful and very professional.
Yeah, and the crazy part, like you said, I mean, me and Artie Itmore probably the oldest two out of all those guys. Because I'm
Yeah,
38. I think he's 38.
yeah,
Everybody else was in their 20s, man.
yeah. I mean, which you had West Coast, you had Seven.
Yeah,
Even I believe Mike is about the same age as you guys.
yeah.
Nicole was in her 30s. She's in her 30s. So it was, so the
True.
stuff that they've been saying about millennials, it kind of shows that the millennials that came up here, they were really problem solving. It's what it sounded like a court. Like I think it sounded like say your witness. I mean, it sounded like one of those. And I'm just sitting back, just I'm watching back like Pat Morita from Karate Kid without the teaching part. But I'm just like, okay, I don't even have to say anything. and all these different opinions. I mean, I think Mr. Research trying to say that everything was the same, but I think they were various. Some of
Yeah.
them were various. They didn't say that we agree with each other. I just think they were just very varied, but they were still going in the same direction as far as what was and what wasn't. Uh,
And
mhm.
and I think it came back to the same way as he was trying to get them to give an understanding why the whole mouse utopia thing and what was it? That was the same thing that they were coming at him in that same direction of why were you coming at this situation with this only one skewed thing, and it actually worked itself out because to be honest, man, I was like, come on, man, we had a great panel. I mean, I was sharing it on my Facebook, telling people to watch it, and for to get to the end, and we have this big argument. And when it came down to the resolution of everybody getting an understanding, that's what actually led to the better conversation. Of even though if guys
Wasn't that
didn't hear it,
beautiful?
yeah, it was. If guys didn't hear or didn't understand, I mean, just listening right now or just kind of focusing in to see like, okay, well, maybe I didn't hear this or maybe I did hear this and I want to, kind of go against it. Either way it go, man, it was nothing more than just a conversation. There was nothing to be heated about. Nobody walked away mad to the point where like, because like I said, at the end of the day, like YouTube is the space where guys, I mean, we're far in between from each other, man, and it's a different environment, man. You're not next door to the guy where you can go over there and talk to him and squash it. This guy's all on the other side of the country, man. You're gonna see him on another panel, so let's not go at each other like this, man. Let's get an understanding. Because just like I always tell people,
Well,
most of the guys that are on these panels, they're a little bit more higher caliber of intellect. Because for you to come on here and then get some understanding, you're looking and seeking for something. That's why most of these guys are on the manosphere. They're looking and seeking, or they're trying to get an understanding, or they have an understanding and they're teaching. So you're either on the learning side or on the teaching side.
Yeah.
um,
Mhm.
conversational influence is a factor, as conversational savvy, dare I say. When people refrain from being triggered and they conduct themselves in a manner of conversational savvy, it turns out to be a more productive exchange of ideas. And unfortunately, at times, depending on what's happened with the individual, conversational savvy is dropped to the wayside. That's all that happened. It's not where anybody wants to kill somebody or nothing like that. We're all concerned about our own families and we wish one another well. I would hope that we continue to have these extraordinary exchanges of ideas because Nicole Ali is of value. Um, BGS is of value. Art is of everybody in Black YouTube is of value. And once we formulate that, okay, I know where they're coming from, and when something irks you, just know how can I put this? There is a way to say I find offense or I disagree as opposed to you bitch ass nigga, I ain't got this, that. You know what I'm saying? There's a different way to converse amongst one another in a way that's non-offensive, and it's in the interest of exchanging ideas so that we can prosper and grow as a people. Those are my parting words. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Well, thank you for coming up, sister. You know how we do it. Yeah, my one of my philosophies, even in my professional, uh, what do you call it, arena, I don't do a lot of correcting grown-ups. If you notice, even if the sky is blue and they say it's red or whatever, if it's something real big, like an emergency, yeah. But well, you should do this and you should do that. I would probably go more the rules as far as the the campus, or even if you're talking about me, I'm correct you. But as far as morals and stuff like that, they know better. They already know. You know, if they want to have a discussion about it, that's cool. But even if you notice, even a lot of most of the time, I don't even correct the millennials. I give them something to think about, but I don't say you're wrong. You shouldn't do that. I don't. I just don't, because when you pass what 15, maybe 17, I don't know. You should know better. So, or if they don't, then you have to give them that time to find their way on their journey. Um, my mother is killing time until class start, because we have our class on Zoom, and I don't think it's going to be that long because we're just going over the stuff we did for the last couple of weeks. But what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to draw on the computer. I'm actually do some computer stuff so people can see how I get down on my computer skills. But anyhow, I hope people got something out of it all day, because I spent like my whole work day.
Hey, that was my whole work day too, man. I told you I'm driving, just listening the whole time, and I was like, I wanted to get on and start talking, but I was like, I didn't even want to interrupt the flow, man. It was just nice.
Look at that.
I was like, man, I'm gonna mess something up.
Oh yeah, we said just hear.
Oh, fucking did. Look at this, man. Fuck.
You talking about Mella?
So I don't want to. Yeah, that's it. You're. Hey, man. This would be dropping it sometime.
Oh yeah, man. That's. I mean, I'm finding my black pill in him as well. So I'm hanging around him too long.
Yeah, he rubs off on him.
I had to do black pill just listening. We're gonna be who they are. What can you do? You shouldn't say that. And then all of a sudden, the older person be like, "Yeah, you're right. I shouldn't say that. I was wrong." That's never gonna happen. They will always have something to justify what they do. So this is an example here, a little preview. Let me see if I finally got the computer. Oh wow, okay. I get to adjust my camera. So anyhow, oh my bad. It's right here. So this is my little mouse skills here. This is all mouse. I'm not even using a what do you call it, a stylus or a pen. It's all I'm using this dirty ass mouse.
Oh man.
Mela says, "Stop mistreating me." She even typed that in the middle of a fight. Everybody, the person that she tried to fight, just sit there and watch it and not even doing nothing. And she like jumping behind people. Don't hold me back. Don't hold me back.
It's like Mella was drinking her tea.
She cracks me up. Don't hold me back. You know you can't handle this.
Everybody get on Mel about drinking her tea. Sometimes she drink her tea before
Yeah,
she
they
get
keep
on.
that chamomile in there, and that valerian stinks like hell. I can't stand that smell. But yeah, get that chamomile in there right before close to bedtime. You know. But yeah, this is a little example that I do with the little, with the little Photoshop. Matter of fact, that's hella quick. I mean, Photoshop, then you can undo and get in there, and because at first I was just going to draw something and then scan it. I'm too damn lazy. I'm gonna just go ahead and use my mouse. As you can hear all the clicking, clicky, 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 clicky. Yeah, so I do computer stuff. I do all that. I don't. The key thing is don't depend on the middleman. Do all your own stuff. But appreciate BGS coming up. Mr. Research. Sometimes research be throwing little jabs at BGS sometimes when I be on the panel with him. Like, dude, you need to talk to him yourself. That's why I knew something was going down. I was like, oh shit, here we go. Here we go. But I'm like, dude, relax. It ain't that bad, you know. But I was really surprised. Like I told him, I was surprised that it would blow up that big. If he listened to play, he probably hasn't listened to that playback, so you see what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I was
Man,
like, ooh, that ain't like that, brother.
It's history, man. You know.
Because he's pissed. You know, I hear him pissed on, like he mentioned on Sister George panel. He be pissed at times. But God, Deezy.
Hey man, it's history, man.
I'm not sure if people think I'm that new here, but I've been here for a while. And I've been on this panel I've been on panels with him quite a bit.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, that's not, you know, not to say that he's always Mr. Cavalier, you know, or whatever. I wouldn't expect that. But I'm just looking at the energy. Like hell, he's about to pop a vessel. And I was like, ooh, brother, it was because we all heard BGS. He gets the best of them. He gets the best of them.
Yeah.
That's what he does. You know. But anyhow, I hope that things are okay. I have a feeling that this probably wasn't. I mean, definitely wasn't the first time. From what I hear about the history, I wasn't around when them having exchanges earlier. You know. But yeah, this looks ugly on the screen. Let me see. Oh, we're trying to see how I look on the computer. So now I'm taking my white it down a little bit. So yes, Art does computer renderings as well. Some people even have it on there as their avatar. So anyhow, I'm gonna go ahead and go to my class. I'm gonna be there about a minute early. So thank everybody for coming through. Hope you enjoyed the good stuff. I hope y'all consider the peaceful stuff the good stuff. So
yeah, man, I'm gonna hit you on the Cash App later, man. The way my Cash App set up. Nah, but somebody used my card, man. I always keep transferring money out my Cash App. I had to get me a new card.
yes, every time I get something, I'm gonna just do this.
I know, hey, it's funny when I first heard it. I was like, oh
man. I was like, shout out to Kuda. He gave me that idea. I was like, okay, bro.
Yeah.
He does a lot of sound effects. So I'm gonna do mine. Okay. Let me get in there, y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and go in this Zoom. I've been stalling because I don't feel like doing this tonight. But because they randomly pick days when we have to meet for this administrative thing. So Tuesday is the day. It happened to be my night. So all right, you guys. So I see you guys on the next go around. I appreciate it, all the support and everything, and people sticking in. Sorry that y'all didn't get to see the real bad stuff. I'm glad it didn't do anything like that. But that's y'all fault for thinking that. All right, y'all. Peace out.